Chapter 1. In a lush and vibrant forest, a small patch of grass, interspersed with hues of yellow and green, emerged unexpectedly at this moment. A plump little bee was meandering through the grass, swaying gently as it flitted about as an industrious member of the hive. The task of gathering nectar was an essential daily undertaking in its bee life with the arrival of early spring. This secluded patch nestled within the thicket was its first destination. However, the little bee was feeling quite disheartened at this moment. After wandering for quite some time, not only had it failed to find nectar, but it had not even caught a whiff of any blossoms. Being a bee with aspirations, it had eagerly burst forth from the hive, determined to be the first of its kind to collect the inaugural nectar of the season, aiming to prove its worth to the esteemed queen bee. Yet, perhaps due to ill fortune, or perhaps because the time was simply not right, this young bee had meandered about without encountering a single flowering plant, rendering the prospect of gathering nectar utterly impossible. Furthermore, the remnants of winter's chill lingered in the air, causing the little bee's legs and wings to tremble uncontrollably, making it difficult to maneuver as it wished. Perching momentarily upon a leaf to rest its weary limbs, the little bee began to feel a yearning for home. No wonder it had encountered no competition when it had hastily ventured out. First, it had simply fallen victim to its own inexperience. After regaining a modicum of energy, the little bee resumed its flight, determined to continue searching. After all, returning empty-handed would render its earlier efforts futile. As it buzzed through the air, the little bee heightened its senses, striving to absorb every scent in sight, refusing to overlook any potential clues. Just as despair began to seep into its heart and it contemplated returning home, its keen sense of smell detected a faintly sweet and enticing aroma. The little creature, elated by this discovery, immediately cast aside its thoughts of retreat and, with a vigorous flap of its wings, set off in pursuit of the source of the delightful scent. Before long, it found the origin of the fragrance nestled among a tangle of weeds. A peculiar little tree. Why was it peculiar, you ask? Because this diminutive tree, from its tip to its roots, measured a mere 20 centimeters in height, with a thickness comparable to that of a chopstick. Yet, astonishingly, atop this tiny trunk, in addition to a handful of tender green leaves, bloomed a large white flower with a diameter of 5 to 6 centimeters. The flower was entirely white, its structure indistinguishable from that of a typical blossom, save for the myriad of sharp spikes that adorned its petals, creating an appearance that was both bizarre and unsettling. Such a sight, where a diminutive tree bore such an impressive flower, was a rarity even in this lush forest. Generally, when a tree blooms, it signifies readiness for reproduction and seed production. Yet this little tree, still so young, had produced such an extraordinary flower before its few leaves had even fully matured. The incongruity of it all was striking. However, the little bee cared not for the peculiarities of nature. It was simply aware that it had finally discovered the sustenance it had tirelessly sought. Without hesitation, upon sighting the white flower, the bee dove straight towards it with fervor. The impact was forceful, although the bee was small. The weight it exerted was enough to bend the already drooping trunk of the tree. Further down, one could not help but worry that it might snap under the strain. Fortunately, perhaps due to the tree's resilience or its robust vitality, after a few sways, it ultimately steadied itself and did not break. As the little bee landed on the flower, it eagerly extended its proboscis and plunged it into the flower's center, greedily sipping the nectar. To its surprise, despite the flower's odd appearance, the quality of the nectar produced was remarkably high. At least, that was the little bee's impression. With this unexpected bounty, it became even more exhilarated, gulping down nectar in large quantities while visions of its triumphant return began to dance in its mind. However, in its joyous indulgence, the little bee remained oblivious to the impending danger that lurked nearby. The once wide-open petals began to close, unbeknownst to the bee. Soon enough, after relishing in the nectar until satiated, it decided to return to the hive to deposit its precious haul. Yet, in the moment of movement, it finally sensed something was amiss. Why were the flower petals drawing so near? Though its brief life had not prepared it for such a scenario, an instinctual warning alerted the little bee to the looming peril. In a panic, it attempted to take flight, yet as it readied its wings for escape, it discovered, to its horror, that its body had unwittingly slipped beyond its control. Now, it lay helplessly amidst the petals, unable to move, save for its fuzzy little head, which could only turn from side to side. Fear flickered in the bee's tiny eyes, But what good was that? It was too late to flee now as the petals closed in around it. The multitude of spikes embedded themselves into the bee's body, including its head. A surge of excruciating pain coursed through it. All the little bee could do was feebly struggle a couple of times before succumbing to the sharp stings that drained it of life, leaving behind a lifeless husk devoid of warmth. At long last, the trap has sprung. The peculiar little tree, or rather Lin Ye, was positively elated. It was impossible not to feel a surge of excitement. For Lin Ye had awaited this moment for a full 6 months. Half a year prior, having just returned from holiday, Lin Ye had been lounging in his home, eyes closed, basking in the sun, when suddenly a sharp pain shot through his forehead, and then everything went dark upon awakening. He found himself in this unfamiliar realm. Initially, Lin Ye was engulfed in confusion and panic. The experience of awakening here was utterly bizarre. He felt as though he should have been awake, yet he could neither see anything nor feel his own body. His mind instinctively yearned to control his body, to perform the actions one would expect upon waking, like opening his eyes, stretching, or turning over, but he could not detect a single limb to command. Such a predicament would send any normal person into a state of terror, and Lin Ye was no exception. What the heck? Where's my body? In the depths of this dark, formless void, the frightened Lin Ye desperately sought to cry out for help, to inquire if anyone else was present yet. It soon dawned on him, how could he call for help when he had no body, and thus no mouth? Without a mouth, how could he even utter a sound? Indeed, this revelation resolved the issue at its source. With no mouth, it followed that he could not possess any limbs. Either he was quite literally starting from scratch, arriving with nothing but the air around him. Thus, Lin Ye was horrified to discover that he was reduced to merely being anxious, unable to act upon his distress, leaving him in a state of discomfort. In this void, there was no sense of time. He had no idea how long he had been in this state. Just as Lin Ye felt his consciousness beginning to blur into oblivion, a brilliant beam of light suddenly pierced through the darkness, illuminating the void and igniting his very soul. Lin Ye swore he had never longed for light as he did at this moment. Under Lin Ye's ecstatic gaze, the radiant beam, akin to a guiding light, swiftly approached him. Before long, he was able to discern its true form. What he initially perceived as a beam of light was, in fact, a gleaming, translucent interface adorned with familiar blue star characters. Lin Ye. Species: tree seed. Rank: lifespan. Talent: extraction. The content was straightforward, yet the information it conveyed was abundantly clear. So, I have transformed into a tree now. Surprisingly, Lin Ye did not experience any extreme emotional upheaval in response to this revelation. There was no hysteria, no incredulity, none of that. The surreal experience of existing in the void had elevated his emotional threshold to a considerable degree. While he was not entirely devoid of feelings, he was at least assured that he could maintain a stable demeanor. Thus, he accepted his new identity with relative ease, transforming into anything felt preferable to lingering in the oppressive darkness of solitude. It provided a glimmer of hope, a sense of purpose far more comforting than his previous existence. It appeared that Lin Ye had become aware of his new identity, previously devoid of any sensations. He finally experienced an unusual stimulation. He was now connected. This was the sensation arising from the connection with his new form. It felt entirely natural and scarcely required any time. Suddenly, a wealth of instinctual information flooded Lin Ye's mind. How to take root, how to sprout, the direction in which to grow, and the manner of growth, among other things. In essence, it was a comprehensive survival guide for the growth of trees. Though much of it seemed somewhat ambiguous, it was nonetheless thorough. After all, as a tree, the primary requirement was simply to ensure one could sprout. Whether one grew crooked or straight, thick or slender, depended on one's own insight and fortune. At that moment, Lin Ye finally grasped his predicament. Barring any unforeseen circumstances, he was, after all, merely a seed. Thus, the foremost task now is to sprout. As the saying goes, the mind dictates the body. Having embraced his new identity, Lin Ye instinctively began to contemplate his life goals from the perspective of a plant. As a seed, what was the primary objective? Of course, it was to sprout and grow. When Lin Ye assumed control of the seed's body, he immediately sensed the powerful constraints of the external world. It was the confinement of the seed coat. 4 tree seeds, This served as the nursery left behind by the great tree mother, designed to protect the small tree embryo within. Now, with Lin Ye's consciousness infused into the seed, it instinctively yearned to end its dormancy and prepare to revive. However, Lin Ye promptly and consciously halted this process. His instincts warned him that the time was not yet ripe. Seeds do not sprout at any moment. Insufficient conditions and prematurely breaking dormancy would only squander the nutrients stored within the seed. These nutrients were the initial capital bestowed by the great tree mother for the seed's growth and sprouting. If wasted, the seed might fail to undergo transformation. Failure to transform would result in becoming a bad seed, a dead seed. The consequences were dire. While there were many seeds in the natural world, this was the only one infused with Lin Ye's soul. Lin Ye certainly did not consider it wise to recklessly court disaster. Yet, as a seed, he found himself devoid of any viable options. The only course of action was to allow his consciousness to slumber along with the seed's body. This would prevent the depletion of the nutrients stored within. Casting one last glance at the shimmering light screen, Lin Ye's consciousness began to gradually quiet. What? Why not extract talents? Naturally, it was no longer possible. At present, Lin Ye was merely an embryo without any rights as a tree. After an indeterminate period, the slumbering Lin Ye was startled awake by a flow of information. It was the instinct of the seed's body. The instinctual information of the seed's body was straightforward and direct. Upon awakening, Lin Ye effortlessly categorized and summarized all the information. In truth, it was repetitive, conveying one singular message. There is water, the temperature is suitable, and there is oxygen one may attempt to sprout. It seemed the moment had arrived. Lin Ye felt a twinge of hesitation. Once he awakened his body to begin sprouting, there would be no turning back. What if he made the wrong gamble? After pondering for a moment, Lin Ye gritted his teeth and decided to trust his instincts. He had lived as a human for decades, but this was his first experience as a tree. Now, he was completely in the dark. His previous human experiences were not only of no assistance, but might also lead him into the trap of arrogance. It is perhaps wiser to act in accordance with instinct, for instinct is the culmination of the ancestral wisdom painstakingly distilled through the ages. Although success cannot be guaranteed, the probability of it is significantly heightened. Resolving to embrace this instinct, Lin Ye ceased his resistance and began to yield to his innate impulses. This instinct took command of his body. The first order of business was to commence the absorption of moisture through the seed coat. Simultaneously, the embryo within the seed began to stir gently into action. The energy conversion system was activated. With the seed's full revival, the endosperm, left behind by the great tree mother, was swiftly transformed into various nutrients, which were rapidly absorbed by the central seedling for its growth. Throughout this entire process, Lin Ye refrained from any interference. He firmly believed that the workings of nature far surpassed the chaotic meddling of an outsider like himself. At this crucial juncture, any alterations could potentially jeopardize the germination. Thus, remaining passive was the wisest choice. As time flowed on, Lin Ye felt a burgeoning sense of breath within him, and it only intensified. Having received 9 years of compulsory education, Lin Ye recognized this as the respiration of plants. With the intensifying respiration, he could distinctly sense his cells beginning to divide and proliferate. The embryonic root and shoot rapidly expanded. As the nutrients stored within the seed were swiftly consumed, Lin Ye's body also began to multiply at an astonishing rate. Finally, at a certain moment, the embryonic root broke through the seed coat. Softened by moisture, preparing to make contact with the external world, this moment, Lin Ye felt a wave of nervous anticipation. He was on the brink of engaging with the outside environment. This was a pivotal moment of life and death. If he found himself in a suitable habitat, he would successfully overcome this first hurdle and germinate, significantly increasing his chances of survival. Should fortune be unkind, however, he could only resign himself to misfortune. Fortunately, fate proved not to be so cruel after all. The instant the embryonic root successfully breached the seed coat, Lin Ye knew he had survived. Beyond the seed lay fertile soil, buried within it. Great achievements awaited. Almost as if sensing the joy of consciousness, the seed's growth accelerated further. Before long, the shoot followed suit, breaking through the seed coat to explore the outside world. Yet in contrast, one ascended while the other descended. With the root established, the next step was to rise above. As a plant, Lin Ye was acutely aware of the significance of sunlight. The soil provided moisture and nutrients, while light served as the source of energy. Both were indispensable. With eager anticipation, the shoots surged upward, especially after the embryonic root developed its roots and began absorbing nutrient from the soil. Its growth became even more vigorous at last, after an indeterminate passage of time. The upward growing shoot finally broke through the surface. Upon feeling the warmth emanating from the shoot, Lin Ye realized his stability. That warm sensation was sunlight. He could hardly believe that he was in a position to bask in its rays. Ha ha ha, splendid. With sunlight and rich soil at his disposal, fortune smiled upon him. I, Lin the tree, have survived. The joy of life is beyond words. Lin Ye found it impossible to convey the depth of his emotions at this moment. Only by traversing the path of rebirth with a mature consciousness could he truly appreciate the wonders of creation and the grandeur of life. After calming his racing heart, Lin Ye focused his spirit, keenly attuning himself to the world through his newly sprouted form. The gentle soil, the warm sunlight, the lively oxygen and carbon dioxide in the air. Ah, this sensation is exquisite, taking a deep breath of fresh air. Lin Ye attempted to actively convert energy. However, he soon realized he was unable to do so. Why? Because he had only just emerged and had not yet developed leaves, rendering photosynthesis impossible. His roots were still immature, and his capacity for absorption was virtually non-existent. The plant's perpetual motion machine was temporarily missing a crucial component and could not operate normally. Thus, he still had to rely on the gifts from his mother. Lin Ye held no particular frustration regarding his inability to be self-sufficient immediately. He was not in a hurry. After all, as his mother's gifts had not yet been exhausted, he merely reflected that. From a human perspective, the mother tree was indeed quite commendable. Although it could not care for its offspring like a human, it instead relied on animals to carry the seeds far from itself. Yet, this was a reluctant necessity. Plants are immobile, yet they require ample soil moisture and sunlight. If they were to cluster together, it would only lead to internal competition, ultimately resulting in the mother plant compressing their living space, causing them to perish and return as nutrients to the mother body. The only solution was to distance oneself from the mother tree and seek a new birthplace. While this method inevitably carried a certain risk due to their immobility, it was still preferable to perishing and returning to the mother. Moreover, it had created a sturdy nursery filled with startup capital. This was already quite generous, gratefully acknowledging the distant great tree mother. Lin Ye shifted his attention to the luminous panel within his consciousness. Lin Ye race, tree, seedling, rank, lifespan, 150 years talent extraction. The interface remained simple, yet bore noticeable differences from the first encounter. While he was still classified as a tree, the annotation now indicated seedling, and his lifespan had been quantified. However, he was taken aback to discover that trees indeed possess a lifespan. He had always thought that trees were immortal. Regarding his lifespan of 150 years, Lin Ye felt slightly astonished, yet he was not overly concerned that a century and a half was already quite lengthy. Furthermore, given the myriad dangers of the natural world, it remained uncertain whether he would live to see the conclusion of that lifespan. In contrast, Lin Ye found himself more intrigued by the rank and talent extraction aspects. Lin Ye felt a twinge of hesitation. Although these two elements had yet to reveal their specific contents, he had already formed some conjectures. After all, he was not a true tree. He was, in essence, a human, or rather, a former human. The very words hinted at certain implications. Rank signifies a hierarchy, commonly found in the ranks of official positions and titles in ancient human society. In modern times, it is more frequently associated with the gaming world, broadly referring to the abilities and values of items or characters. Coupled with the talent option, could it be that he had traversed into a gaming world? Wasn't this something only found in novels? Lin Ye instinctively found this notion hard to believe. Yet upon reflection, it did not seem entirely implausible. After all, he had transformed into a tree. What was unreasonable about the existence of a gaming world? Yet, Why was there only this interface, devoid of a guide or any instructions? Lin Ye attempted to call upon the system, but received no response. Only this luminous panel remained before him. Could it be that this was not the gaming world he envisioned? Naturally, these were mere speculations. The true nature of his circumstances would reveal itself in time. For Lin Ye, the absence of a system might be preferable. He had no desire for an unknown intelligence to pry into his consciousness. In contrast, merely possessing a guiding panel within his awareness provided a sense of security, this moment. What captivated Lin Ye's attention was the implication that, with the presence of rank and talent, it suggested the possibility of achieving the extraordinary. If this hypothesis were indeed true, it would be exhilarating. After all, who wouldn't he yearn for extraordinary abilities? Though he was no longer human, transcending into the extraordinary realm, what harm could that bring? In Blue Star, you may call me a tree without any offense. In another world, what should you call me? I don't eat beef, all right. No, wait, it seems I am lost in thoughts of the future. Suddenly, a realization struck Lin Ye. He remembered something crucial, that I seem to have inherited no extraordinary abilities. Lin Ye carefully revisited the instinctual information he had received from the seed. It appeared that the seed he had been reborn into was, in fact, an ordinary fruit tree. Although he was unaware of the specific type of fruit tree he might be, he was unequivocally certain that his instinct was solely focused on blooming, bearing fruit, and growing, devoid of any other concerns. Could it be that I am merely an ordinary fruit tree residing in an extraordinary world? That would be rather disheartening. The growth of plants inherently involves a degree of reliance on fate. If I were to exist as just a common fruit tree in an extraordinary realm, perhaps it would be better to perish instead. My fragile form could hardly withstand the machinations of formidable beings. No, wait, there is still hope. Suddenly, Lin Ye recalled something and directed his attention to the talent extraction option that had been persistently flickering since he sprouted. He surmised that this luminous panel within his consciousness was likely a remnant left by the entity responsible for his transformation into a tree. He was not naive enough to believe that every tree possessed such a feature. If it could transform him into a tree, could it also imply that he might harness this extracted talent to defy fate? Lin Ye felt he had grasped the crux of the matter. Given that innate potential was a lost cause, he would have to rely on acquired mutations instead, with nothing else to occupy his time. Lin Ye decided to seize this opportunity immediately. Although it felt somewhat hasty, he reasoned that early application would lead to an earlier cool-down. Better to utilize it sooner than later. Resolutely, Lin Ye prepared to proceed. How do I click to extract from this panel? Lin Ye felt somewhat inept. Then it struck him. He was a tree devoid of hands. In this realm of consciousness, he lacked even a physical form. So how could he, as a tree, effectuate the extraction? As if sensing Lin Ye's confusion, the luminous panel in his consciousness quivered gently. Subsequently, he received a sudden epiphany regarding the usage of the panel. Tailored specifically for him, it was quite simple. He merely needed to concentrate on it. All right, that's rather considerate. Lin Ye mused, somewhat exasperated by the panel's creator's attentiveness. He dismissed his previous grievances and directly confirmed the extraction of the talent. The ensuing visual display was even more straightforward. There were no extravagant flourishes or pyrotechnics, merely a brief tremor of the panel, followed by the disappearance of the extraction text, replaced by new script, signifying the conclusion that it was it truly so unceremonious. Lin Ye's mind brimmed with 1,000 complaints, yet he found himself at a loss for words. You would think, well, never mind. Although he felt this occurrence was somewhat dubious, it had already transpired, and perhaps it was simply unpretentious. In the midst of his musings, Lin Ye shifted his focus, talent, analysis, and reconstruction. Lin Ye comprehended the newly unveiled text on the panel. The methodology and purpose of his new talent instinctively embedded themselves within his consciousness. The essence of analysis and reconstruction lay in the ability to devour living beings in order to analyze their structures and subsequently replicate them through his own essence. In simpler terms, it meant growth. The information was not extensive and was easily grasped. Given Lin Ye's mental acuity, he swiftly absorbed all the details. However, his mood was somewhat ambivalent that on one hand, This talent seemed to hold potential. On the other, it appeared to offer limited utility for him. It was not that the talent was ineffective. Inherently, it was quite formidable. An ability to analyze biological entities and convert them for personal use was undeniably impressive. Reminiscent of the famed techniques found in martial arts novels. Were this ability applied to animals, it would certainly be extraordinary. Firstly, it would enhance survival capabilities. With this talent, he could endure in any environment. As long as there were predecessors, he could uncover their secrets of survival through consumption and apply them to himself. Secondly, there was the capacity for evolution. Another implication of analysis and reconstruction was the ability to amalgamate the strengths of various species, synthesizing a new, perfect organism that, as long as he consumed a diverse array of beings, he could continually upgrade each aspect of himself into the strongest form imaginable. The potential for perpetual evolution was staggering. If luck favored him and he consumed an extraordinary creature, he might even uncover the path to transcendence. Although he might not be capable of defeating such beings, there was always the chance of scavenging their remains. Consumption, whether of the living or the deceased, yielded similar results. However, the dilemma lay in the fact that such a prodigious ability seemed somewhat impractical for him. How could I, a mere tree, possibly consume and absorb nutrients? Lin Ye felt utterly exasperated. As a tree, he was entirely immobile, lacking a mouth, and thus had no means to devour the bodies of other organisms. Typically, plants derive nutrients from decomposed organic matter, relying on microorganisms to break down the material before absorbing it through the soil. In essence, this process was still reliant on the earth, with little direct connection to the biological entities themselves. That could only be described as a method of sanitation. Would this approach activate the analysis and reconstruction talent? Lin Ye estimated it likely would not. Damn it, am I destined to perish before even embarking on this journey? Have I drawn a talent that is utterly useless? Wait, that's not right. Lin Ye suddenly recalled a peculiar category of plants in nature. Carnivorous plants. These remarkable organisms ensnared insects and then secreted digestive fluids to assimilate their nutrients. This principle mirrored that of animal gastrodigestion and should, in theory, be applicable. For instance, the pitcher plant and the Venus flytrap. The question then arose, how could he procure such digestive fluids? As a fruit tree, he lacked this capability, unless he could first consume a carnivorous plant, or perhaps directly ingest an extraordinary plant by consuming a carnivorous plant. Lin Ye could potentially develop the digestive fluids necessary for direct consumption. Alternatively, by devouring an extraordinary plant, he could embark on the path to transcendence. Yet another quandary emerged. While plants may be immobile, he still lacked the organs necessary for direct consumption. Moreover, could plants even attain transcendence? Did he possess the strength to consume them? Lin Ye had no answers to these questions. Even the concept of transcendence was merely conjecture on his part. Nevertheless, he finally had a glimmer of hope. With hope, life regained its potential. Otherwise, in this barren existence, Lin Ye would undoubtedly find it challenging to endure. Although his consciousness had transitioned from darkness to light after his sprouting, it only illuminated the fact that he could perceive the sensations of breathing, energy transfer, and bodily growth. Beyond that, he remained devoid of ears to hear, eyes to see, or limbs to touch, for one who had glimpsed the light. This existence felt monotonous. A vibrant soul confined within a drab body could lead to self-dissolution unless sustained by sheer will. Never mind. Now is the time to focus on growth. Other concerns are but illusions. With no clear direction for development, enhancing my own strength is always prudent. Above all, surviving is paramount. Let me set a modest goal. Eliminate all surrounding plants. Lin Ye harbored no notions of kinship. If he wished to grow faster and bolster his resilience, he required more nutrients and living space. How to obtain these? By seizing them. By vanquishing all competitors in his vicinity, he would naturally acquire land and resources. If Lin Ye aspired to become stronger and grow more rapidly, the surrounding plants must perish. He would claim the nutrients and sunlight for himself, without the need to share with others. Additionally, Lin Ye intended to utilize these plants to experiment with his analysis talent, as he still had yet to discover how to employ it. With this plan in mind, Lin Ye descended into a focused state, actively channeling the remaining energy from his seed to his roots and tender shoots to expedite their growth. Having overcome the most arduous stage, Lin Ye no longer feared that his actions might hinder his sprouting. At this juncture, he must actively manipulate the pace of his own growth. Relying solely on instinctive natural development will not suffice to achieve his experimental objectives. Under Lin Ye's deliberate guidance, the entire plant operates at full throttle, vigorously absorbing and converting energy for growth. However, merely 2 weeks later, Lin Ye successfully transitions past the cotyledon stage and enters the mature, true leaf phase. At this point, he stands a commendable 10 centimeters tall, adorned with 2 vibrant green tender leaves at the apex. From today onward, Lin Ye has finally exhausted the gifts bestowed by his mother, officially activating his leaves to commence the process of photosynthesis, achieving self-sufficiency. With the emergence of leaves, Lin Ye, this botanical perpetual motion machine, has completed its final component, setting into rapid motion. Guided by Lin Ye's conscious control, the entire plant grows at an accelerated rate. Another 3 weeks pass, and Lin Ye reaches nearly 20 centimeters in height, with 8 or 9 lush green leaves gracing the tree. At this moment, Lin Ye senses that the above-ground portion has reached an adequate size, prompting him to intentionally slow the growth rate of the branches and leaves. Instead, he concentrates energy on the root system, striving to promote root growth with utmost vigor. The method of plant expansion is straightforward yet aggressive, typically involving the direct elongation of roots to seize nutrients and moisture, thereby causing neighboring plants to suffer from malnutrition and diminishing their resilience to environmental threats, awaiting their demise by weather or other calamities. However, Lin Ye does not intend to adhere to the laws of nature. The struggle among plants, while fundamentally a contest for nutrients and water, usually does not result in direct harm to one another. If Lin Ye were to engage in such tactics, he would forever forfeit the chance to trigger his analytical talents. Therefore, upon his arrival, Lin Ye immediately begins to extensively deploy his root division strategy. It is akin to a sweep, radiating outward from the center. Any plant roots encountered along the way are ensnared by his dividing roots, initiating a strangulation. As for the method of strangulation, Lin Ye conceives a strategy. If he must directly consume living beings, would enveloping them and digesting them yield a similar effect? Since direct absorption is unfeasible, encasing them and later absorbing their decomposed remains should suffice, shouldn't it? Under Lin Ye's intentional guidance, upon encountering other plant roots, his roots begin to adhere and grow along them, gradually spreading upwards until the entire plant is enveloped within his root system. When the host plant succumbs to malnutrition due to a lack of external nutrients, Lin Ye can then invade its interior through the roots to seize various substances. Even those large molecular compounds that cannot be absorbed directly can be handled by microorganisms. As the microorganisms decompose the plant, all nutrients are efficiently absorbed by Lin Ye's roots. In this manner, it could indeed be considered a form of consumption. Lin Ye is uncertain whether it qualifies as such, but it is the closest method he can devise. Under Lin Ye's meticulous orchestration, his trunk exhibits minimal growth, yet his subterranean root system is far more developed and robust than the visible plant above ground. Before long, Lin Ye encounters his first neighboring tree, a nameless wild grass with serrated leaves, adorned with white flowers and tiny yellow fruits. Lin Ye is unfamiliar with its identity. As for how he knows about its serrated leaves and the presence of white flowers and yellow fruits, it is simply because Lin Ye's experiment has succeeded. A single decisive strike, a resounding success. Under the policy of strangulation, in just a week, Lin Ye fully envelopes this first discovered wild grass from all angles. The outcome meets expectations. It is proven that, even with microorganisms as the primary agents of decomposition, Lin Ye's method is indeed viable. With the demise of the wild grass, Lin Ye successfully completes the nutrient absorption process, simultaneously igniting his analytical talent. Contrary to his expectations, there is no system notification. After absorbing the deceased plant, it is as if a plethora of instincts suddenly flood Lin Ye's consciousness, reminiscent of the innate abilities he gained upon obtaining seeds. For instance, after absorbing this wild grass, He feels as if he were born with the capacity to grow into a wild grass himself. He gains a multitude of growth directions, able to develop as grass, as a tree, or a combination of both, entirely at his whim. Interestingly, Lin Ye discovers that he can now flower and bear fruit while maintaining his current tree form, as long as the energy supply is sufficient. He can bypass seasonal and growth stage limitations to bloom and bear fruit directly. Although he is unsure why this was previously impossible, he is unconcerned. Fewer restrictions are certainly preferable for Lin Ye. This marks the successful first step on his vast journey. With this revelation, Lin Ye finally feels at ease, embarking on an aggressive expansion of territory, strangling more neighbors as Lin Ye exerts his influence. The plants surrounding him begin to meet their unfortunate fate. With roots rising from the ground, various plants in Lin Ye's vicinity swiftly perish one by one. They transform into vessels of nutrients and experience, all of which Lin Ye absorbs as time passes. The diversity of plants consumed by Lin Ye continues to increase. The volume of information flooding into his instinct knowledge base swells, resulting in numerous transformations. In essence, as long as Lin Ye desires, he can sprout a variety of peculiar leaves and fruits. Naturally, Lin Ye does not indulge in indiscriminate growth. He selectively incorporates only the most remarkable features into himself. For instance, he adopts the root characteristics of a particular wild grass known for its exceptionally developed, fine, and numerous roots, which are notoriously difficult to strangle. After considerable effort, Lin Ye finally manages to eliminate one. Without hesitation, he assimilates it. Consequently, Lin Ye evolves the ability to generate similarly fine roots. Such fine roots not only facilitate the absorption of nutrient from other plants more effectively, but also enhance the comprehensive uptake of nutrients and moisture from the soil. What was previously inaccessible is now within reach. This can be likened to a meticulous plucking, leaving nothing behind. With increased absorption, growth accelerates. The efficiency of land utilization and resilience against risks significantly improve, marking a remarkable enhancement. Furthermore, upgrades in root hardening and leaf utilization also occur as necessary. Through Lin Ye's relentless efforts, 2 months later, nearly all the plants within his expanding territory have met their demise. Aside from the superficial and insignificant ones, none of the deep-rooted competitors remained out of course. Even though it was unnecessary to eliminate the superficial plants, Lin Ye consumes parts of each as samples for experimentation. These serve as vital data that cannot be overlooked. By this time, Lin Ye's root system has sprawled extensively underground. However, he has temporarily halted his expansion. The current quantity of roots has reached a point of equilibrium. Any further increase would lead to an unsustainable situation. After all, maintaining root vitality requires energy, and Lin Ye's plant is still small, unable to convert substantial amounts. With expansion paused, Lin Ye entrusts his bodily growth to instinct and redirects his focus to meticulously organizing the plant information he has acquired in the sea of consciousness. During this period, he has consumed far too many diverse and chaotic plants. Particularly in a previous phase, an overwhelming number of plants perish simultaneously, resulting in an influx of information flooding into Lin Ye's awareness. Though they are merely plants, the chaotic instinctual information is anything but trivial. Moreover, many entries are redundant, necessitating a step to eliminate duplicates. Eventually, Lin Ye's cognitive processing capacity begins to falter, rendering him unable to manage the overwhelming influx. Under the barrage of various information, his consciousness becomes somewhat disoriented, bordering on a state of mental fragmentation, as if multiple personalities are on the verge of emerging. Lin Ye has no desire to become mentally unstable. In the end, he has no choice but to temporarily set aside all this information, gradually absorbing and organizing it. The method is remarkably simple. He carves out a separate space within his sea of consciousness, specifically designated for storing this chaotic information. How does one achieve this? Currently immersed in the depths of consciousness, the task at hand appears deceptively simple. In the earlier stages, Lin Ye's awareness had to allocate a portion of itself to execute the tasks of strangulation and growth. With progress already lagging, the continuous strangulation of plants and the incessant influx of new information further exacerbated the situation, rendering the pace of organization utterly inadequate. now that a phase of tasks has been completed and a period of rest has commenced. Lin Ye naturally prioritizes the thorough processing of this information. Who knows what might be useful within it? The current method of assimilation remains woefully inefficient. It can only prey upon the immobile flora. Even the larger forests prove too formidable for Lin Ye to engage with, creating an urgent need for innovation. Time flows unnoticed in deep slumber. Immersed in the realm of consciousness, Lin Ye has lost track of how long has passed, only to find that all the chaotic information has finally been processed, bringing him back to a state of awareness. He exclaims a sigh of relief. Honestly, managing this information has not been an easy endeavor. One could even describe it as somewhat disheartening. The redundancies are overwhelmingly abundant, yet within those repetitions lie subtle variations that it is akin to the universal experience of plants undergoing germination and growth, but the manner, timing, and conditions of their emergence differ. The nuances that dictate these variations stem from meticulous details, reflecting the evolutionary wisdom amassed by plants over countless millennia, each possessing its unique insights that in pursuit of a more perfect evolution and heightened resilience. Lin Ye strives to fully comprehend this wealth of information. His evaluation of his analytical talent has been steadily rising in tandem with his progress in processing information. Through this innate ability, Lin Ye can effortlessly uncover the secrets harbored within living organisms. If forging a new path requires countless pioneers to brave the thorns and shed blood through trial and error across generations, then Lin Ye, through his talent, has leaped directly onto the ultimate path, partaking in the bountiful feast of success as a mere parasite, but a typical case of being absent during hardship, yet present when it comes to sharing the spoils, both irritating and enviable. Knowledge is power. Moreover, Lin Ye possesses the extraordinary capability to directly apply the fruits of knowledge onto himself without harm. How extraordinary is that? Scientists must conduct experiments to validate their discoveries, yet Lin Ye himself is the experimental subject. Whatever notions arise, he can simply test them on his own body that if something feels amiss, he can promptly sever the energy supply, rendering him unafraid of side effects. However, the more he learns, the more acutely Lin Ye recognizes his own limitations. Though humanity may stand as the pinnacle of life within the natural world, boasting a wealth of categorized knowledge, the information humans have gathered in the domain of botany amounts to but a mere drop in the ocean. As an individual, Lin Ye is but a novice. While organizing the information, he is overwhelmed by a plethora of ideas waiting to be implemented, yet he struggles to articulate how to execute them. There is an ever-present sense of ambiguity. Lin Ye speculates that this may be due to a lack of experimental materials or perhaps a deficiency in wisdom and perspective, constrained by his limited insight and intellect. He finds himself relegated to superficial patchwork. It is as if one is granted the ability to create, only to utilize it for rudimentary tasks, proudly declaring oneself an accomplished craftsman. This leaves one in a conundrum. Even with an awareness of his shortcomings, Lin Ye currently finds himself devoid of solutions. Wisdom is a universal desire for improvement, yet the means to achieve it remain elusive. As for perspective, it is utterly unattainable. As a tree, he lacks eyes and legs, incapable of movement or sight, rendering discussions of perspective moot. His realm of interaction is confined to the immediate surroundings. The only glimmer of hope lies in the materials available. Yet these are similarly restricted by the characteristics of plants. If he were to exercise his imagination and use himself as an experimental subject, his energy reserves would be insufficient. Although Lin Ye is unafraid of side effects, the energy required to manifest experimental results cannot be overlooked. Being such a small sapling, he can only gather a limited amount of energy each day. Dedicating it entirely to experimentation would jeopardize his growth. With his current stature, a heavy downpour could spell disaster for him. What good is it to identify problems without solutions? Perhaps it is best to focus on growth for now, as survival must precede development. Nevertheless, Lin Ye believes it prudent to update his components first. Though he currently embodies a clumsy assembler, the parts he is about to assemble will surpass his current capabilities. Even limited strength is still strength. Every bit of enhancement counts. Perhaps survival hinges on this very improvement. Silently, he retrieves the pre-marked information on plant component from the database and transmits it to his body that he issues commands, initiating the distribution of energy to commence production. Presently, Lin Ye resembles not just a tree, but rather a factory. His consciousness serves as the nucleus of the factory, responsible for receiving orders, analyzing production capacity, and issuing manufacturing directives. The tree itself functions as the production line, tasked with creating various components according to the orders and subsequently assembling them for delivery. Lin Ye's growth mirrors the expansion of the factory, while the assimilated materials resemble the competitors he has consumed. Upon issuing his commands, Lin Ye allocates any excess energy to the growth program, intending to plunge his consciousness into slumber. Why? In the course of processing information, Lin Ye uncovered a terrifying truth. Ever since he exhausted the nutrients contained within the seed and began utilizing green leaves to sustain himself, a portion of his energy has inexplicably vanished. This disappearance is not akin to the routine energy expenditure of a tree. It is as if resources are abruptly lost. Picture a cargo truck transporting supplies along a highway, only for both the truck and its cargo to vanish without a trace, all in batches. Remarkably, this loss amounts to a staggering 13 of total energy intake. Naturally, Lin Ye conducted a thorough investigation. He discovered that this energy loss is not fixed. It fluctuates. During times of heightened awareness, the losses are more substantial, while periods of mental inactivity yield lesser losses. Engaging in thought consumes energy at an alarming rate, sometimes reaching 12 of total energy. Lin Ye aptly dubs this phenomenon the intelligence tax. Quite fitting, isn't it? To think incurs a cost. Moreover, there's a rather considerate tax exemption policy in place. You see, when Lin Ye was still a seed, this burden did not exist. As for who siphons off this energy, Lin Ye has not pondered deeply. Perhaps it is the unseen force that facilitated his transmigration. Some peculiar organism, or even an ancient figure hidden within his mind. It all amounts to the same: he cannot afford to provoke any of them. Since he cannot confront them, why waste energy on contemplation? Each day of survival is a victory. Overthinking merely squanders energy, and he lacks the means to resist. The first lesson of a wage slave is to master the art of feigning ignorance. A lesson Lin Ye learned long ago. With everything arranged, he sets a small alarm for himself. Apart from emergency awakenings triggered by life-threatening situations or unforeseen circumstances, he will not rouse until the component replacement project is completed. After conducting a final check to ensure everything is in order, Lin Ye confidently lowers his consciousness to its minimal power and descends into slumber. Time passes, though he remains unaware. Eventually, a series of subtle fluctuations ripple through the sea of consciousness, gradually rousing Lin Ye from his slumber. Upon awakening, his first task is to discern the cause of his awakening. Discovering that it is due to the completion alarm, he breathes a sigh of relief. The quality of a tree's sleep is remarkably high. How is it that he feels as though he has only just laid down before being called back? Has the entire transformation truly concluded? How long has it been? Let me consult the production log. What on earth? After such a protracted period and such substantial energy expenditure, this is all that has emerged. Lin Ye felt a surge of frustration, accompanied by a tinge of regret. Prior to entering a dormant state, in addition to updating various components, Lin Ye had made a special attempt at self-creation. The material he had long yearned for was the Venus flytrap. It must be said that Lin Ye's fortune was quite remarkable. Among the myriad plants he had previously devoured, there happened to be a specimen of the fly-catching plant. Lin Ye was uncertain whether this was indeed a Venus flytrap. He had never encountered such a thing in his human life, and, naturally, could not recognize it. Yet its genetic information undeniably contained the ability to prey upon and digest insects. Regrettably, this was a rather feeble carnivorous plant. Minuscule in size, capable of preying only on small insects such as ants and bees. Though Lin Ye could utilize it, he felt an inherent incongruity in employing it on himself, his large form juxtaposed with such diminutive capabilities. Thus, after careful consideration, Lin Ye embarked on his first act of self-creation. Due to his limited intellect and fear of disastrous outcomes, he opted for a minor modification. He integrated the components responsible for producing digestive fluids with his own flour, simultaneously equipping it with an array of large and small toxic spines. The method of ensnaring prey was transformed from a constricting approach to one of toxic incapacitation, significantly reducing the likelihood of escape for his quarry. This also minimized the retraction rate of the trap. After all, although the trap would not cause him pain if damaged, repairs would require energy, so it was prudent to avoid damage whenever possible. However, he could never have anticipated the astonishing energy consumption of such a mechanism. The modifications to the other components were completed shortly after Lin Ye's slumber commenced, while the extensive time remaining was consumed in the development of this flower. Even more vexing was its substantial energy requirement for daily sustenance. Although it was not as alarming as during its creation, it still demanded far more than the other components. Consequently, aside from the energy needed for basic activities, nearly all surplus energy was absorbed by the flower, leaving Lin Ye stagnant in growth. Thus, his frustration intensified after assessing the energy consumption necessary for maintaining it. Yet, as misfortune often comes in pairs, just as Lin Ye began to accept the reality of his predicament, he sensed an even more dire message. Winter was approaching. Plants are far more sensitive to seasonal changes than he had previously imagined. After all, they truly rely on the whims of nature for sustenance. That be why perceiving the external soil and air, combined with the vast information in his consciousness, Lin Ye concluded that winter was imminent. Winter, the season of decay, necessitated warmth not only for animals but also for plants. Furthermore, as immobile beings, they could not nestle in cozy shelters like animals or migrate to warmer locales. They could only endure the harshness of their environment. Simultaneously, due to winter's climate and temperatures, sunlight and moisture would drastically diminish. Thus, with the exception of a few special species, most plants would opt to shed their leaves and enter dormancy to conserve energy. Consequently, to maintain warmth, plants would produce copious amounts of antifreeze substances and thicken their cell walls in advance. Lin Ye was no exception, particularly as he was merely a 20-centimeter tall seedling that if he wished to survive the winter, he needed to prepare much earlier, ideally starting now. However, the current predicament was that, as a newly established tree, he was in a rapid growth phase with no savings to speak of. Furthermore, having taken a significant leap by introducing a cash-draining production line, he had exhausted his resources before confirming any output. This left his factory's expansion stagnated, even impacting regular production that a financial crisis loomed. Without savings, how could the factory possibly sustain itself? Lin Ye felt overwhelmed. He was now relying solely on the scant income from the few leaves overhead. Should they fall, it would spell doom for him. What to do? What to do? Damn! I am truly cursed. What a foolish endeavor this flower has been. Of no warmth during winter, and now, winter is upon us. Lin Ye was both furious and regretful. Logically, survival should take precedence, necessitating the abandonment of this costly trap flower, yet having expended so much energy on it, relinquishing it felt like a waste of hard-earned effort. He understood the principle of sunk costs well enough, yet parting with it was a heart-wrenching decision. It is easier said than done to sever ties with something. Never mind, I shall keep it for now. In this situation, one more is hardly a burden. Currently, with empty pockets, conserving resources seemed futile. The meager income from his leaves was insufficient. Hence, to break this impasse, he could only choose to expand his sources of income. Income, the trap flower could barely count, but for now, it would remain, in hopes of catching a few insects. What else could he do? Lin Ye began a brainstorming session, attempting to apply the knowledge he had gleaned from the human world. What means of acquiring wealth exist in the plant realm? Wealth? Ah, yes, there was indeed a way. Lin Ye suddenly recalled a plant he had seen in discussions of humans and nature. Cuscuta is quite renowned. In the human world, the dried mature seeds of Cuscuta are commonly used in traditional medicine, known for their ability to nourish the liver and kidneys, reinforce vitality, support pregnancy, enhance vision, and alleviate diarrhea. In essence, it could treat impotence. It is well known that men are particularly concerned with substances that possess such effects, especially those who indulge in writing or reading novels, each one more fantastical than the last. Of course, Lin Ye did not recall it due to its ability to treat impotence. Having transformed into a tree, he was devoid of such desires. His interest lay in the fact that Cuscuta belonged to a unique category of parasitic plants. This begs the question, what exactly is a parasitic plant? Parasitic plants are a class of special flora that depend on other plants for nutrients and water. In simpler terms, they survive by parasitizing other plants. Thriving through theft. This is the perfect union of interests. Lin Ye was immensely pleased. With empty pockets, he could simply steal. How much could he gain through his own absorption? Direct plundering was the true path to wealth. There were no authorities here. What could be faster than robbing and pillaging? Even more splendidly, Lin Ye could adopt a strategy of sustainable development. For the plants he parasitized, he would only absorb a small portion daily, ensuring their growth remained unaffected while still providing him with an income, as long as they did not perish. Lin Ye would enjoy a steady stream of resources, though his energy would diminish significantly in the short term. He could compensate with quantity. Once the numbers increased, the energy would follow. It was a straightforward means to escape the identity of a mere worker. As for morality, he was a tree. What need had he for morality? Even if he did, so what? After all, Lin Ye was hardly a virtuous tree. Having discovered a path forward, Lin Ye wasted no time in searching his information repository for traces of Cuscuta. Unfortunately, among the plants he had eradicated, not only was there no Cuscuta, but also no other parasitic plants. Thus, from this moment forth, he would expand without restraint. Lin Ye made a resolute decision that he was acutely aware of his current predicament. The only salvation lay in acquiring the parasitic abilities of the host plant. Anything else would be futile. Without this, he would surely perish come winter. In the ensuing days, Lin Ye relinquished most of the laboriously installed components he had previously changed. He withdrew their energy output, allowing them to wither and die. Instead, he channeled all his energy into the expansion of his root system. Unlike before, Lin Ye refrained from predefining a range and no longer aimed to bloom everywhere for comprehensive absorption. He first abandoned the vast root network he had cultivated and then, centered around the main root, sent forth smaller lateral roots in 8 cardinal directions. From each lateral root, even smaller ones would extend at intervals, and so forth. Any plant encountered, barring those that were insurmountable, would be swiftly strangled on the spot. There was no need to return the energy. It would directly transform into resources to support the advancing root army. He executed a policy of sustaining war through warfare. Under Lin Ye's almost frenzied expansion strategy, his root empire aggressively spread outward at an astonishing pace. However, despite its seemingly vast reach, it was ultimately a house of cards. Sustained solely by the spoils of battle, Lin Ye possessed no surplus energy for growth. Any minor issue, such as the impending winter disaster, could lead to a total collapse. As time passed, the number of plants Lin Ye devoured grew exponentially, and the information in his repository became increasingly comprehensive, revealing numerous powerful functions that stirred the heart of the tree. Yet, Lin Ye had no time to attend to these matters, as the cold air gradually encroached. The parasitic plant he sought remained elusive. Alas, am I truly courting my own demise? At this moment, Lin Ye felt the brutal reality of nature keenly. Reckless experimentation was indeed perilous. However, fortune often arrives unannounced. While Lin Ye grappled with whether to reclaim the trapped flowers to extend his life, he discovered the daughter vine. It was a dandelion on the brink of withering to save itself. After devouring this dandelion, Lin Ye's root system conveyed 2 gene sequences. Upon inspection, Lin Ye's heart steadied. Sure enough, upon analyzing the information, one of the sequences was precisely the daughter vine he had longed for. At last, he had found it. Lin Ye was so moved he felt tears welling up. Faced with the threat of life itself, he had no choice but to gamble everything, burdened by immense psychological pressure. The sensation of being utterly powerless, relying solely on luck, was profoundly disheartening. Lin Ye had truly learned his lesson this time, but he vowed never again to act so recklessly. If he failed, he would simply try again. Nonetheless, regardless of the circumstances, he had finally found his life-saving grace. As winter loomed, Lin Ye dared not hesitate. He commenced the loading process without delay. The daughter vine, upon germination, began preparing to parasitize. Initially, it appeared as a colorless filament, one end clinging to soil particles while the other formed a thread-like structure that swirled in the IT would then sway back and forth to smell the chemical signals released by host plants, pinpointing their locations. Upon encountering a suitable host, such as the dandelion, it would immediately entwine itself around it. It secretes a type of pectin to firmly adhere itself. Subsequently, it grows tiny, straw-like appendages that penetrate the host's epidermis, establishing a close connection with the host's tissues. This serves both to anchor itself and to prepare for further nutrient absorption. Once the appendages have thoroughly penetrated the host tissues, some of the daughter vine cells will differentiate into vessels and sieve tubes. These structures will connect with the host's own vessels and sieve tubes, extracting water, inorganic salts, and organic nutrients from the host to sustain its growth and reproduction. Strangely, once the parasitic relationship is established, the tender shoots of the daughter vine that sprout from the soil will wilt and sever their connection to the underground portion, forsaking self-sufficiency in favor of complete reliance on the nutrients and water derived from the host. It becomes an entirely parasitic entity. However, Lin Ye had no intention of replicating this approach. He also did not plan to sever ties with his own roots, as he quite cherished his current arboreal form. Transforming into a parasite would mean sharing both fortune and misfortune with the host, a trade-off unworthy of consideration. Therefore, Lin Ye ultimately chose to inherit only the daughter vine's ability to secrete pectin and its growth appendages, as well as the capacity to connect with sieve tubes and vessels. He also acquired the skill to release and recognize chemical signals. With this ability, Lin Ye could discern which plants had been devoured and which had not, allowing him to nurture the same species of plant that he had consumed for ongoing energy supply. This approach would facilitate sustainable development while simultaneously meeting the data demands of his analytical talent. With the newfound parasitic abilities, Lin Ye initiated an aggressive policy against the plants within his territory. Lovely flowers, your brother has arrived. Although Lin Ye had already eliminated a considerable portion of his neighbors due to his expansion, this was but a trifle in the grand scheme of things. Moreover, he had not exterminated all his neighbors. Some were undeniably stronger than he. Among them were various trees and shrubs, each older and boasting more robust root systems than his own, rendering them beyond his capacity to conquer. Thus, he could only bully the wildflowers and grasses. However, now, these formidable neighbors could serve as perfect hosts. The stronger they were, the greater the energy they harbored, and the less likely they were to perish. The longer the host survived, the more benefits Lin Ye would reap. Having previously established a foundation, virtually all surviving plants within Lin Ye's domain bore his lateral roots. Thus, it took little effort or time for Lin Ye to successfully embed his lateral roots into these powerful neighbors and commence his siphoning. With winter approaching, the plants had already ceased their growth, amassing energy in preparation for the cold season. Now, this bounty fell into the hands of Lin Ye, the thief, with the voluntary support of his neighbors. Lin Ye swiftly regained his vitality, diligently preparing for winter by secreting cold-resistant substances and thickening cell walls, AS for shedding leaves and abandoning the trap flowers. Lin Ye selectively overlooked those matters. Preposterous, with so many allies supporting him, why would he relinquish any resources? He would keep them all. After all, what was energy to Lin Ye? He could afford it. Certainly, while boasting may be easy, Lin Ye has quietly reduced his energy output. With winter upon us, the neighbors are struggling as well. It is one thing to pilfer their relief rations, but to squander them is truly excessive, should he inadvertently cause the demise of his neighbors. Lin Shushu would not be far from his own end. Having finally addressed this life-threatening matter, Lin Ye could at last set his mind at ease. However, for now, this is where it must cease. Within the bounds of not harming his neighbors, Lin Ye can accomplish no more. Any aspirations for growth or expansion are, at this juncture, impractical. Furthermore, the winter environment is indeed unsuitable. Thus, it is time to rest. Perhaps influenced by his botanical nature, after resolving the peril to his existence, Lin Ye felt a wave of drowsiness wash over him. Observing the lack of other activities and in a bid to conserve energy, he surrendered to this fatigue, arranging his body to execute a low-efficiency maintenance program. Following the instinctual call, he succumbed to slumber, aligning himself with the hibernation of his neighbors. Shortly after Lin Ye fell asleep, a delicate layer of snow blanketed the ground above. The onset of winter was quite sudden for Lin Ye. However, for the myriad of beings that have thrived on this land for countless years, the arrival of winter is a well-ingrained knowledge that, in contrast to Lin Ye's haste, other flora and fauna appear unfazed. Aside from a few unfortunate souls claimed by the harsh winter, most creatures manage to endure within their winter dwellings. During his slumber, Lin Ye awakened several times, but only to ascertain his own condition and confirm that his neighbors were faring well before drifting back into sleep once more. Winter is, after all, a season suited for rest. In the biting cold, what could be more blissful than curling up at home and sleeping? In the midst of silence, Lin Ye safely weathered his first winter as a tree. It is indeed fortunate. Although most animals have already stocked up on provisions for the winter by late autumn, there are always those seeking to scavenge for food amid the pristine white snow. Lin Ye, being a short plant adorned with over a dozen green leaves and even a large flower during winter, serves as an ideal food source. Yet remarkably, Lin Ye remained undetected, perhaps due to his diminutive stature, which allowed him to be buried beneath the snow. Nonetheless, it cannot be denied that Lin Ye's luck is extraordinary. Had he been discovered by herbivores such as deer, the portion of him above ground would likely have been entirely devoured. Lin Ye's awakening this time was prompted by the influx of moisture from the melting snow, signaling the end of winter and the imminent arrival of early spring. Upon waking, he promptly examined his condition. Fortunately, despite being buried in snow for so long, the support from his neighbors ensured that he emerged unscathed. Although several months had passed without growth, he had at least survived. After tending to his own needs, Lin Ye shifted his focus to the hosts he had parasitized. Truth be told, the state of his neighbors post-winter was less than favorable. Than on one hand, the winter stillness had rendered them devoid of income. On the other, and perhaps more significantly, it was due to Lin Ye's parasitic siphoning. With everyone already struggling due to unemployment, having a thief come daily to pilfer their resources made their plight even more dire. Fortunately, Lin Ye exhibited restraint. While he had exacerbated the poverty of his already struggling neighbors, he had not gone too far. Ultimately, all the neighbors he had parasitized successfully survived the winter. Lin Ye could sense their willpower beginning to awaken. This ability was acquired post-parasitism. Upon completing the process, Lin Ye discovered that he could slightly sense the intentions of his host. It dawned on him that plants possess souls too. However, it is possible that either his perception is limited or that the souls of plants are inherently simple. Their will is rather straightforward and pure, consisting of scattered instinctual signals, lacking any coherent structure. Its sole function seems to be to inform Lin Ye of their current states: healthy, active, ill, or weak. Yet this is sufficient. For instance, at present, the predominant signals from his neighbor's newly awakened wills are a series of weakness signals. Naturally, Lin Ye ceased further extraction, allowing them the time to regain their strength, although he temporarily lost a significant source of energy. With winter ending, Lin Ye could still manage to sustain his malformed body's low-power operations through the blood supply from a few robust neighbors and his own energy conversion. However, that was the extent of it. At this moment, Lin Ye's subterranean root empire had grown quite vast. Daily maintenance to prevent root rot alone constituted a considerable expenditure. The remaining few conduits for blood supply, combined with his recently restored intake, barely sufficed. Lin Ye still had no surplus energy for growth. While striving to maintain stability, Lin Ye began to direct his attention toward the trap flower perched atop his branches. Creating this contraption nearly led to his demise. Now that he had come this far, he could only hope it would indeed prove effective. Otherwise, all his suffering would have been in vain. Of course, as an immobile plant, Lin Ye was powerless to do much. He could only allocate a small portion of energy to the cash flower, aiding it in regaining vitality, enabling it to produce nectar and toxins for normal function, supported by the melting snow's accumulated water. Lin Ye's hosts gradually regained their strength, shedding their winter defenses and sprouting new shoots. With fresh branches and leaves, they were able to generate income once more. Gradually, Lin Ye's reserves began to swell. With more energy at his disposal, Lin Ye allocated the majority to revitalize the tree roots, while the rest was funneled into the trap flower. This creation is a veritable money pit, necessitating a copious input of energy to sustain its trapping activities. As Lin Ye's energy flowed into it, the large white flower at the tip of his branches began to secrete copious amounts of sweet nectar. Yet, perhaps due to the recent end of winter, even after several days of operating at full power, Lin Ye had yet to attract any insects. He began to doubt whether this creation was indeed functional. How could it be that after so many days, not a single creature had been lured? Although he had made modifications, they were not substantial. Could it truly be inoperative? Surely not. After all the effort he had expended, nearly risking his own life, only to be told it wouldn't work. How cruel! If Lin Ye had the capacity for expression, one could see the tightly furrowed brows he bore at that moment. Nevertheless, despite his doubts, he did not reduce his investment in the trap flower. Having already committed so much, withdrawing now would mean an undeniable loss. It was better to continue investing. The principle was sound. Lin Ye was determined not to be swayed by superstition. Of course, this resolve was not influenced by the fact that the energy was not derived from his own labors. With Lin Ye's support, the white flower atop the tree flourished even more vibrantly, and the aroma of the nectar grew increasingly sweet. Finally, the heavens did not forsake the diligent tree. Lin Ye's efforts bore fruit. An eager bee arrived. Upon sensing the movement on his petals, Lin Ye was elated. I knew it would come. Lin Ye, shall not fail. Regardless of whether the capture would be successful, at least his trap flower's allure was undeniable. Naturally, Lin Ye did not dare to act rashly. If success was possible, it would be best to allow it to unfold naturally. Lin Ye watched with anticipation. The scout bee descended upon his flower, extending its proboscis to sip the nectar. Truth be told, although the flower Lin Ye engineered may lack in aesthetics, the quality of its nectar was undeniably high. The energy concentration provided far exceeds that of ordinary plants, bestowing an almost ethereal enhancement to the nectar. Although it may not rank as the premier nectar within the hive due to its size, it is undeniably of superior quality. The little bees indulge in the nectar. They quietly leave behind unique markings that are characteristic of their colony. Upon discovering this exquisite nectar, one can only imagine the pride they would feel upon returning home. Yet, unbeknownst to them, the nectar, though delightful, harbors a deadly toxin. Lin Ye is a tree that plays by no rules. Unlike other trees, which might exert effort to catch insects without disturbing the nectar, Lin Ye has no need for pollination or reproduction. His sole purpose in flowering is to ensnare insects. Hence, he disregards the norms and directly poisons the nectar. The unsuspecting young bee, unaware of the treacherous heart of the tree, drinks to its fill only to find itself unable to move when it decides to return home. In its final moments, it recalls the oft-repeated words of the veteran bees. When foraging for nectar, strive to collect from marked flowers. Exercise caution with unmarked ones, remembering the mark it left behind. The little bee sheds tears of regret. Alas, not only does it face its demise, but also inadvertently endangers the other bees in its colony. Lin Ye, oblivious to the intricate psychological turmoil of the tiny bee, simply revels in the success of his trap flower scheme. By analyzing plants, he can unveil the genetic information left by their ancestors within their genes. What wonders might he uncover by analyzing insects or even animals? Lin Ye is filled with anticipation, convinced that this analysis will yield delightful surprises. Thus, the process of consumption begins. Once he perceives the bee in the center of the flower has ceased all movement, Lin Ye commands his trap flower to secrete digestive fluids, initiating the digestion and absorption of his first meat meal. The digestion process is painstakingly slow compared to the efficiency with which plants absorb nutrients. It is exponentially slower. For a bee of such diminutive size, it takes Lin Ye a full 3 days to complete the digestion. This is considered swift, as a proper carnivorous plant would require at least a week. After thoroughly digesting the bee, the parsing talent finally commences. Throughout the process, Lin Ye remains vigilant. Thanks to the operation of this talent, he can see that the nutrients derived from the bee's decomposition have been divided into 3 distinct forms of energy. The largest portion is a rather ordinary nutrient energy, indistinguishable from what he would obtain by decomposing plants. However, despite being the largest, its quantity is still scant, even less than that of a dandelion. Lin Ye merely glances at it before losing interest. What truly captivates him are the other 2 forms of energy extracted from a bee. Lin Ye speculates that perhaps his premonition lies within these 2 unique energies. Indeed, they are but strands. If the nutrient energy from the bee could fill a cup, then the other two energies are merely the size of a single strand of hair, so fine that one might overlook them without careful observation. One strand is red, and the other is white. Upon separation, they diverge, meandering through Lin Ye's body along the flow of his energy. Lin Ye. Their movements feel entirely different. He attempts to exert control over the red strand using his consciousness. It shows no resistance, readily accepting Lin Ye's will. He feels as though he could merge it with any part of his body. In contrast, the white strand behaves quite differently, akin to a tourist indifferent to Lin Ye's presence, drifting aimlessly within his body without regard for him. Fine, you're impressive, Lin Ye concedes, though he is irked. Yet he has no recourse, and thus he shifts his focus to the obedient red energy, with no means to expel the unruly white energy, which causes him discomfort. He resolves to concentrate on the compliant red one. Life, after all, is like a relentless endeavor. When one cannot resist, acceptance may lead to unforeseen pleasures, compared to the obstinate white energy. The red energy resembles a dutiful eldest son, readily following Lin Ye's directives. Delighted, Lin Ye urges the red energy to circulate within his body before deciding to merge it. Uncertain of the benefits of this fusion, he directs it to one of the branches at the top of his tree. Though the red energy is compliant, the outcome of its absorption remains uncertain. Experimenting on a branch minimizes potential negative effects. Should danger arise, he could easily sever the branch to ensure his survival. As Lin Ye commands the fusion with the selected branch, the red energy encounters no resistance, seamlessly integrating into the chosen branch as though it has always belonged there. Observing closely, Lin Ye notes the changes in the branch. Under his scrutiny, the branch appears magnified, revealing intricate details. Soon enough, he identifies the precise spot where the red energy has fused. Though the area is minuscule, merely the size of a pinhole, Lin Ye detects something extraordinary. The strength of the fused branch has seemingly increased. Upon further examination at a microscopic level, he observes that the cells within this area appear as though they have undergone evolution, exhibiting greater vitality, size, resilience, and strength. If one were to draw an analogy, it would be akin to transforming from a sedentary individual into a muscular athlete. Thus, the energy's effect is to enhance physical strength. Lin Ye's eyes gleam with excitement. What a treasure for a tree that cannot move! What could be more vital than physical strength? Strength signifies defense. Unable to flee, he must endure threats head-on. The only means of survival is to fortify his physical resilience. With sufficient hardness, he need not fear unforeseen calamities. You dare to break me. He need not dread creatures that gnaw at his roots. Should they attempt to do so, their teeth would shatter. How fortunate that this trap flower has proven to be a gamble worth taking. As a tree, Lin Ye's only path to becoming sturdier typically lies in the passage of time. He must grow large enough to attain a formidable hardness to escape danger. Yet now, the red energy reveals a glimmer of hope for a shortcut. This concerns his very life. How could he possibly remain indifferent? Though there remains a disobedient white energy, Lin Ye believes that the mere presence of this red energy is sufficient to satisfy him. Thus, he chuckles. Hey, little insects, for the sake of my life, I apologize, having tasted the sweetness of success. Lin Ye turns his gaze directly towards the insects. Bees, moths, ants, butterflies, and the like, all become his targets. It's not that Lin Ye is unwilling to capture other insects. Rather, his nectar can only entice these particular creatures. To acquire more red energy, he must prepare on two fronts. 1, to increase his size, and 2, to augment the number of his trap flowers. Growth in size is imperative. Lin Ye cannot remain so diminutive forever. A small tree is prone to premature demise. Furthermore, the number of trap flowers he can cultivate depends on the tree's size, as there must be space for growth. Achieving these two objectives requires a common resource, energy. Lin Ye has already devised a plan. It is well known that Lin Ye's neighbors are benevolent trees, temporarily borrowing some energy from them for urgent needs. He believes they will have no objections that he asks for repayment. Why should he, Lin, repay the energy borrowed through his own merit? Consequently, Lin Ye discreetly raised the tax collected from his host by 10%. Neighbors, you must strive. My future depends on your diligent efforts. Under Lin Ye's exorbitant taxation policy, his size finally experienced the explosive growth befitting his current stage. Essentially, he transformed daily, with lush leaves and flowers adorning his branches that were inconsistent with his age. However, these blossoms exhibited a slight peculiarity as the climate warmed. Lin Ye's trap flower initiative also attracted more clientele, particularly the bee clan. Lin Ye found it curious that these bees seemed particularly fond of his vicinity. Managing to capture 2 or 3 daily, a certain bee, beaten by its kin in the netherworld, lamented, "Woe is me, I am truly sorry." Regardless, Lin Ye joyfully enhanced his strength through the selfless contributions of these little creatures. In the span of merely a month, Lin Ye grew from 20 centimeters to over 1.5 meters in height. Though he still appeared somewhat pathetic, he could at least muster a modicum of self-defense. Notably, the white energy discovered during the dissection of the first bee had not been encountered again after dissecting other insect species. It only seemed to emerge when bees were involved. After a month, Lin Ye had accumulated over 20 strands of this unruly white energy. Yet as before, these strands refused to heed his commands, merely swirling within his body. Lin Ye's intuition told him that this white energy was extraordinary. After all, rarity confers value. The robust red energy could be extracted from every insect, while the white energy, even scarcer, must be even more remarkable. Unfortunately, its utility remained elusive, and he could not expel it as nothing appeared amiss. Lin Ye chose to disregard it. Absorbing the red energy instead, he allowed the white entities to exist as they willed. Thus, after 3 months of diligent development, Lin Ye's height reached over 3 meters. Nearing 4, he had surpassed the normal height expected after 10 months. Moreover, after 3 months of relentless insect hunting and red energy absorption, his physical strength now far exceeded that of trees his age. Even when compared to those gifted individuals, he was more than adequate, of course. Lin Ye's progress did not end there. With the changing seasons and the revival of warmth, plants gradually regained vitality, beginning to absorb nutrients and grow rapidly. Lin Ye was no exception. However, his growth was not characterized by traditional self-sufficiency. Instead, he expanded his root system underground in a frenzied manner, simultaneously preying on unexplored plants to gather data, while continuously parasitizing stronger plants for nutrients. Presently, Lin Ye no longer deigned to consider the smaller flowers and grasses as hosts. His sights were set on larger trees and shrubs. During this period, his underground territory had reached astonishing proportions, completely enveloping the grassy patch where Lin Ye was born and beginning to encroach upon the surrounding forest. Naturally, Lin Ye's expansion could only reach this point for now. The disparity between his above-ground and below-ground size had grown to an absurd degree. A 2 or 3 meter tree had roots that encompassed over 100 square meters of the subterranean realm. Strong roots radiated outward from Lin Ye, securing themselves in powerful plants to siphon their energy. As the difference between his above-ground and underground size became excessive, Lin Ye realized that he was losing control over his roots. If he continued, he might forfeit dominion over them. Additionally, having officially connected with the forest periphery, he had already encountered the formidable nature of those older beings. The towering trees of the forest were not the diminutive karami he had previously known. Their root systems were equally developed and robust. In fact, due to their age, they were often even stronger than Lin Ye's roots. While Lin Ye's area of coverage was extensive, he could not compete with them in terms of strength. Thus, Lin Ye understood that it was time to halt the expansion of his root army. Push forward now would not only risk losing control, but could also provoke retaliation from the older trees outside. Entering the domain of these powerful beings would not be easy. It would require first enduring a considerable beating. Nevertheless, Lin Ye's current host population had reached a sufficient quantity, more than enough to sustain his growth for an extended period. Therefore, he refrained from recklessness, dutifully ceasing expansion and focusing on gradual development. In the ensuing period, Lin Ye's pace of life was remarkably tranquil. Each day, he exerted himself to mobilize the red energy he had decomposed to enhance his form while tirelessly organizing the plant information he had collected in his consciousness. This phase of expansion was considerably more intense than before, resulting in a wealth of information that Lin Ye needed to meticulously organize and digest. After 5 months, Lin Ye finally celebrated his first birthday as a tree. At this juncture, he had grown to nearly 5 meters tall. His accelerated development had transformed him into a rather impressive tree. After extensive insect capture, Lin Ye had successfully reinforced his trunk, achieving significant growth and fortification. He felt a long-awaited sense of security. Though he remained immobile, he was no longer a mere plaything for any random creature. With his life safeguarded, he could devote more thought to other matters. Consequently, Lin Ye turned his attention to the white energy within him. For reasons unknown, he sensed that this energy had become somewhat lively since the arrival of a new strand yesterday, showing signs of clustering together. Lin Ye had always kept a watchful eye on these capricious entities, and upon noticing their activity, he instinctively looked over. Meanwhile, in the external world, layers of dark clouds had gathered above Lin Ye's reborn tree. Their presence unannounced, strands of lightning flickered within the clouds, accompanied by intermittent thunderous roars. Boom! Boom! Amidst the rolling thunder, a powerful pressure descended from the sky, compelling all beings on the ground to bow their heads. Lin Ye felt this pressure most acutely. It seemed as if the entire thundercloud had converged for his sake, and the immense atmospheric weight was heaviest at his position in that moment. Lin Ye was nearly paralyzed with fear. What on earth is happening? Have I violated some celestial decree? Although Lin Ye was unable to hear the thunder due to his lack of ears, plants possess their own means of recognizing climatic changes. Such overt hostility could only lead Lin Ye to associate it with divine retribution from mythological tales. Yet, is it not the case that divine punishment typically befalls those heinously wicked monsters? What sin has Lin committed to warrant such calamity? Surely, absorbing a bit of energy from the neighbor and vanquishing a few hundred insects cannot justify such a fate. It seems excessive, does it not? Sir, however, the might of the heavens would heed no defense from Lin Ye. Regardless of his protests, the oppressive force from the outside world not only remained unabated, but grew increasingly formidable. The lightning within the clouds became ever more pronounced. Clearly on the verge of striking that moment, Lin Ye was not idle. He was diligently drawing energy from all his hosts to converge it towards his own essence, though uncertain of its efficacy. It was all he could do. While siphoning energy, Lin Ye also noticed the still, white energy within him. Glaring at this source of his woes, Lin Ye seethed with indignation. So, you intend to use me as a shield against disaster, do you? You summon the divine wrath and expect me to bear it. While you remain unscathed, I knew all along that this was no benevolent force. It truly infuriates me, despite his fury directed at the white liquid that had summoned the thunderous wrath. Lin Ye found himself at a loss, compelled to gather energy with all his might. Regardless of its usefulness, at least it brought him some solace. As Lin Ye poured all his strength into consolidating energy. A resounding cry akin to a phoenix's call echoed from the heavens. Had anyone been present, they would have witnessed the sudden appearance of a colossal purple eagle, gracefully circling the flickering storm clouds. Behind it trailed waves of purple lightning, resembling serpentine forms, appearing and vanishing in a continuous dance. Boom! At that moment, a tremendous roar erupted from the jungle below. A tree trunk, as wide as a bowl, was uprooted along with its crown and soil, launching directly towards the purple eagle in the sky. Unfazed by the sudden assault of the tree, the purple eagle's eyes flashed with electric brilliance, transforming into a bolt of purple lightning. Whoosh! It swiftly sliced through the center of the trunk. Boom! Crack! Accompanied by the sound of splintering branches, the rushing tree trunk shattered into countless electrified meteors, scattering in all directions. The purple eagle, however, was no less formidable. After dispatching the incoming tree, it clapped its wings together, unleashing a deep purple lightning bolt towards the spot from which the tree had come. Boom! With a resounding explosion. The flora and fauna at the target site were obliterated, reduced to splinters and ash, drifting through the air. Roar! Subsequently, a colossal, earth-toned ape, resembling a heavy-duty truck, leaped from the billowing smoke and debris, raising fists the size of round tables. It aimed to strike at the soaring eagle. Although the eagle was momentarily taken aback by the stone ape's sudden attack, it remained composed. Simply flapping its wings, it evaded the ape's onslaught and retaliated with another bolt of purple lightning. The stone ape, unable to maneuver in midair, clapped its palms together, forming a massive yellow wall to shield its head and eyes. Rumble! The ape was directly struck down to the ground by the lightning, raising a cloud of dust. The purple eagle, eager to capitalize on this opportunity, prepared to launch another lightning strike. Yet at that moment, it abruptly halted, directing its gaze towards another location below. There a jet-black giant python had stealthily coiled, its serpentine eyes glinting coldly, fixated on the purple eagle above, clearly poised for a surprise attack. Sensing this lurking threat, the eagle's eyes flashed with wariness, promptly ceasing its charge and soaring higher into the sky. Circling in place, the black python, realizing its ambush had failed, shifted its focus towards the spot where the stone ape had fallen. Observing the lingering dust, it wasted no time, flicking its tail to uproot a small tree and launching it into the haze. With the python's force propelling it, the small tree shot forth like a giant arrow, swiftly piercing the center of the dust cloud, shrouded in an ominous black mist, giving it an eerie appearance. Boom! As gusts of air swept through, the previously dense dust was dispersed, revealing the scene behind. There stood the earth-toned giant ape, clutching the small tree that the black python had sent, coldly glaring at the distant serpent. Recently struck down by lightning, it might appear disheveled, yet aside from a few slightly curled strands of fur on its arms, it remained unscathed. The black python's attack had been effortlessly intercepted by its single hand. Crack roar! The stone ape seemed agitated, snapping the small tree flung by the black python and pummeling its own chest with its massive fists. Boom! Boom! As the ape struck, waves of earth-toned light began to swirl around its fists, unleashing torrents of energy outward. The black python, sensing the shift, hastily coiled its body once more. Simultaneously, it exhaled a cloud of black mist, enveloping itself in concealment. The purple eagle's wing tips crackled with deep purple lightning. The entire battlefield poised for conflict. Roar! Awoo! Just then, the simultaneous roars of a tiger and wolf echoed from a nearby location. The previously tense atmosphere was abruptly shattered as the purple eagle, stone ape, and black python all turned their attention towards the sources of the sounds. Soon after, amidst the flurry of branches and leaves, 3 azure wolves, exuding a vibrant aura, and a tempestuous azure tiger burst forth from the thicket. Upon witnessing the gathering of these formidable creatures, their eyes glimmered with vigilance, their forms adopting defensive stances, their auras intensifying. In contrast to the previous environment of hostility, the presence of 5 influential beings brought a semblance of harmony to the scene. Though tension still lingered, none dared to strike first, wary of being outmaneuvered by another beast. Perhaps they were all awaiting something. What they awaited, Lin Ye did not know, nor did he care to. In fact, he remained blissfully ignorant of the tumult unfolding outside. While the battle raged with fervor, Lin Ye was completely unaware. Though plants possessed their own intricate systems of information gathering, at that moment he was engulfed in divine wrath, fixated solely on the impending thunderstorm. With little room to contemplate anything else, his singular desire was to survive the impending lightning strike. Rumble! The thunder grew increasingly deafening. The pressure weighing upon Lin Ye's heart intensified. Can I truly withstand this? A sense of trepidation clouded his thoughts. At this juncture, he had no choice. The storm clouds offered him none. Finally, after a protracted build-up, the roiling storm clouds completed their final preparations with a resounding crash. A deep purple lightning bolt erupted from the clouds, transforming into a column as thick as an arm, descending directly towards Lin Ye below. Witnessing the impending strike, the 5 beasts, positioned in various directions, simultaneously tensed, their eyes narrowing. In unison, they gathered energy upon their bodies, forming protective shields of diverse hues. Boom! With no obstruction, the lightning column pierced directly through Lin Ye, penetrating his entire being. In the brilliance of the lightning, Lin Ye seemed to transform into a purple thunder tree, pulsating with radiant light. Yet the power of the thunder was not merely confined to him. Under the immense force of the lightning, the surrounding plants also suffered dire consequences. Every living organism within a 3-meter radius was instantaneously reduced to charred remains. Given the devastation wrought upon everything nearby, Lin Ye found that his own preparations had been in vain. He had thought himself ready. Yet in truth, he barely lasted a moment. The instant the lightning descended upon him, his vision darkened, and he slipped into a deep slumber as the fury of the thunder enveloped him. Lin Ye's form, along with his roots, was swiftly reduced to blackened charcoal, fragmenting into pieces. In the end, only a trace of vitality remained at the heart of the tree where the seed first sprouted. However, this flicker of life was exceedingly limited, resembling a mere whisper of existence on the brink of demise. Meanwhile, the white droplets of energy that had originally resided within Lin Ye's trunk had silently migrated to this very spot, spinning restlessly as if evading the relentless pursuit of thunder. Yet at this moment, with Lin Ye gone, where could they possibly hide? There was no escape left. The purple lightning showed no hesitation. It sought the source and struck without further ado. In this unavoidable predicament, the energy droplets were instantaneously struck by the lightning. The might of the heavens was ferocious. In an instant, the energy droplets, which Lin Ye could do nothing to protect, were shattered into wisps of white smoke. It seemed that the thunderclouds had fulfilled their purpose. After the energy droplets were dispersed, they ceased their bombardment. Shortly thereafter, even the thunderclouds dissipated, leaving behind a flurry of purple lightning serpents and a patch of charred earth at the center. Faced with these erratically darting purple lightning serpents, the colossal beasts encircling them recoiled in terror, not only retreating a distance, but also maintaining their energy shields to ward off the lightning's assault. Only the purple lightning eagle, which had descended at an unknown time, remained stationary, gradually absorbing minute traces of electricity. However, judging by its grimacing expression, it was evidently not a pleasant experience. Nevertheless, the 5 great beasts, even the grimacing lightning eagle, fixed their gazes intently on the spot where Lin Ye had once stood, seemingly awaiting something. Meanwhile, the protagonist Lin Ye was plunged into a profound slumber, with his entire form ravaged by the lightning. Only a small fragment of the heart of the tree remained to bear his final consciousness and soul. Although he had succumbed to a deep sleep, his instincts took over, and the diminutive heart of the tree fought valiantly to rescue Lin Ye from the brink of death. The foremost task was to absorb the dispersing white mist of energy that had been shattered by the lightning. Through the tireless efforts of the heart of the tree, the white mist transformed into serpentine forms, swiftly devoured by the heart, along with traces of the thunderous power that had diffused into the air. Under the heart's relentless endeavor, within a short time, every last wisp of white mist was consumed. Subsequently, the heart of the tree seemed to undergo a remarkable transformation, emitting a powerful gravitational pull that drew in all surrounding energy. The 5 colossal beasts appear to be unfazed by this phenomenon, relying on their size advantage, remaining still, merely maintaining their energy shields as they awaited the metamorphosis of the small tree at the center. Under the heart's influence, various energies rapidly converged towards the center, and before long, an invisible vortex quietly formed, continually expanding. The heart of the tree seemed to know no concept of refusal, absorbing every form of energy that approached, including the life energy from the surrounding flora and the rampant lightning serpents. As time passed, the vortex grew larger, its reach extending ever wider. Finally, after approximately 10 minutes, the heart of the tree seemed to have absorbed sufficient energy and began its final transformation that a pale purple bud quietly emerged from the heart. Unfurling in the wind, it grew at an astonishing rate, visibly expanding until it became a small tree of solid purple, continuing to flourish. The moment the purple sapling took shape, the surrounding plants appeared to be drained entirely, turning to ash in succession as time progressed. Lin Ye, now the purple sapling, grew ever larger. Thick, robust roots erupted from the center of the ground, frantically extending outward. It was not until the tree reached a height of 10 meters that it gradually ceased its growth. By this time, all the plants in the vicinity had been completely drained. The once lush meadow had transformed into a desolate wasteland, with only the solitary purple tree standing tall at its center. This majestic tree, from roots to leaves, was a deep shade of purple, its crown casting a shadow that stretched over 50 meters. Moreover, tendrils of electricity flickered intermittently, resembling a magnificent tree of thunder and lightning. As if drawn by the electric currents pulsating from the giant purple tree, a layer of pitch-black thunderclouds gradually gathered above its crown. Delicate bolts of electricity occasionally struck down from the clouds, only to be absorbed by the purple tree. At this juncture, the transformation seemed to be nearing its conclusion. Lin Ye, still in slumber, finally roused from his deep sleep. Am I still alive? Lin Ye awoke, his consciousness still somewhat muddled, instinctively seeking to assess his condition. His astonishment, he truly saw himself. Indeed, it was a genuine sight. Moreover, the visual effect was rather extraordinary. From Lin Ye's perspective, the entire view unfolded, radiating outward in all directions from his center. It extended to the very edges of the meadow, reaching over 100 meters above. What on earth has transpired? When struck by the lightning, Lin Ye had assumed he was doomed. After all, the threat had been palpably real at that moment. He had even sensed the scent of death. Yet now, Lin the tree not only survived but seemed to have undergone a remarkable transformation. Who could he possibly turn to for clarification? Wait, is my consciousness space still intact? Just as this thought crossed Lin Ye's mind, he felt as if a split screen appeared before his eyes. The previous interface of his consciousness space materialized, and the conspicuous light screen remained present. Just as Lin Ye was about to examine the information displayed, a sudden loud noise jolted him back to reality. Boom! Lin Ye turned to see, and he was utterly dumbfounded. Not far away, 7 colossal beasts of varying colors were engaged in a fierce battle. They exchanged blows, energy spiraling chaotically, resulting in a spectacular clash. What in the world is happening? Is this still Blue Star? What are these creatures? Observing the aftermath of the titanic struggle, Lin Ye felt a surge of trepidation. This was undoubtedly no longer Blue Star. There were towering purple eagles, giant apes over 10 meters tall, golden glowing tigers, azure glowing wolves, and a massive black python shrouded in dark mist. And amidst the rampant energy surges, if this were Blue Star, Lin Ye would be better off upside down. Although he had no idea where these behemoths had come from or why they were fighting, Lin Ye understood that it was best to avoid drawing their attention. To be frank, he had no desire to provoke them. Just looking at these giants, their imposing figures and the chaotic energy surges were enough to terrify a tree. However, as the battle progressed, the situation appeared to shift. Apart from the purple giant eagle, the other beasts seemed to falter, their unleashed energy waves noticeably diminishing. Furthermore, Lin Ye noticed that some of the energy around him seemed to be drawn toward the giant eagle. Energy? What energy? It dawned on Lin Ye that since awakening, the energy he sensed while breathing had indeed changed as he observed the battlefield outside, which showed no signs of resolving anytime soon. Lin Ye began to carefully perceive these changes. With all his might, an unusual image formed in his mind. With each breath Lin Ye took, countless white light points separated from the air, intertwining with minute electric serpents that seemed to emerge from nowhere, coalescing into purple light points, which were then absorbed into his being. However, the conversion rate of the purple light points was far quicker than Lin Ye's absorption rate. Consequently, an increasing number of purple light points gathered around him, forming a dense, invisible mist. Within this mist, electric sparks flickered, and the thunderclouds above were born from this phenomenon. The purple giant eagle was drawn to the purple light points that Lin Ye had yet to absorb. What is this? Lin Ye's consciousness remained fixated on those purple light points. Upon being absorbed into his body, they quickly coalesced, forming strands of a familiar purple energy. This energy, why did it resemble the white energy he had previously decomposed? Lin Ye seemed to grasp something, yet he still hesitated to draw any conclusions, choosing instead to continue observing. The gathering purple energy did not meander within Lin Ye's body as the previous white energy had. Instead, it swiftly converged towards a singular point after accumulating. Lin Ye's consciousness followed the movement of the purple energy closely. Before long, it arrived at its ultimate destination, a remarkably mystical purple lightning pattern. Upon reaching this point, the purple energy showed no hesitation and seamlessly merged into the lightning pattern, one strand after another, without the slightest pause. What is this? Lin Ye enveloped the purple lightning pattern with his consciousness. Instantly, he comprehended its function. The purpose of the purple lightning pattern was evidently to grant Lin Ye the ability to wield thunder. Moreover, he discovered another 9 lightning patterns not far from this one. A total of 10 lightning patterns extended from the heart of the tree, reaching towards both the treetop and the roots. However, Lin Ye did not yet perceive any signs of growth in the lightning patterns. The previously absorbed purple energy appeared more akin to charging or replenishing magic. After Lin Ye's consciousness made contact with these lightning patterns, he sensed a profound emptiness within them. Even the lightning patterns that had absorbed purple energy felt this emptiness, while the others, which had yet to awaken, were utterly devoid of energy. Thus, were these lightning patterns merely for energy storage? What then were the purple light dots he had seen earlier? Lightning attribute energy. And what about the initial white light dots? Lin Ye was plagued with many questions. Ever since being struck by lightning, he had been able to separate the primal white energy from the air. This was then transformed into lightning attribute elemental energy by the mysterious purple lightning serpents that seemed to emerge from nowhere. Everything required Lin Ye to explore on his own upon his arrival. There were neither survival guides nor novice introductions. It seemed the only somewhat familiar aspect was the panel in his consciousness space. With a thought, Lin Ye summoned the split screen of his consciousness space. Lin Ye race, purple sky thunder tree rank. First rank lifespan, unknown talent. Analysis reconstruction, thunder wielding, purple sky thunder domain. Oh my goodness, have I evolved? Lin Ye was taken aback that he never expected that after being struck, he would transform into a scion tree. The rank was one thing, but how had the very name of his species changed? Previously, he was merely a tree, and now he was called the purple sky thunder tree. This was no ordinary tree. Furthermore, he had gained 2 additional talent skills. Should he perhaps try out these skills? Lin Ye felt a surge of excitement. No, he thought. There was still a battle raging outside. What if his recklessness attracted attention? Who knew if he could withstand them? Lin Ye quelled his eager thoughts. He had not forgotten that outside, several colossal beasts were locked in combat. If he caused a ruckus, what would happen if he was overwhelmed? If he could hold his own, that would be one thing. But what if he couldn't? That would spell disaster. There was plenty of time to slowly unravel the situation within his body. So Lin Ye withdrew his consciousness and redirected his focus to the external circumstances. After some time, the dynamics of the battle outside had completely reversed. The once evenly matched forces of the 5 colossal beasts had shifted, with the purple giant eagle gradually gaining the upper hand. Thanks to Lin Ye's presence, the area was rich in lightning elements. This creature was replenishing its magic here faster than the others, and, to top it off, it could fly, resembling an ammunition-laden fighter jet. Quite the trickster. The other beasts, however, were suffering due to their mismatched attributes, struggling to replenish their magic. They now appeared increasingly beleaguered. It seemed that the giant eagle was destined to prevail. Though Lin Ye was uncertain why they were fighting, he hoped for a swift resolution or for them to relocate elsewhere. Battling in this vicinity left him feeling quite insecure, watching the great trees shattered into splinters from the battle's aftermath. Lin Ye felt increasingly uneasy. With such destructive power, should it be directed at him, he would surely be reduced to mere fragments, especially that earthy yellow giant ape. What had the tree done to deserve such wrath? It seemed to uproot trees at the slightest whim. However, as he continued to observe, Lin Ye sensed something amiss. It was not that he noticed the other 4 colossal beasts forming an alliance against the purple giant eagle. Rather, he felt that these creatures were drawing closer to him. Were they not supposed to be preoccupied with their own battle? Why were they approaching? Stop! Don't come any closer! As the enormous beasts drew nearer, a sense of foreboding welled up within Lin Ye. Sure enough, mere minutes later, the earthy Yellowstone ape abruptly yanked a small tree, about the size of a bowl, from the ground, crudely stripping it of its branches. Then, it hurled the tree directly at Lin Ye. Lin Ye felt his temper flare. Why were they throwing trees at him amidst their fight? And even more absurdly, upon witnessing the stone ape's aggression towards Lin Ye. The other beasts united to attack the giant eagle soaring above. Despite the giant eagle attempting to intercept the incoming threat, it was thwarted by the other beasts, leaving it helplessly watching as the small tree transformed into a projectile. Hurtling past Lin Ye's branches, the tremendous force transferred from the small tree resulted in a devastating impact, tearing a significant chunk from Lin Ye's trunk. Hiss! Ah! Lin Ye silently roared in frustration. For the first time in ages, he experienced real pain. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Lin Ye understood that these colossal creatures were not merely engaged in a random skirmish. They were evidently intent on eliminating him. The only ally he had was the giant purple eagle. The rest were undeniably foes. Upon seeing Lin Ye wounded, the giant eagle did not disappoint. It let out a piercing cry, unleashed 2 bolts of thunder to scatter the nearby beasts, and then dove towards the stone ape below. Its claws glimmered menacingly, aimed directly at the ape's eyes. The stone ape, recognizing that the giant eagle had set its sights on it, displayed no sign of panic. It raised its left arm to shield its head while its right fist hung at its side, swirling with earthy, yellow energy, clearly preparing a retaliatory strike. Lin Ye wished to caution the giant eagle to be wary. However, lacking any means of communication and unable to act, he could only hope that the eagle retained some sense of reason. Yet, in its current rage, combined with its blind spot, the giant eagle remained oblivious to the stone ape's preparations, maintaining its dive with the intent to pluck out the ape's eyes. Boom! The moment arrived when the diving giant eagle collided with the stone ape, although the stone ape had gathered substantial earthy yellow energy in its raised arm. It was far too drained to withstand the giant eagle-less claws that in the fierce confrontation. A large piece of flesh was torn away, blood splattering everywhere, revealing the robust muscles beneath. Roar! The stone ape howled in agony. Clearly, this injury was significant even for it. However, the stone ape was not to be underestimated. Despite its left arm being incapacitated, its right fist, charged with energy over time, struck with tremendous force. Boom! This well-prepared punch was nothing short of devastating. Although the earthy yellow energy failed to breach the giant eagle's energy shield, the sheer might of the punch still transferred entirely into the eagle's body. Thud! The giant eagle took the full brunt of the blow, instantly spewing forth a mouthful of blood, its body sent soaring high into the sky like a cannonball. Gazing at the indentation upon his chest, it was clear that the injury was quite severe. Witnessing this scene, Lin Ye felt a chill run through him. Thought it was over. His only companion had been rendered incapacitated. What was he to do now? Lin Ye felt utterly miserable. After finally managing to take a vacation, he had inexplicably traversed into another realm. And if that weren't enough, he had transformed into a motionless tree. To make matters worse, he had been struck by lightning. Now, he faced the absurd prospect of being killed without reason. He could not fathom what heinous crime he had committed to warrant such relentless misfortune. Damn it! How much can one endure? Enough is enough. Fueled by rage, Lin Ye wasted no time and activated his newly acquired talent. Purple Sky Thunder Domain. As if struck by divine inspiration, the moment Lin Ye wished to employ this skill, the instructions materialized in his mind. In an instant, the singular lightning mark on his body, which had accumulated half its energy, glowed brilliantly. Subsequently, an immense surge of lightning energy erupted forth, pouring from every pore of Lin Ye's being. But that was only the beginning. It seemed that the elemental energy he expelled triggered a resonance, causing an increasing amount of lightning energy to manifest in the surroundings. In a matter of moments, a layer of pale, purple mist rose in the air. Flashes of electricity danced continuously in the void. With such a gathering of lightning elements, more storm clouds began to converge. Before long, the sky above was shrouded in ominous thunderclouds. The rolling thunder reverberated endlessly as thick bolts of lightning rained down, growing ever more robust as they descended. Each strike created a massive crater upon impact. At this moment, Lin Ye's lightning manipulation skills finally proved their worth. He relentlessly directed the lightning towards the 6 colossal beasts below, particularly aiming at that stone ape. You dare to hurl trees at me, I'll strike you down. Under Lin Ye's command, powerful bolts of lightning relentlessly targeted the monstrous creatures below. They leaped and dodged in a frenzied attempt to evade the onslaught. However, Lin Ye was aware of his own limitations. Although the beasts appeared to be in disarray, they were, in reality, unscathed. His wild strikes, despite their impressive display, lacked precision. The speed of these creatures made it exceedingly difficult to land a hit. Furthermore, with only half the energy stored as lightning mark, he could not maintain the thunder domain for long. Damn it, I'm truly unfortunate. Even while trying to mind my own business, beasts come to torment me. What have I done to deserve this? In that moment, Lin Ye was consumed by a blend of fury and despair. He couldn't comprehend why these beasts were intent on ending his life. The inability to even find a scapegoat left him feeling utterly despondent. Just as he resigned himself to fate, he suddenly noticed something amiss. Why were these frenzied beasts all fixated upwards? Lin Ye followed their gaze, and his heart nearly broke at the sight. The great eagle had returned. Lin Ye felt tears welling up. Just moments before, he had witnessed the giant eagle being sent flying by the stone ape's punch. Blood spraying from its beak, mixed with visceral fragments. After that, he had doubted it would return. After all, they were strangers. It had no reason to risk its life for him. Yet, for reasons unknown, it had come back. What was this? Such loyalty. You say brotherhood is hard to come by. We shall share in each other's trials. Eagle brother, I have no words. If you do not abandon me, I shall recognize you as my sworn brother. However, it was evident that the giant eagle was no fool. It wasn't he returning merely to offer itself as sacrifice. Amidst the tense gazes of the beasts, Lin Ye sensed something was off. The eagle was hovering in midair, and why was the energy of his thunder domain depleting so rapidly? Could it be? As Lin Ye pondered in uncertainty, the giant eagle finally made its move. Caw! It tilted its head and let out a thunderous cry that echoed through the clouds. Then, a blinding white light erupted from its beak, continuously absorbing the surrounding lightning energy and expanding wildly. Unbeknownst to him, the atmosphere around them seemed to thicken. Waves of immense pressure cascaded downwards, whipping up a tempest that swept across the ground. The colossal beasts, sensing the impending doom, lost all composure and fled towards the distant forest. Abandoning Lin Ye in their haste. That moment, Lin Ye understood. The eagle had returned to unleash its ultimate move. In that case, let me lend you my support. Although Lin Ye had expended all his energy, he possessed the talent of lightning manipulation. Under Lin Ye's guidance, bolts of lightning continued to rain down from the storm clouds above, targeting the energy sphere in the eagle's beak. The eagle welcomed the onslaught, absorbing every bolt into the sphere. The waves of energy emanating from it grew, increasingly terrifying. In no time, the sphere expanded to the size of a round table. However, the eagle was beginning to show signs of strain. Blood trickling from its mouth and eyes, its body trembling slightly. Yet it persevered, continuing to gather strength. Only when it could bear no more did it hurl the energy sphere far away, allowing it to plummet from the sky. Boom! The giant eagle's massive form crashed onto the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust. Lin Ye glanced over, relieved to see it still moving, showing signs of life. It was not dead yet. He then turned his attention back to the soaring energy sphere. Due to his limited strength, he could only see it reach the edge of the grassland. Thus, he had no idea what became of the sphere. However, he vaguely saw the sphere split into 6 as it reached the boundary, darting off in different directions. Moments later, 6 deafening explosions followed by anguished roars erupted. It was certain that the energy had coalesced. Lin Ye just didn't know the extent of the effect. Yet, he was confident it wouldn't be light, particularly for that stone ape, which had already lost an arm and had been the loudest in its cries. Regardless, Lin Ye believed these creatures would be too preoccupied to return and pursue him for the time being. Bravo, eagle brother! Watching the thunderous eagle sprawled on the ground like a defeated fowl, Lin Ye felt an overwhelming admiration, akin to a mighty river flowing ceaselessly, or the yellow river surging uncontrollably. If only he could move, he would have bowed in reverence to the eagle. Just look at eagle brother. This is what camaraderie looks like, To protect Lin Ye, it had been battered into this pitiful state yet still returned to deliver a tremendous saving grace. Although Lin Ye was uncertain of the eagle's motives, he couldn't care less. After all, he owed his survival to its intervention. Of course, Lin Ye hoped that the eagle would remain gravely wounded for a while. Recovering slowly, it was not that he was ungrateful. Rather, he was simply unfamiliar with this creature. Lin Ye was no child. He understood that there was no such thing as unconditional love in this world, especially not in the raw, unrefined wilderness. With no ties or connections, why would someone risk their life to protect him? Lin Ye feared that the eagle might have ulterior motives in safeguarding him. Perhaps to utilize him for its own gain, much like the tropes found in novels about refining and breakthroughs. After all, was he not a rare treasure in this realm? In that moment, the thunderous eagle began to stir. After a considerable time, it shakily rose to its feet, still sputtering blood as it did so. Lin Ye winced at the sight. It was clearly grievously injured. He couldn't help but feel a twinge of sympathy. Goodness, with the amount of blood it was expelling. Lin Ye thought the grass on its grave would be 2 meters high. Under the anxious gaze of Lin Ye, the weathered thunder eagle, with its tattered feathers, limped closer. Eventually, it settled down beneath Lin Ye's tree, resting against his trunk like a hen incubating its eggs, closing its eyes in slumber. Initially, Lin Ye regarded the approaching eagle with some caution. However, upon realizing that it merely sought companionship for rest, he heaved a sigh of relief. After all, he had just unleashed his powerful ability, and his body was now devoid of energy, rendering him incapable of launching another attack. To be frank, Lin Ye even doubted that his thunderous prowess posed any real threat to the Thunder Eagle. Given their shared elemental affinity, and the fact that his attack lacked precision while the eagle excelled in agility, it would be a challenging endeavor. Thus, the current state of peaceful coexistence was among the most favorable outcomes Lin Ye could envision. Contemplating the eagle's apparent lack of strength to cause him harm and its potential desire for self-preservation, Lin Ye ceased overthinking and redirected a portion of his consciousness to monitor the eagle's movements. While most of his focus shifted to his inner space, he began to synchronize with his body, fully unleashing his power to absorb lightning energy and replenish his thunder patterns. Lin Ye commenced his energy accumulation. The external environment gradually returned to normal. The thunderclouds that had enveloped the area began to dissipate, leaving only a small patch of cloud above Lin Ye's head. The pale purple mist of lightning in the air slowly returned to him with each breath he took. However, not all of it returned. The thunder eagle beneath the tree, in its rhythmic inhalation and exhalation, intercepted and absorbed some of the lightning energy that Lin Ye had attracted. It must be said that the thunder eagle was indeed remarkable. After absorbing the energy, its injuries began to heal astonishingly. The day passed, and upon awakening, Lin Ye noticed that the thunder eagle remained as it was, without any sign of movement. Naturally, he was aware of the energy absorption. Nonetheless, Lin Ye paid it no mind. If the surplus energy was to the eagle's liking, it was free to absorb it without reservation. If they could maintain a peaceful coexistence, he would not hesitate to share a portion of his own energy as well. Given how useful the eagle was as an ally, Lin Ye found himself quite fond of it, provided he did not perceive it as a threat. Another day slipped by, and Lin Ye observed the same situation. Thus, he refrained from any unnecessary actions and continued to absorb energy. Although the Thunder Eagle bore the brunt of the injuries, Lin Ye himself was not unscathed. The damage inflicted by the stone monkey's spear had been substantial, carving a sizable chunk from his body, requiring Lin Ye to expend energy to gradually recover. As time passed, the tree and the beast coexisted in harmony. In the blink of an eye, a week had elapsed. On that morning, the Thunder Eagle, which had been silent for an entire week, finally opened its eyes. It slowly rose from the ground, and this movement naturally startled Lin Ye, who had been partially aware of its presence. Seeing the eagle rise, Lin Ye immediately felt a surge of tension. It seemed that the creature had made some progress in healing its injuries, after noting the fully charged 4 thunder patterns within him. Lin Ye gritted his teeth. He hoped that the eagle genuinely wished to coexist peacefully. Otherwise, since its arrival beneath his tree, Lin Ye had been contemplating strategies for dealing with it. Without confirming the eagle's intentions, he had not hesitated to entertain the most nefarious thoughts regarding it. Lin Ye was no child. He would not entrust his safety to the benevolence of another. The possession of a sword was of utmost importance. However, it must be said that through a week of contemplation, Lin Ye had indeed devised a powerful technique, or, more accurately, a self-destructive maneuver. He had named it self-detonation. The method was straightforward. By delving his consciousness into the thunder patterns and stirring the contained lightning energy to create opposing conflicts, he could trigger an explosion of several thunder patterns, unleashing a tremendous surge of lightning energy that would obliterate everything around him, although he had yet to test it. After all, attempting it would mean certain death for himself. Lin Ye felt confident that even the Thunder Eagle, sharing the same elemental affinity, would either perish or be severely crippled by such an attack. Fortunately, Lin Ye had overthought the situation. After rising, the Thunder Eagle stretched its long legs adorned with sharp talons. Then, with a powerful leap, it took to the skies, swiftly disappearing into the horizon. This is quite bewildering, Lin Ye thought. You risked your life to protect me, only to leave like this? He felt as though his CPU was insufficient to process the situation. This eagle had gone to great lengths to ensure his survival, only to rely on him for a week of rest. Was that all there was to it? If so, Lin Ye could only exclaim, "Eagle brother, have you considered renewing your subscription?" Of course, this was mere jest. Despite the confusion, Lin Ye felt a sense of joy at the eagle's departure, as long as it posed no harm to him. He cared little for its peculiarities or quirks. Whatever. Regrettably, the world is filled with eccentricities, but the Thunder Eagle was certainly not one of them. IT returned the following afternoon, not alone, but accompanied by a much smaller Thunder Eagle. Moreover, each of these magnificent creatures clutched a pair of glowing, thunderous eggs in their talons. Well, it seems you brought the whole family along. What is this, a longing for the warmth of the tree? Lin Ye pondered. Wait, I have been thinking from a human perspective, but now I am a tree, and trees and eagles, along with their families, present a daring notion. Lin Ye's thoughts began to flow freely. This Thunder Eagle could very well be seeking to nest within his branches. The more he contemplated, the more plausible it seemed. Previously, he had overlooked this possibility, but now that his mind was open, ideas began to pour forth. He was of the lightning element, and the giant eagle was too. If one adhered to the conventions of cultivation novels, Lin Ye, as a tree, could be considered a rare treasure of lightning attributes. This family of giant eagles was likely the guardian beast of such a treasure. Was it not a perfectly reasonable conclusion? As a tree of lightning attributes, Lin Ye could accumulate vast quantities of lightning elemental energy. This energy was beyond his capacity to absorb entirely. In fact, he absorbed it at a far slower rate than it could be converted. Furthermore, he possessed the ability to attract thunderclouds. Over time, Lin Ye's location would inevitably evolve into a more potent natural lightning domain. The Thunder Eagles, being creatures of the lightning element, would find it far more suitable to reside in an area rich with lightning energy, not to mention that the fruits Lin Ye bore would likely be beneficial to them. In turn, the Thunder Eagle could protect Lin Ye, shielding him from threats. Did this not constitute a match made in heaven? Moreover, Lin Ye noted that the Thunder Eagle had offspring. The eggs of exotic beasts nurtured in ordinary places could not compare to those hatched in an environment saturated with lightning energy. Lin Ye had an epiphany. In no wonder he had endured so much hardship while merely trying to exist in this place. The true culprit was that strikingly fierce Thunder Eagle. If the family of Thunder Eagles settled in his domain, their strength would undoubtedly increase at an accelerated pace. Their offspring would likely be even more formidable. In the absence of opportunities for other beasts, the gap between them and the Thunder Eagles would only widen. Originally, their strengths had been comparable, but as the Thunder Eagles grew increasingly powerful, what would the others do? Submit and become subordinates. Setting aside the willingness to do so, even if they were willing, the Thunder Eagles might not accept them. In the harsh realities of nature, the defeated often become nourishment for the strong. Thus, resistance was inevitable. But with everyone more or less equal in strength, and with the Thunder Eagle possessing the ability to fly, what was the optimal solution? To eliminate Lin Ye, the variable. So, it turned out that he was suffering because of this creature. Lin Ye's nostrils flared with indignation. Initially, he felt a pang of sympathy for the Thunder Eagle, battered as it was. However, It soon became clear to him that he could not fathom why it had not been vanquished. Under Lin Ye's gaze, filled with resentment, the Thunder Eagle family indeed intended to settle in his vicinity. After landing, the Thunder Eagles wasted no time, circling around the crown of Lin Ye's tree several times before selecting a suitable spot to commence their nesting. Though Lin Ye harbored considerable animosity towards the troubles the Thunder Eagles brought upon him, he realized that there was no driving these creatures away. Thus, he resigned himself to the situation, accepting it with a certain degree of apathy. Besides, having such guardians around could prove advantageous in the event of any unforeseen circumstances. The Thunder Eagle family would be there to defend him. The nesting techniques of the Thunder Eagles were quite rudimentary. Due to their size, they opted for small trees as their building materials, gathering a collection of appropriately sized saplings from nearby and skillfully stacking them to form a massive circular nest amid Lin Ye's crown. This, however, was merely the foundational structure. Subsequently, Lin Ye observed the Thunder Eagle pair returning repeatedly with various prey, land animals, and birds alike. Upon their return, they would promptly strip the flesh from their captures, consuming the meat while using the pelts to adorn their nest. Their formidable strength, coupled with their ability to fly, allowed them to construct their new home at an astonishing pace. They had only just arrived in the morning, and by noon, the family of 6 had already settled into their new abode. After that, there was a remarkable quietude, as the Thunder Eagles were still nursing their injuries. Once they had brought their mate and offspring to reside with them, they remained docile, recuperating in their nest. Lin Ye found solace in this tranquility as a tree. His innate inclination for peace was deeply ingrained. The earlier scenes of violent confrontation were entirely unsuitable for his disposition. With a protector now in place, he too could afford to heal. In the following days, Lin Ye and the Thunder Eagle family entered a harmonious and serene cohabitation. Until a week later, on this particular day, Lin Ye, as was his custom, extended his consciousness to conduct a self-assessment of his well-being. To his surprise, he noticed that the Thunder Eagle was no longer resting beside its mate. Instead, it had risen to its feet. Although its chest still bore signs of concavity, the spark had returned to its eyes, indicating that its injuries had largely healed. Lin Ye himself had not fared poorly either. The significant damage inflicted by the stone ape had mostly mended, leaving only a minor blemish which, once repaired, would restore him to his former state. However, the energy he had devoted to healing had severely limited his growth. Curiosity piqued. Lin Ye wondered what the Thunder Eagle was up to. Under Lin Ye's inquisitive gaze, the Thunder Eagle suddenly sprang from the canopy and, with a powerful flap of its wings, soared into the distance. Remarkably, it returned after only 2 to 3 hours. Yet, Lin Ye noticed that, unlike its earlier lightweight departure, the returning Thunder Eagle clutched something in its talons. What could it have brought back? Soon enough, a gust of wind heralded the arrival of the large Thunder Eagle as it landed beneath Lin Ye's branches. Releasing its grip on its prize, Lin Ye's eyes widened in astonishment. It was 2 enormous deer. He couldn't identify the species, but their striking appearance, snow-white fur and antlers resembling white jade, suggested they would fetch a handsome price on Blue Star. However, the gaping wounds in their necks revealed the grim truth of their demise. It dawned on Lin Ye that the Thunder Eagle had ventured out to hunt that very morning that a wave of realization washed over him. Animals, after all, require sustenance. Perhaps his prolonged existence as a tree had dulled his memory of such primal needs. While Lin Ye pondered this, another Thunder Eagle descended from the tree, nuzzling its mate affectionately before. Without hesitation, using its sharp claws to tear into the flesh of one of the white deer. In response to its mate's affection, the male Thunder Eagle reciprocated with a few gentle nudges before lowering its head to grasp the other white deer. It approached Lin Ye, placing the carcass in the hollow formed where his roots intertwined before returning to join its partner in feasting upon their quarry. Lin Ye was left momentarily bewildered. "Excuse me, don't I get a share?" he mused, perplexed by the Thunder Eagle's unexpected generosity. How could they possibly know of his ability to absorb animals? Truthfully, Lin Ye felt a twinge of anxiety. He had believed his intelligence to be a well-guarded secret. Yet now, it seemed that the Thunder Eagles were aware of his existence. After much internal conflict, Lin Ye ultimately decided to accept the offering. given that he and the Thunder Eagle family would likely remain companions for the foreseeable future. It was only prudent to embrace this bond. Even if he tried to conceal his awareness, it was only a matter of time before his true nature would be uncovered. Moreover, observing the Thunder Eagle's actions, it seemed they had long since anticipated his potential. In reality, Lin Ye was overthinking the situation. He had overlooked a crucial point. Why had these mighty beasts gathered here before the onset of the Thunder Tribulation? The answer was straightforward. Lin Ye was not the first plant to undergo transformation during such trials. Indeed, as Lin Ye surmised, the world into which he had descended was rife with exceptional powers. All living entities possessed the capacity, or at least the opportunity, to harness elemental energy, be they animal or plant. Any being that successfully navigated the Thunder Tribulation could evolve into a remarkable creature. The specifics of this transformation remained unknown, but as native extraordinary beasts, such gatherings were not novel to them. Thus, as Lin Ye prepared for his own tribulation, those closest sensed the disturbance and promptly came to observe. The ability to absorb animal carcasses was a common trait among extraordinary beings. As a creature that fed upon trees, it was only natural for them to present offerings regularly. Meanwhile, the Thunder Eagle, amidst its meal, noticed the untouched white deer still lying at Lin Ye's roots, its eyes flickering with curiosity. Why is this spirit tree not consuming its offering? It wondered. The Thunder Eagle is no ordinary bird, nor is it its first encounter with extraordinary flora. Typically, the remains of past entities are swiftly assimilated by the plants. However, he had never witnessed such a phenomenon before. In truth, after reconciling his thoughts, Lin Ye had already resolved to begin the absorption process. Yet Lin the tree was not a purely thunderous spirit tree. Generally speaking, those that can become spirit trees are gifted beings, inherently possessing spiritual patterns to absorb and cultivate spiritual energy. Upon sprouting, they officially commence the absorption of spiritual energy, and once they gather 100 strands, they transform this energy into droplets, attracting the heavenly tribulation for purification and rebirth. Such rudimentary knowledge is instinctively embedded within their genetic makeup. However, Lin Ye was not an indigenous species. Neither his soul nor the tree species he had resurrected as were native. He had first been reborn as a tree on Blue Star before transcending. Even his evolution relied on the analytical talent acquired from the mutated honeybee. Thus, he was utterly inexperienced. This predicament led Lin Ye to a state of indecision, despite his firm intention to absorb. He found himself at a loss for how to proceed. He had his own methods, intending to encase the remains in roots and secrete digestive fluids to consume. Yet he sensed that this procedure seemed rather unsatisfactory. How could someone as formidable as he be resorting to such rudimentary means? Furthermore, relying on root growth and digestive secretion to absorb the white deer seemed excessively sluggish. Although he had evolved, the quality of his tree body had also improved. Now, the growth of his form required not only standard energy, but also thunder elemental energy in simpler terms, the absorption of such meager remnants would scarcely suffice to sustain root development. Something felt amiss. The Thunder Eagle must have known that his type of spirit plant could absorb energy, while other plants lacked the capacity to produce digestive fluids. Therefore, there must exist some universal absorption skill common to spirit plants. But what could that skill be? Lin Ye felt a wave of powerlessness wash over him. How was it that in other crossovers, individuals possessed systems or wise mentors, yet his journey was fraught with accidents? Not only was he without a system or a mentor, but he also lacked even the most basic instructions. The interface in his consciousness, reminiscent of a system panel, proved to be utterly useless. It could only record Lin Ye's physical information, and even that was in a super abbreviated format, akin to a mere wristwatch. The only reliable aspect was the previously granted talent for extraction. Since Lin Ye's crossing, he had endured hardships without respite, and now even the act of sustenance required him to devise his own methods. It was indeed frustrating. However, lamenting was futile. No one would come to his aid. After venting his grievances, Lin Ye began to contemplate diligently. The universal abilities of all spirit plants must first be identified by their commonalities, based on his observations of spirit beasts and their reactions. He deduced that he was not the sole plant capable of manipulating elemental energy, Where there was thunder, there were surely others. The shared trait among these spirit plants was their inability to move. Yet they could command elemental abilities. The differences lay in the varieties of plants and the types of elements they wielded. As for their intelligence, Lin Ye remained uncertain. He was an anomalous case of mutation. Leaving him unfamiliar with the others, the various species of spirit plants further complicated matters. Thus, the universal skill must be sought within their commonalities. The shared inability to move, however, did not facilitate the absorption of prey. Therefore, the key must lie in their manipulation of elemental energy. Although the types of elements might differ, they all belong to the same category of elemental energy. So, Lin Ye raised his gaze to the thunderclouds above. Summoning lightning? No. While I can indeed summon lightning, it only results in destruction. How can I absorb it? I can control, release, and even retrieve. Suddenly, Lin Ye's thoughts stirred as he recollected the thunder mist he had reclaimed during his earlier surge. Precisely. While the external elements were ineffective, the energy I've already transformed can be both absorbed and released. Lin Ye felt he had grasped the crux of the matter. After a moment's reflection, he decided to utilize the white deer for experimentation, as it was not a particularly valuable creature. With a plan in mind, Lin Ye directly engaged his consciousness to draw upon the energy within the thunder patterns. Naturally, he did not recklessly release all of it. That would be excessive. He merely intended to decompose the remains of the white deer without causing undue commotion. Thus, Lin Ye guided the thunder patterns to expel a few strands of elemental energy. Subsequently, he directed them to transform into the thunder mist, emerging from within and adhering to the white deer on the ground. Once the thunder mist fully enveloped the deer, he activated its ability to gather thunder elemental energy, causing the external thunder elements to coalesce and solidify into pure energy to aid in decomposition. Afterward, the thunder mist would return the decomposed energy to him. Lin Ye envisioned this process and executed it accordingly. To his surprise, everything proceeded remarkably well. Under Lin Ye's guidance, the thunder mist swiftly enveloped the entirety of the white deer. Soon, it attracted a substantial accumulation of thunder elemental energy. The gathering of elemental forces culminated in powerful bolts of lightning, which quickly reduced the remains of the white deer to ashes. The energy contained within was significantly augmented by the expanded thunder elemental energy and returned to Lin Ye's body. Upon the return of this energy, Lin Ye realized he had succeeded. Thanks to his analytical talent, it had activated. The thunder elemental energy, laden with success, fractured into 3 distinct portions upon its return to Lin Ye's body. One portion originated from the thunder patterns, marked with Lin Ye's insignia, along with the companions it had brought back. The second was the ordinary energy transformed during the decomposition of his prey. The final portion was a substantial strand of crimson energy, which Lin Ye referred to as blood essence. Ecstatic, Lin Ye accepted this blood essence and allocated it according to his prior plans. How splendid! So this is how it works. Truly impressive of me to succeed on the first attempt. Lin Ye felt a swell of pride. What is talent? What is insight? Self-taught, and having discovered such a skill in a single attempt, Lin Ye couldn't help but wonder who else could achieve this. Moreover, this trial had led Lin Ye to uncover an even more exhilarating discovery. It appeared he had found a method to accelerate the absorption of spiritual energy. Just moments ago, while retrieving energy, Lin Ye had noted that he had sent out only a few strands, yet upon their return, they had multiplied exponentially. It was akin to dispatching 2 soldiers to recruit, only to have them return with dozens of new recruits. While these new recruits would require training before they could be utilized, the speed of this method far surpassed the traditional absorption process. Conventional absorption resembled offering incentives, waiting for individuals to express interest in enlistment, a passive approach. In contrast, his method actively dispatched his subordinates to recruit, representing a proactive strategy. The efficiency of passive versus active approaches is inherently different. One awaits inquiries, while the other introduces opportunities. How could they possibly compare? The more he pondered, the more exhilarated Lin Ye became. He focused his mind and commenced practical application. Although he had already achieved success in a previous endeavor, validation of its efficacy remained essential. Under Lin Ye's guidance, the thunder patterns gradually expelled more energy. Then, as before, they transformed into thunder mist and were expelled. Once they absorbed sufficient elemental energy, he would again draw them back. This back-and-forth exchange resulted in a dramatic surge of energy. Although the returned energy required refinement before it could be utilized, the speed of this method was vastly superior to simple absorption. Moreover, both processes could be conducted simultaneously upon discovering its undeniable viability. Lin Ye simultaneously refined the energy he had recently acquired while intensifying his output. Due to the prior refinement, all the energy dispatched by Lin Ye bore his mark, akin to the most loyal soldiers within a legion. There was simply no occurrence of a one-way dispatch. Whatever he sent forth would return in equal measure, in no time. Lin Ye had mastered the ability to deploy an entire stream of thunderous energy. However, he chose not to expand further from that point. It was not for lack of desire. Rather, Lin Ye realized that the sheer volume of energy had reached the limits of his conscious control. Should he attempt to increase it further, it would be akin to tossing meat buns to a dog. There would be no return. After all, even the most devoted soldiers, in the absence of orders, would remain oblivious to when and from where they ought to return. Nonetheless, Lin Ye felt a profound sense of satisfaction with his current achievements. With each breath, he was inundated with a vast influx of energy, resulting in a training speed that had at least doubled. Could this be the essence of cultivation techniques? Lin Ye felt he had gained enlightenment. Perhaps, in the future, he could rightfully refer to himself as Master Lin. Where did this confidence stem from? The calm assurance of having created his own technique. The speed at which Lin Ye absorbed energy had become incomparable to before. Yet, this did not lead to a reduction in the external thunder element energy. Rather, due to the cyclical flow of thunder mist, the gathering of thunder elements in the world intensified. The concentration did not diminish, but rather increased. The thunder eagles residing in their nest naturally sensed the surge in energy concentration. Though they were unaware of Lin Ye's remarkable maneuvers, the benefits were undeniable. They quickly attributed the phenomenon to the spirit tree's consumption of offerings. The thunder eagles silently resolved to provide the spirit tree with even more and better tributes in the future. With this tree present, their lineage of thunder eagles felt secure. One day, they might even reach that esteemed place. The thunder eagles gazed longingly into the distance. In the days that followed, Lin Ye's life settled into a tranquil routine. Each day was consumed by cultivation, and as a plant, albeit a spiritual one, he could do nothing but remain stationary. Since he had little else to occupy his time, Lin Ye decided to delegate his cultivation tasks to his body's instincts. Meanwhile, he began to organize and study the information he had absorbed from the plants he had devoured earlier. Although the various plant abilities he had amassed became somewhat obsolete after his ascension to the extraordinary, Lin Ye felt that his analytical talent had yet to unleash its full potential. Was this talent truly as simplistic as it appeared? Lin Ye found it hard to believe. Subsequently, his life became truly mundane, at least in his perception. With little else to do, he spent his days experimenting with the diverse skills he had derived from other plants. Thus, the Thunder Eagle couple often witnessed peculiar growths sprouting from the nearby branches, leaves that emitted an odor reminiscent of decaying flesh. Flowers adorned with cactus-like thorns, and other seemingly useless yet genuinely ineffective oddities. The Thunder Eagles were initially taken aback by this spectacle, but soon grew indifferent, although they remained unaware of the spirit tree's intentions. They reasoned that perhaps there was some rationale behind its actions. After some time spent tinkering, Lin Ye dishearteningly concluded that those skills seemed utterly ineffective. The body reshaped by the thunder tribulation was perfectly suited for Lin Ye. It achieved a remarkable balance, optimizing both energy absorption and conversion. Even its strength had significantly increased. Any alteration would be a sign of disrespect towards the thunder tribulation. Not only would it result in a drastic reduction in absorption and conversion efficiency, but Lin Ye also felt a sensation akin to losing control. Yet, surrendering to this realization left Lin Ye with a tinge of reluctance. His analytical talent was the foundation of his rise to prominence. Now, if he were to confine it solely to analyzing blood energy, he would feel somewhat unsatisfied. For reasons unknown, Lin Ye harbored the belief that this talent must possess a unique function yet to be discovered. If he could no longer modify himself, what else could he accomplish? Lin Ye's talent was formally termed analytical reconstruction. While it was technically one talent, it could be regarded as two, analysis being one and reconstruction the other. Lin Ye had consistently employed the analytical aspect, utilizing it to separate energy. He had previously used the reconstruction aspect as well, modifying trap flowers and such. However, at present, Lin Ye could not alter his own body, rendering that aspect seemingly useless. Could reconstruction still apply elsewhere? Suddenly, Lin Ye experienced a spark of inspiration that he was, after all, a plant. During the process of plant production, one could freely control aspects without affecting oneself. Yes. The outcome? Fruits are prepared to propagate the next generation, and Lin Ye could decide what genetic information to embed within them. Moreover, as these served as the initial funding for the next generation, they would not impact Lin Ye himself. Therefore, he could experiment to his heart's content, even crafting something explosive if he wished. Without further ado, Lin Ye summoned energy and selected a branch to bear fruit. What? The flowering process. Flowering is for pollination. Now that he had attained such prowess, why bother with pollination? Lin Ye could embed any genetic information he desired, so he would forego the blooming process. Besides, he felt an odd sensation during this activity, as though he were compromising his own purity. With Lin Ye's robust support, a deep purple fruit soon emerged from the chosen branch. For the genetic information of this first fruit, Lin Ye refrained from being overly ambitious. Merely incorporating some paralyzing toxins genetic data, he wished to observe the results of this upgraded body combined with a modified fruit. Under Lin Ye's careful supervision, the fruit of paralysis grew remarkably well. Moreover, due to Lin Ye's ascension to the extraordinary, the entire plant was absorbing spiritual energy. Thus, as the paralyzing fruit developed, it inevitably absorbed spiritual energy as well, which was converted into thunder element spiritual energy. Even more astonishingly, perhaps because Lin Ye had input the paralysis information in the form of instinctive genes into the fruit, the toxins within the fruit were also enhanced by the spiritual energy. Therefore, when the fruit finally matured, Lin Ye found himself in a state of indecision. Originally, he intended to use the Thunder Eagle as a test subject, given the ready-made experimental material. However, with the enhancement from spiritual energy, Lin Ye hesitated to offer it to the Thunder Eagle. Who knew what effects the mutated paralyzing fruit might have? What if it proved too potent and harmed the Thunder Eagle? Yet, Lin Ye's hesitation did not deter the Thunder Eagle. The moment the paralyzing fruit successfully coalesced, it set its gaze upon this Lin Ye's guardian beast. It naturally believed that the fruit Lin Ye produced rightfully belonged to it, based on its experience. Consuming the fruit would yield significant benefits. Although the Thunder Eagle was baffled as to why Lin Ye had begun bearing fruit so early. Typically, spiritual plants would only bear fruit decades after successfully undergoing tribulation. What did it matter? If there was an opportunity, why not seize it? As the fruit neared maturity and Lin Ye had yet to make a decision, the Thunder Eagle leapt forward and swallowed it whole. Upon witnessing this, Lin Ye exclaimed in shock, "What the Eagle, brother?" He had intended to stop it, but the Thunder Eagle was simply too swift. In an instant, the paralyzing fruit had vanished into its belly. Moreover, Lin Ye had no means to communicate with the Thunder Eagle, leaving him utterly powerless to intervene. However, now that the deed was done, Lin Ye regarded the Thunder Eagle with curiosity, eager to see what would transpire. Danger? He hadn't compelled the Thunder Eagle to eat it. Rest assured, Eagle brother, should anything happen to you, I shall take care of your family. Shifting the perspective back to the Thunder Eagle, it is worth noting that after consuming the fruit of the hemp tree, it initially experienced a palpable benefit. After all, Lin Ye had truly transformed into a genuine spirit plant. Regardless of the specific effects of the fruit, the essence of spiritual energy contained within was undeniably substantial, particularly the lightning element energy that the Thunder Eagle cherished most. Thus, in the beginning, the Thunder Eagle genuinely reaped advantages from the fruit. However, after a short while, it began to sense something amiss. Wait, why does my body feel increasingly heavy? And why is my vision becoming so blurred? Then, Lin Ye could only watch in disbelief as the Thunder Eagle tilted its head and fainted beside its nest. Oh dear, it truly has backfired. Is it possible that Eagle Brother will perish just like that? Lin Ye hastily focused his consciousness to perceive the Thunder Eagle's life force. Phew! Thank goodness, the life force is stable. It's still alive. It merely fainted for the time being. Lin Ye let out a long sigh of relief. If the Thunder Eagle had succumbed due to his experimentation, he would have felt a twinge of guilt. After all, the fruit was indeed his test subject, but of course, that guilt was minimal. It wasn't as though he had forced it to eat. Who could blame the eagle for its gluttony? Ignoring the panicking eagle sister, Lin Ye remained fixated on the Thunder Eagle, eager to see when it would awaken. It must be said that the hemp fruit infused with spiritual energy was indeed remarkable. Even a formidable beast like the Thunder Eagle remained unconscious for a full 5 days after consuming the fruit. That's an entire 5 days. Although Lin Ye was unsure of its practical applications at the moment, a poison potent enough to affect a spirit beast like this surely had its value for the future. Silently, he altered the genetic information of this fruit to that of a fainting fruit and resumed his research on other types of fruits. Meanwhile, the Thunder Eagle was still somewhat dazed. It could only recall consuming a fruit, feeling a bit dizzy, and then waking up to the current situation. Upon learning from Eagle Sister that it had been unconscious for 5 days, the Thunder Eagle was left in shock. Wait a minute. I have been dutifully offering to this tree, and it produces such a fruit. Although it did enhance my cultivation a bit, why must it come at the cost of a 5-day stupor? If an enemy had come during that time, I would have been doomed. Indeed, one gets what one pays for. The Thunder Eagle resolved never to touch any fruits produced by this tree again. It was simply unreliable. Lin Ye, however, had no time to concern himself with the Thunder Eagle's complaints at that moment. He was engrossed in researching new varieties, since the toxins in the fruit could be enhanced. He pondered whether other aspects could be similarly refined. Lin Ye began incorporating various elements into the fruits. 2 weeks later, Lin Ye's workspace was a chaotic mess. Unknown thorns and corrosive liquids were strewn everywhere. These were the results of his experiments. Following the development of the fainting fruit, Lin Ye directed his efforts toward military applications. He experimented with fruit designed as concealed weapons and highly corrosive substances. The results were somewhat useful, but not particularly impactful. For instance, the concealed weapon fruit would burst upon impact, launching sharp projectiles in all directions, reminiscent of a rain of needles. However, the strength was astonishingly weak. Despite receiving a boost in spiritual energy, the enhancement was so negligible that it was almost inconsequential. It could be effective against ordinary creatures. Yet Lin Ye doubted it could even breach the defenses of extraordinary beings. What Lin Ye sought were items effective against such beings. Thus, the concealed weapon fruit would have to be set aside for now. Besides concealed weapons, what else could be effective against spirit beasts? Lin Ye pondered and realized there was indeed something. Various forms of energy. Regardless of how peculiar a beast may be, it still required energy. Unfortunately, in most cases, they were unable to isolate different types of energy. Quite fortuitously, Lin Ye possessed that very capability. The question arose, could pure energy be directly infused into the fruit? After some thought, Lin Ye concluded that it should be feasible. In essence, this task lacked complexity. As long as he mastered the technique for isolating energy, the remainder was merely a matter of infusion. Quite straightforward. Of course, the actual outcome remained to be seen through experimentation. With curiosity piqued, Lin Ye embarked on a new round of experiments. For his initial attempt, he selected the common energy consumed daily, essentially, the type of energy necessary for plant growth and survival. This form of energy was readily available and not particularly precious. Although Lin Ye still required ordinary energy for sustenance, he could manage without it. It would merely increase his demand for spiritual energy. Thanks to the abundant nature of ordinary energy, the fruit he crafted from it matured completely within a couple of days. It retained a purple hue, appearing indistinguishable from the previous fruit. Perhaps only Lin Ye knew that these two fruits contained entirely different cores. However, while the fruit had grown, discerning its effects became a challenge. Initially, the Thunder Eagle seemed like an ideal subject. Yet, due to the psychological trauma inflicted by the previous hemp fruit and subsequent military-grade experiments, the Thunder Eagle was now too wary to consume anything recklessly. Even Lin Ye's efforts to enhance the fruit with enticing aromas proved futile. Despite the fruit emanating an irresistibly alluring fragrance, the Thunder Eagle couple remained utterly unmoved. Lin Ye felt a surge of frustration, not only at the cowardice of the Thunder Eagle, but also at the changes brought about by his own advancement. Since Lin Ye's promotion, his very essence had transformed, enveloped in an aura of thunder and lightning that crackled around him. Not even insects dared to approach his domain, let alone the more formidable ordinary beasts. Coupled with the Thunder Eagle's presence, there were no living creatures within a vast radius. This change had now rendered Lin Ye incapable of finding any experimental subjects, which only deepened his vexation. Yet, Lin Ye found himself powerless to rectify the situation. He had attempted to communicate with the Thunder Eagle, but to no avail. He could neither command it nor convey his intentions. Ultimately, Lin Ye resigned himself to the situation, contemplating that since he was at a standstill, he might as well produce both lightning element fruits and blood energy fruits. Now, Lin Ye had mastered these 3 types of fruits, each hanging from his tree and radiating delightful aromas. Yet, the Thunder Eagle couple remained unmoved. Lin Ye couldn't help but admire their willpower. To stand guard over a bowl of delectable food without making a move was indeed a testament to their resolve. If they want to eat, then let them hang there and await a fated encounter. With no viable options left, Lin Ye decided to abandon his efforts. After all, letting the fruits dangle posed no inconvenience. He was in no rush to utilize them. However, Lin Ye found himself disinclined to continue his research. The sight of the couple on the tree had become somewhat bothersome. So, he closed his consciousness and drifted into slumber to recuperate. As a tree, sleeping peacefully was his natural state. Why bother struggling? That would be contrary to the nature of a tree. A day turned to night, and spring yielded to winter. A year slipped by in the blink of an eye, welcoming the arrival of the second spring. With little disturbance, Lin Ye slept soundly, his energy levels fully replenished, filling 10 lightning patterns within him. Any energy absorbed thereafter was directed toward expansion. With each increment of refined energy, his lightning patterns grew slightly larger, signifying Lin Ye's increasing power. Simultaneously, his form became ever more robust and imposing with the daily intake of energy. If nothing unforeseen occurred, he would continue to slumber peacefully. The cultivation of plants was as simple as that. Sleeping soundly sufficed. During moments of deep slumber, one could even accelerate their strength enhancement. Although Lin Ye possessed a human soul, he found no issue in following his instincts to rest. Yet, the notion of no surprises was hardly realistic. One spring night, the colossal egg beneath the Thunder Eagle couple finally began to stir. A slight tremor coursed through it, though the disturbance was subtle. Those present were all formidable beings. In an instant, the source of the subtle movement was captured. Even Lin Ye awoke from his slumber, directing his gaze towards an eagle egg nestled within the eyrie. Could it be that it was about to hatch? A sense of novelty flickered in Lin Ye's eyes. This was indeed his first time witnessing the hatching of a bird in person. Previously, he had only observed such events on television. Moreover, would the chicks that emerged from this Thunder Eagle's eggs resemble those found on Blue Star? Lin Ye suspected it was unlikely. These eggs had been incubating above his head for nearly a year, and one could only imagine how long they had spent in their original location. They were nearing the legendary Neza's timeline, which was quite extraordinary. As for the Thunder Eagle couple in the nest, their dedication was even more commendable. To ensure the successful hatching of these eggs, they remained cooped up in the nest, rarely venturing outside. They must be utterly suffocated by now, as rulers of the skies. They surely longed to soar freely through the vast heavens. Had it not been for their offspring, they would have undoubtedly set off on grand adventures. Now, with hope finally in sight, their eyes sparkled with joy. Under the watchful gaze of the 2 eagles, the egg in the center of the nest began to shake more vigorously. Soon, tiny protrusions appeared on the shell's surface. Those were the beak of the chick. It was searching for a weak point in the eggshell to break through. It seemed almost as if they had conspired. As the first egg began to change, the other 3 soon followed suit. It appeared that all 4 eggs would successfully hatch. The reproductive capabilities of the Thunder Eagle were indeed impressive. The chicks, while still inside the eggs, were quite vulnerable. Thus, the process of breaking free from the shell proved to be a considerable challenge for them. After much struggle, the first chick finally poked its little head out from the shell. Neither the male nor female eagle intervened. This was a threshold the chick needed to face on its own. If it couldn't even break free from its shell, then such a worthless bird would have no hope of surviving in this world filled with formidable beasts. better to end it swiftly. However, it was evident that the genetic lineage of the Thunder Eagle couple was quite robust. All four little Thunder Eagles, despite varying times taken, managed to emerge on their own without a single one lagging behind. To Lin Ye's surprise, these little creatures, apart from one being somewhat larger than the rest, bore an uncanny resemblance to the newly hatched birds for Blue Star. They closed their eyes and lacked feathers. Looking rather unappealing, to be frank, Lin Ye felt a tinge of disappointment. Wasn't it expected for the offspring of Thunder Eagles to possess some unique traits? Yet, just a few days later, Lin Ye realized he had been hasty in his judgment. Though the chicks appeared quite unremarkable at birth, they grew astonishingly fast. In every conceivable manner, they thrived. Under Lin Ye's watchful eye, the four chicks seemed to change daily. Why that very afternoon, they could wobble to their feet. And by the next day, they were running and jumping. On the third day, their feathers were fully grown, and by the fourth, they were ready to take to the skies. Lin Ye was utterly astounded. Was this the prowess of spirit beast offspring? How remarkable! Yet, it brought Lin Ye some comfort to observe that although these four chicks could fly, they exhibited no signs of absorbing energy. He was unsure whether it was simply not their time or if something else was amiss. Of course, he didn't concern himself overly. After all, their parents showed no signs of anxiety. In fact, once the four chicks learned to fly, the Thunder Eagle couple began to venture out daily. They typically left in the morning, returned briefly at noon, and then didn't return until evening, leaving Lin Ye curious about their activities. Naturally, the parents did not take the chicks along. The four little Thunder Eagles remained well-behaved, not wandering off. They spent their days flapping their tiny wings and hopping around above Lin Ye's head. Soon, however, one inquisitive chick stumbled upon the 3 energy fruits that Lin Ye had cultivated, having learned a lesson from past misfortunes. The Thunder Eagles were cautious, but the chicks were not. Naturally greedy, and drawn in by the enticing aroma of the fruits, they were unable to resist the temptation and prepared to take some back to share with their siblings. Lin Ye observed with interest, noting that this was a fortuitous opportunity for experimentation. After some contemplation, he decided to collect the thunder fruits while leaving the blood chi fruits and energy fruits for the chicks to enjoy. It wasn't that he was unwilling to share. Rather, he observed that none of the Thunder Eagles had shown signs of absorbing the thunder elemental energy yet, and he dared not let them consume it indiscriminately. What if something went awry? As an ally, Lin Ye certainly wished for the Thunder Eagle family to grow stronger. The loss of even one would be a significant blow. In contrast, he had no such concerns regarding the energy fruits and blood chi fruits. One was akin to a regular fruit, albeit with enhanced nutritional content, while the other served to strengthen the body, posing minimal risk that, of course, to mitigate any unforeseen circumstances, Lin Ye opted to reclaim the majority of the energy fruits. After all, the chicks were still young, and this was his first foray into experimentation. That a little less consumption would ensure that even if issues arose, the consequences would not be severe. Under Lin Ye's discreet observation, one of the chicks extended its now fairly sharp talons, grasping 2 of the fruits left behind. As they had yet to absorb energy, they could not fully withstand the electric currents emanating from Lin Ye. Consequently, as it seized the fruits, the chick felt a jolt of electricity coursing through its body. Fortunately, it inherited the bloodline of a thunder spirit beast, endowing it with remarkable resilience and physical prowess. Otherwise, a regular adult eagle might have ended up smoking and plummeting to the ground. Once its body adapted, the chick flapped its wings with determination, successfully plucking the 2 purple fruits from a tree. It then returned to the nest, calling out for its siblings. Though the 4 chicks, connected by blood, hatched simultaneously, they occasionally squabbled. They would still share any delightful finds that in no time. The other 3 chicks responded to the call, settling into the nest and chattering animatedly, exchanging curious glances. Lin Ye, unable to comprehend their avian language, could only surmise that they were excitedly proclaiming their discovery of a delightful treasure, regardless of the specifics. After a lively exchange, the chicks began to peck at the fruits. Interestingly, even while feasting, they took turns, sharing the first fruit before moving on to the second. Before long, the 2 fruits were devoured entirely by the 4 chicks. However, Lin Ye noticed no discernible changes in them. Was it that the energy had diminished, or was it something else? Why was there no sign of transformation? As an experimenter, he naturally sought to witness significant changes. Although he feared the chicks might be harmed, he also found it unacceptable that there were no visible effects. Lin Ye resolved to keep a watchful eye. Perhaps this was a long-term project after all. With this thought in mind, he quietly summoned energy to continue producing fruits. This time, Lin Ye placed the fruits on the opposite side. Far from the nest, he wished to avoid drawing the Thunder Eagle's attention. Perhaps they had forgotten to instruct the chicks about the fruits, and he was concerned that if they grew closer, the Thunder Eagles might remember and warn the chicks against indulging that eye in the evening. The laying couple returned from their hunt, leaving behind provisions for their family of 6, as was customary, and also brought a share for Lin Ye. Thanks to the diligent cleanup by the fledglings on the battlefield, the laying couple did not notice any mischief from the little ones upon their return. Perhaps it was the family's habit to let them roam freely, seeing that the fledglings were all intact. With no missing limbs, they paid little attention and proceeded to enjoy their meal. With the fledglings now hatched, the laying couple found themselves entirely liberated. Their hunting frequency shifted from once a week to once a day, allowing Lin Ye to receive daily nourishment. Lin Ye, who could eat without overindulging, welcomed the ample supply without any objections as usual. He mobilized energy to decompose the laying's offerings, first absorbing the majority before leaving a small portion of energy and vitality to generate 8 fruits at the predetermined spot, 4 of vitality and 4 of energy. To aid the fledglings in distinguishing between them, Lin Ye added pigments from various plants, turning the vitality fruits red and the energy fruits white. After observing that the fledglings experienced no adverse effects after consuming 2 fruits, Lin Ye felt confident that increasing the quantity would pose no problem. Thus, he prepared 1 fruit for each fledgling, sparing them the effort of dividing the spoils. The next day, the laying couple ventured out to hunt as usual. Having enjoyed the sweet taste of the fruits, the fledglings, upon seeing their parents depart, flocked out of their nest and scampered about in Lin Ye's canopy, eagerly searching for the fruits. They were unaware of the reason behind their instinctual desire to hide this activity from their parents. Simply feeling that it was better this way, that a night's time was sufficient for the fruits Lin Ye had prepared to fully ripen, by the time the fledglings discovered them, they had matured into 8 plump and juicy fruits. The little ones, oblivious to their origins, wasted no time in calling out to one another and hastily plucking the fruits to indulge in their feast. Under Lin Ye's careful concealment, the laying couple remained oblivious to their offspring's daily pilfering, occasionally expressing mild confusion at how rapidly the fledglings seemed to be growing to their age. They didn't recall such swift growth, and each one appeared more robust than the last. Naturally, even for spirit beasts, having sturdier offspring was a positive development. Recognizing it as a good sign, they felt no need to interfere. Their appetite had simply increased, necessitating a slight uptick in their hunting efforts, which the couple could still manage. Under the diligent care of the laying couple, the fledglings grew at an astonishing rate. By the time they reached 1 year of age, their size was already comparable to that of the female laying. The couple found themselves puzzled. This was not their first brood, so why were these fledglings so large? At just 1 year old, they were nearing the size achieved post-transcendence. Was this truly their offspring? Did the spirit tree contribute so significantly? They had also hatched from a spirit plant of the lightning attribute, yet they had never witnessed such growth. Although Lin Ye had little understanding of the laying's size, the fledgling's resemblance to their mother made him vaguely aware of the benefits of the 2 types of fruits. It affirmed that infusing energy into the fruits was indeed effective. However, it seemed to offer no advantage to him. For the consumers, the fruits provided purified energy for direct absorption, while for Lin Ye, it required an expenditure of energy to create them, a one-sided sacrifice. Lin Ye resolved that unless the fruits could be used for exchange in the future, he would refrain from their production, that he understood their utility but had no interest in becoming a selfless, sacrificial tree. Over the course of a year, the 4 fledglings had grown accustomed to the energy fruits provided by Lin Ye, reaping significant benefits from them. Thus, in the initial days after Lin Ye ceased their provision, they exhibited signs of restlessness, chattering incessantly and causing Lin Ye considerable annoyance. Yet this state of agitation did not last long. Within days, the fledglings were taken out hunting by the laying couple, returning home each evening. Gradually, they accepted the reality of Lin Ye's cessation of fruit production and quieted down. Lin Ye bore no psychological burden. For him, providing the fledglings with energy fruits was merely a means to test their viability. With the experiment concluded, there was no further need for provision. They had already benefited sufficiently. The offerings from the laying were a reward for their training in the realm of lightning. With the fledglings no longer a distraction, Lin Ye retracted his consciousness and resumed his deep slumber to cultivate. For a tree, slumber was the proper mode of cultivation. Unbeknownst to him, 2 more years slipped by. During this time, nothing particularly noteworthy transpired. Lin Ye remained in his sleep, and this region saw no other visitors. Only the daily comings and goings of the laying family marked the passage of time. The most significant change was perhaps Lin Ye's size. Over the 2 years, as he continuously absorbed spiritual energy and refined the laying's offerings, he experienced a remarkable growth spurt. Reaching over 20 meters in height, his physical strength had also increased substantially, and even the lightning patterns within him had expanded considerably, their energy fluctuating visibly. It was evident that Lin Ye's power had made significant strides. Moreover, the fledglings had undergone substantial transformations as well. Perhaps due to the solid foundation laid by the energy fruits, by the age of 3, they had all become formidable giants, in terms of size alone. Even the transcended Lei Ying appeared smaller in comparison, giving the impression that the couple was the true offspring. But of course, their strength remained unmatched. Despite their impressive size, they were merely superficially robust, lacking the true power of the transcended Lei Ying couple. On this particular day, however, the Laying family did not embark on their usual hunting expedition. Instead, they congregated beneath Lin Ye's tree, gazing at a solitary, larger fledgling standing in the sandy expanse. Although Lin Ye remained in slumber, he retained a sliver of awareness to monitor the outside world. Sensing the unusual behavior of the Laying family, he promptly awakened. What was happening? As Lin Ye regained consciousness, he immediately perceived a distinct change. The surrounding lightning elements seemed to have grown increasingly agitated. Boom! A thunderclap echoed. Lin Ye looked skyward, where dark clouds loomed ominously and bolts of lightning danced erratically. Tribulation. Upon witnessing this familiar scene, Lin Ye finally understood why that fledgling stood there. It was preparing to undergo its tribulation. This was Lin Ye's first encounter with other beings undergoing tribulation. During his own experience, he had been rendered unconscious without doing anything at all. This time, however, he could observe from the perspective of a bystander. As time passed, the thunderclouds in the sky grew increasingly dense, expanding their reach. Much like when Lin Ye faced his tribulation, an immense pressure descended, causing the subadult thunder eagles on the sandy ground to tremble uncontrollably at that moment. The Thunder Eagle couple seemed to have suddenly realized something, and they soared into the air, heading towards the nearby dense forest. Although Lin Ye's awareness had increased as he grew, enabling him to perceive further distances, that range still remained beyond his grasp. He could only sense the continuous influx of energy fluctuations, accompanied by various debris flying about. Before long, the Thunder Eagles returned. Lin Ye glanced over and noted that there was nothing of concern, save for a few feathers missing from the eagle's rear. It was evident that they had emerged victorious. After all, having spent several years in Lin Ye's vicinity, it would have been quite disappointing if they had not triumphed. During the subsequent waiting period, the Thunder Eagles ventured out several times, sometimes together, driving away several waves of spirit beasts that sought to take advantage of the situation. Clearly, in this world, it was an old tradition for spirit beasts to intrude during a thunder tribulation. As the thunder tribulation began to coalesce, the couple instructed the 3 remaining juvenile Thunder Eagles to hide on Lin Ye. They then took to the skies with the tribulating young eagle. Spiraling amidst the thunderclouds as they circled, they called out continuously. Even Lin Ye, who was not versed in avian language, could discern their intent to drive away intruders. Upon seeing the 3 Thunder Eagles circling above, the surrounding spirit beasts wisely retreated. Generally, only during the tribulation of spirit plants did one witness the spectacle of spirit beast battles. After all, each spirit plant was a strategic resource, and even incompatible attributes held some utility. If one could not seize it, they could not allow others to do so. In contrast, the tribulation of spirit beasts was different. Only orphan spirit beasts, devoid of elder guardians, would incite covetousness during their tribulation, necessitating attempts at ambush. Otherwise, facing potential disaster with minimal rewards was hardly worth the risk. However, it was evident that this young thunder eagle not only had protection, but also two formidable guardians. The backing was substantial, and the stakes were high. The thunder eagle couple did not descend until the young eagle successfully underwent its tribulation, continuously circling the periphery of the thunderclouds. This served both to guard the young eagle and to absorb some of the dissipated thunder energy. The lightning during a tribulation was of a vastly higher caliber than what they typically encountered, and any amount they could absorb would be a boon. Meanwhile, Lin Ye took the opportunity to absorb energy as well. Though he could not fly up to the thunderclouds as a tree of the thunder attribute, he could directly attract the dissipating lightning towards himself. In fact, his efficiency surpassed that of the thunder eagle couple. Amidst the rumbling thunder, one eagle endured the strikes. 3 old guardians seized the opportunity to develop, and 3 younglings shivered in trepidation. After an indeterminate amount of time, the thunder ceased, and the clouds dissipated, restoring clarity to the world. Since the thunder eagle's tribulation took place in the sky, it did not result in the chaos that Lin Ye had experienced. Moreover, the tribulation endured by the thunder eagles seemed to differ from Lin Ye's. Once concluded, the eagles appeared merely disheveled, their consciousness intact, even capable of flight, whereas Lin Ye had been nearly struck down. Lin Ye found himself perplexed. Was it his misfortune or the thunder eagle's good fortune? How could such a stark contrast exist? One emerged only somewhat disheveled, while the other had hung on by a thread. Was it that he faced a different tribulation than other beings? Or was it that the thunder eagle's tribulation diverged from that of others? Perhaps it was the case that plants and animals faced distinct tribulations. The 4 young thunder eagles hatched simultaneously, so their tribulation timings could not have differed significantly. In the following days, the other 3 young thunder eagles also underwent their respective tribulations. Aside from the initial encounter, the number of spirit beasts attempting to intrude dwindled. Naturally, as their protective entourage grew larger with each tribulation, the danger of ambush lessened. Through observing the tribulation processes of the 4 young thunder eagles, Lin Ye discerned that they indeed seemed different. If the disparity in the tribulation of a single thunder eagle was a mere anomaly, the fact that all 4 differed from him was quite telling. Unfortunately, the reference points remained insufficient. All 4 tribulations he had observed were of the young thunder eagles. The species was the same, yet the sample size was still inadequate. Lin Ye could not ascertain whether he was unique or if the thunder eagles were special, or whether it was a distinction between plants and animals. Never mind. If he could not comprehend it, he would set it aside and continue his cultivation, dispelling the chaotic thoughts in his mind. Lin Ye resolved to enter a state of slumber once more. However, at that moment, he noticed something amiss with the thunder eagle family. Not far off, several young thunder eagles, having completed their tribulations, did not return to their parents, but instead took flight one after another, scattering in different directions. The adult thunder eagles showed no inclination to retain them, returning to their nest to rest. Was this a sign of separation? Indeed, in the days that followed, Lin Ye never saw the young thunder eagles again. To be honest, he felt a twinge of melancholy. After all, he had watched them grow, and some attachment had formed. Moreover, his envisioned Thunder Eagle Guard squad had vanished. It seemed that once the Thunder Eagles successfully endured their tribulation, they were destined to venture out on their own. Lin Ye reflected on this and found it understandable. After all, while the spiritual energy surrounding him was particularly dense due to his presence, an increase in spirit beasts would only lead to greater competition for resources, which would benefit no one. Sighing, he thought, I am but a tree. Why ponder so much? Sleep, sleep. The life of a tree was indeed dull. Sleep sufficed. When no extraordinary events occurred, everything could be managed by instinct. Thus, time flowed slowly by, and before long, 5 years had passed. 5 years later, Lin Ye celebrated his 10th birthday as a tree. During these subsequent 5 years, his growth rate had significantly slowed, and he now stood just over 30 meters tall. It was the unusual state of the Thunder Eagle that roused Lin Ye from his slumber. Even with mere awareness, He could perceive the energetic fluctuations emanating from the Thunder Eagle. Furthermore, upon awakening, he sensed the surrounding elements growing agitated once more. They had become restless. Was another tribulation imminent? This sensation was one Lin Ye had experienced several times and had become quite familiar with. He felt a surge of interest. The previous young Thunder Eagles, and he had undergone the tribulation of ascending to extraordinary spirit beasts. What kind of tribulation would the Thunder Eagle face now? The tribulation of advancement? This presented Lin Ye with new knowledge, and he found himself intrigued. In contrast to Lin Ye's curiosity, the Thunder Eagle exhibited a sense of unease. To be frank, its emotions were quite complex. For spirit beasts, the tribulation of ascending to become a spirit beast was the least daunting of trials. Each subsequent advancement was a life-and-death ordeal. They were not on the same level at all. Yet this tribulation was unavoidable. Its power had reached a bottleneck. To continue improving, it must undergo tribulation. Faced with the choice of continuing to survive as a first-tier spirit beast or attempting the tribulation, the Thunder Eagle opted for the latter, willing to take the risk, even though it had no real choice. As time progressed, the familiar pressure descended, and Lin Ye understood that the Thunder Tribulation was approaching. The Thunder Eagle clearly had no intention of inviting its mate or Lin Ye to join it in the tribulation. Upon sensing the pressure, it leapt into the air and flew away. However, it did not ascend to the clouds like the previous young Thunder Eagles. Instead, it gracefully landed on a distant patch of sand to prepare its body for the tribulation. Gradually, the thunder clouds thickened above, and the winds on the ground intensified. Finally, upon reaching a certain threshold, a series of deep, thunderous booms resonated from the clouds, followed by a brilliant bolt of lightning piercing through the darkened heavens, illuminating the dim sky. Upon seeing the lightning, Lin Ye was taken aback. This lightning was blue. It was as if the thunderclap had illuminated the beginning. Following this, the thunder roared incessantly, with blue bolts of lightning of varying thickness flickering continuously in the sky, casting the entire realm in a hue of blue. Feeling the oppressive force that made him tremble slightly, Lin Ye was filled with a mix of astonishment and uncertainty. Why was the lightning blue? And it appeared rather ferocious? Would the Thunder Eagle be able to withstand it? This was Lin Ye's first encounter with such a spectacle. To be frank, he felt a tinge of fear regarding its potential impact on him. The mere pressure of the lightning was nearly overwhelming. It made Lin Ye increasingly anxious. After an indeterminate amount of time, the Thunder Eagle on the ground suddenly tilted its head back and let out a piercing cry. From the tone of its call, Lin Ye discerned something amiss. An unwelcome guest had arrived. Sure enough, moments later, various beastly roars echoed from not far away. One by one, they leaped from the dense forest, encircling the perimeter of Lin Ye's territory, their eyes fixed hungrily on the Thunder Eagle in the clearing. Lin Ye counted and exclaimed, "Goodness, 12 spirit beasts of various kinds." Moreover, each of their auras was comparable to that of the Thunder Eagle from before. Lin Ye was taken aback. How could the Thunder Eagle be so unpopular with the beasts? It was as if so many had come to take advantage of its tribulation in the face of such a multitude. The Thunder Eagle showed no signs of retreat, its gaze fierce as it locked onto them. The female eagle, which had been perched beside Lin Ye, soared into the air, circling the periphery of the thundercloud, continuously calling out defiantly. Having diligently trained by Lin Ye's side, its strength had now surpassed that of the surrounding spirit beasts. Yet, unlike its previous retreat in the face of adversity, this time, during the Thunder Eagle's tribulation, none of the spirit beasts below retreated. They blatantly disregarded the female eagle's display of dominance and continued to stare intently at the Thunder Eagle. However, at this moment, they remained motionless, biding their time for an opportunity. The Thunder Eagle, too preoccupied with the tribulation, could not afford to concern itself with them. The utmost priority was to endure the trial. The atmosphere became exceedingly tense. Observing this scene, Lin Ye could not help but feel a sense of worry for the Thunder Eagle. Goodness, this lightning tribulation was already extraordinarily formidable, and now there were so many spirit beasts eager to take advantage of its predicament. It was truly a dire situation. In truth, the Thunder Eagle shared a similar plight. Being besieged during the advancement tribulation was a long-standing tradition among spirit beasts. The relationships among spirit beasts were predominantly adversarial. During an advancement, spirit beasts of the same rank would either join forces to attack, striving to eradicate their rival while it was at its most vulnerable, or they would hastily flee to a different location. Otherwise, once the target successfully advanced and regained its strength, it would immediately hunt down its former peers to expand its territory. Thus, the Thunder Eagle found itself besieged by so many beasts. In fact, this was considered a fortunate circumstance. The Thunder Eagle had already taken measures to drive away many nearby spirit beasts of the same rank. Otherwise, even more would have joined the assault. Generally, spirit beasts like the Thunder Eagle, possessing compatible elemental affinities with spirit plants, had a slightly higher chance of survival after undergoing their tribulations. This was because spirit trees not only provided ample energy recovery, but also produced spirit fruits. These fruits could assist a spirit beast in swiftly regaining its spiritual energy after a successful advancement. Each spirit beast had its own territory. During tribulations, the only ones attracted would be lower-ranked spirit beasts of the same tier. The ones driven away would also be of the same rank. Higher-ranked beasts maintained their own territories and would not engage in battles with lower-ranked ones. For spirit beasts that successfully advanced, as long as their spiritual energy kept pace, dealing with former rivals was relatively manageable. However, the Thunder Eagle was an exception. It was rather unfortunate to encounter Lin Ye in comparison to normal spirit plants. Lin Ye was somewhat of a hindrance to the eagle. His results were dictated entirely by his whims, completely disregarding standard rules. Present. No spirit fruits had been produced. Even if they had been, the Thunder Eagle would not dare to consume them. The previous mishap with the thorny fruit had left a psychological scar, leading it to believe that the fruits of Lin Ye's tree were off limits. Although they contained some spiritual energy, consuming them would result in fainting. The Thunder Eagle felt that enduring the tribulation was preferable to succumbing to unconsciousness. After all, if it were to faint, it might as well self-destruct to maintain some dignity. Without the foundation of spirit fruits, the Thunder Eagle's chances of survival were not significantly better than those of an ordinary spirit beast undergoing advancement. It could boast slightly greater energy intensity. Lin Ye, of course, was unaware of all this. This moment, he was surreptitiously absorbing the blue lightning that permeated the air. He had a hunch that this lightning would be beneficial to him. Each character present had their own motives. Unbeknownst to them, the thundercloud in the sky had finally reached its climax, having gathered sufficient lightning. Crack! With a deafening roar, a bolt of blue lightning, as thick as a finger, shot forth from the thundercloud, rapidly striking down towards the Thunder Eagle on the ground. In comparison to the Thunder Eagle's form, this bolt resembled a trivial blue serpent, seemingly inconsequential. However, the actual damage was staggering. Upon contact with the Thunder Eagle's body, it caused flesh to rupture, blood to pour forth. Lin Ye even witnessed the smoke rising from scorched skin and fur. The wings directly struck by the thunder turned a charred black, as if carbonized. Good heavens, how fierce! Lin Ye had witnessed the Thunder Eagle's physical resilience before. Previously, during the chaotic battle, it had only sustained internal injuries, and its fur was largely unscathed. Yet now, with just the first bolt of lightning, it had suffered grievous wounds and carbonization. Such terror! The surrounding spirit beasts instinctively took a step back, clearly startled by the might of the tribulation lightning. The female eagle in the sky no longer dared to fly aimlessly, settling uneasily on Lin Ye's tree branch, pacing nervously for the main character, the Thunder Eagle. It was utterly alarmed, hastily expelling energy to heal its body while simultaneously refining the rampant blue lightning within. But the thunder tribulation in the sky would not wait for it. Following the first bolt of lightning came the second, then the third. With each successive blue bolt of tribulation lightning, the Thunder Eagle's injuries deepened further. Eventually, the Thunder Eagle spread its wings to shield its body, forming a protective cocoon around itself. Under the relentless onslaught of the thunder, it quickly became engulfed in darkness, resembling a charred oval wooden stake. As the surrounding thunder and lightning energy rampaged, Lin Ye could only speculate about the Thunder Eagle's fate, choosing to focus instead on absorbing the blue lightning energy that emanated from the tribulation. With Lin Ye's active absorption, the surrounding blue arcs of electricity gradually converged towards his position, continuously being drawn into his body. Within Lin Ye, a lively commotion ensued as these blue arcs entered his body. They began to wreak havoc, akin to bandits invading a city, chasing down the original purple lightning and consuming it upon catching up. Initially, the purple lightning managed to hold its ground due to its numerical superiority. However, as Lin Ye's absorption intensified, the number of blue arcs within him increased significantly, causing the purple lightning to swiftly disintegrate and scatter. Before long, as a result of Lin Ye's devouring and the proactive hunting of the blue lightning within him, the first filament of blue lightning officially took shape within Lin Ye's body. Subsequently, as if a switch had been flipped, the once fleeing purple lightning ceased its retreat and instead began to actively merge into the newly formed blue lightning. In no time, the initial filament of blue lightning was complete, and it proceeded to decompose into the second and third filaments. This process unfolded rapidly, and as the quantity of blue lightning multiplied, the speed of transformation quickened. By the time the Thunder Eagle's tribulation reached its eighth bolt, Lin Ye had already completed the transformation. This moment, half of Lin Ye's internal territory was teeming with blue thunder. Well, it wouldn't be accurate to say it was completely full. The 10 previously accumulated lightning patterns had seen their 5 transformed segments diminish to a sparse quantity of blue thunder. Nonetheless, feeling the amplified power of the blue lightning, which had increased by over 100-fold, Lin Ye felt a surge of excitement. The reduced quantity was of no concern. It could always be replenished. The enhancement of power is indeed the crux of the matter. It has directly amplified Lin Ye's strength by several dozenfold. However, it is somewhat regrettable that the blue lightning within Lin Ye can only be transformed to a maximum of half at 18 most. It can only be evenly divided with the purple lightning, and anything beyond that is impossible. Lin Ye is uncertain about the reason for this situation, but logically speaking, he surmises that he should be considered as having ascended in rank. Indeed, when he exited the realm of consciousness and observed his interface, it was confirmed. The personal information displayed on the panel read: Lin Ye, race, Blue Thunder Tree, rank, second tier, lifespan, 10 unknown, talents, analysis reconstruction. Thunder Mastery, Purple Cloud, Thunder Domain, Blue Thunder Domain. As expected, Lin Ye had advanced from the first to the second tier, and even his designation had changed. Moreover, he had acquired an additional skill. The issue, however, was that Lin Ye did not sense any tribulation that belonged to him. It seemed that he had smoothly ascended without any hardships. Does this mean I can advance without undergoing tribulation? This thought brought a measure of joy to Lin Ye, as it meant he would not have to endure the strikes of lightning. Yet, a sense of unease lingered within him. Previously, he had felt no indication of advancement. Yet after absorbing the dissipated energy from the Lightning Eagle's tribulation, he inadvertently ascended to the second tier ahead of schedule. And without any side effects. This reasonable. The saying strange occurrences often harbor hidden dangers echoed in Lin Ye's mind, leading him to suspect that there was something amiss. Suddenly, a terrifying possibility struck him. Could it be that he could only rely on leeching off others' tribulations to advance? Crack! At that moment, a resounding explosion from the outside world interrupted Lin Ye's contemplation, pulling him back to reality. He then recalled that there was still an eagle enduring the onslaught of lightning outside. With the anticipation of an impending battle ahead, Lin Ye chose not to dwell on it further and began to circulate his self-created cultivation method, filling the void of energy within him. As the energy refined by Lin Ye began to circulate, the surrounding lightning elements gradually increased. Eventually, blue electric sparks began to flicker in the void. It seemed that Lin Ye's magnetic pull was quite significant. The tribulation lightning, which was originally focused, dispersed, and a portion, roughly 1/10, veered towards Lin Ye as it descended from the sky. Having refined the blue lightning, Lin Ye found that while these tribulation bolts were still somewhat fiery, they posed little threat. He welcomed them all with open arms, accepting every last bit, with Lin Ye sharing the burden. The Lightning Eagle undergoing tribulation felt an immediate sense of relief. Although it had only diverted a fraction of the energy, it was enough for it to catch its breath. though it remained puzzled as to why the previously constant blue tribulation lightning had suddenly diminished. But it mattered little. Seizing the opportunity to refine and advance was the priority. Advancing sooner would afford it more time to recover and to refine subsequent tribulation lightning for energy replenishment. Amidst the rumbling thunder, both the eagle and the tree were quietly reaping great benefits. Meanwhile, the other dozen or so spirit beasts watched the lightning eagle under the tribulation with fierce gazes. Such a formidable storm of lightning, even if it survived, should have been gravely injured, right? They cast a glance at Lin Ye, who had yet to bear any fruit. A cold smile crept across the hearts of the beasts. Without any spirit fruits for recovery, how would the lightning eagle survive today? In their eyes, the lightning eagle was destined to become a failure. As for the other female eagle, it was hardly a cause for concern. 18 most, it could contend with 3 of them. Here, there were a full 12 hunters. At the 62nd bolt of tribulation, the lightning eagle finally succeeded in refining the first strand of blue lightning energy from the invasive energy within its body. The initial stages are always the hardest. With the assistance of this first strand of energy, the subsequent refining and transformation became significantly easier. Before long, the lightning energy within the eagle swiftly transformed into blue lightning. If Lin Ye could view the lightning eagle's internal perspective, he would discover that unlike him, the eagle did not have 10 lightning patterns dispersed throughout its body. Instead, there was only a singular, continuously rotating purple orb, incessantly absorbing energy. As time progressed, the purple hue of the orb diminished, gradually replaced by an increasing blue. Moreover, a second lightning pattern was slowly taking shape upon the orb. Once all the lightning within the orb transitioned from purple to blue, the second lightning pattern would fully form, radiating an extraordinary brilliance. Thus, the second-tier lightning eagle was born. With its ascension to the second tier, blue tribulation lightning could no longer harm it. Rather, it would assist in accumulating energy. At this juncture, the tribulation had reached the 71st bolt, with 10 more remaining until conclusion. To better prepare for the impending battle, the lightning eagle did not dare to waste any time. It diligently operated its energy to recover from its injuries, while eagerly absorbing the tribulation energy for storage. The thunder continued to strike down, and the celestial might began to wane. The spirit beasts on the periphery began to stir restlessly. The moment of hunting was about to commence. Finally, as the 81st bolt of tribulation concluded, the spirit beasts could no longer contain themselves and charged towards the lightning eagle in the clearing. All the energy they had been accumulating surged forth in a torrent. Boom, boom. The various energies intertwined, instantly kicking up a cloud of dust that obscured the lightning eagle's figure below. The spirit beast would not afford the lightning eagle a moment to react. The cheetah, imbued with an aura of tempestuous winds, was the first to close the distance and let out a roar. Accompanying the roar was a violent tempest filled with azure wind blades. The hurricane, interspersed with countless wind blades, swept through, dispersing the clouds of yellow sand and revealing the actual scene beneath. An empty expanse, devoid of anything. The cheetah was taken aback, retreating at a speed even greater than its approach. The other spirit beasts, caught off guard by its sudden retreat, continued their forward charge, oblivious to the reason behind its withdrawal. Soon enough, the lightning eagle revealed the answer. Instead of being battered and bruised as expected, it now soared high above, clutching a colossal blue lightning sphere that was continuously expanding. The fierce pale blue lightning snakes snaked around the edges of the sphere, producing resounding booms. The spirit beasts, struck with terror, turned to flee. However, it was too late. With a powerful breath, the lightning eagle unleashed a massive blue lightning sphere downwards. Boom! The explosion resonated as if the heavens themselves were collapsing, sending waves of lightning snakes sprawling across the ground, forming a dense blue lightning net that rapidly ensnared the 11 fleeing spirit beasts, rendering them unable to escape. The blue lightning was a force that even the pinnacle of first-tier lightning eagles could not endure. How could these other first-tier spirit beasts hope to withstand it? In an instant, all 11 spirit beasts met their demise, leaving behind charred corpses emitting plumes of black smoke. Only the cheetah, surrounded by azure winds, managed to escape due to its foresight and speed advantage. Yet the direction it fled was precisely towards Lin Ye's location. Would Lin Ye allow it to escape? Certainly not. Lin Ye gathered the blue lightning energy within him, merging it all into a brilliant flash of blue lightning. With a commanding shout, he unleashed it towards the fleeing tempestuous cheetah. Zing! Crack! Perhaps due to the excessive energy Lin Ye had concentrated into this bolt of lightning. Or perhaps because the blue lightning was simply too powerful. In a fleeting moment of contact, the blue lightning tore through the cheetah's defenses, piercing through its skull and leading it to share the same fate as the other 11 spirit beasts. Thus, the invading spirit beasts were utterly annihilated, and the lightning eagle emerged victorious. After a single strike, Lin Ye felt somewhat drained, yet the thunder eagle was in a rather unfortunate state, already ravaged by the thunder tribulation for half a day. It had stubbornly unleashed a final devastating move at this moment. It was charred all over, a picture of ruin. Were it not for the occasional slight convulsions, Lin Ye might have doubted whether it was still alive. When the female eagle brought it back to the nest, Lin Ye could not help but exclaim in astonishment. This thunder eagle could no longer be described with the mere word miserable. Its body was blackened, skin torn and bloody, with wisps of black smoke rising from it. Its feathers had been completely singed, rendering it reminiscent of an enormous roasted chicken, albeit one that had been burnt to a crisp. It appeared that while the final move had been impressive, the cost was extraordinarily grave. The thunder eagle lay gravely wounded, on the brink of death, incapable of moving an inch. Fortunately, the threat had been extinguished beneath the might of its own ultimate attack. The only remaining foe had been dealt with by Lin Ye. Thus, even though the thunder eagle had been reduced to such a state, it did not detract from its ultimate victory. Meanwhile, the female eagle, having offered no assistance during the battle, dutifully began to clean up the battlefield after ensuring the injured thunder eagle was settled. Previously, it had indeed been of no help. However, the situation had changed. It was now the only active labor force on the field that IT promptly set about collecting the fallen carcasses. Before long, 12 charred corpses of spirit beasts were brought back by the female eagle. Neatly arranged beneath Lin Ye's tree, as per usual, she divided the spoils, presenting 6 corpses, to Lin Ye. Then, she seized one and returned to the nest, beginning to manually tear off the charred flesh and feed it to the thunder eagle. Though the flesh was blackened and resembled carbon in appearance, its essence as a spirit beast remained still held a potent spiritual energy, making it quite effective for healing and recovery. Lin Ye showed no hesitation in accepting the offering to the thunder eagle. He summoned the dwindling blue lightning from within the thunder mark and began to decompose and absorb IT. IT must be said, this spirit beast was indeed unlike ordinary wild animals. Previously, during the decomposition, Lin Ye only needed to activate the purple lightning to touch the corpse, instantly incinerating it and extracting the energy he required. However, even with the blue lightning obtained after his ascension, progress was still slow. After half a day, he had barely consumed a small fraction of the corpse's remnants. Nevertheless, despite the sluggish progress, the rewards were extraordinarily abundant. Even a mere scrap provided Lin Ye with an overwhelming surge of energy and vitality. Simultaneously, strands of unfamiliar greenish-blue energy, which Lin Ye did not recognize, were extracted by his analytical talent. Upon sensing it, he discerned a rich vitality, likely the life energy contained within the spirit beast's flesh. This essence could heal injuries and enhance bodily vitality, which Lin Ye welcomed with open arms, happily storing it away. As for the vitality, it was needless to say it was essential for bodily enhancement. With these sweet rewards, Lin Ye worked even harder. He diligently absorbed the blue lightning transformed from the spiritual energy to fill the void in the thunder mark, while striving to decompose the spirit beast's carcass for additional benefits. Whether it was due to the inherent preservative qualities of the spirit beast's flesh or the effects of being scorched by lightning, or perhaps a combination of both, after a week, there were still no signs of decay on the spirit beast carcasses. Though charred, the flesh within remained vibrant and full of energy. At this point, Lin Ye was just about to completely refine the first spirit beast carcass. However, he felt somewhat perplexed that it was known that the owner of this carcass was a spirit beast, a being capable of wielding elemental spiritual power. How was it that he had nearly finished the refinement without extracting any spiritual power? Could it be that the spiritual power of the spirit beast was reclaimed by the heavens upon its death? That can't be right, Lin Ye pondered, uncertain. Perhaps it was best to wait until he absorbed it completely and triggered his analytical talent to investigate. Lin Ye increased the energy input, eager to swiftly deal with the remnants of this carcass. Another day passed, and Lin Ye's refining process for the first spirit beast carcass finally reached its climax. Heaving a sigh of relief, he was almost done. The vitality and energy of this spirit beast were truly formidable. Feeling his body, which had been reinforced multiple times, Lin Ye experienced an overwhelming sense of comfort. Although he had yet to discover any spiritual power, the current gains were already more than sufficient. Ordinary energy, while useful, was not particularly significant. The key was the vitality and the greenish-blue energy, which Lin Ye referred to as life energy. The massive influx of vitality had considerably enhanced Lin Ye's physical form. Saving him a great deal of trouble, he had also accumulated a substantial amount of life energy. While it might not be immediately useful, it was better to have it and not need it than to need it and not have it. Much like health potions in a game. Who would complain about having too many, ignoring capacity? In summary, it was a resounding profit. With a sense of satisfaction, Lin Ye utilized the lightning to refine the remaining remnants of the first spirit beast carcass, leaving behind a cloud of ash and a yellowish-brown orb. What is this orb? Lin Ye was taken aback. Clearly, under his perception, the entire carcass had been decomposed, and there should have been nothing left. Yet when he activated his sight to look, he could still see that orb remaining on the ground. No, this orb is suspicious. The mystery of the spirit beast's vanished spiritual power likely lies within this orb. Even Lin Ye, despite his earlier naivety, realized that this orb was not simple. However, he had no hands, so after a moment's thought, he could only tentatively extend a thread of consciousness towards a wisp of energy. Reaching toward the yellowish-brown orb on the ground, 0.2 meters, 1 meter, 10 centimeters. Closer and closer. Lin Ye felt a mixture of wariness and distrust toward this unfamiliar object, yet curiosity compelled him to proceed. He had already summoned all his focus, prepared to abandon this strand of consciousness and preserve his life if things took a turn for the worse. But reality proved that Lin Ye was still somewhat naive. Just as the energy he had attached his consciousness to touch the orb, the previously unremarkable yellowish-brown orb suddenly vanished with a whoosh. Oh no, he had fallen into a trap. Lin Ye was taken aback. His naturally suspicious nature flaring up as he frantically searched within himself for any trace of the orb. After a short while, he finally located it. However, Lin Ye's expression turned grim if he still had a face to show. The yellowish-brown orb had appeared within his sea of consciousness. To describe Lin Ye's current feelings, the foremost sensation was one of regret. He felt like giving himself 2 resounding slaps. He had been so curious. And now look where that had led him. This unknown object had ventured into his sea of consciousness. However, since it was already inside, he might as well see how to deal with it. Perhaps he was overthinking it. It could just be passing through. After all, gathering his emotions, Lin Ye consolidated all his consciousness within the sea of consciousness, warily observing the yellowish-brown orb floating not far away. To be honest, if he had the choice, Lin Ye would prefer to keep his distance from this bizarre orb. But for reasons unknown, within his sea of consciousness, he found himself restricted to a specific range. Unable to move 2FAR.IT was precisely because of his earlier erratic movements that the orb had appeared here. This time, Lin Ye resolutely decided against any rash probing that he disregarded his physical body and remained still, keeping his gaze fixed on the yellowish-brown orb. If the enemy does not move, then neither shall I. He adopted a strategy of waiting and adapting. Thus, after an indeterminate amount of time in this standoff, the yellowish-brown orb finally began to move. It started to tremble slightly. At the same time, wisps of yellowish mist began to spread. Here it comes. Lin Ye's mind was on high alert. Although he had prepared himself for this moment, he still held a sliver of hope that the orb might be harmless. That hope was now shattered. This orb was undoubtedly problematic. However, the dilemma lies in the fact that, despite being thoroughly prepared, Lin Ye finds himself utterly devoid of any means of response to I in this moment. It appears as though he is unable to summon the energy within his body. Time seems to stretch indefinitely, and the earthy yellow orb before him has completely disintegrated, transforming into a vast expanse of yellow mist. Then, Lin Ye witnesses a formidable, horned yellow rhinoceros emerging from the fog. Its size is extraordinarily immense. To Lin Ye, it feels akin to a human confronting a 100-ton truck. He feels as though he is smaller than even one of its legs. Damn it! Lin Ye cannot help but exclaim. It's over. Despair engulfs him. He recognizes the appearance of this rhinoceros. It is indeed the spirit beast he had previously dismantled. Faced with this situation, along with the information he currently possesses, Lin Ye comes to a realization. This realm of consciousness should more accurately be referred to as his soul space. What he is now confronted with is the soul of the deceased spirit beast, a rhinoceros in the external realm. The rhinoceros might not stand a chance against Lin Ye. Yet here, the sheer size disparity makes it evident. Lin Ye is no different from an ant, although Lin Ye has been reborn as a tree. His soul remains that of the original Lin Ye from Blue Star. For reasons unknown, his body has evolved without his soul accompanying it. Hence, a mediocre combatant from Blue Star now stands against a pinnacle first-tier spirit beast from another world. The outcome is painfully obvious. While Lin Ye is lost in thought, the rhinoceros before him has consumed all the yellow mist. At this moment, it opens its enormous eyes, as large as cooking pots, and stares blankly at Lin Ye. Equally perplexed, It recalls that it had perished beneath the thunderball of a lightning eagle. Yet now, it wonders where it is. Who is this hairless little monkey before it? It raises its massive head and scans the surrounding darkness. Shaking its head vigorously, the rhinoceros fixates on Lin Ye, a glimmer of brutality slowly surfacing in its eyes. The location is inconsequential, and the reason for being here is irrelevant. Its instincts tell it that if it devours the hairless little monkey in front of it, it shall be resurrected. Moreover, it will become even stronger, observing the increasingly ferocious gaze of the rhinoceros and its restless pacing. Lin Ye relinquishes all hope. He cannot conceive of any means to ensure his survival. He can only let out a resigned sigh. Alas, he never anticipated that he would truly play himself to death. Regret is futile now. Events have unfolded to this extent. Even though Lin Ye does not wish to die, he must reluctantly accept his fate. However, while he cannot evade death, he can still choose how he meets it. Casting a cold glance at the charging rhinoceros, Lin Ye issues the only command he can muster. If I perish, that foolish rhinoceros shall not survive either. Remain here as my companion in death. Disintegrate. The command is given and immediately takes effect. First and foremost, it is Lin Ye himself who is affected, that he feels an agonizing, tearing sensation coursing through his entire being. This, indeed, is the reality. His soul, in its ethereal form, is being torn apart inch by some inexplicable force. This force continues to spread outward, creating eerie fissures that extend through the realm of consciousness. The entire soul space trembles, resounding with ominous echoes. The rhinoceros opposite him grows unsettled. As a creature of the wilderness, it is no stranger to such seismic phenomena. In the face of cataclysmic power, even spirit beasts must retreat to preserve their lives. Thus, it instinctively attempts to flee, especially when it sees a fissure stretching toward it. Yet in this realm, where can it escape? Not having run far, it collides with the fissure blocking its path. Unsurprisingly, it meets the same fate as Lin Ye, being torn into countless fragments by the enigmatic force. Boom! Boom! Lin Ye's external body remains calm and collected, showing no signs of disturbance. However, within him, as the soul space progressively shatters, the marks that belong to Lin Ye on the tree's body are gradually being stripped away. It appears that this tree is destined to return to its original trajectory. After an indeterminate amount of time, the souls of Lin Ye and the rhinoceros, along with the entirety of the soul space, are obliterated, leaving behind countless soul fragments drifting within the tree, slowly dispersing into the external world. Among these fragments, one stands out conspicuously. If magnified many times over, it would reveal itself as the panel that had always existed within Lin Ye's soul space. The panel is now riddled with cracks, appearing on the verge of shattering. Clearly, following the dissolution of Lin Ye's soul, this mysterious panel, which had been tethered to him, has suffered a catastrophic blow. Its survival is solely due to the mysterious force sustaining it. However, no matter how potent the energy, without Lin Ye's support, it is akin to a rootless floating weed, bound to shatter eventually at this moment. As if triggered by some rule, the panel, which had been desperately clinging on, suddenly relinquishes its resistance and shatters into countless specks of light. These light particles coalesce, forming a purple-gold diamond-shaped crystal. Soon as the crystal emerges, it occupies the heart of the tree, the very location where the soul space once resided. It then emits a powerful gravitational pull, drawing the scattered soul fragments back with remarkable speed, absorbing them one by one. Phew. Where am I? In enveloping darkness, Lin Ye gradually regains consciousness as he awakens. His mind remains foggy in his memories. He should have perished alongside the self-destruction of his soul space. Yet now, how has he inexplicably returned to life? Lin Ye opens his eyes, a breathtaking panorama unfolds before him, an endless expanse of jungle. Towering trees visible in every direction, and an array of peculiar creatures bustling about. Some possess impressive horns, others are as immense as mountains. Some are feasting, others sleeping. Some unleash thunder, while others tread upon hurricanes. Some have just hatched, and some are meeting their demise. It is a vivid tableau of life. Lin Ye finds himself somewhat entranced. Yet just then, a tremendous roar reverberates through the sky. His consciousness abruptly retracts, pulling him back into the massive purple tree. This my body. I am Lin Ye. I am still alive. Lin Ye recalls everything. He is Lin Ye, an unfortunate soul who inexplicably traversed into the form of a tree, only to play himself to death. As memories flood back, Lin Ye first experiences a surge of ecstasy, followed by an overwhelming sense of bewilderment. If his recollection serves him correctly, he should have ceased to exist alongside the destruction of his soul space, utterly obliterated, with no chance of reincarnation. Yet now, how has he inexplicably returned to life? Moreover, what was that perspective he just experienced? Lin Ye, laden with questions, begins a self-examination, seeking any clues that might illuminate his situation. He soon discovers the purple-gold diamond-shaped crystal nestled in the heart of the tree. What is this? Lin Ye muses, uncertainty clouding his thoughts. Was this object present before? Before Lin Ye could contemplate the intricacies of the situation, he was overwhelmed by a torrent of information transmitted from the purple-gold crystal, leaving him momentarily dazed. After an indeterminate period, Lin Ye gradually regained consciousness. However, this time, he refrained from expressing alarm. All the knowledge he sought was contained within the recently received information stream. Yet, now was not the moment for inquiries. He had tasks to attend. Lin Ye concentrated. The purple-gold crystal nestled within the heart of the tree, transformed instantaneously into a wisp of purple-gold energy. It flowed like a fish, traversing every inch of Lin Ye's tree form, from top to bottom and from within to without. Remarkably, wherever it glided, the surrounding thunderous energy underwent swift changes. The integrated thunder elements were stripped away, reverting to an originally imperceptible state of spiritual energy. This energy then seamlessly merged into Lin Ye's body. With the infusion of this pure spiritual energy, the surface of Lin Ye's tree form began to shift from the characteristic purple of thunderous power to an unremarkable semblance of an ordinary tree. The Thunder Eagle couple that resided upon him remained blissfully unaware of his transformation. They were in the midst of their midday slumber. Upon awakening and noticing the altered hues around them, they took flight in alarm, scanning their surroundings with vigilance. Finding no anomalies, they gazed down at Lin Ye with a mix of confusion and trepidation, as if 1,000 questions hung in the air. How could this tree change color autonomously? After a considerable time, they cautiously approached, detecting no abnormalities. They took a deep breath. The essence still tasted pure. 99K, it still felt invigorating. They circled Lin Ye several times, reassured by the absence of threats, before daring to return to their nest. Though the essence they consumed differed slightly from before, it felt even more potent, since there were no adversaries causing disruption. They thought little of the color change. After all, they were not drawn to Lin Ye's purple hue for its aesthetic appeal. Lin Ye, on his part, paid no mind to the actions of the Thunder Eagles. He was fervently channeling the purple-gold energy throughout his being. After an undetermined duration, upon completing the transformation of the final leaf, the purple-gold energy returned to the heart of the tree, reverting to its original diamond-like crystalline form. Only then did Lin Ye finally exhale in relief that it was quite taxing to wield such soul power. After a brief respite, Lin Ye regained his strength. He then contemplated and, with a thought, summoned a familiar panel into his consciousness. Lin Ye World Tree, Incomplete, Blue Star Origin, 1 Ancient Wood Source Realm Origin, 0 Ancient Wood Source Realm Thunder, Tier 2, Ancient Wood Source Realm Earth, Tier 1, Ancient Wood Source Realm Fire, Tier 0, Ancient Wood Source Realm Water, Tier 0, Ancient Wood Source Realm Wind, Tier 0, Ancient Wood Source Realm Ice, Tier 0, Talent, Analysis Reconstruction. Eye of the World, Incomplete. Elemental Control, 26. The data on this panel exhibited considerable changes compared to before. Many entries were distinctly different, that if one were to inquire why such transformations occurred. Lin Ye could only attribute it to his own design. Moreover, it was not limited to this. The current panel could be altered at his whim, allowing him to modify data and add content as he pleased. He could even incorporate attributes like agility and strength, akin to a character in an online game. However, he deemed it unnecessary. This endeavor was not intended for anyone else's approval. It was primarily for his own scrutiny, based on authentic data to facilitate his understanding of various stages of his existence. Extraneous details were entirely superfluous. This was the true essence of his rebirth. In this resurrection, Lin Ye had genuinely reaped a bountiful harvest. Gazing at the purple-gold crystal at the heart of the tree, he couldn't help but feel a swell of emotion. Who could have imagined that this object would serve as the world origin of Blue Star? Or that such a concept as a world origin truly existed within Blue Star? Previously, Lin Ye had thought of origin as merely a fictitious term conjured by authors. Who could have guessed it was indeed real? Even more astonishing was the revelation Lin Ye discovered regarding the truth of his transmigration. Recount, this tale borders on the absurd. Lin Ye was dispatched from Blue Star to the ancient Wood Source realm, the very world he now inhabited, as a mercenary. Indeed, a mercenary, one who is paid to engage in combat on behalf of others. However, the payment was directed to Blue Star, while he, the foot soldier, was sent to do the fighting. Moreover, he was conscripted without prior notice and without any reward. Naturally, he was not the only one employed in this manner. While the precise number of others remains unknown, it was certain that he was not alone. As for why he alone arrived in this manner, embodying a tree, that is another lamentable tale. It was a sunlit afternoon. Ahem, to be brief, the reason for his predicament was simple. He was unfortunate. In summary, the cause was a certain incomprehensible transaction, leading Blue Star to decide to support the ancient Wood Source realm. The method of interworld support was straightforward and rather crude: to cast some world origin from their own realm and directly transport it to the opposite world to foster life and growth. After all, once established, as long as they resisted being eradicated by beings from other worlds, they would naturally defend themselves. However, interworld transport is no simple feat. It requires a specific item to bridge the two realms and establish a transport array. To forcibly send numerous individuals while carrying a substantial amount of world origin would consume vast energy. Blue Star could not afford such an expenditure. Thus, given the circumstances of the ancient Wood Source realm, Blue Star ultimately decided to send a sapling, intending to establish a foothold. Once it acclimated, they could later set up a transport route, making the process far more economical and secure. The precise moment Blue Star dispatched the sapling, Lin Ye happened to be situated at the point where the spatial barrier of Blue Star was thinnest. Thus, it was entirely reasonable for the transport channel to open there as a mere corporate drone of Blue Star. Lin Ye was oblivious to the spatial fluctuations. In an instant, he was torn apart by spatial turbulence, his fragmented soul fortuitously merging with the sapling imbued with Blue Star's origin. Together, they were transported. As for why they did not first extract Lin Ye before establishing the transport channel, there is a saying, the heavens are merciless, treating all living beings as mere fodder in the eyes of Blue Star. Lin Ye was merely an insignificant organism born of its essence, no different from flowers, grass, or livestock. His death was inconsequential in essence. He was deemed unworthy. Moreover, strictly speaking, the world does not possess a true self-awareness. Its actions are more akin to normal adjustments made to maintain the world's functioning. IT resembles an exceedingly advanced AI program, selecting only the optimal options devoid of human empathy. Identifying weak points and spatial fluctuations is no easy task. Lin Ye, being inconsequential, was not deemed worthy of Blue Star's redirection, and as for the consequences of Lin Ye's demise, there was no need for concern. Blue Star possessed a free correction function after Lin Ye's death. All traces of his existence were quietly erased by Blue Star, and on Blue Star, all evidence of him vanished completely. Everyone, including Lin Ye's parents, would no longer remember that such a person ever existed. This was not solely the fate of Lin Ye. Other mercenaries who arrived later would meet the same end. The panel Lin Ye glimpsed within the realm of consciousness was, in fact, the equipment provided by Blue Star to its mercenaries. Thus, it pertains to the essence of the world, the first fortune of the mercenaries. With such a resource at their disposal, each one of them becomes a paragon of genius, as long as they do not perish. Their rise to prominence is merely a matter of time. Otherwise, with humanity's abysmal combat prowess, their presence would be akin to a mere gift, failing to qualify as support for the absence of technology. The explanation is straightforward. The two worlds operate under disparate rules. Technology is effective on Blue Star due to its inherent regulations and foundational attributes. However, the same technology, when transplanted here, is no better than scrap metal. It simply does not adapt. It is akin to an American general attempting to parachute into China and command its forces. Would they heed his orders? Regarding the format of the attribute panel, it is solely because humanity, influenced by cinematic works, subconsciously finds this representation more palatable. Blue Star would naturally opt for an average standard, while individual notions hold little weight. In fact, this is precisely the case. Lin Ye accepted it as a matter of course. Even now, he has risen to prominence thanks to the analytical talents bestowed by the panel. Of course, the assistance from Blue Star ends there. The initial fortune has been granted. The rest depends on one's own capabilities. Should one fail to seize the opportunity and meet their demise, Blue Star will not come to their rescue again. The essence has been delivered. It is usable by anyone. If you perish, it matters not. The world will reclaim it from the ancient wood source realm, transform it, and allocate it to other native beings. There is little distinction. The mandate of fate does not vanish. It merely shifts that IT simply will not reside with you any longer. Individuals like Lin Ye, who bring about their own downfall, are undoubtedly inept. They are the substandard whereas among mercenaries. However, even subpar goods possess some merit. Lin Ye was fortunate, drawing a corresponding talent. His ability, known in full as analytical reconstruction, the mutual destruction with the spirit beast rhinoceros, was executed using his analytical talent. This revival, in turn, activated the latter aspect of his reconstruction ability. When Lin Ye perished, his soul shattered. The panel disintegrated along with his spirit, returning to the essence of the world, the fragmented Lin Ye. The primal essence, combined with the soul fragments of the rhinoceros, perfectly met the conditions to activate the reconstruction talent. In a frenzy, everything was shattered and merged into a brand new Lin Ye. Moreover, it is remarkable that Lin Ye, having been reborn from the essence of the world, directly fused with this strand of essence. This is something that should only be achievable upon reaching the limits of this realm. Thus, Lin Ye ascended to greatness in one fell swoop. Such fortune leaves little room for debate. Perhaps this is the blessing of the simple-minded. Regrettably, Lin Ye integrated the essence of Blue Star, thus becoming a powerful being from that realm. Yet, this is not Blue Star. This is the ancient wood source realm, that he has been promoted, but not within his own domain. Here, Lin Ye retains merely the second-tier strength of the thunder system he cultivated himself. Now, he has also acquired a first-tier earth ability. Consequently, The world tree he transformed into bears a flawed designation that if he were to return to Blue Star, he would be a complete world tree. Here, he is but a minor entity, hardly worth mentioning. It is worth noting that following his rebirth, Lin Ye had an opportunity to exchange his physical form. However, in this realm, there were no human bodies available for his revival, nor any other formidable beings to choose from. The strongest options were the Thunder Eagle couple, but they were still alive. Thus, Lin Ye ultimately chose to continue as a tree. Furthermore, being a tree has its merits. After over a decade of existence as one, he has grown somewhat accustomed to it. The journey has indeed been tumultuous and extraordinary. Naturally, the outcome is also favorable, although the process had its flaws. With Lin Ye's demise being somewhat comical, it is not a significant issue. Compared to protagonists ensnared by various machinations, Lin Ye feels quite fortunate with a straightforward beginning, devoid of scheming or intrigue. Only sheer luck, the so-called mercenary arrangement, is not compulsory. Once delivered, the world does not impose any oversight. If one possesses the capability to breach the barriers of this world, they may depart at any time. Therefore, the forthcoming focus is on discovering a method to transcend these world barriers. The question arises, how does one breach the world barrier? Ah, how fortuitous! Lin Ye happens to know the answer in truth. It is a sensation derived from merging with the essence of a world. Lin Ye can perceive the thickness of the surrounding space. The ultimate capacity is roughly 1,000 times greater. That is the threshold for breakthrough, equivalent to a drop of complete essence. Once this limit is exceeded, Lin Ye can penetrate the weakened sections of the spatial barrier, opening a passage to the outside world. Lin Ye possesses a strand of essence, gifted from Blue Star. Yes, it is a strand, not a drop. This is reasonable. If a drop were provided, he could attain sanctity in an instant. Lin Ye cannot afford such a blessing. Nor can Blue Star provide it. The transportation costs would be astronomical. Nevertheless, even a strand is sufficient. While it cannot be utilized to manipulate the energies of the ancient wood source realm, it can serve to shatter the spatial barriers. Lin Ye is unaware of how Blue Star acquires its essence. However, in the ancient wood source realm, he has discerned the conditions for obtaining its essence through his integration. That it is quite simple. One must gather the 6 elemental essences of the ancient wood source realm and elevate them all to the 10th tier. Upon final ascension, a drop of essence from this world will be granted as a reward. A complete drop. This drop, combined with Lin Ye's strand, already meets the minimum requirements to breach the spatial barrier the 10th tier. One can ensure basic self-preservation in the external world at that point. He can disregard the world's summons and make his escape. What contract spirit is of concern? The benefits accrue to Blue Star, which is of no concern to Lin Ye. It is evident that any world capable of soliciting aid from the ancient wood source realm is not easily negotiated with. At the very least, it would be an even match. Should the world lose, it would not perish. It would merely endure a complete biological extinction and start anew. The world. It would simply be a waste of time. Yet for Lin Ye and his kind, death is genuine death. Reputation may be granted by others, but one's life is paramount. If lost, it is irrevocable. In any case, the mercenary role is one that any may assume as they wish. Lin Ye has no intention of taking it. Is it not preferable to remain alive? Why rush to meet death? Of course, even if Lin Ye's calculations are astute, the path must be traversed step by step. Currently, he is merely a second-tier dual-element novice, far from achieving the pinnacle of 6-element mastery. Hence, the immediate priority is cultivation, although the flora of this world serves as fundamental resources, even when transformed into spiritual plants. They are utilized as strategic assets, lacking sentience and not participating in battle. However, Lin Ye is different. He is a mercenary. What if he is summoned one day? What if some formidable spirit beast extracts him to serve as a weapon? Lin Ye feels an overwhelming sense of urgency. Leaving no room for complacency, he swiftly turns his attention to the 5 corpses on the ground, initiating a fierce battle to absorb them all. In the present day, Lin Ye has transcended the constraints of mere bloodlust and spiritual power. His body, now harmonized with its primal essence, is akin to a postnatal reversal of the innate. Any form of energy serves as sustenance for his growth. convertible into spiritual power for further development, albeit with varying rates of transformation. A week later, 5 corpses vanished simultaneously. Yet Lin Ye's attributes had merely expanded to include a water affinity, transforming from second-tier earth mine to a second-tier water mine. Indeed, he had upgraded to an amphibious mine. Lin Ye found himself in a predicament. Although he had 5 corpses and 5 inner Dan, the attributes were redundant. The region he inhabited was only conducive to the survival of earth, wind, and water spirit beasts. His lightning ability had manifested through genetic mutation upon his ascension. Furthermore, he still lacked the wind attribute native to this locale. As he was not a native tree, Lin Ye could not comprehend the local attributes. To acquire new attributes, he would have to rely on his innate talent to decipher them from other spirit beasts and then assimilate them into himself. This raises a question. As a tree, where could he find spirit beasts to excavate inner Dan from? Inner Dan, you say? Well, it seems not entirely impossible. Lin Ye's consciousness shifted toward the couple perched upon the tree. Of course, he did not intend to target them. He already possessed lightning attributes. Although eliminating them post-rebirth would be relatively easy, it was unnecessary. Setting aside any emotional ties, there was simply no profit in it, given his existing lightning affinity. Even if he were to refine the couple's inner Dan, it would only yield a modicum of spiritual power. Of little consequence, he was not in dire need of it, being proficient in all 6 attributes and endowed with the traits of a great tree. The amount of spiritual power required for ascension was monumental. Thus, the soul had its value, as merging could strengthen Lin Ye's essence. But there was no urgency, at least for now. What Lin Ye truly coveted were the 6 inner Dan nestled within their nest. When he ascended, 12 spirit beasts had initially attacked. Ultimately, they were annihilated. The corpses were shared equally between Lin Ye and the couple, 6 for each side. It could be said that Lin Ye had indeed profited from the encounter. The vanquished 6, while he dispatched 1. Acquiring an additional 5 now that he had digested his share, he set his sights on the spoils. Admittedly, it was not a very human-like endeavor. Yet, Lin Ye was unconcerned. He was not human to begin with. Hey, Brother Eagle, mind if I borrow these inner Dan? You can't use them anyway, he muttered to himself before swiftly whisking away the 6 inner Dan from beneath this rear, assimilating them into his consciousness for refinement. Suddenly, the who had been meditating with its eyes closed felt a chill beneath its tail. What just happened? The rose and glanced beneath itself. Nothing was there. It circled around, confirming the absence of any items before returning to its previous position, albeit still puzzled. After a while, the suddenly froze, then leaped into the air. Where are my inner Dan? My 6 enormous inner Dan. In truth, they held a fondness for those 6 inner Dan, as evidenced by their placement beneath its posterior. Though they were neither edible nor usable, they symbolized its prowess in battle. The mere sight of them reminded thee of its glorious conquests. Of course, it conveniently overlooked the ensuing chaos, but now they had vanished. Fuming, they flitted about the nest, searching high and low for its lost trophies, until it was silenced by a resounding slap from the irate female. Settling down in indignation, they vowed that if it ever caught the thief who pilfered its spoils, it would ensure they experienced the sting of 100,000 volts. Little did it know, its coveted prizes had already been refined by a certain shameless individual. And I've also found the wind attribute, feeling a slight expansion of his soul and the newfound wind affinity within. Lin Ye sighed contentedly. What? A thief of inner Dan? What is that? I haven't seen anything. I'm not quite sure. I didn't see anything. Now, a second-tier windwater mine. Lin Ye pondered where he might procure the remaining ice and fire attributes. Although he had swiftly gathered 23 attributes, this was due to his inherent qualities and the commonality of the other 3 attributes. Wind, water, and earth were the most prevalent in the ancient wood source realm, found abundantly throughout. However, ice and fire were different. They could only be located in specific regions. Thus, while it seemed he needed only 2 attributes, the challenge was exponentially greater, especially for one like Lin Ye, who was immobile. Relying solely on himself was futile. Where could he find a capable assistant? Instinctively, Lin Ye glanced at the couple atop the tree, then shook his head. Those 2 were not viable options. Setting aside the fact that he couldn't command them, even if he could, they seemed content to laze about at home, indulging in their affections, asking them to seek out spirit beasts with ice and fire attributes. Best not to. Yet there were no other living beings in his vicinity. Sighing, he lamented, "What am I to do? I can't expect spirit beasts bearing those attributes to come to me willingly, can I? Oh, divine beings, grant me a clever, brave, and resourceful assistant." But lo and behold, it wasn't a divine gift that arrived. Rather, Lin Ye, amidst his idle musings, suddenly recalled a significant event. The Blue Star mercenaries were not solely comprised of him. Others would be dispatched as well. What was this? Was it not a perfect opportunity for allies? As a former denizen of Blue Star, Lin Ye understood them well, that if he could persuade and charm them adequately, they could indeed prove invaluable. No matter the treacherous terrain, as long as a mission was posted and rewards were promised, they would find a way to retrieve what was needed. Many possessed a penchant for adventure. Even absent rewards, they would gallivant across the land, seeking opportunities in perilous places. Yes, 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 a flawless team of assistants. Lin Ye's eyes sparkled with excitement. He had a premonition that these compatriots would provide him with immense support. Naturally, revealing his identity was out of the question. Lin Ye was acutely aware of the greed and cunning of his fellow countrymen. Should he expose himself, assistance was uncertain, but there would undoubtedly be those eager to see him fail. As someone who was immobile, he was essentially a naturally occurring boss with a health bar. The exceptional equipment was pushed to its limits that a true hunter is one who operates discreetly, shrouded in secrecy. Once exposed, the risk of failure looms large. Thus, in order to enlist the aid of fellow compatriots without revealing his identity, meticulous planning is essential. These thoughts swirled in his mind. Lin Ye unconsciously emitted a sinister chuckle. According to the established trajectory, he would need to reach the 10th tier to activate the primordial source, thereby eliciting the Blue Star's will to initiate a teleportation. This was a stipulation left by Blue Star, offering no shortcuts. Lin Ye speculated that this might be the final protection bestowed upon them, the denizens of Blue Star. After all, the mercenaries arriving from Blue Star, even with the endowment of the primordial source, remained relatively weak in the early stages. The peril of perishing in this world was ever present. However, if Lin Ye were to grow to the 10th tier before making his entrance, he would stand a better chance of receiving the protection of his fellow countrymen, thus mitigating the potential for grave harm during his initial phase. The 10th tier, one would be considered among the elite in this realm. Naturally, Lin Ye was not included in that category. He was, regrettably, a mere bridgehead. Others had their backing, while Lin, alas, had none. Based on prior observations, even if he were to perish, it would merely signify the death of his soul. The tree species endowed with the primordial source would not succumb. Should Lin Ye meet his end, the primordial source would continue to safeguard the growth of the tree species until it fully acclimatized, maturing to the 10th tier and activating the Blue Star's primordial imprint. Viewed in this light, only Lin Ye bore the brunt of misfortune, a forsaken soul, unloved by either grandmother or uncle. Despite this, Lin Ye harbored no intentions of succumbing to darkness, harboring resentment towards Blue Star, or embarking on a path of vengeance. Such thoughts were beneath him. Blue Star merely executed standard decisions. He was not a target of their actions. The Celestial Order is impartial, with no deliberate bias against anyone. Favoritism or malice are merely reflections of individual fortunes. Lin Ye was simply unfortunate, not aligning with the majority. Thus, he received no ultimate protection that, of course, he would not stoop to the level of begging those who received special treatment for assistance. "You do not assist me, and I bear no grudge," he mused. That he would not deliberately target those compatriots, but should they offer him benefit or offend him, he would show no mercy. This was Lin Ye's solemn vow to his mother Starworld. He would neither seek revenge nor extend help. That was his recompense. Naturally, Blue Star might remain indifferent to such matters. Even if a portion of humanity vanished, it would hardly be a significant loss. Their protection stemmed solely from their benevolence. Yet in Lin Ye's perspective, if possible, he wished to activate the imprint ahead of time, to summon the mercenaries for Blue Star to descend sooner. He found himself ensnared in a predicament. He was uncertain how long it would take to gather the 6 primordial attributes of the ancient wood source realm if he relied solely on himself. It was a matter of sheer luck. And Lin Ye could not afford to wait that long. The longer he waited, the more variables emerged. He felt an unsettling lack of security, fearing that one day he might be summoned to the front lines of battle. Thus, the question arose, how could he activate the imprint prematurely? Lin Ye sensed the primordial imprint within his consciousness, a deep blue door, imbued with the essence left by Blue Star. However, to unlock it, he required not only the refinement of the primordial source, but also an immense influx of spiritual power. Fortuitously, Lin Ye had fused with the primordial source ahead of schedule, achieving the first condition. Now, he merely needed to address the issue of spiritual power. Yet, the rate at which he absorbed spiritual power was insufficient to meet the demands of his simultaneous cultivation of 6 systems, let alone to open the door. Even if he satisfied the spiritual power requirements and successfully opened the imprint, how could he persuade those compatriots to assist him without revealing his identity? Lin Ye fell into contemplation. Let us tackle the problems one at a time. First, I must find a solution for the spiritual power issue, regardless of whether for cultivation or unlocking the door. A vast amount of spiritual power was indispensable. This was a conundrum from which Lin Ye could not escape. According to standard logic, to obtain more spiritual power, one must either enhance their absorption efficiency, relocate to a place with abundant spiritual energy, or stumble upon some fortuitous treasures or high-level spiritual beast cores. Lin Ye promptly dismissed the second option. As a tree, he was immobile and could not change locations. The third option was also ruled out. While it appeared the quickest, in reality, it was the most unreliable. Such serendipity rarely graces anyone. What difference was there between this and waiting for a hare to bump into a tree stump? Thus, although 3 paths seemed available, Lin Ye had but one choice. Then arose the question, how to enhance his absorption efficiency? What constitutes efficiency? It is the amount of work completed within a designated time frame. Naturally, Lin Ye recalled the cultivation method he had devised. Though its operation was straightforward, it had undeniably improved his absorption speed. Thus, was there room for further enhancement of this cultivation method? Lin Ye believed there was. At the very least, it was worth a try. With this thought in mind, Lin Ye proceeded to act. After surveying his surroundings and finding nothing amiss, he left a fragment of his consciousness as a precaution. He then retreated into his consciousness space to conduct research. AS is well known. When one is deeply engrossed in a task, time passes swiftly. By the time Lin Ye's consciousness ventured out into the external world once more. 5 years had elapsed. In that span, Lin Ye had matured into a tree of 15 years. Due to a return to simplicity, his growth rate had significantly slowed, yielding only modest gains in 5 years. He had grown a mere few meters. Previously towering over 30 meters, he remained at that height. While it appeared he had made little progress, in reality, he had indeed advanced only slightly. Now, he was a tree capable of simultaneously cultivating in the 4 elemental systems of wind, water, earth, and fire. The energy required was immense. His absorption over these 5 years, though not negligible, amounted to but a drop in the ocean. However, there was a silver lining. While his power had not significantly increased, Lin Ye's research into the cultivation method had borne fruit. His previous idea was to dispatch refined spiritual energy from within to attract new customers, akin to transforming a passive approach into an active one, much like courtesans in a brothel calling out for patrons to come and indulge. Although this enhanced efficiency to some extent, the degree of improvement was limited and the ceiling was too low. The only visitors drawn were those lingering at the entrance. So, what other methods could he employ to attract patrons? Lin Ye pondered. Distributing flyers. He exclaimed, the East Street is open to brothel. The maidens are exquisite. Come over for tea if you have the time. Naturally, this did not imply Lin Ye would literally create flyers to distribute with spiritual power. Rather, the underlying logic of distributing flyers was to expand his visibility, thereby allowing individuals from farther afield to become aware of his presence and increasing his sphere of attraction. Translated into the realm of spiritual energy, Lin Ye utilized his soul imprint that he established several anchor points, each carrying his soul imprint across a designated area of the void in the external world. Each anchor point served as a flyer dispatched by Lin Ye, broadening his promotional reach and naturally attracting a greater influx of spiritual energy. Moreover, this range would expand as Lin Ye's soul grew stronger, as his soul strengthened. He could imprint more anchors, extending his influence even further. Lin Ye dubbed this cultivation method the flyer technique. In the ensuing days, Lin Ye embarked on a series of experiments. Firstly, he sought to leave his soul's imprint in the void. This task was not particularly challenging for Lin Ye, as he was a being fused with the essence of the world. Possessing a degree of extraordinary capability, on the first day, Lin Ye successfully left 38 imprints, discarding 5, resulting in 33 successes. The following day, he left 48 imprints, discarding 2, and achieving 46 successful imprints, by the third day. He managed to leave 60 imprints, all of which were successful in just 3 days. Lin Ye had honed his ability to successfully arrange 60 soul imprints in a short span of time. However, this was his limit. The strength of his soul was only sufficient to manifest this many. After several more attempts, and once he had thoroughly familiarized himself with the capabilities of the imprints, Lin Ye began the formal arrangement. Selecting the positions for these imprint nodes was a technical endeavor. Much like mobile phone signals, some locations boasted strong signals, enhancing the transmission of spiritual energy, while others were weak, resulting in diminished transmission capabilities. The positioning had to be precise. Too far or too close would not suffice. Lacking the ability for precise localization, Lin Ye could only experiment gradually, refining his technique over time. This refinement took another 5 years. During this period, apart from his daily rest to recuperate his spirit, Lin Ye dedicated all his time to exploring the locations of the nodes. However, this task proved to be exceedingly challenging. The fluctuations of space were exceedingly enigmatic. To accurately pinpoint a specific point amidst constant changes was no easy feat. After 5 years of diligent effort, Lin Ye succeeded in leaving only 12 imprints. Nevertheless, this was merely the initial hurdle. Through 5 years of meticulous honing, Lin Ye began to grasp a fragment of the rules governing spatial dynamics. The fluctuations of space, though complex, resembled the ebb and flow of the ocean, rising and receding in cycles. The tides come and go, alternating lengths, undergoing multiple cycles to form a complete period. The only difference was that the waves of space occur at intervals much shorter. In the blink of an eye, multiple cycles would transpire. Ordinary individuals would find it impossible to observe, let alone summarize these phenomena. However, Lin Ye was no ordinary individual. Yes, someone fused with the essence of the world. He possessed the innate ability to keenly observe the fluctuations of space. His unique experiences of traversing realms granted him the qualification to draw conclusions. Over the course of 5 years, he finally perceived a sliver of the laws governing space, which he termed spatial tides. These tides, in their surging motion, ushered in the chaotic energies from beyond the world, which were subsequently filtered by the world itself, allowing only the harmless energies to enter. The highest crest of each tide represented the broadest energy conduit, which was precisely the anchor point Lin Ye had been fervently seeking. The world tree, absorbing the chaotic energies from the external realm, was a fundamental function. Lin Ye's soul imprints acted as a direct conduit connected to the largest intake pipe. Regardless of how the intake pipe was positioned, Lin Ye's conduit would align accordingly, as long as the connections remained secure. The transmission of energy would pose no issues. A year subsequently passed, and with his ever-increasing mastery of the patterns, Lin Ye successfully implanted all the anchor points. He then used the gravitational pull between the soul imprints as a bridge to channel the absorbed chaotic energy into his being. Thus, his experiment reached its conclusion. As he felt the continuous influx of energy within him, Lin Ye understood that he had succeeded in his endeavor. This revelation did not astonish him. It was an outcome he had long anticipated. To be honest, the amount of energy was considerable. Compared to before, it had transformed from a mere trickle into a small stream. Yet, regrettably, what Lin Ye truly required was a vast lake. Moreover, he still needed to fill an ocean beyond that. Thus, it was still insufficient. Lin Ye's efficiency enhancement project had to persist. Speaking of which, Lin Ye's method of disseminating information still held vast potential for development. Theoretically, as long as his soul power was adequate, He could cover the entire world with anchor points. However, the enhancement of soul power was an arduous task. Even for the gifted Lin Ye, it necessitated the consumption of a substantial number of spiritual beast souls. Unfortunately, such souls were not readily available. Encountering a few hapless souls was merely a stroke of luck. This was evidently a long-term project. Therefore, alternative routes had to be sought. While pondering, Lin Ye recalled the promotion methods employed in brothels. When faced with a bottleneck in distributing information, what strategies did they employ to increase revenue? Drawing from his memories of Blue Star, Lin Ye arrived at a solution. Open branch stores. The clientele in this region had become temporarily fixed, and attracting new customers required time to settle to generate additional revenue. It was natural to establish branches in other locations. With a successful model in hand, replicating it would serve as a rapid expansion tool. However, this raised a new question: how to manage the branch stores. It is widely recognized that the success of a store hinges not only on the brand's inherent strength, but also on the competence of the manager. The brand ensures the store can be established, while the manager guarantees its smooth operation, overseeing both major and minor matters, and possessing the ability to mediate disputes. This principle applies to Lin Ye as well. Opening a branch store was straightforward as a plant. Lin Ye could easily bear fruit and produce seeds. Planting the seeds would result in new offshoots. However, the crux of the issue lay in determining who would serve as the manager. In Lin Ye's establishment, the soul was the overarching authority. He was the chairman, the general manager, the store manager, and even the server. Yet, Lin Ye possessed only one soul, which, when closely connected, could only manage one store. Should he consider implementing a franchise model to allow other beings to join? Lin Ye contemplated the well-known franchise model from Blue Star, but promptly dismissed the idea. The nature of his venture was fundamentally different. He could not share profits, and the formula for his store was a closely guarded secret, not to be disclosed to anyone else. So, how could he proceed? His soul was singular. It could not split, nor could it divide. Wait a moment. While humans indeed cannot split, who decreed that souls cannot be divided? Lin Ye suddenly had an epiphany. In novels, souls are often depicted as being capable of division. Moreover, Lin Ye had previously heard a theory suggesting that the well-known mental illness, schizophrenia, could potentially be a form of soul division. Thus, Lin Ye deemed it wholly necessary to extend his research on this topic. After formulating a rough plan, Lin Ye left a fragment of his consciousness to guard his domain, then plunged into the sea of consciousness to continue his investigations. This research spanned another 5 years. Ultimately, Lin Ye reached a conclusion. Souls could indeed be cut and divided. However, the process of separation would be excruciatingly painful. Furthermore, if not properly restrained, the separated souls could evolve into entirely independent personalities, constituting true schizophrenia. How astonishing! The hypothesis that schizophrenia could be a manifestation of soul division turned out to be accurate. Yet, even with this discovery, it was still insufficient for Lin Ye to initiate the branch stores. Although the number of divided souls increased, the total essence remained unchanged. While he could possess 2 bodies and 2 fragmented souls, the anchor points still numbered only 60, but the outcome was no different from before. It was not until Lin Ye discovered a new capability of the world's essence that a breakthrough occurred. What? The world's essence could actually repair souls, after enduring excruciating agony akin to being subjected to thousands of cuts. Lin Ye finally managed to separate 13 fragments of his soul. To his astonishment, he found that the fused world's essence was actively engaged in repairing his soul, as he felt the warmth emanating from the singular essence of Blue Star. Lin Ye's face broke into a broad smile. Fortune had turned in his favor, and the universe was assisting him. Lin Ye had previously been troubled by how to create more divided souls. Now, this was a permanent solution. For souls, division was indeed possible. However, to avoid permanent damage or allowing the divided souls to slip beyond his control, it was imperative to maintain the integrity of his own soul at over 50%. The higher the completeness, the stronger the control. Conversely, if the number of split souls exceeds 50, a secondary personality will inevitably emerge, which will then seek to dominate the primary personality in a bid to preserve the integrity of the soul. This newly born persona may even resort to devouring the soul governed by Lin Ye's primary persona. In such a scenario, Lin Ye would essentially be rendered dead, with all his essence serving merely as a garment for this nascent personality. Lin Ye is no fool. He would certainly not permit such an occurrence. However, with this newfound discovery, he no longer needs to regard anything with trepidation. He can divide with confidence and abandon. In fact, Lin Ye could even increase the proportion of split souls from 40 to 49, boldly reaching the theoretical maximum for soul division. After all, he would eventually replenish it, without fearing that one day his soul might be compromised and fall under the control of a secondary persona. Moreover, he could endlessly split and repair, creating an infinite series of store managers. Provided time is ample, he could possess an infinite number of branches. Would that not lead to an inexhaustible source of wealth? Furthermore, each split is equivalent to a new life. Should he encounter insurmountable forces that lead to the destruction of his original form, he could resurrect within a split, albeit at the cost of losing the essence of his original unity. Yet at the very least, he would still have life. Of course, the process of soul division is excruciating. However, in light of the potential rewards, Lin Ye feels that this minor suffering pales in comparison. Gazing at the 13 souls he had just separated, Lin Ye pondered, then grimaced as he extracted a portion from his own soul, ensuring he met the theoretical maximum of 49 splits. Hiss, it must be said, after losing nearly half of his soul, Lin Ye truly did feel a difference. When he had divided the 13, he merely felt a significant sense of emptiness, yet it was bearable. But upon severing the 49, it was an entirely different experience. The divided souls began to exhibit their own inclinations, stirring restlessly. Moreover, Lin Ye's consciousness felt subtly unstable, that a profound fatigue and an overwhelming desire for a long slumber enveloped him. Reminiscent of the times he had spent 3 days and nights consecutively online, he felt as though he were about to ascend. Yet Lin Ye understood that now was not the time for repose. If he succumbed to sleep, who could tell when he might awaken? By then, this segment of his soul could very well develop a secondary personality, complicating matters significantly. Fortunately, Lin Ye had the support of the world's essence. Under its nourishing influence, his fatigued soul felt as if a refreshing breeze was circulating around the nape of his neck, raising goosebumps and forcibly invigorating him. The process of soul repair is, to be honest, rather protracted. In his drowsy state, he lost all sense of time, merely waiting for the restoration of his soul. After an indeterminate period, Lin Ye suddenly jolted awake, shaken from his stupor. Hiss, how long has it been? Feeling his original soul restored to completeness, Lin Ye hastily summoned the information recorded by his body to verify the time. Summer, autumn, winter, spring, almost precisely a year. Upon calculation, Lin Ye discovered that from the moment he severed the 49 souls to the point of complete restoration, an entire year had elapsed. This implies that at the current efficiency, Lin Ye could produce 1 seed of a split branch per year. 1 branch per year is certainly acceptable. For Lin Ye, a year is not considered long. After some contemplation, he resolved to incorporate this half-soul into a seed through the process of germination. However, just as he was about to act, a sudden thought struck him. Since the soul can be split and subsequently repaired, could also be refused. After all, Lin Ye's soul had already regained its wholeness. If it were not feasible, it would not be a loss for Lin Ye, as he could perpetually create split souls. Yet, what if it were possible? Would that not imply that Lin Ye could achieve an alternative form of soul augmentation, given that his previously fragmented primary soul had been fully restored? Merging it with the prior fragments would indeed signify an increase. Lin Ye's interest burgeoned, accompanied by a sense of exhilaration. If this concept proves viable, it could be a tremendous breakthrough. Lin Ye meticulously controlled the 2 segments of his soul to initiate contact. Remarkably, a change began to manifest. As he drew the 2 segments closer, he sensed a repulsive force. His primary soul's unilateral rejection of the split souls. Upon restoration, Lin Ye's primary soul had reconstituted itself into a cohesive whole, re-establishing barriers against external influences that outright refused integration unless treated as foreign souls, necessitating their devouring and refining. Lin Ye tested this and found it indeed feasible. Well, consuming his own essence is quite the feat. Of course, the outcome was not the fusion Lin Ye had envisioned, but rather a process akin to the digestion of spiritual beast souls. Nevertheless, it ultimately fulfilled Lin Ye's goal of enhancing his soul. The only drawback was that upon consuming the split half-soul, Lin Ye's primary form would incur some loss. After all, during the mutual consumption, some soul energy inevitably dissipated. However, it is certain that the energy lost is significantly less than what Lin Ye gained during the repair process. Therefore, my soul can infinitely divide and proliferate. Lin Ye was overjoyed. Could this be the turning of fortune? Who would dare claim that Lin Ye is a wretched soul now? After this resurrection, his luck has indeed improved considerably. With the integration of the essence and various discoveries, the future is bright. Now, a question arises. The current Lin Ye suddenly found himself faced with two choices anew: to split and open branches or to merge and enhance his primary form. Splitting could yield numerous lives, while enhancing the primary form would bolster Lin Ye's survival capacity. Regardless of the path chosen, it would enable Lin Ye to realize his initial aspiration of increasing energy absorption. After careful deliberation, Lin Ye opted for neither. Only children make choices. Adults, of course, desire it all. These two options do not conflict, so why must he choose one at the expense of the other? Lin Ye's ambition is vast. He desires both. What of it? Based on experimental results, it appears that a strand of the world's essence could produce the equivalent of half a Lin Ye's soul within a year. Therefore, 2 years would yield 1 Lin Ye. If the policies of splitting and merging are evenly divided, it would require 4 years for Lin Ye to generate a seed containing the entirety of his soul prior to splitting. This quantity would create 60 anchor points, which aligns perfectly with the data from when Lin Ye's journey began at IT, serves as an ideal standard unit. Moreover, for years, while not brief, is not excessively long. Thus, by pursuing both avenues, the number of anchor points Lin Ye establishes will steadily increase, soon saturating the globe. In no time, he could achieve the target values he envisions. Now, let us commence our endeavors. Lin Ye has devoted considerable time to his research. Naturally, once results have been achieved, it is imperative to apply them promptly. However, it is not yet the time to produce seeds. Without hesitation, Lin Ye swallowed back all the segmented souls he had extracted. Once he had absorbed them, he would then resegment 49 from the grown souls, awaiting the restoration of the source. Once the restoration was complete, he would consume them once more, repeating the process time and again. After approximately 10 iterations, Lin Ye finally elevated the strength of his soul to 3 times its previous capacity. At this point, segmenting a substantial quantity of soul fragments was no longer a significant burden for him. He could maintain normal activities and easily bear this portion of loss while awaiting the restoration of the source. Having reached this level, Lin Ye felt confident and bold enough to prepare for the division and implantation of the branch seed soul fragments. The creation of branch seeds was not a difficult task for Lin Ye. Producing seeds is a fundamental skill of every tree. Even the world tree is no exception. It was something Lin Ye could do without a second thought. All that was required of him was to insert the freshly segmented soul fragments into the seeds, fusing them completely, as he had done with his own body, by replacing the inherent will of the seed with the soul fragment. He would effectively become its spirit. This posed no challenge for Lin Ye. The seeds were crafted by him, designed entirely according to his specifications. The newly formed seeds had not yet developed self-awareness, making it quite easy for Lin Ye to insert a soul fragment into them. Thus, a few days later, upon awakening, the Thunder Eagle was astonished to discover that the spirit tree had borne fruit once more after many years. The Thunder Eagle's recollection of Lin Ye's fruit was from many years ago, when Lin Ye first experimented with DIY fruit, attempting to incorporate paralyzing toxins. After being enhanced by spiritual energy, these toxins had evolved into a potent substance capable of rendering spirit beasts unconscious. Naturally, the greedy Thunder Eagle became the first victim of this toxin, succumbing to unconsciousness for several days. Additionally, Lin Ye's subsequent obsession with experimenting with various military-grade trap fruits left the Thunder Eagle with lingering apprehension regarding Lin Ye's fruits, leading it to shy away from any thoughts of consumption, regardless of Lin Ye's temptations. The female eagle, as a witness, would also abstain from eating. The only potential consumers were the four little thunder eagles hatched by the couple. Taking advantage of their innocence, Lin Ye used them to test the energy fruits. Due to the success of the experiments, they reaped considerable benefits, making them eager to try. Unfortunately, once they advanced into spirit beasts, they left home to forge their own paths, and Lin Ye never saw them again. Now, Lin Ye found himself in quite a predicament. The thunder eagle refused to consume his fruits and could not communicate with him. How, then, was Lin Ye to plant the branch seeds? As a singular tree, he lacked mobility. While he could manipulate elements, the range was limited. Far from reaching the planting grounds, Lin Ye envisioned that he maximize his reach. Lin Ye planned to arrange 60 anchor points in a straight line, expanding as far as possible into the distance. The second plant would then develop laterally from the first, rooting itself at a point equidistant from both the main body and the first branch, forming an equilateral triangle. Subsequent branches would replicate this model, ultimately creating a regular hexagon. Layer by layer, the structure would expand outward, connecting the new trees to the previous ones, which in turn would connect back to the main body. Through this method, Lin Ye could systematically expand his territory, with the increasingly powerful main body gradually filling the central void left behind. Precisely, Lin Ye's branch plants could disregard terrain factors, thriving in any location, even amidst magma or glaciers. Consequently, any area that Lin Ye's main body could cover would, if not entirely, at least largely include points of abundant energy within his control. Should he choose, he could instantaneously siphon the vast majority of energy flowing into this region. While the branch plants voraciously absorb the incoming energy at least for a certain period, the central area would be plunged into a state of energy vacuum. In that case, the location of Lin Ye's main body would become a forbidden zone. Anyone daring to intrude would have to rely on their own reserves for combat, while Lin Ye would enjoy an unending replenishment. Come now, let's see who prevails. Thus, stemming from this grand design, the planting positions for each of Lin Ye's branches must be meticulously calculated. This represents the most scientific distribution method, conserving considerable unnecessary waste and ensuring that each branch can be utilized to its fullest potential. Consequently, selecting the individual to plant the branch seeds becomes exceedingly important. If possible, Lin Ye preferred not to use the thunder eagle. He harbored doubts about its intelligence. Yet with no other living beings around aside from this couple, Lin Ye had no choice but to consider them. The question then arose, how could Lin Ye ensure that the thunder eagle executed this high-precision task without error? He believed that careful design would be necessary. Out of caution, Lin Ye did not wish to become too entangled with the thunder eagle and did not plan to engage in any form of communication with it. Even if such communication were possible, he would opt for another approach. Although the thunder eagle couple had been with him since his initial advancement and had accompanied him for many years, Lin Ye had no intention of forming any deep connections with them. With connection comes emotion, with emotion comes bonds, and with bonds comes potential trouble. For instance, should the thunder eagle find itself in perilous combat, Lin Ye could easily intervene to save it. This would be a trivial matter for him. But would Lin Ye choose to save it? If he did, it would inevitably leave a trace that, and no matter how cautious he was, it would be unavoidable. Leaving a trace would increase the likelihood of attracting trouble. Lin Ye had only recently come to this realization. Perhaps the will of the world would not summon them to fend off external threats at all. Instead, as long as one wished to live in this world, survival necessitated the expulsion of enemies that if one refrained from doing so, the enemies would invade, obliterating everything, and one would still meet their demise. Unless, of course, one surrendered. However, such wars of the world are fundamentally about resource plunder. Whether the stronger party desires you is another matter entirely. One might not even be able to become a mere dog that will take a step further, even if one possessed the ability to depart. These bonds and emotions could become shackles that hinder one's departure. Even if one were to harden their heart and leave, traces would remain in their heart, and no matter how resolute one may be. When faced with the instigator of one's troubles in the future, they might still choose to act out of a desire for clarity. Thus, trouble would arise anew. Once entangled in trouble, it is not something one can simply shake off. It could easily escalate from minor nuisances to larger issues, ultimately leading to the emergence of true sharks and whales. This is the power of causality. Once one enters the fray, one becomes ensnared and loses their autonomy. This trope has been exhaustively depicted in the novels of Blue Star, and Lin Ye is well aware of it. Interpersonal relationships resemble an intricate web. Once ensnared, extrication becomes exceedingly challenging. Lin Ye harbors no desire to confront any threats. He is disinterested in fighting for the so-called protection of the world in truth, the world itself does not require their guardianship. The world, even if all biological resources were to vanish entirely. It would not constitute a significant calamity. It would merely render existence less intriguing. In due course, life would undoubtedly regenerate. In some realms where brutal rules prevail, the worlds may even initiate an apocalypse, merely out of annoyance with the trivialities of existence. Only in worlds governed by relatively gentle wills do we find a desire to nurture the lives that emerge from them, as seen in Blue Star and the ancient Wood Source realm. Their protection is not born out of necessity, but rather because the governing wills of these worlds are comparatively kind, resulting in a benevolent intent. Thus, rather than viewing them as guardians of the world, it is more accurate to see them as guardians of their own interests. Lin Ye is inherently selfish. His primary concern is self-preservation. He possesses neither the inclination nor the interest to protect others. As long as he can ensure his own survival, he is indifferent to all else. His only moral compass lies in refraining from the wanton slaughter of innocents. However, should there be personal gain involved, all bets are off. If there are benefits to be seized, it transforms into a competition for opportunities, a pursuit in which Lin Ye has always been keenly interested. Thus, a question arises. How can Lin Ye achieve precise sowing without communicating with the Thunder Eagles? Lin Ye pondered this dilemma, but could not conceive a flawless solution. Whether through temptation or deception, disregarding the technical feasibility, he could not guarantee accuracy. After all, they are eagles. Lin Ye feared that they might simply drop the seed from the sky once they deemed the location suitable. He would be unable to witness the act. Should the seed sprout, it would be irrevocable that a slight miscalculation could lead to catastrophic outcomes, requiring immense effort to rectify. Ultimately, Lin Ye concluded that only by personally intervening or at the very least supervising could he feel assured. Yet, therein lay the quandary. He was incapable of physical action, lacking hands, feet, or any means to manipulate. Thus, Lin Ye began to devise plans centered on supervision. Speaking of supervision, he actually possessed a skill that could be of use. Since his transformation into the World Tree, Lin Ye awakened a skill known as the Eye of the World. This was the ability he unconsciously employed to observe the universe when he first awakened. It allowed for comprehensive observation of every corner of existence, from the realm of life to the realm of energy, encompassing the macro and micro, the static and dynamic. Unfortunately, Lin Ye's Eye of the World was activated using a fragment of Blue Star's essence. Without authorization from the ancient Wood Source realm, he could no longer manipulate the rules to aid his observations. Previously, he had done so unimpeded, as the rules had never encountered such an anomaly. Although they sensed something awry, they still facilitated his endeavors. However, that was no longer the case. The explosive sound marked the moment when the world's will of the ancient Wood Source realm patched the breach and revoked Lin Ye's permissions. He was now unable to activate it. The anchor network Lin Ye had established also covertly siphoned some rule authority to facilitate the clandestine use of the Eye of the World. With the anchors in place, Lin Ye could activate the Eye through them to observe the world. However, a new question emerged. How could he utilize the Eye of the World for supervision? Lin Ye attempted to engage a single anchor, but the observable range proved exceedingly limited. While he could select the furthest anchor for precise planting, controlling the subsequent grid orientations remained a challenge. A slight deviation could lead to significant errors. Lin Ye needed a broader perspective to create a framework and identify the necessary points, planting seeds, and subsequently establishing connections. Moreover, a crucial factor was how to control the actions of the creatures tasked with sowing on his behalf. If he could not exert control, all efforts would be in vain. Perhaps he could experiment with soul division and possession. Lin Ye contemplated this approach by directly using soul division to inhabit the bodies of other creatures. He could manipulate their actions. This would enable him to achieve precise results. Yet, did such possession truly exist? Lin Ye was uncertain. Nonetheless, it was worth a try. Thus, Lin Ye embarked on another round of experimentation. Since evolving into the world tree, his form had reverted to a state indistinguishable from an ordinary tree. His surface no longer crackled with lightning, and he had even concealed the presence of the Thunder Eagle couple residing upon him. Furthermore, as these two were notoriously lazy and rarely ventured out, various creatures gradually reemerged within Lin Ye's territory. In fact, due to Lin Ye's presence, they inadvertently absorbed abundant spiritual energy, granting them enhanced opportunities for transcendence. After benefiting for so long without incurring any costs, it was time for Lin Ye to demand payment. He randomly selected a fortunate little rabbit as his experimental subject. First, Lin Ye split off a small piece of his soul, then violently invaded the rabbit's consciousness. Locating its frail soul within, he then casually devoured it. Lin Ye thought that with the rabbit's original soul gone, he could easily seize control. Unfortunately, his idyllic imaginings did not reflect reality. As soon as the rabbit's soul was consumed, he barely had time to react before the soul space collapsed and vanished. The rabbit immediately succumbed, becoming lifeless at that moment. Lin Ye's divided soul was unable to control the body, nor could it remain within it. Almost as soon as the physical form perished, before its temperature had even dissipated, the world's rules manifested, promptly dispersing and dissolving Lin Ye's divided soul as the remnants of the rabbit's soul. Lin Ye had not anticipated this outcome, resulting in the needless loss of a fragment of his soul. Fortunately, the piece he had divided was small, and thus the loss was not catastrophic. After resting for 2 days to restore his soul, Lin Ye divided off another small fragment and randomly chose an unfortunate candidate for a new round of experimentation. This time, he refrained from direct consumption and instead attempted to refine the consciousness space, starting from the periphery to gradually consume it. Yet again, this fragment of soul vanished. Refinement was indeed achievable. However, upon refinement, the experimental subject's soul perished alongside it. With the main soul extinguished, he naturally could not escape either. Once more, the rules manifested, leading to his dispersion. Subsequently, Lin Ye experimented with countless methods: enslavement, coexistence, and more. The results were unequivocally clear. None proved useful. Regardless of whether he dared to make contact, he would face annihilation. If he refrained from contact for too long, he would still perish. The situation was simply vexing. Lin Ye speculated that perhaps the weakness of these creature souls was the underlying issue. Thus, he gradually began to elevate the criteria for his experimental subjects, selecting those with stronger souls, even extending his options to spiritual beasts. Yet ultimately, the outcomes remained unchanged. The spiritual beasts reacted even more vehemently than ordinary creatures. Unlike the lethargy of typical beasts, these spiritual entities possessed the strength to resist Lin Ye's soul division. They would launch into battle at first sight, and upon defeat, they would perish on the spot, leaving no room for negotiation. Eventually, Lin Ye pondered that given the current circumstances, he was indeed incapable of subduing those with fully formed souls. What if he shifted his focus to individuals who had yet to develop souls, or those who had not yet attained complete souls? For instance, fertilized eggs. Within fertilized eggs, the individuals had not yet formed, and thus lacked souls. Did this not present an opportunity for him to take control? Lin Ye undertook an experiment. However, there was no subsequent development. The individual had yet to take shape, still a mere amalgamation of egg yolk and egg white. He was akin to a hammer in his own residence. It wasn't long before he was swiftly eliminated by the rules. Perhaps it would be prudent to wait until formation was complete. But by then, the soul had already been successfully nurtured. Ultimately, the outcome remained unchanged. Subsequently, Lin Ye, suspecting that individual differences were the cause, experimented with a plethora of organisms, creatures that swam in water, soared in the skies, grazed on grass, and consumed flesh, as well as those that absorbed spiritual energy. Among others, he tried them all, yet every attempt met with failure. Oh, but that is not entirely accurate. There were indeed successes. He succeeded in inhabiting plants. Plants do not birth souls, only instincts. The division of the soul could smoothly take control. Lin Ye had already demonstrated this himself. The results of subsequent experiments corroborated this notion. However, it is worth noting that upon assuming control of a plant's body, Although Lin Ye could commandeer its physical faculties, he did not achieve a holistic fusion akin to becoming a tree. Instead, it was as if a human soul operated the plant's form, much like a driver behind the wheel of a car. He merely became a user of the vehicle, rather than transforming into the vehicle itself. This was the state Lin Ye existed in before merging with the essence, but of course, this condition did not hinder Lin Ye from achieving his objectives. Yet, the crux of the issue was that Lin Ye desired to control other biological bodies precisely because plants lacked mobility. What purpose did these ordinary plant bodies serve him? As firewood, they could not resolve his dilemmas. In the end, Lin Ye reluctantly concluded that the path of possession was unfeasible. Since becoming the entity was unattainable, why not explore the avenue of guidance? Lin Ye devised a new approach, if guidance was the goal. Then the operational method became straightforward. He directly wielded his immense soul power to obscure the true perceptions of the subjects. In turn, he fabricated an illusion, deceiving the subject's innate will, compelling them to act in accordance with Lin Ye's intentions to fulfill the tasks he required of them. However, this method had its drawbacks. Lin Ye could only employ it within the confines of his soul power's reach, essentially the range of his vision. Beyond that, it was ineffective, thus, it remained inadequate, the range wholly insufficient. Was there a way to prompt them to act even without Lin Ye's deception? Indeed, there was. Through experimentation, Lin Ye discovered that he could exploit the disparity in soul power to subtly implant psychological suggestions in these weaker souls. This would lead them to gradually adopt the suggested content as their own thoughts and actions in this manner. The issue of control that Lin Ye faced was, albeit imperfectly, resolved, though not entirely flawless. With proper execution, it was indeed usable. Now, only one final question remained: how to obtain a real-time macro map and achieve precise, pinpoint localization. If only he could access the perspective of the other party. With a degree of control over the direction of the other's actions, Lin Ye's demands could be significantly reduced. If he could acquire the other party's real-time vision, Lin Ye would be able to adjust based on the current situation. After all, mental suggestions could also be modified. When it came to vision, Lin Ye's mind immediately turned to parasitism, a skill derived from daughter. The inspiration stemmed from the cameras of the Blue Star. Modifying the entity itself might pose some challenges. But what if he added external attachments? How could he achieve on-site video recording and even real-time transmission? Lin Ye contemplated emulating the working principles and instrumentation of Blue Star cameras. Unfortunately, he was not on Blue Star at the moment and lacked samples and data. Relying solely on self-research, Lin Ye felt it prudent to abandon the idea. He had indeed become more intelligent than before. Yet technological matters could not simply be resolved by cleverness. The knowledge required for even a simple camera was extensive. Without adequate foundational knowledge to support him, he would struggle to accomplish it. His background was in the humanities. His grasp of mathematics and science was mediocre, long since forgotten. Moreover, this world operated under different fundamental rules than Blue Star. That knowledge might not even be applicable. Lin Ye believed that relying solely on himself, even if he recalled that knowledge, would not suffice for a rapid localization adaptation. He was, after all, not a bona fide research talent. Besides mechanical cameras, what alternatives existed for capturing and transmitting images? Gazing at the little rabbit's twinkling eyes on the ground, Lin Ye experienced an epiphany. What camera could rival the eyes of an animal? High-definition frame rate, intricate structure, real-time recording, and transmission. Although biological sciences also demanded a vast array of knowledge and foundational instruments. Lin Ye was now equipped with ample samples for studied AS for instruments. He himself was the instrument. Possessing the skill of reconstruction, Lin Ye could freely manifest any structural component. Furthermore, the current Lin Ye might not require overly sophisticated instruments. The extraordinary powers at his disposal could mitigate many prerequisites. For instance, spiritual energy could serve multiple functions, including staunching wounds, replenishing energy, and rapidly healing injuries. Additionally, Lin Ye had the skill of the eye of the world. Although his permissions had been restricted by the world's will, within his own domain, he could still wield it. This skill enabled Lin Ye to conduct meticulous observations of any organism from any layer. Was this not superior to a microscope? What instrument could outperform such a tool? Moreover, his decomposition skill could also function as a painless surgical instrument. Goodness, with such capabilities, Lin Ye would surely generate significant revenue on Blue Star. A single individual could rival an entire research institute. With a sense of wonder, Lin Ye utilized his spiritual energy to capture a small rabbit. Little creature, may you sacrifice yourself for the sake of research. Subsequently, an invisible wave permeated the rabbit's body as the energy of the heavens and earth infiltrated it. Unbeknownst to the creature, an intangible eye formed within its eyeball, initiating comprehensive observation. This was Lin Ye activating his skill. Under the scrutiny of the eye of the world, all information contained within a rabbit's eyeball was transmitted to Lin Ye's consciousness at an astonishing speed, continuously updating in real time. Well then, data collection was complete. Next, the experiments were set to commence. An hour later, Lin Ye gazed at the lifeless body of the rabbit, its eyes burst and blood flowing profusely, descending into contemplation. It seems I may have exerted too much force. An inadvertent mishap led to this outcome. However, given that it was the first attempt, a lack of experience is understandable. Lin Ye first decomposed and absorbed the remains of rabbit number 1 after gathering his thoughts. He captured another small rabbit, naming it number 2, and continued the experiment. 20 minutes later, the second subject met the same fate as the first, passing away into bliss. Cause of death: cerebral structure damage. After disposing of the body, Lin Ye sighed that he then captured a new rabbit, naming it No. 3. In Lin Ye's unfeeling experiments, one by one, the small rabbits sacrificed their lives. The causes of death were various and peculiar to collect data on the structural variations of the eyeball under different conditions. Lin Ye engaged in various simulated activities. The consequences resulted in a myriad of inventive rabbit demises. It must be said that even within the annals of rabbit mortality, Lin Ye contributed a vivid chapter. A week later, Lin Ye finally concluded his research on a rabbit subject. By this time, a total of 178 rabbits had fallen victim to Lin Ye's hands. However, the misfortune of the rabbits had come to an end. After a week of experimentation, Lin Ye had obtained all the data he desired and would no longer target rabbits. Yet he had merely scratched the surface. The data Lin Ye required was still far from sufficient. His gaze shifted to a frog that had just hopped nearby beneath the tree. The next round of experimental subjects would be designated as frogs. Congratulations, you have won the prize. The toad family in Lin Ye's territory remains blissfully unaware of the calamities that their kin have inadvertently attracted. 5 days later, the data collection on the toads was completed. Lin Ye, having set his sights on grasshoppers, soon turned his attention to fish and snakes. The experimental process undertaken by Lin Ye spanned 3 whole years, during which thousands of creatures across a myriad of species perished at his hands. Essentially, any living entity that had ever existed within Lin Ye's domain fell victim to his malevolent grasp. Fortunately, after completing the data collection on these particular organisms, he would cease his torment against their kind, ensuring that the extinction of species within his territory had not yet reached catastrophic levels. Though their numbers had significantly dwindled, observing the desolate state of his realm, Lin Ye felt a twinge of helplessness. This was not his desire, yet for the sake of scientific advancement, sacrifices had to be made. Such is the nature of self-deception. However, the first phase of the experiment could now be deemed complete. The extensive eye data from over 100 species was more than sufficient for Lin Ye's purposes. The next step was to translate these ideas into tangible results, allowing the creatures in his territory some respite for recuperation. This would ensure that by the time the third phase of clinical trials arrived, he would not find himself devoid of subjects. With a final benevolent glance at the various creatures within his domain, Lin Ye withdrew his consciousness back to his mental space to commence his research. Unbeknownst to Lin Ye, the thunder eagles residing in the trees were completely oblivious to his activities. They had not ventured outside for quite some time, spending their days nestled in their abode. Sleeping and cultivating, it seemed that ever since Lin Ye's evolution into the world tree, their lives had taken on this monotonous routine. They were perplexed as to why they no longer needed to consume food, since the spirit tree beneath them had changed color. As spiritual beasts, enhancing their power was their foremost priority. Moreover, there lingered an inexplicable urgency in their hearts. Only by augmenting their strength could they attain a sense of security, had it not been for their need to replenish their life energy. They would not have been inclined to hunt. Now that sustenance was no longer necessary, it was indeed the best of circumstances. Lin Ye paid them no heed, fully aware of the reason behind their lack of appetite. The essence of spiritual energy had supplanted their need for soil and sunlight. Were it not for the unseen constraints of fate, he would have already transformed himself to escape, possessing the skill to reconstruct. Lin Ye made rapid advancements in what should have been the most challenging phase of his endeavors. Within mere months, he successfully created his first-generation product, the biological eye, a seed resembling a vertical eye. Why a vertical eye? Simply because it was aesthetically pleasing. The eyes of Erlang Shun on television had this form. Handsome indeed, drawing inspiration from the ocular structures of various animals and the intricacies of cerebral anatomy. Combined with the technological concepts of Blue Star, Lin Ye amalgamated plant seeds, biological visual systems, and his own soul imprint through his reconstruction abilities, by mimicking the eye structures of diverse organisms and making adjustments. He fashioned the current seed-like biological eye. Theoretically, once charged, it would possess the functionality of biological eyes, capable of gathering visual information from the environment. Furthermore, due to Lin Ye's meticulous collection of ocular data from over 100 species during its creation, the resultant biological eye functioned far superior to that of ordinary creatures. Capturing a more comprehensive array of information, IT could record everything visible and invisible to normal beings. However, the ability to record did not equate to the ability to perceive. Additionally, as an external component that needed to remain in proximity to other organisms, Lin Ye could not process the myriad of information it gathered in real time. Thus, he embedded a soul imprint within it, serving as a memory card for the biological eye, storing all collected information for Lin Ye to retrieve and analyze later. Being a derivative of Lin Ye's soul, it naturally possessed a high level of privacy. Even the most formidable beings would be unable to access the information contained within. Lin Ye's soul imprint recognized only his own essence, of course. Such a creation required a stable energy supply. This was where the parasitic capabilities of the daughter vine came into play. Once planted, the biological eye would grow countless energy conduits, embedding itself within the host organism to share the energies it absorbed daily, thus providing the necessary power for its operation. After its creation, Lin Ye attempted to charge it with spiritual energy to confirm its functionality. Once assured that it was operational, he captured a small rabbit and commenced the third phase of clinical trials. Under Lin Ye's control, spiritual energy coalesced into an invisible hand, plucking the biological eye from its branch and positioning it onto the rabbit's forehead. The rabbit, having never witnessed such a spectacle, squealed in terror, and Lin Ye could sense its heart racing with panic. If this continued, it might suffer a fatal shock. After some contemplation, he decided to knock the little creature unconscious through a mental jolt. If it must perish, let it not be in vain as anticipated. Once the rabbit succumbed to unconsciousness, its heart rate gradually slowed. With the subject free from immediate danger, Lin Ye confidently placed the biological eye at the center of the rabbit's brow, gently affixing it. Thanks to the keen recognition features and a touch of spiritual energy he had integrated into the biological eye, it awakened almost instantaneously upon contact with the rabbit, beginning its automatic implantation process. Curious to observe the performance of his creation, Lin Ye refrained from intervening, merely watching the actions of the biological eye. The elongated form of the biological eye, upon making contact with the rabbit's forehead, seemed to come alive. From its rear, countless light green conduits sprouted, supporting its movement atop the rabbit's head. These verdant tubes resembled numerous tiny legs, gradually propelling the biological eye to settle precisely in the center of the rabbit's brow. Subsequently, the conduits began to penetrate the flesh, establishing roots. To be honest, the scene was somewhat macabre. Flesh and blood were strewn about as the conduits writhed beneath the skin, resembling a multitude of wriggling parasites. Even Lin Ye felt a shiver run down his spine. This apparatus bore an uncanny resemblance to a creation of Cthulhu, truly fascinating yet grotesque. Fortunately, once the process was complete, the unsettling aspect faded away. The conduits vanished, leaving only a shallow green vertical eye that appeared rather striking. With the successful implantation of the vertical eye, it immediately sprang into action. It was situated nearby, Lin Ye promptly attempted to read the data. Instantly, he found himself endowed with two perspectives. One, a broad view from his own tree form, encompassing the heavens and the earth in a 360-degree panorama. The other, a horizontal perspective, revealing nothing but the brown roots of Lin Ye beneath the surface. Given Lin Ye's current stature of several dozen meters, even a single root protruding above ground was larger in diameter than the diminutive rabbit. Lin Ye then attempted to switch modes. The world transformed around him. Colors erupted vibrantly. Energies surged and layers of spatial barriers piled upon one another, accompanied by waves of spatial tides. He even glimpsed the anchor points he had left behind in the void. However, just as these visuals began to manifest, Lin Ye noticed a flickering disturbance, but a sudden pang of alarm surged within him. What was happening? How could there be distortion? Hastily, he utilized the eye of the world to inspect. It was then that Lin Ye discovered that in such a brief period, the energy within the rabbit had been completely siphoned away by the biowatch.at that moment. There was no longer a rabbit, only a mere skin and skeletal frame left in its place. Well, Lin Ye conceded that he had miscalculated. He was so focused on high performance that he failed to consider energy consumption. In less than 2 minutes, a rabbit had been drained dry. After all, it was merely an ordinary creature. The energy it could provide was far too rudimentary to sustain such a high-powered organ. It seemed that ordinary creatures would not suffice. Lin Ye shifted his focus to spirit beasts. However, a question arose. While ordinary creatures were plentiful, where could one find spirit beasts? Although Lin Ye had concealed the presence of the Thunder Eagle couple, spirit beasts were inherently rare, especially in comparison to ordinary creatures. Their roaming range was extensive, and given Lin Ye's limited reach, capturing one would be a matter of luck. Moreover, he had no stockpiles on hand. Stockpiles. Gradually, Lin Ye's gaze fell upon the Thunder Eagle couple perched in the tree. They were currently the most viable targets. He contemplated whether to use them for experimentation. After much hesitation, Lin Ye ultimately decided against it. It was not that he held any deep-seated affection for the two eagles. Although they had spent considerable time together and had developed a certain familiarity, any emotional attachment was minimal if it truly warranted action. Lin Ye would not have hesitated. Such sentiments would not hinder his resolve. He abandoned the idea solely because he suddenly recalled something crucial. This world was stratified. The place he currently occupied was the lower tier, a habitat for spirit beasts of the 1st to 3rd ranks and ordinary wild animals. The middle tier was home to 4th to 6th rank spirit beasts, while the upper tier housed the 7th to 10th rank high-level spirit beasts. Once a spirit beast surpassed the 4th rank, the will of the world would activate a conduit, ushering it into the middle tier. Lin Ye and his companions were presently in the lower tier. He could not ascend to the upper tiers himself. However, he could wait for the Thunder Eagles to ascend while carrying his cuttings along. This was a pivotal step in Lin Ye's expansion. Finding a spirit beast like the Thunder Eagle, one that he was familiar with and had willingly presented itself, was no easy feat. Should he inadvertently cause their demise during experimentation, it would be a significant loss. Regardless of whether in the middle or upper tiers, Lin Ye required the Thunder Eagles as keys to unlock the conduit. This singular reason was sufficient to extinguish any thoughts of exploiting them. As for the female eagle, she could serve as a backup. If he could not act against the Thunder Eagle, Lin Ye would have no choice but to rely on luck and simply wait. However, mere waiting was not a viable strategy. What if, after a long wait, he finally captured one only to discover it was still inadequate? Would that not be a futile waste of time? After careful consideration, Lin Ye resolved to pursue a dual-track approach, a plan of simultaneous progress. He would wait for the spirit beast specimens to come to him while also continuing his research to see if he could devise a comprehensive solution to the energy dilemma. Time, like a fleeting shadow, passed swiftly in what seemed like the blink of an eye. 2 years had quietly elapsed. It was uncertain whether Lin Ye had exhausted his good fortune, but for a full 2 years, he had not encountered a single lucky spirit beast. Clearly, the plan of simultaneous progress had failed. The only consolation was that one branch of the plan had made some slight advancement. Regarding the energy of the biowatch, Lin Ye had begun to formulate some ideas. Since the energy absorbed from ordinary creatures was insufficient, could it be possible to approach the problem from an external angle, perhaps by equipping the biowatch with an energy absorption and transformation device? For instance, absorbing spiritual energy as kinetic energy. Spiritual energy could indeed be utilized as a power source. Lin Ye had previously experimented during development and found that using spiritual energy as a power source was entirely feasible. The sole deficiency lay in endowing the BioWatch with the capacity to absorb, store, and utilize spiritual energy. However, a question arose. How could the BioWatch be endowed with the ability to absorb and transform spiritual energy? Firstly, spiritual energy was not easily absorbed. Even in the past, Blue Star had lacked the capability to purify spiritual energy. Even now, in the ancient wood source realm, only a select few exceptionally gifted individuals could achieve such feats. Lin Ye referred to them as spirit beasts and spirit plants. Even Lin Ye himself had only acquired the ability to absorb and transform spiritual energy through numerous fortuitous events, although he had evolved into the world tree, capable of absorbing and transforming not just spiritual energy, but all known forms of energy. It was essential to note that his ability stemmed from the fused essence of the world's origin. Such a resource was exceedingly rare. Even he possessed but a single thread. There was no surplus. Furthermore, even if there were, it could not be utilized here. Lin Ye was not foolish enough to apply the essence of the world to something as trivial as the BioWatch. Thus, Lin Ye's unique situation could not serve as a reference that he believed that the solution lay in focusing on ordinary spirit beasts. Lin Ye began to contemplate the potential of gleaning insights from spirit beasts and spirit plants. He had some understanding of both. Previously, he had been an outsider spirit plant, albeit a mutated one. However, after advancing, he bore no significant differences from a genuine spirit plant. In this regard, Lin Ye could easily recall his former self. As for spirit beasts, Lin Ye had consumed numerous spirit beasts and believed he possessed a certain level of understanding and authority regarding them. He continuously sifted through his memories within the sea of consciousness, attempting to identify commonalities between them. After extensive comparison, Lin Ye quickly identified the critical element: spiritual patterns. Indeed, both spirit beasts and spirit plants possessed an identical feature within them: spiritual patterns. The distinction lay in that spirit plants generated 10 spiritual patterns within their bodies all at once after transcending tribulations, which could subsequently grow through the absorption of spiritual energy. Conversely, spirit beasts generated a single inner core to contain them. Initially, when a spirit beast advanced, it would only produce one spiritual pattern, which would not grow. However, with each successful tribulation, an additional spiritual pattern would be added to the inner core, signifying their strength's advancement. Furthermore, it appeared that for some specific reasons, spirit plants could not advance on their own. Each advancement after becoming a spirit plant necessitated relying on spirit beasts to undergo tribulations, a peculiar disparity indeed, indicative of differences in strength progression. As for why such phenomena occurred, Lin Ye could not ascertain. He vaguely sensed that it might pertain to the world's rules, an area beyond his current research capabilities. What Lin Ye wished to understand was the role of spiritual patterns in this context. Fortunately, there were presently 2 readily available spirit beasts asleep in the tree for Lin Ye to study. Although he could not harm them, he surmised that they would not refuse observation. Clearly, Lin Ye had no intention of seeking their consent. He directly activated the Eye of the World and began to observe the Thunder Eagles from the perspective of spiritual energy. Within the sea of consciousness of the Thunder Eagle, an abundance of purple thunder energy surged, transforming into serpentine dragons that roared as they weaved in and out of the pale purple inner core. The continuously rotating inner core bore deep engravings of 2 darker purple spiritual patterns. These spiritual patterns emitted waves of mysterious auras, appearing particularly striking and extraordinary. Moreover, Lin Ye noted that when external spiritual energy entered the Thunder Eagle's body, it seemed to be drawn in, automatically converging toward the inner core. Along the way, it would be infused with the Thunder Eagle's internal thunder elements, transforming into a new form of thunder attribute spiritual energy. Subsequently, it would be absorbed by the inner core, or rather, the spiritual patterns upon it. When it exited again, it had become refined spiritual energy, carrying the imprint of the Thunder Eagle, merging into the continuously flowing stream of energy and obeying the Thunder Eagle's commands. Thus, the function of spiritual patterns was to attract spiritual energy But why did the spiritual energy, after circling within the spiritual patterns, emerge bearing an imprint? From this vantage point, Lin Ye felt an undeniable conviction that the spiritual pattern might indeed be the key to absorbing and transforming spiritual energy. Yet there was a lingering sense of doubt. Previously, during the time when the little thunder eagles were still present, Lin Ye had observed that these spiritual beasts could absorb spiritual energy even before undergoing tribulation. However, the energy they absorbed at that time was merely stored within their bodies, inaccessible until they transcended and evolved into spiritual beasts capable of forming inner cores. This was akin to Lin Ye's earlier phase of storing 100 strands of spiritual energy. Could it be that he had misjudged? Or was there some hidden truth? To verify, Lin Ye retrieved the growth memories of the previous brood of thunder eagles from his consciousness sea and meticulously compared them. He soon discovered that they had indeed been unconsciously absorbing spiritual energy even prior to their tribulation. Yet, as previously mentioned, the efficiency was quite low, and they could not utilize it. This raised a question. If the key to absorbing spiritual energy was the spiritual pattern, then what accounted for these spiritual beasts that had yet to undergo tribulation? They had not yet developed spiritual patterns within them. But if it were not due to the spiritual patterns, then what was the reason? Was it mere coincidence that both spiritual beasts and spiritual plants possessed similar attributes? Despite some differences, they were fundamentally alike. It seemed evident that they should play a significant role. Lin Ye couldn't shake the feeling that he was overlooking something vital. Conveniently, there were still a few juvenile spiritual beasts in his domain that had yet to undergo tribulation. Thus, he activated the Eye of the World to scrutinize their bodies closely. After several days of observation, Lin Ye, by continuously switching the monitoring modes of the Eye of the World, successfully unearthed some clues. Within the consciousness sea of one untranscended spiritual beast, an invisible spiritual pattern was astonishingly present. However, it existed in a peculiar state, only observable from a specific perspective. Lin Ye perceived it as being in a standby mode. It could engage in basic activities, such as subtly attracting spiritual energy, but its primary functions had yet to be activated. It could not yet transform spiritual energy or leave an imprint for its own use. Subsequently, Lin Ye searched through the consciousness seas of several other untranscended spiritual beasts and found, indeed, an invisible spiritual pattern within each of them. With this revelation, Lin Ye's mind was set, if his hypothesis held true. The energy research concerning biological eyes would likely hinge upon this spiritual pattern. This pattern was presumably the ticket to absorbing spiritual energy, and the tribulation should serve as the key to activating the spiritual pattern. Thus, theoretically speaking, as long as he could replicate the spiritual pattern on the biological eye and figure out how to make it undergo tribulation, he could endow it with the ability to absorb and transform spiritual energy. Suddenly, Lin Ye was taken aback. Viewed from this perspective, was it not effectively creating an artificial spiritual beast's inner core? If this succeeded, would Lin Ye not attain great fortune? The ability to mass-produce spiritual beasts was akin to wielding nuclear weapons. If the costs were not exorbitant, would Lin Ye not have an endless supply of spiritual beast minions? And if these minions could also ascend, normally Lin Ye found it hard to fathom. A world filled with 10th-tier spiritual beasts. Who could withstand such a force? It was a foregone conclusion. Facing an army of high-tier spiritual beasts, could anyone endure? Lin Ye certainly felt he could not. Thousands upon thousands of 10th-tier spiritual beasts. Which world could withstand that? Although not everyone could ascend to the 10th tier, the cumulative total would surely yield a considerable number, even with a mere 1 in a million chance. With a total of 1 trillion spiritual beasts, it was plausible to expect around 10,000 10th tier ones to emerge. Given the longevity of 10th tier spiritual beasts, with sufficient time, it was entirely feasible. And as Lin Ye, a tree, what he possessed most abundantly was timed out of course. All this hinged on whether Lin Ye could replicate the spiritual pattern on the biological eye and ensure its functional viability. Without further ado, he set to work. Lin Ye activated the Eye of the World once more, but this time, the focus was on examining the structure of the spiritual pattern through the multidimensional observation of the Eye of the World. Lin Ye found the spiritual pattern to be quite intriguing. It appeared to be a conglomerate of spiritual energy. Yet, In reality, it was merely a shell of spiritual energy enveloping a hollow core. However, upon closer inspection, he could sense an enigmatic aura permeating the spiritual pattern. Lin Ye discerned that it seemed to emanate a breath of rules. Suddenly, Lin Ye realized, while simultaneously feeling a headache coming on. No wonder the spiritual pattern was so extraordinary. If it was directly influenced by the world's rules, everything fell into place. Under the rules, a deer could also be a horse, should the worlds will deem it fit. It seemed this phenomenon was a creation of the world's will itself. Yet, this raised a crucial question. How could Lin Ye replicate the spiritual pattern on the biological eye? As for the rules, Lin Ye could only rely on a rough intuition based on the original source that he himself was still trying to grasp it, let alone challenge it. But having discovered something so significant, Lin Ye could not afford to give up. He resolved to give it a try. First, Lin Ye opted for a brute force approach. He attempted to fuse and shape the spiritual energy together through sheer willpower. The result was predictably a failure. It was utterly ineffective. The energies seemed to lack an adhesive quality, failing to bond or take shape. Once his consciousness dispersed, everything reverted to its original state. Moreover, no extraordinary effects were produced. The spiritual energy remained unchanged, merely taking on a temporary shape under his influence. Put it another way, it was akin to attempting to carve water into a unique sculpture. How could one achieve that? One could only use tools to guide it into the desired form, but could not alter its essence. Perhaps he should try using the world's original source? After pondering fruitlessly for a long time, Lin Ye ultimately decided to abandon his previous approach and test the original source. This was the most powerful asset he possessed. He activated the purple golden crystal at the heart of the tree, transforming it back into its original source state. Lin Ye directed it to emerge from the tree body and enter the biological eye, which was being supported by his consciousness in the air. Using the original source as a brush and spiritual energy as ink, he began to replicate the spiritual pattern from within the Thunder Eagle. From the very first stroke, Lin Ye keenly sensed a gathering of forces. Stroke after stroke, he proceeded slowly to avoid mistakes. As more of the spiritual pattern took shape, his anticipation grew stronger, and a flicker of hope ignited within him. Perhaps it could truly work. At long last, after an indeterminate amount of time, upon completing the final stroke, a spiritual pattern identical to that of the Thunder Eagle emerged vividly upon the biological eye. It did not dissipate. Lin Ye was overjoyed that it was indeed feasible. Initially approaching this endeavor with a mere trial mindset, he was astonished that it could actually be executed in such a manner. The original source truly was remarkable. It proved to be invaluable. Lin Ye once again felt the immense power of the original source. Have fused this strand of original essence by sheer chance was akin to drawing upon the fortune of 800 generations of ancestors. However, a peculiar observation struck him. As the spiritual pattern took form, the thunder elemental spiritual energy he had summoned to create the thunder pattern gradually devolved into a transparent, attribute-less spiritual pattern. Lin Ye was baffled, but reasoned that since it had taken shape, it should be usable, right? He tentatively attempted to channel a thread of spiritual energy towards the spiritual pattern he had meticulously crafted. Initially, Lin Ye had to guide it, but as it drew nearer, he sensed a faint attraction emanating from the pattern, that it's moving. Lin Ye quickly relinquished control. He then silently watched as the strand of spiritual energy, drawn by this attraction, gradually approached the spiritual pattern on the biological eye. Closer and closer, ever faster. Finally, after an indeterminate amount of time, this strand of spiritual energy reached its destination, the spiritual pattern. Then, with a swift motion akin to slurping up noodles, the entire strand was drawn into the biological eye. Moreover, once it entered, it did not reemerge. This realization, Lin Ye understood. This creation had likely succeeded. Indeed, shortly thereafter, ominous thunderclouds began to gather ominously above Lin Ye. Once again, he felt that familiar sense of pressure. Was the tribulation about to commence? Lin Ye was both startled and elated. He had not anticipated that the next step would be so decisive, and hurriedly withdrew his essence and consciousness into his body, fearing that he might be purged by the impending lightning tribulation. But was the situation truly that simple? Lin Ye waited for quite some time, only witnessing the accumulation of thunderclouds. Although the oppressive force remained, there were no signs of the tribulation striking down. What could this mean? With the thunderclouds constipated, gazing at the flickering yet inert thunderclouds, Lin Ye found himself perplexed by the circumstances. The gathering of the tribulation without release must have some special cause. Lin Ye reopened his world eye, meticulously studying the inner core of the Thunder Eagle, continually comparing it with the first-generation biological eye inscribed with spiritual patterns, which ought to be a 1.5 generation. Through his comparisons, Lin Ye discovered that aside from differences in shape, material, and elemental energy, there was a crucial element missing. The soul, attributes, material, and shape were inconsequential. They did not affect the efficacy of the inner core. Presently, the 1.5 generation biological I was essentially equivalent to a vertically shaped inner core of spirit beast. The only thing lacking was the soul within it. Upon observation, Lin Ye discerned that the soul of the spirit beast was concealed within the sea of consciousness prior to the tribulation. After the tribulation, it would merge into the newly formed inner core under the influence of the heavenly tribulation, achieving the purpose of energy manipulation that in other words, the nascent inner core was composed of three components: spiritual patterns, soul, and spiritual power. Now, with spiritual patterns and spiritual power in place, what was missing was precisely this most critical element. The soul.it was akin to acquiring a house. One must undergo the transfer of ownership and verification for it to truly belong to you. Until the transfer is complete, you remain merely a prospective buyer. With this realization, the solution became apparent. It was merely a matter of the soul. How difficult could that be? Lin Ye promptly summoned yet another rabbit from afar. "Rabbit, I have struck gold again." He then affixed the modified 1.5 generation biological eye onto it. A familiar scene of blood and flesh ensued. Before long, a pale green, eerie vertical eye had firmly embedded itself in the rabbit's third eye. It seemed to have gained the augmentation of a soul. Almost simultaneously with the vertical eye settling into place, external spiritual power rapidly converged towards it. Lin Ye then witnessed the transparent pupil of the pale green vertical eye swiftly transform into a vibrant crimson hue at a visible speed. A torrent of crimson flames erupted from the vertical eye, enveloping the rabbit entirely in a matter of moments. Lin Ye felt the long-lost warmth of the flames. Was this the activation of the fire attribute? He had not anticipated such a spectacle, as he had assumed that the spiritual patterns he inscribed were devoid of attributes. Now it seemed that the selection of attributes was determined by the soul. Once the soul was integrated, the attributes manifested as per the spiritual patterns on the biological eye. However, it was rather surprising that a mere rabbit awakened with fire attribute spiritual power, a fire rabbit. Indeed, as he observed the rabbit gradually undergoing transformation amidst the raging flames, Lin Ye silently nurtured his hopes, uncertain of the outcome. Moments later, the rabbit's metamorphosis remained incomplete, yet the heavenly tribulation descended first. It appeared that the addition of the rabbit's soul fulfilled the final missing condition, prompting the previously dormant tribulation to finally take action. Rumble, waves upon waves of thunder dragons surged forth from the clouds, striking down upon the curled, transforming fire rabbit below. After a brief moment, Lin Ye found himself lost in contemplation as he gazed at the heap of ashes on the ground. Indeed, the fire rabbit ultimately failed to overcome the tribulation. This was also Lin Ye's first encounter with a spirit beast failing its tribulation. The outcome of failure was quite straightforward. Reduced to ashes, the soul scattered. Even Lin Ye's 1.5 generation biological eye was not spared, perishing alongside it in the sea of lightning. Of course, Lin Ye understood that this failure was not his fault. The primary reason lay in the rabbit's inadequacy. Its foundation was too weak, and even though it temporarily acquired the spiritual power of the biological eye, it failed to complete its transformation due to the brevity of time. That it was only natural that it could not withstand the tribulation. Failing was inconsequential. One could always start anew. Yet, it was indeed regrettable to lose the fire attribute biological eye that had dissipated alongside it. Had it been recovered, Lin Ye would have been one step closer to gathering the 6 attributes. Regaining his composure, Lin Ye began the process of creating a new biological eye atop a tree. The primary limitation in producing the biological eye lay in inscribing the spiritual patterns. However, armed with previous experience, Lin Ye completed this task with much greater speed. Within a day, a slender, eye-shaped fruit had grown on the branch. With practiced ease, he harvested the biological eye, then captured another rabbit with equal ease and affixed the biological eye onto it. After a familiar and stomach-turning scene of blood and flesh, a brand new artificial spirit beast rabbit, designated as 002, was born. The 001 designation referred to the fire rabbit that had been reduced to ashes. Although it was gone, Lin Ye decided to retain its name, as it was the first successful experimental subject. Worthy of commemoration, one might argue that partial success does not equate to success. This time, Lin Ye deliberately chose a sturdier rabbit. After a brief moment, the 002 rabbit vanished, leaving behind yet another pile of ashes. To validate his experiment, Lin Ye once again became the harbinger of doom for rabbits, adjusting variables to gather various data. The cost of this endeavor was that each day, a fresh pile of ashes would appear on the ground. At last, after the 050 rabbit also met its demise in the sea of lightning, Lin Ye conceded it seemed that directly affixing the biological eye to ordinary beasts was not a viable method. Thus, after gathering and preparing the experimental materials once more, Lin Ye did not commence the experiment immediately. Instead, he began to nurture the rabbits. The process of nurturing was quite simple. He merely fed them fruits imbued with energy or vitality. Once they had digested these, he would merge the biological eye, attempting to facilitate their tribulation and advancement. 3 days later, the 051 rabbit perished. 5 days later, the 052 rabbit also perished, amidst the passing of each rabbit. Finally, upon reaching the 258th rabbit, Lin Ye succeeded. Before him lay a colossal rabbit, its entire body a rich earthy hue, muscles rippling beneath its skin, sprawled languidly beneath the tree where Lin Ye stood. The earthy energy that enveloped it signified that it had successfully transcended its tribulation, advancing to a higher stage. The shallow green vertical eye, seamlessly integrated into its forehead, denoted its existence as a test subject for Lin Ye. After over 200 experiments, Lin Ye had finally discovered the optimal energy ratio, successfully creating the foundational fruit before the biological eye. The fruit's effect was straightforward. It enhanced the body's fundamental capabilities and maximized its vitality, ensuring the body could undergo as much transformation as possible before the impending thunderstorm of tribulation. Thus, survival was within reach, having firmly committed this fruit's formulation to memory and bestowing upon it the title of foundation fruit. Lin Ye turned his attention to observing the artificial rabbit he had created, designated as number 258. This observation lasted 3 days, culminating in a significant conclusion. His biological eye not only recorded data, but also possessed the capacity akin to that of a spirit beast's inner core, assisting those spirit beasts lacking innate spiritual power to transcend their limits and alter their destinies. In this light, the primary recording function, initially deemed paramount, appeared less crucial. Subsequently, Lin Ye conducted several more experiments, resulting in the creation of artificial spirit beasts numbered 259, 260, and 261. Empirical evidence indicated that both the biological eye technology and the foundation fruit technology were universally applicable to all beasts, allowing Lin Ye to forego modifications based on individual biological traits, thus saving considerable effort. However, it seemed that the term biological eye had become somewhat misaligned with its function. After careful consideration, Lin Ye rebranded the technology as spiritual eye technology, a term that was more accessible and indicative of its ability to harness spiritual power. Though Lin Ye's initial intention was merely to establish a supervisory function, the evolution of this technology had taken a decidedly unexpected turn, resulting in outcomes that surpassed his original goals. Not only did it fulfill its intended purpose, but also offered additional, unforeseen capabilities. Lin Ye discovered that, since the spiritual eye had grown from his own essence, he inherently retained primary control. Essentially, he was akin to a system developer, possessing a back-end key that allowed him to bypass standard protocols and access the administrative system directly. Thus, when necessary, Lin Ye could impose his will through the spiritual eye. While he could not seize control entirely, he could still summon or initiate self-destruction without difficulty. In simpler terms, Lin Ye could utilize this mechanism to leverage other spirit beast bodies for his own ascension, harvesting their cultivation once the opportune moment arose. Regrettably, even after transcending their tribulations, the spiritual I would meld with the beast souls, and Lin Ye found himself unable to manipulate their consciousness directly at best. He could achieve a form of communication between his consciousness and that of the spirit beasts. Intimidation was possible, yet outright control remained unfeasible. Moreover, the situation grew more complicated post-transformation as the spirit beasts awakened their intellect, enhancing their soul power and rendering previous psychological suggestions ineffective. Therefore, devising a method to compel the spirit beasts to assist him became a matter of urgent research. While Lin Ye could resort to coercion to claim the spirit beasts as his own, he was determined to maintain his secrecy. His identity as a plant was an impeccable disguise. After all, it was common knowledge that even spirit plants could not awaken intellect in this world. With such an innate barrier shielding him, it would be foolish to expose himself. The notion of ostentation would only lead to an untimely demise. It was the cunning who survived, but how to ensure the spirit beasts complied? Lin Ye fell into a deep contemplation. After a considerable time, he regained his focus. Why did he feel the need to control these spirit beasts? He had no aspirations of world domination. Achieving his own objectives was sufficient. What were those objectives? To scatter his offshoots across the world, promptly gather 6 elemental attributes, break through to the 10th tier, obtain the world's primal rewards, and ultimately acquire the ability to transcend this realm. His research into the spiritual I was merely preparatory for the architectural concepts of the previously forbidden zones. Now equipped with the ability to craft spirit beasts, he subconsciously sought to exert control over them. In truth, to achieve his goals, he need not concern himself with their autonomy. With the spiritual eye present, they inherently served as moving beacons. Supported by spiritual energy, Lin Ye could access the vision provided by the spiritual eye anytime. Anywhere, he could effortlessly map out the terrains, delineate precise planting locations, and use mental suggestions to guide ordinary beasts to cultivate the land as for safety concerns. Lin Ye had considered that spirit plants would bear fruit, and he too would yield, regularly producing fruits such as foundation fruits, spiritual energy fruits, blood chi fruits, and spiritual eye fruits would be feasible that in a rich spiritual environment, he could also cultivate spiritual fruits, enhanced by the natural affinity the spiritual eye granted him. With the capability to manufacture spirit beasts, Lin Ye believed they would instinctively protect him. Should there be sentient spirit trees, there might be some concern from spirit beasts, who could attempt to impose restrictions. However, a tool as formidable as this would be considered a strategic asset. Who would dare to harm it? Would one kick a cash printing machine out of frustration? Instead, they would cherish it. Even amidst chaos, the spirit beast would remain docile near Lin Ye, avoiding conflicts for fear of harming a single leaf. What constituted safety? This was the essence of security, even if other worlds were to invade. The place where Lin Ye resided would undoubtedly be the last stronghold the spirit beasts would relinquish. While other spirit plants could bear fruits, none could produce such a variety as Lin Ye. More critically, the unique ability to manually manufacture spirit beasts was exclusively his. Those endowed with innate spiritual patterns could consume foundation fruits to solidify their foundations and enhance their chances of transcending tribulation. For those lacking such gifts, the spiritual I offered an alternative pathway to become spirit beasts. With such abilities, it would not be an exaggeration to declare Lin Ye as the most precious treasure of this world. Of course, this was contingent upon Lin Ye genuinely being a spirit plant. Alas, all functions aligned perfectly, save for his identity as a spirit plant. Lin Ye was not merely a treasure. He was a cunning strategist. In the end, Lin Ye decided to reclaim the spirit beasts he had created. After all, these creatures had been captured by him, and once they awoke, they would risk exposing his existence, rather than spend time fabricating a cover story. It was far more prudent to eliminate them and cultivate new ones. Now that the technology was refined, recreating them posed little challenge. 2 days later, a flowered leopard appeared at Lin Ye's behest beneath the tree. At that moment, the tree was adorned with an abundance of fruits. If one were to count, there were 100 each of spiritual eyes, foundation fruits, spiritual energy fruits, and blood chi fruits, totaling 400 fruits. This will also serve as a fixed quantity for Lin Ye's results in the future, with the outcome being settled once every decade. The division of stocks occurs annually, yet the effectiveness is merely 1%, and they lack the authority to produce spiritual eyes. Rarity bestows value. Although harvesting these fruits is not strenuous for Lin Ye, an overabundance would diminish their worth. Only the initial batch of fruits requires Lin Ye to entice animals through mental suggestion for collection. Subsequent ones will be taken by the animals themselves. Lin Ye is confident that once they ascend to spiritual beasts, their intelligence and memory will enable them to recognize the intrinsic value of these fruits. Following this, a variety of animals, under Lin Ye's enchantment, devised means to retrieve a foundational fruit and a spiritual eye from the tree. Then, under Lin Ye's influence, they each utilized them to transcend their limits and ascend. From that day onward, the area surrounding Lin Ye was filled with a continuous rumble. The thunderclouds above him never dissipated, as waves of beings transcending their realms arrived one after another. As for the thunder eagles perched on the tree, Lin Ye temporarily suppressed their perception, as their descent could not be permitted to disrupt the proceedings that a month later, all the fruits on Lin Ye's tree had been distributed. The skies finally returned to normal, and Lin Ye simultaneously lifted the restrictions on the Thunder Eagle couple's perception. 100 spiritual eyes birthed 100 first-tier spiritual beasts. With their activities, the map in Lin Ye's mind illuminated progressively. An increasingly complete map emerged within his sea of consciousness. According to his plans, Lin Ye marked desired points on the virtual map within his consciousness. Subsequently, he enticed other ordinary animals, equipped with tendrils possessing a considerable number of divided souls, to journey to different nodes for planting. 1 plant, 2 plants, 3 plants. During these days, Lin Ye continually expanded his soul through methods of splitting and recombination. Therefore, in this round of planting, he could simultaneously split into 6 divided souls, directly fulfilling the 6 required stock nodes for the first circle. The quantity of 1 divided soul requires 2 years to replenish, after which he will adhere to the previously established plan of half division and half fusion. By the time 24 years have passed, Lin Ye's soul will be completely restored, allowing for the next round of planting expansion. Lin Ye's stock genes are replicated 1-to-1 from his original form. It can be said that aside from the size of the soul and the world's essence, there is little difference from the original body. The elevation remains consistent. Thus, once the 6 segmented tendrils carrying divided souls were planted, they soon broke through the soil and took root under the influence of spiritual energy, growing at an astonishing pace. Merely a day later, Lin Ye's planned first round had filled the 6 vacant nodes with 6 towering and expansive stocks. Henceforth, Lin Ye's anchor network finally took its first step towards expansion. Subsequently, with 360 placements, he pushed the 6 main lines outward by another 60 anchor points. This framework was reserved for the second round of expansion. The remaining space would then be utilized to fill the vast areas within the anchor network. The demand for anchor points in these areas was immense, even with Lin Ye's constant reinforcement. The current strength of his soul could hardly complete half of the workload before depletion. However, this was of little concern since Lin Ye's soul continued to grow incessantly. Naturally, the quantity of required anchor points would also expand exponentially with the subsequent expansion of the anchor network. Overall, the growth rate would undoubtedly fall short of the expansion speed. The timeline for full coverage remains uncertain, of course. Such substantial consumption brings forth remarkably gratifying results. High investment yields high returns. Each anchor point serves as a colossal energy absorption site. Currently, just from the first round of expansion, along with the 6 stocks and the original body, Lin Ye has established nearly 2,000 anchor points. The combined energy absorption of so many anchor points is simply terrifying, to the point where Lin Ye finds it overwhelming that he realizes that he has underestimated his capacity and attempted to swallow more than he can handle. He even severed the energy veins of the entire region. With the current number of anchor points, he is already on the verge of being overwhelmed. Lin Ye is not an insatiable void. The absorption and transformation of energy require time. Consequently, he has no choice but to maximize efficiency while expelling the excess energy to the outside world. This has resulted in a surge in energy concentration in the regions where Lin Ye's original body and stocks reside. This, however, is a positive development. With heightened energy concentration, the number of spiritual beasts naturally increases. Just as Lin Ye had envisioned, there was no need for him to advertise. From the moment the first spiritual beast returned, the name of Lin Ye's divine tree began to spread, reaching out into the wider world. As time passed, an increasing number of spiritual beasts flocked to him, subsequently settling nearby to rest. Naturally, with an increase in spiritual beasts comes an increase in conflicts. Particularly, the original body capable of nurturing spiritual eyes attracts relentless battles. Initially, the Thunder Eagle couple was able to maintain control of the situation due to their strength. However, as second-tier spiritual beasts began to appear, control was entirely lost. Within this area, there was almost daily energy tumult. Within 100 miles, aside from Lin Ye and his 6 stocks, other flora and fauna were shattered in waves. Yet, plant life is inherently resilient. After being obliterated, they rapidly regrow under the influence of concentrated spiritual power, only to be shattered again, creating a continuous cycle. This phenomenon has led to the evolution of robust life force in the plants surrounding Lin Ye. Herbaceous plants exhibit enhanced recovery abilities, while trees significantly improve their resilience and resistance to magical attacks. This fortunate occurrence brings unexpected joy to Lin Ye, who could ever have too much life force. An abundance of life force can directly aid in healing injuries. Thus, Lin Ye has quietly initiated a chive's plan for these kin. Periodically, he harvests a batch, utilizing his decomposition talent to extract life force. After allowing them to recover to a certain scale, he continues the process, creating an endless cycle akin to harvesting chives. Thus, time gradually passes amidst this seemingly chaotic yet orderly phenomenon in the blink of an eye. 24 years have elapsed. Over the past 2 decades, this region has coalesced around Lin Ye as a core, forming a clearly stratified territory of spiritual beasts. The closer one is to Lin Ye. The stronger the spiritual beasts become. Now, 6 second-tier spiritual beasts have gathered near Lin Ye's original body. The Thunder Eagle couple can no longer monopolize their dominance when it comes to strength, even among the 6 kings. He was merely of average standing, unable to maintain his previous dominance and relegated to a state of decline in the 20th year. When Lin Ye bore fruit for the second time, he officially initiated the sharing among the 6 kings. The remaining 6 offshoots were claimed by the strongest among the 6 first-tier spirit beasts. Moreover, as time progressed, the originally solitary spirit beasts ceased to drive away their successful offspring. Instead, they began to gather them together, forming distinct clans. Particularly, the 6 kings clans near Lin Ye's original body expanded with remarkable speed. By the 24th year, Lin Ye had created 200 spirit eyes, each corresponding to a spirit beast, all residing within the 6 kings clan. Alas, the world is harshly realistic. Strength reigns supreme, and the victors take all. However, after 24 years, Lin Ye was poised to commence his second round of expansion. This round required the division of 12 offshoots. With skilled soul division, Lin Ye planted the offshoots, further extending his anchor network outward. Consequently, the external spirit beasts began a new round of power reorganization. In truth, this process had never truly ceased, as new spirit beasts continually arrived to join the fray. Only those spirit beasts with particularly exceptional strength could secure a stable position in this ongoing struggle. The greatest beneficiary was not the victorious spirit beasts, but Lin Ye himself. Hidden beneath the cover of the anchor network, Lin Ye could unabashedly wield the eye of the world. Wherever there was conflict, he was present. The victorious spirit beasts claimed territory, while the defeated ones were devoured by Lin Ye. His soul rapidly grew stronger. Bolstered by the incessant influx of beast souls, the third round of expansion, initially projected to commence after 48 years, was achieved ahead of schedule, merely 40 years in. Following 3 rounds of expansion, Lin Ye possessed 36 offshoots. Occupying a considerable area, an overwhelming number of spirit beasts were drawn to him. With the advantage of quantity, Lin Ye, through extensive devouring, acquired fire attributes, achieving mastery over the 5 elemental systems: wind, water, fire, earth, and thunder. Regrettably, despite this, the elusive ice attribute remained conspicuously absent. Lin Ye was perplexed as to where these entities were hiding, as no commotion seemed to entice them. After over 60 years of development, Lin Ye's strength steadily ascended. By now, he had equalized across all 5 elemental systems, each surpassing the second-tier threshold. The gateway to his consciousness C had also progressed to approximately 5 to avoid exposure. Lin Ye refrained from participating in the conflicts among the spirit beasts, instead quietly fulfilling the roles of a collector of corpses and distributor of fruits. Thus, he quietly advanced towards his goals to be why the centennial mark of his plan. Lin Ye's anchor network had completed its 4th round of expansion, boasting 60 offshoots. The number of laid anchors was countless, already reaching into the tens of thousands. Additionally, all 5 elemental systems had broken through to the pinnacle of the second tier, poised to ascend to the 3rd tier shortly. The progress of the gateway to his consciousness C had also reached 10, summarizing the century-long endeavor. The results were smooth, steady growth, and flourishing prosperity, supported by a multitude of anchors. Lin Ye's simultaneous cultivation of the 5 elemental systems allowed him to surpass many surrounding second-tier spirit beasts, achieving the summit first. Naturally, he remained humble. Second-tier strength was merely the lowest tier in this world. He still resided in the lower realms, barely qualifying as cannon fodder on the front lines. Continued development was essential. By the 120th year, Lin Ye broke through to the 3rd tier. That same year, his territory finally encountered its first 3rd-tier spirit beast, a 3rd-tier black water python, in a realm of spirit beasts. While the enhancement from 1st to 2nd tier could not be described as a chasm, the disparity was still significant. Even though the original 6 second-tier spirit beasts rallied their entire clan in resistance, they were still annihilated, left in disarray. After suffering nearly half their members' demise and sustaining grievous injuries themselves, they were reluctantly expelled from Lin Ye's vicinity, retreating to the 2nd tier. Of course, the 3rd-tier Blackwater Python was not without its challenges. The 3rd tier was not invincible. The 6 second-tier spirit beasts, along with numerous 1st-tier ones, caused it considerable injuries. While it was not critically wounded, it certainly was not unscathed. Otherwise, how could it have forced the 6 kings to retreat? The principle of spirit beasts is to pursue total annihilation. The only reason it spared them was due to a desire to avoid risk. The relationship between the 3rd-tier Black Water Python and the 2nd-tier 6 kings was one of mutual caution. Under the pressure of the Black Water Python, the 6 kings had subtly united by the 130-year mark. Lin Ye bore fruit once more. Each fruiting event incited a series of tragic confrontations, and this occasion was no exception. From the original body to the surrounding 60 offshoots, battles erupted everywhere. The 6 kings, having experienced the benefits of clan unity, were naturally unwilling to forego the spirit tree fruits that could directly enhance their collective combat strength. Upon completion of the fruiting, without hesitation, they launched an assault on the Black Water Python coiled upon the tree. As the sole 3rd-tier spirit beast in the vicinity, the python would not coddle them, promptly retaliating. However, both parties consciously chose to engage in combat away from Lin Ye's vicinity. The outcome of this confrontation mirrored that of the previous one. Both sides suffered, with each taking half of the various fruits. The Black Water Python monopolized 50, while the 6 Kings Alliance divided the remaining 50. A decade passed, and although the Black Water Python had nearly recovered from its injuries, the 6 Kings had recruited more followers from the periphery. Under normal circumstances, they could tolerate slightly lower spirit energy concentrations. Yet they could not afford to relinquish the spirit tree's fruits, especially those capable of enhancing their members' spiritual eyes. Contend with the Black Water Python. The 6 Kings continuously sought to recruit members of their in this region. The spirit beast races were limited in number. When traced back, most of the kin were related. Previously, they had fought individually, with little regard for familial ties. However, now that they were banding together for mutual benefit, they naturally formed a natural alliance. Initially, they had lacked leadership. Now that the 6 kings were willing to accept them, they were not foolish enough to refuse. Although they were merely at the 2nd tier, under Lin Ye's influence, the surrounding spirit energy concentrations and fruit quality varied significantly. The closer one was to the original body. The higher the energy concentration, Lin Ye's fruits were not static. As his strength grew, the efficacy of the fruits naturally intensified. Ultimately, the spirit beasts were merely seeking a brighter future, striving for greater benefits to enhance their strength and ascend to the middle tier as swiftly as possible. Under Lin Ye's influence, the previously fragmented lower realm began to take shape, resembling a landscape of contending heroes. Indeed, the elevation of wisdom was also a matter of political struggle. With the emergence of these forces, Lin Ye witnessed the leaders of various factions grow step by step. However, this growth was not merely in terms of strength, but in wisdom, although with the passage of time, the spirit beasts would undoubtedly progress in strength. Such advancements paled in comparison to the time required. Thus, they seemed somewhat sluggish. Wisdom, on the other hand, was a different matter. Lin Ye personally witnessed these spirit beasts evolve from naive simplicity to cunning sagacity. He had not anticipated that he would one day witness the power struggles among spirit beasts in another realm. Though still in its infancy, Lin Ye was certain that this was merely the beginning, and the future would be even more captivating. Naturally, as an observer, Lin Ye had no intention of intervening. The more intense the conflicts, the better. After all, he could continuously produce spirit beasts. When spirit beasts perished, they would become nutrients. Replenishing Lin, he had nothing to lose. Why should he rush into the fray, when secretly reaping the benefits was far more delightful? Aside from cultivation, Lin Ye's daily amusement lay in peering through the eye of the world. To him, all of this resembled a grand war epic. Indeed, it was quite thrilling to behold. By the 140-year mark, Lin Ye bore fruit for the 14th time, through continuous unity among their kin. The Six Kings Alliance astonishingly gained the upper hand, seizing 60 spirit fruit shares from the third-tier black water python. The Six Kings were ecstatic. What did this signify? It indicated that the gap in tiers was not insurmountable. With a little more effort and additional kin, reversing the tide from second tier to third tier was not a mere dream. Thus, the Six King Alliance intensified its efforts to assimilate members of the same kin. And eventually, they even ceased to limit themselves to their own kind. As long as the attributes were compatible, any creature would suffice. Of course, it was not that they wished to exclude those with differing attributes. Rather, the environment of their habitat had undergone a transformation due to the congregation of numerous spirit beasts. The world will tacitly converted that area into a reservoir of corresponding attribute spirit energy. Whether it was the spirit plants spawned from this energy or the surrounding environment, everything had gravitated towards the dominant attributes of the majority of spirit beasts. Under such circumstances, spirit beasts of differing attributes were disinclined to migrate there, as their cultivation speed would be inferior to that in the outside world. Consequently, the most prudent course of action was for each faction to maintain their own territories, each seeking their own advantages. Aside from two Kings of the Wind attribute engaging in some disputes, there were no significant issues otherwise. As the saying goes, one family rejoices while another laments. The Six King Alliance was elated. While the black water python found itself troubled, the team never anticipated that merely a decade had passed, and it was already struggling against this throng of insignificant creatures. If this continued, it would inevitably face defeat at the hands of the Six King Alliance. This was unacceptable. Having existed for so long, it had never heard of a second-tier creature being overthrown by a third-tier one. That should it be vanquished, it would become the greatest disgrace of the ancient wood source realm. Leaving a stench that would last for millennia, death was already terrifying enough. The idea of infamy for eternity was even more horrifying. To avoid becoming the first second-tier creature to be overthrown by a third-tier one, the black water python cast aside its pride and began to seek allies in the two recent battles. It had acquired 90 spirit eyes, which it could certainly put to use, naturally, even in seeking allies. The black water python's choices differed from those of the Six King Alliance. It looked down not just on spirit beasts of different attributes, but even on those of the same kin. Its selection process involved picking out the strongest of its own kind, the black water pythons, and then forcibly taking them as mates. After they bore its offspring, it would return, claiming them as its subordinates. The notion of kinship was dismissed as worthless. Even if benefits were to be conferred, they would only be granted to those descendants who inherited its noble bloodline. The reproductive abilities of spirit beasts in this world had not diminished. Even high-tier spirit beasts could bear offspring without enduring prolonged periods of infertility, of course. Correspondingly, their offspring did not possess any extraordinary enhancements. They remained as they were. Whether they had talent depended on fate. This was the norm. Since Lin Ye developed the spirit eye technology, this balance had been disrupted. Spirit eyes could strengthen the foundation of the gifted and grant the untalented a chance to turn their fate around, transforming them into spirit beasts. After 150 years, Lin Ye initiated the 5th round of expansion, raising the number of his branches to 90. Another significant enhancement. Simultaneously, the dynamics of the current contest for the spirit fruit had shifted compared to the previous round. After a decade of development, the 3rd-tier black water python was no longer a solitary serpent. Its subordinates had amassed over 90 first-tier black water pythons, forming a formidable conglomerate. Although the members of the black water python group were relatively weak, they possessed the best resources and experienced the fastest growth. With the mightiest 3rd-tier black water python at the helm, they ended up in a stalemate with the Six King Alliance. Both sides suffered losses. There was nothing more to say. Each faction claimed 50%. It was fortunate that the Six King Alliance had not been idle, continuously recruiting reinforcements. Otherwise, they might have been annihilated by the black water python group. By this time, the spirit beasts that had chosen their factions were already settled. Even if more distant spirit beasts were to arrive, they would hardly make a significant impact. Hence, the rapid expansions witnessed earlier would not recur. Various forces had settled into a transient equilibrium. Although each contest for the spirit fruit would still proceed as scheduled, with numerous spirit beasts perishing each year, the rate of growth and loss had reached a state of balance. The spirit beasts of each faction maintained a consistent growth rate. Aware that one battle could not determine the outcome, everyone consciously conserved their forces, refraining from engaging in all-out combat, unless significant changes occurred within a faction, such as a beast among the Six Kings breaking through to the 3rd tier, or a subordinate achieving the 2nd tier, or a considerable influx of new power. These changes were not likely to occur easily. Breakthroughs were challenging, and the emergence of new forces was even more difficult. Thus, in this eerie calm, several decades passed. By the 200th year, Lin Ye conducted the 6th round of expansion, increasing the number of his branches to 126. Concurrently, the progress of the Gateway of Consciousness in the Sea of Consciousness advanced by another 10. Interestingly, Lin Ye noted that this gateway seemed to open only 10 units every century, regardless of the energy input, whether increased or decreased. The speed remained unchanged. As long as a foundational amount was reached, it sufficed. However, Lin Ye chose not to reduce his efforts. After all, the spirit energy was an abundant supply, he thought. What if I invest more and gain a return? It was merely an investment. The subsequent period was relatively uneventful, with the Six King Alliance and the Black Water Python Group continuing their decade-long skirmishes. During the intervening time, both sides exerted themselves to cultivate their offspring, aiming to build a solid foundation for a decisive showdown. Unfortunately, with everyone exerting their efforts, it was difficult to discern any differences in strength in the short term. By the 250th year, Lin Ye initiated the 7th round of expansion, raising the number of branches from 126 to 168. Aside from that, no major events transpired. By the 300th year, Lin Ye embarked on the 8th expansion, increasing the number of branches to 216. Simultaneously, the progress of the gateway reached 30. Lin Ye could faintly sense the aura of the blue star beyond the door, indicating that the will of Blue Star had received news for why direct transportation had not commenced. Lin Ye was uncertain. However, he had a feeling that now was the time to channel as much spirit energy as possible, as it would benefit him. In the 350th year, Lin Ye conducted his 9th expansion, bringing the number of branches to 270. By this point, he had reached the edge of the vast forest in which he resided, poised to venture further afield. In the 400th year, Lin Ye undertook his 10th expansion, increasing the number of branches to 330. The progress of the gateway reached 40. In the same year, the outermost branches finally broke through the forest boundary, entering the next domain, the Endless Marsh. Simultaneously, more 2nd-tier and 3rd-tier spirit beasts from various corners of the forest began to notice Lin Ye's uniqueness and approached his main body. Drawn by the branches in the 410th year, a third-party force emerged in the contest for the Spirit Eyes, a mighty earth stone ape. As a third-tier spirit beast, the stone ape was as proud as the black water python had been before. In its eyes, the only rival was the black water python. However, it soon fell victim to the vastly expanded forces of the Six King Alliance, in the midst of a multitude of spirit beasts. It narrowly escaped death, fleeing with severe injuries. Had it not belonged to the Earth attribute, endowed with immense strength and resilience, it might not have survived at all. Yet, as a third-tier spirit beast, would it simply accept this defeat? Clearly, it would not. In the 420th year, as the contest for the Spirit Eyes reached its conclusion, the long-absent third-tier stone ape returned, fully rejuvenated. And this time, it did not come alone. Behind it trailed a legion of various spirit beasts, including 4 second-tier creatures. They all came from various corners of the forest in pursuit of the offshoots, only to be subdued midway by the stone monkeys. There ought to have been more than this. However, not all spirit beasts were inclined to become subordinates. There were always some fiercely resolute ones. Such individuals naturally fell victim to the fists of the third-tier stone monkeys after suffering a setback. The stone monkeys became wiser and only struck after reaching a stalemate with the Black Water Python group and the Six Kings Alliance. They caught both factions off guard, forcefully seizing nearly half of their shares. The Black Water Python group and the Six Kings Alliance were not ones to relent. They promptly engaged in chaotic combat once more. This time, it was 2 against 1 in the end, the newly formed Stone Monkey group was utterly annihilated. While the third-tier Stone Monkey sustained grave injuries and fled, of course, the Black Water Python group and the Six Kings Alliance also suffered greatly from this encounter. An alliance consisting of 1 third-tier and 4 second-tier beasts was already formidable. After the battle, both sides incurred heavy losses, with many of their subordinates perishing. They were left unable to pursue the Stone Monkeys, who escaped with their spoils. That a severely wounded third-tier spirit beast was still a third tier, not something just anyone could chase down. Reluctantly, they had no choice but to remain in place to recuperate. 430 years later, emboldened by their previous successes, the Stone Monkeys returned with newly acquired subordinates, alongside dozens of their kin who had advanced through the Spirit Eye. However, this time, they did not reap any substantial benefits. The previous losses had made the Black Water Python group and the Six Kings Alliance wary and prepared. After a failed ambush, they could only engage in a frontal confrontation. This time, it was indeed a one-on-one affair. The Black Water Pythons and the Six Kings were anything but allies after years of conflict. Their enmity had deepened significantly. The final outcome was one of mutual destruction. The Stone Monkeys were at a slight disadvantage, but far from the previous debacle. The Six Kings and the Black Water Pythons understood they could not eliminate the Stone Monkeys, so they tacitly acknowledged the existence of the Stone Monkey group. Thus, the contest for the Spirit Eye evolved from a duel between 2 powers to a tripartite struggle. Territories were redefined, and subordinates developed independently. 440 years later, the 3 factions engaged in another grand battle, and as customary, all were left battered. However, the situation had shifted. The Stone Monkey group began to outpace the Six Kings Alliance. Although the Six Kings group was slightly weaker, it was determined to turn the tide within a decade. 450 years in, Lin Ye undertook his 11th expansion, increasing the number of offshoots to 396. Yet, in this round of warfare, the Six Kings group not only failed to avenge their past grievances, but also exacerbated their disadvantage. With Lin Ye's continuous expansion, an increasing number of spirit beasts, including formidable first and second-tier ones, began to flock to him. Coincidentally, the Stone Monkey group and the Black Water Python group were also open to recruiting other spirit beasts. They began to vigorously accept subordinate spirit beasts. With the addition of these new forces, the shortcomings of the Six Kings group's lack of elite combat power began to manifest. They could still rely on their initial advantage, but it was evident that without change, their demise was imminent. The only solution was to recruit a third-tier spirit beast, or for a new third tier to emerge among the Six Kings. In the ensuing 50 years, although the Six Kings group sought various means to augment their strength, they gradually succumbed to the relentless pressure from the 2 burgeoning factions, inching closer to annihilation. Finally, after 500 years and Lin Ye's 12th expansion, a spirit beast among the six kings broke through amidst adversity. To Lin Ye's surprise, it was none other than his old friend, the Thunder Eagle. Watching the Thunder Eagle return after its breakthrough, Lin Ye felt a mix of emotions. Though he had never communicated with the Thunder Eagle couple, they had shared the same tree for a considerable time, and their presence felt familiar. It was undoubtedly a relief that it had survived. Yet, regrettably, of the couple he first encountered, only the Thunder Eagle remained. The female had inadvertently wandered into a high-stakes battleground during the last chaotic clash of the three factions and had been reduced to fragments by the stone monkey's fist. Fortunately, the couple had not been idle over the years. They had produced numerous offspring, all of whom had advanced to become spirit beasts through the spirit eye. Thus, the Thunder Eagle was not left entirely alone. Naturally, the desire for vengeance for his slain mate burned fiercely within the Thunder Eagle. After its breakthrough, without waiting for the next Spirit Eye contest to commence, it sought out the stone monkeys for a one-on-one confrontation. Alas, despite its aerial advantage, the freshly ascended Thunder Eagle found it challenging to inflict significant harm on the stone monkeys. Reminiscent of their initial battle, without other beasts to restrain it, the Thunder Eagle struggled to deal considerable damage to the stone monkeys. Similarly, the stone monkeys were unable to land blows on it. After several days of fruitless combat, they eventually called a truce and returned home. There was no other choice, as the lurking black water python posed a looming threat that could not be taken lightly. Following the battle, the Six Kings Alliance reclaimed its position at the forefront of the three factions. Previously, they had struggled due to a lack of elite combat power. However, with that void filled, when it came to mid- and low-tier combat strength, the Six Kings group emerged as the strongest. After all, they were the earliest to develop and absorb external spirit beasts. While the various factions engaged in deadly skirmishes, Lin Ye watched with great satisfaction. There was no thrill quite like experiencing it live, far more exhilarating than any television series. The factions battled back and forth, each taking turns to shine like a tea present. The spirit beasts remained blissfully naive, unaware of the treachery inherent in their kind. Their alliances were still rudimentary, lacking the sophisticated strategies and tactics characteristic of warfare on Blue Star. Frankly speaking, Lin Ye was quite tempted to provide them with a few military treatises to guide them on the principles of Legion warfare. Yet ultimately, he refrained. He had managed to remain undetected, and to reveal himself now would be to squander all his efforts. Moreover, he need not be the sole guiding force. After all, he was not the only one from Blue Star. Lin Ye gazed upon the ominous portal of summoning, which had reached 50% completion. With a sinister smile, 550 years later, Lin Ye commenced his 13th expansion. This expansion increased the number of offshoots to 546. Now, Lin Ye possessed an abundance of energy that he could scarcely expend. With 546 offshoots alone, he had amassed 32,760 anchor points, not to mention the additional anchor points continually generated by Lin Ye's ongoing growth. The total had long since surpassed the million mark. Thus, with such vast resources at his disposal, Lin Ye broke through once again, becoming the first to advance to the 4th tier for spirit beasts. Reaching the 4th tier represented a significant milestone. Breaking through allowed them to evolve into intermediate spirit beasts and enter the mid-level realm of the ancient wood source. However, for Lin Ye, the world tree, there was no marked distinction. His foundation had been elevated to an infinite degree. The transition from Tier 3 to Tier 4 merely rendered him taller, larger, and stronger. There were no substantial changes in essence. As he had previously surmised, after ascending, Lin Ye did not feel the call of the upper world. Thus, this spirit plant truly lacked the authority of a tree and was not recognized by the will of the world within the normal promotion standards. Of course, this situation bore both advantages and disadvantages. The advantage was that it indicated Lin Ye had not caught the attention of the world's will. Perhaps it had not detected Lin Ye's aberration, or perhaps it had noticed but deemed it unworthy of attention. Regardless, it signified that Lin Ye was temporarily safe and would not have his plans disrupted by the world's will. Furthermore, the lower world provided the most favorable foundation for existence. Did it not? Spirit beasts could only ascend to Tier 3 at most. TO breach Tier 4 meant entering the mid-level world. Even with just Tier 4 strength, Lin Ye could confidently assert his dominance. After all, no matter how powerful others were, They could never surpass him. Certainly, there are drawbacks as well. Although Lin Ye reigns supreme in the lower realms, his dominion is confined solely to that realm. He cannot ascend to the mid-tier world. Rather, his true form is unable to traverse that realm. While he could potentially make the journey, it would necessitate hitching a ride on an ascent pathway opened by others. However, this would inevitably expose Lin Ye to the dangers of detection. The harmless spirit tree is indeed a commendable specimen, but once it gains a sense of self-awareness, it transforms into a fellow cultivator, particularly one possessing devouring abilities like his. Lin Ye fears that revealing himself could lead to a siege. The risks far outweigh the rewards, rendering such actions unwise. Hence, for the sake of safety, Lin Ye resolves not to act recklessly, opting instead to allow his offshoots to ascend. With the augmentation of spiritual energy from the spirit eye and the increasingly dense spiritual aura, the three major factions maintain a posture of rapid expansion, with daily changes in their dynamics. Furthermore, the continuous influx of foreign spirit beasts accelerates the growth of the three factions. As their powers swell, a hierarchical structure inevitably emerges. The first to undergo transformation is the Six Kings Alliance, which stands apart from the other two factions. Established first, it is also the most unified. After all, in the early days, their cohesion was crucial for sharing dominion over the third-tier Blackwater Python. Yet, despite their unity, changes are inevitable following Lei Ying's ascension to the third tier. Previously, they were all second tier, enjoying a camaraderie devoid of any hierarchical implications. However, now that some have broken through to the third tier, such egalitarianism becomes impractical. Those at the pinnacle of combat prowess are entitled to privileges befitting their status. After all, why should they protect the lesser beings? Among spirit beasts, there are no altruists. Power is the only creed. If one is strong, they deserve to feast. If weak, they must endure hardship. Thus, amidst the adulation of the other five kings, Lei proclaims himself emperor and assumes command over the entire alliance. His numerous subordinate lightning eagles ascend to the ranks of royalty within the Six Kings Alliance. Although they do not yet possess tangible privileges, their innate superiority is undeniable. The other five kings willingly lower their status to that of beast kings, with their subjects remaining royal in status and retaining their territories as before. However, they select one of the first offshoots closest to Lin Ye's true form as the headquarters of the Six Kings Alliance, officially initiating a unified federal-style governance. This marks the emergence of a nascent dynasty. As for the second-tier spirit beasts that join later, although they are granted royal titles, they command neither troops nor authority, lacking a voice in alliance meetings. They can only attach themselves to the existing six kings and choose factions to join. Following the unification, while royal authority has yet to be consolidated, a centralization of power is already evident. Under this centralized command, the Six Kings Alliance advances and retreats in unison, gradually encroaching upon the territories of the other two factions. For the current trio of powers, Lin Ye's true form is paramount, but the offshoots hold equal significance. The spirit eye of his true form is the foundation of his influence, a coveted asset. Yet, the offshoots are equally regarded as strategic resources. Not to mention that these offshoots also bear secondary spiritual fruits. The spiritual energy they provide is sufficient to usher the spirit beasts into a new era of cultivation. However, the two other factions, aside from the already allied Six Kings Alliance, remain oblivious to the importance of the offshoots that TO them. These subordinates merely serve to restrain the other side's minions at tea times. They even indulge in consuming their own subordinates for gratification. The overwhelming disparity in strength has led the two third-tier spirit beasts to regard their underlings as mere pawns in summary, they are chaotic, brutal, and savage. Therefore, does it matter whether they have offshoots or not? Even if their subordinates report back, the two third-tier spirit beasts pay them no heed. The offshoots hold no value for them. If the Six Kings Alliance wishes to seize them, so be it. Better to spend their time resting and replenishing their strength for the forthcoming fruit-gathering contest. As for those subordinates claiming the offshoots as their territory, what concern is that of mine? They came to my side. If they do not offer tribute, why should I be compelled to rescue them? What a joke. The two third-tier spirit beasts remain indifferent to external affairs, solely awaiting the moment Lin Ye bears fruit. As a result, the already disorganized ranks of their minions are utterly incapable of fending off the onslaught of the Six Kings Alliance. Surrendering or annihilation ensues in no time. The Six Kings Alliance has consumed the entirety of the neighboring factions, leaving only the central region untouched. They then enter a period of dormancy, secretly accumulating strength. Simultaneously, they follow in Lin Ye's footsteps, expanding outward while continuously absorbing the newly arriving spirit beasts. Even the decade-long fruit-gathering contest has not revealed their true combat capabilities, maintaining a facade of equilibrium among the three factions. Currently, the Six Kings Alliance, while its overall strength has significantly surpassed that of the other two factions, indeed, even their combined forces are inadequate to match it, remains fundamentally reliant on the foundational strength of the black water python and the earth stone ape. Unless they eliminate these two third-tier beasts, subjugating their minions holds little value. As long as the two third-tier spirit beasts remain alive, they will continue to impede any attempts to seize the spirit eye. With the spirit eye comes a legion of subordinates, making complete extermination impossible. In the case of the Six Kings Alliance, it can only inflict injuries upon them. Achieving a decisive strike is beyond reach. Third-tier beasts are not easily dispatched. The only viable strategy is to conceal their strength and wait for the emergence of more third-tier spirit beasts within the alliance, at which point they can strike decisively. After 600 years, Lin Ye has completed his 14th round of expansion at this juncture. His offshoots have exceeded 630. Each offshoot signifies a point of resource production, drawing the attention of numerous spirit beasts eager to compete for them. Presently, a vast number of offshoots on the periphery are already under the control of the Six Kings Alliance, illustrating their formidable strength. Only the two dim-witted third-tier spirit beasts remain entranced by their own might. Oblivious to the shifting tides of the external world, they fail to grasp the cyclical nature of fortune. Beyond the offshoots, the gate of ascension left by the blue stars will has naturally progressed to 60. Surpassing the halfway mark at this rate, barring any unforeseen circumstances, in another 400 years, Lin Ye will finally reunite with his beloved compatriots. Oh no, I should say the descendants of his compatriots. After all, it has been over a millennium. His actual peers have long since perished, their ashes scattered. Given his age, he would be considered several generations removed in the context of the blue star. On this note, Lin Ye cannot help but feel a twinge of emotion. After all, it is the place where he has survived for so many years. Yet now, there remains not a trace of his existence. At the 650-year mark, a significant event occurs within the Six Kings Alliance, the emergence of the second third-tier king. Naturally, this development is kept under wraps by the increasingly astute Six Kings Alliance. The tribulation was approached discreetly, and the new monarch returned just as quietly. Only the original Six Beast Kings are aware of this new imperial edition. No others in the alliance are privy to this secret. Of course, Lin Ye is an exception as the true ruler of this territory, equipped with the eye of the world and years of producing spirit eyes. Lin Ye is attuned to any developments within this land. It has been 650 years since the spirit eyes were formally put to use, producing a batch of spirit eyes every decade. Each batch consisting of 100 totals up to 6,500 spirit eyes over 650 years. This is equivalent to 6,500 spirit beasts. What a terrifying state of affairs. Over the years, while the three major factions have engaged in fierce conflicts, they have sustained significant losses, yet many have survived. Among the spirit beasts that have ascended through the power of the spiritual eye, some have even reached the second tier. The second-tier spirit beasts are dispatched to carve out territories and establish their reigns. Thus, Lin Ye's network of informants is indeed extensive. Of course, he's aware of this, but he has no interest in notifying those two third-tier spirit beasts. Why bother? It is far more entertaining to observe the spectacle. Moreover, when it comes to alliances, he is closer to the Six Kings faction. Those two foolish beasts are fixated solely on Lin Ye's true form. Little do they realize that while the effects of the spirit fruits from the branch stocks are significantly diminished, their sheer quantity should not be underestimated. Currently, the branch stocks are entirely under the control of the Six Kings Alliance, amassing resources that amount to a staggering sum each year, with the consumption of vast resources. New spirit beasts are born nearly every day, and periodically, some venture to the fringes of the forest to secretly undergo tribulations and advancements. Under the deliberate concealment of the six kings, the third-tier black water python and the third-tier stone ape remain oblivious. Having lost track of numerous familiar auras, 700 years have passed, and Lin Ye has expanded for the 16th time. Following this expansion, he possesses 816 branch stocks, with the progress of the gate of reception reaching 70. As of now, Lin Ye's branch stocks have completely occupied the entire forest and extended considerable distance in all directions. After years of exploration, to the west of the forest where Lin Ye resides lies a vast swamp. Predominantly inhabited by water and lightning attribute spirit beasts that to the east, there is a desert swirling with yellow sand, where wind and earth attribute beasts prevail to the south. A searing volcanic region is home to the most wind and fire attribute beasts. To the north, a vast ocean is dominated by lightning and water attribute creatures that speak frankly. The spirit beasts in these areas are quite formidable, seemingly stronger than those previously encountered in the forest. Unfortunately, they still maintain the traditional state of fighting amongst themselves. Faced with the might of the Six Kings Alliance, they possess no capacity for resistance. Some perish, while others submit, causing no real threat, given the current strength of the Six Kings Alliance. It should be sufficient to obliterate everything unless they encounter third-tier opponents. The Six Kings Alliance expands amidst the stagnation of the two rival factions. The year has reached 750 this year. Another significant event has unfolded. Within the Six Kings, yet another king has ascended to the third tier. The original six kings have now divided into 3 kings and 3 emperors, with half of them achieving the status of emperor. More importantly, this king's breakthrough has not been concealed from the two opposing factions. He openly undergoes tribulation and then returns to recuperate, clearly indicating an intention to sever ties and initiate a final confrontation. The two complacent third-tier spirit beasts have not disappointed the Six Kings' expectations. On a certain day, they arrived together, intending to join forces to eliminate the new king. They had agreed to divide the spoils. But how could one side run off without consent? Only through the demise of the new king could the spoils be equitably shared. If fortune favors them, they even plan to eliminate both emperors within the Six Kings Alliance, thereby seizing half of its foundation. Regrettably, while they remain straightforward and sincere, the Six Kings have quietly prepared their defenses, laying traps to ensnare the two unfortunate beasts that by the time they realize something is amiss. It is already too late. They are met with a deluge of powerful attack from numerous second-tier spirit beasts. In the present Six Kings Alliance, the number of second-tier spirit beasts has approached 100. Under the combined assault, even 2 spirit beasts nearing the peak of the third tier find themselves unable to raise their heads, forced to adopt a defensive stance to preserve their lives. Once the barrage concludes, both leaders are left with serious injuries. But do you think this is where it ends? Certainly not. After the second-tier beasts finish their volley, 3 beast emperors spring into action without a hint of mercy, unleashing a trio of powerful third-tier attacks in rapid succession. Boom! Boom! Accompanied by the explosive descent of 3 energy spheres, clouds of dust rise, creating a scene reminiscent of a collapsing sky. As the dust settles, no trace of the third-tier spirit beast remains, leaving behind only a deep crater. Thus, the two once dominant third-tier spirit beasts met their ignoble end, not even managing to take a single first-tier spirit beast with them into the afterlife. Lin Ye gazes upon this spectacle with a mixture of astonishment and renewed resolve to remain hidden. This is the nature of power struggles. Just look at how treacherous the hearts are. They consolidate resources and cultivate their sharpest blades, and the moment an opportunity arises, they conspire to eliminate you without giving you a chance to resist. A cautionary tale. Indeed, if mere spirit beasts engage in such treachery, how would those established factions treat Lin Ye? Why hide anything? However, despite this, he did not let the corpses and inner cores of the 2 third-tier spirit beasts go to waste, taking advantage of the swirling dust. He absorbed everything. After all, there were third-tier spirit beasts. Whether it be their beast souls or the refined essence, it constituted a considerable fortune. Since they are dead, he might as well put them to good use. With the demise of the third-tier black water python and the third-tier stone ape, the factions centered around them were destined to meet a similar fate. Within a mere 2 days, they were completely consumed by the Six Kings alliance. Thus, the era of the tripartite balance of power, which had persisted for centuries, officially came to an end. The Six Kings alliance emerged as the ultimate victor, reigning supreme and monopolizing the spiritual trees. Moreover, the Thunder Eagle reclaimed the spiritual tree after many years, accompanied by several of its brethren. Following their ascendance, it was only natural to reward merit. The alliance of spirit beasts is still in its infancy, and they cannot possibly develop any effective regulations. The only principle they adhere to is centering around Lin Ye, dividing territories in accordance with strength. The Six Kings equally share the 6 initial branch stocks. They collectively partake of the fruit from the main body and the spiritual eyes. Everything else is distributed based on strength. Naturally, expansion did not cease. It simply followed Lin Ye's pace. Lin Ye's new branch stock sprouted. He promptly dispatched beasts to claim them. Beyond that, there were no further maneuvers, as the primary intention of all was simply to cultivate diligently. The spirit beasts have yet to become enamored with power and territory like the humans of Blue Star. The days that followed lacked the previous fervor. After the Six Kings alliance established dominance, it monopolized all the spiritual trees, continuously expanding alongside Lin Ye's strides. The strength within the alliance transformed day by day. Within a few short years, the remaining 3 kings also successively broke through to the third tier, becoming new emperors. Although third-tier strength may not be considered particularly formidable in the grand scheme of the world, it must be acknowledged that in the lower realms, they are akin to deities. Under the pressure of 6 third-tier beings, no spirit beasts encountered by Lin Ye on his path of expansion stood a chance. There were encounters with third-tier spirits, but they were merely scattered individuals unable to withstand the onslaught of 6 from the same tier, meeting a tragic end in a drama. There must be back and forth to maintain interest. However, the current one-sided narrative lacks appeal. Lin Ye, having lost his previous enthusiasm, chose instead to allocate a fragment of his consciousness to maintain normal activity before sinking in a slumber for cultivation. That must be said. He is quite the unorthodox tree, having watched the spectacle for so many years without proper rest. What tree is so active? After Lin Ye fell into slumber, his rate of cultivation increased rather than diminished, and he soon broke through once more, achieving the 5th tier. At this point, less than 900 years had passed. After the breakthrough, Lin Ye awoke briefly, but upon finding nothing amiss, he returned to slumber. The lower realm has become remarkably peaceful. With such a powerful force in existence, how could any significant upheaval occur? It was only a matter of time before unification would take place. The conflicts were merely internal disputes, with little bloodshed. Finally, when the spiritual eye had been in use for a millennium, Lin Ye awoke once more. The 1,000-year period had arrived. Dragon King. Ahem, I seem to have wandered into the wrong scene. Upon awakening, Lin Ye first reviewed the development log of his body. Over the years, Lin Ye's strength had progressed, yet it had not reached the point of a breakthrough, that if one were to insist on a classification, it could be said to be at the intermediate level of the 5th tier, a matter hardly worthy of mention. In contrast, the 6 kings, they should now be referred to as the 6 Emperors Alliance, had experienced a rather alarming enhancement in their power. After several centuries of development, Lin Ye discovered that there were as many as 21 third-tier spirit beasts among them. This was merely the number that had achieved a breakthrough, with dozens more at the peak of the 2nd tier yet to ascend. As for those below the peak of the 2nd tier, they were far too numerous to count. Such a level of strength had increased by several folds compared to before. Of course, none of this was of particular significance. The reason he examined this first was merely to express his emotions. After a millennium, the gateway of acceptance in Lin Ye's sea of consciousness had finally opened wide, gazing at the portal shimmering with azure light. Lin Ye felt a twinge of apprehension. After all these years, he was about to reunite with his fellow countrymen, and it was only natural to feel somewhat nervous. Moreover, he was to connect with the will of Blue Star. That was indeed the will of Blue Star. Even though Lin Ye believed he had attained a modicum of prowess, he still felt a measure of trepidation in the face of the consciousness of the world for which he originated. After all, No matter how long a child has been away from home, there remains a profound reverence for their mother. After some mental preparation, Lin Ye finally extended his consciousness towards the azure portal ahead. Lin Ye merely sensed a flash of light surrounding him before he found himself in an unfamiliar realm. Here, there was nothing but an endless expanse of pale blue light. Lin Ye transformed into a small tree. Floating serenely, he embraced the gentle aura enveloping him. Lin Ye understood that this was indeed the will of Blue Star. Only by confronting the worlds could one truly appreciate its magnificence. In its presence, Lin Ye felt like a diminutive sapling, almost invisible. Yet to him, it represented an infinite realm of pale blue. Furthermore, Lin Ye was aware that this was not its entirety. It was merely a fragment of the will projected from an unfathomable distance. It was fortunate that Lin Ye had infused so much spiritual energy over the years, sufficient to establish a somewhat stable passage. Otherwise, the will of Blue Star would not have been able to traverse this threshold. Naturally, given the magnitude of the will of Blue Star, this passage could not endure for long. Even if it were only a fragment of consciousness, it was still considerable. Therefore, there was no time for tender reunions. Lin Ye felt a sudden dizziness as an influx of information surged into his mind. After a moment of organization, he found himself momentarily stunned. The information was quite eclectic, but to summarize, the first matter was that due to certain special circumstances, Lin Ye had garnered the attention of the will of Blue Star. It could be considered a fortuitous turn of events, allowing him to stand out from the multitude of ordinary brethren. Now, due to this energy, the passage had opened, enabling Blue Star to send some formidable allies to assist in completing tasks that it was up to him to choose which kind. Selection rules. The quantity remained constant at 1 million. But the races could be selected. Birdmen, turtle people, rabbit people, all manner of extraordinary races were available. Although peculiar, without exception, they were all extraordinary races from the realm of Blue Star, each bearing innate racial talents. Inherently extraordinary and increasingly formidable. Naturally, only the juvenile forms could traverse this passage. It was not that the mother was stingy, but rather that the passage could not withstand the arrival of adults. The extraordinary races could only come in the form of eggs. This meant that if Lin Ye chose them, he would have to act as a caretaker for a time. However, it was not mandatory to select extraordinary races. If Lin Ye wished, he could opt for other ordinary races, leaving the decision entirely to his discretion. Choosing ordinary races was also viable, allowing for the immediate arrival of robust adult individuals. Of course, to maintain balance, Blue Star could also provide some enhancements, such as a strand of the original essence. This would bolster these ordinary species, as their inherent capabilities would otherwise render them mere fodder. Among these options, Blue Star inhabitants were also included. The second matter pertained to what he desired after completing the tasks: to return home or to leave the nurturing embrace of his mother and pursue his own development. If he chose to return home, he could depart immediately. Upon his return, he would receive rewards, gaining an enhancement of will, allowing for an instant breakthrough to the 10th tier and attaining the status of a realm master above the 10th tier. He would become the guardian of the Blue Star realm, truly invincible within the confines of Blue Star. As long as the world endured, he would not perish. However, many guardians of Blue Star already existed, and he would not be unique in this regard. The drawback was that if he chose this path, the realm master status would be the pinnacle, with no further possibility for advancement. Furthermore, he would no longer be able to leave the Blue Star realm, existing in a state of codependence. If he chose the path of free development, Lin Ye would not only forego rewards, but also incur a debt, requiring the repayment of 100 drops of world essence. Why 100 drops? Because each drop equated to 10,000 strands. Each individual sent over would be worth a strand of essence, making 1 million exactly 100 drops. If Lin Ye chose this, those allies would be sent to him, and naturally, the burden would fall upon him. In other words, if Lin Ye selected this option, those allies would simultaneously lose the imprint of the Blue Star realm. However, they would not revert to their natural forms as Lin Ye would. Instead, they would transform into Lin Ye's subordinates. In essence, ownership would shift from the Blue Star realm to Lin Ye without issue. Overall, this signified a transition from coexistence with the Blue Star realm to coexistence with Lin Ye. It sounded rather unfair. After all, everyone was a child of the Blue Star realm. Why did Lin Ye have the option that others did not? Yet, such is the nature of the world. Fairness can only be discussed where value exists. Without value, one could only serve as a pawn. Have you not noticed that most individuals lack even the fortune to become pawns? What? Lin Ye has stumbled upon good luck. Do not be foolish, child. Luck is indeed a facet of strength. Consider these aids as the initial capital provided by your mother, yet it is imperative that the costs are acknowledged. Mother has her burdens, with so many children to care for. It would be unreasonable not to cover the expenses, promising children enjoy such privileges. However, should Lin Ye meet his demise, it would be final. With no opportunity for rebirth, his life imprint has been returned by the will of Blue Star, and there will be no trace of his existence in the world of Blue Star. The world will rectify itself accordingly. Of course, the advantage of this choice lies in regaining his freedom while acquiring 100,000 loyal followers, true allies that belong to him. With the life imprint returned to Lin Ye, their lives and deaths are no longer theirs to command. To perish, they must seek Lin Ye's consent. Otherwise, they could be revived through the consumption of their essence. Naturally, the family does not withhold everything. Upon choosing independence, all rewards from the task in the ancient wood source realm will be entirely Lin Ye's, without the need to share with the will of Blue Star. Such a reward will undoubtedly exceed a mere 100 drops of essence. It can be considered Lin Ye's first fortune. Once the payment is received, repaying Mother S account will suffice. In truth, delaying the repayment is of little consequence. The will of Blue Star does not impose interest or pressure for repayment. It's entirely a matter of personal integrity. Ultimately, it is a gain regardless. The second option, however, does entail personal risk. Since he has opted for self-sufficiency, it is only reasonable that Mother will no longer clean up after him. In essence, it resembles the choices faced by a young heir of a wealthy family. Will you inherit the family business or embark on your own entrepreneurial journey? The third matter involves providing Lin Ye with supplementary information. Firstly, the distinction between the world of Blue Star and Blue Star itself. Previously, Lin Ye had mistakenly believed that the will of Blue Star was merely the essence of Blue Star's emergence. Now, through this information, he realizes that it was a reflection of his own ignorance. Considering the modest nature of Blue Star, which lacks even substantial spiritual energy, it is improbable that it could give rise to such a magnificent existence as the will of Blue Star. The Blue Star where Lin Ye was born is, in truth, a trifling and inferior life planet within the realm of Blue Star. The similarity in names arises solely because all life planets within the realm of Blue Star are designated as Blue Star. They are differentiated by various codes. For instance, the Blue Star where Lin Ye was born is officially referred to as Blue Star 27590003588687, indicating that it is the 358,687th life planet in the 2,759 star domain. This designation reveals that, while not the absolute lowest tier, it is certainly toward the end of the spectrum. With over 3,000 star domains in total, being ranked as the 2,759th is quite telling. Next is the uniqueness of this recruitment summons. In the past, opportunities for aiding other worlds were typically reserved for formidable races. After all, when selecting aids, they naturally prefer those with robust foundations. An ordinary human like Lin, you would never have encountered such an opportunity in 8 lifetimes. Embarking on a mission grants access to essence, enabling one to defy fate and reconstruct their foundation. Such opportunities are virtually unattainable while remaining at home, where essence is a rare commodity. Furthermore, with a powerful backing. Even if one were to perish in battle, the will of Blue Star could facilitate a rebirth at home, that if one can endure until the end and successfully complete the mission, they may even share in the rewards offered by the will of Blue Star. An abundance of rewards could potentially lead to an opportunity for promotion to a realm master. It is essential to note that within the world of Blue Star, self-cultivation typically caps at the 10th tier. Breaking through to become a realm master is exceptionally challenging. Both talent and opportunity are indispensable. Generally, one can only achieve a promotion to Guardian by accomplishing feats in battle and attracting the attention of the will of Blue Star. Thus, recruitment summons should not be perceived by Lin Ye as mere labor. Rather, it is something the powerful races would dream of participating in. Should their race be chosen for a campaign, they would possess the potential to become guardians. Only those recognized as guardians by the will of Blue Star can truly claim eligibility among the apex races of the Blue Star world. While there are limitations within the world, they are invincible. A realm master cultivated through self-effort would find it challenging to compete with a guardian. As for Lin Ye transforming into a tree and arriving early, that was purely a serendipitous occurrence. The tree species serving as the vanguard is not as ordinary as Lin Ye presumed. Though it may appear unremarkable, it is, in fact, extraordinarily exceptional. It is known as the seed of the world tree. The seed of the world tree possesses a unique characteristic. Once it germinates, whatever it is nourished with will determine its qualities. Nourished with soil, it becomes an ordinary quality world tree, sustained by spiritual energy. It becomes a spiritually endowed world tree. Only when fed with essence does it transform into the true world tree. Consequently, at the outset, Lin Ye controlled the seed to absorb nutrients from the soil, resulting in the growth of an ordinary quality world tree. This quality, while slightly superior in longevity to other trees, lacks any extraordinary attributes, had it not been for a strand of Blue Star essence as a remedy. This otherwise viable world tree would have been rendered useless by Lin Ye's actions. Interestingly, this strand of essence was initially prepared by the will of Blue Star for the seed. However, Lin Ye took advantage of the seed's lack of consciousness. After its body was shattered, he forcibly integrated it into the seed, seizing it for himself. Consequently, after the seed fell to the ground, it was unable to undergo direct metamorphosis and was instead occupied by Lin Ye. After all, essence does not discriminate. As long as it pertains to a Blue Star being, it is usable. Lin Ye, too, is a creature of the Blue Star world, albeit of lesser quality. Yet who can say that a lesser offspring is not still a child of the family? Thus, he activated and bound this strand of Blue Star essence. Coincidentally, Lin Ye's soul carries the inherent trait of analysis and reconstruction. When activating the essence, it naturally underwent a transformation alongside Lin Ye's soul characteristic. Therefore, under the circumstances where Lin Ye's reckless actions nearly led to his own demise, the essence was able to reintegrate with him, perfectly replacing the world tree itself and allowing him to exist as the true world tree. The occurrence was fortuitous, with many elements of chance involved. Since the original world tree would not develop consciousness, it cannot be said that Lin Ye usurped it. Rather, it can only be stated that Lin Ye was exceptionally fortunate. Various coincidences have led to the emergence of the unparalleled Lin Ye, possibly the only conscious world tree in the multitude of worlds within the universe. Furthermore, it should be noted that the portal within Lin Ye's sea of consciousness was not a contingency left by the will of Blue Star. The imprint indeed belongs to the will of Blue Star, but the portal is Lin Ye's own creation. The innate talent of the world tree is to breach spatial barriers, opening gateways to connect with other worlds. Otherwise, how could Blue Star facilitate the transportation of beings? Although the world's will is magnificent, it remains powerless concerning matters beyond its own realm. The energy Lin Ye infused was utilized to establish this passage. However, after his rebirth, Lin Ye did not inherit any memories of legacy, leading to his misunderstanding. The will of Blue Star, upon discovering such an anomaly, granted Lin Ye the opportunity to ascend to the status of Realm Master, even providing him with the choice of independence. There is no alternative. This is the value of being the sole species in the entire universe, regardless of the circumstances of his fortuitous arrival. Lin Ye is now the one and only world tree possessing self-awareness in the universe. As a unique species, he is entitled to preferential treatment. Even if replicable, what can compare to the natural and the artificial? At present, Lin Ye has yet to break through to the Realm Master level. He has not yet come of age. Otherwise, he would have already attracted the attention of the cosmic will. When Lin Ye achieves the status of Realm Master, he will capture the attention of the cosmic will. Following authentication, rules will be imposed, and the world tree lineage will gain the right to develop self-awareness. Only then can they truly be considered a distinct race. At that juncture, Lin Ye will become immensely powerful. The progenitor of the world tree, he will embody the very essence of cosmic fortune. What will that entail? It is nothing particularly grave, merely that any harm inflicted upon him would attract the malevolent gaze of the universe. What is it to have meteors incessantly striking one's abode, or for formidable figures to descend upon one's dwelling for conflict? Such events are trifling matters. The more severe consequence lies in the sluggish progression of those connected to you in their cultivation. The heightened mortality rate upon breakthroughs, and a decline in fertility. Should Lin Ye meet his demise, it would indeed be catastrophic, potentially unleashing calamities that could reverberate throughout the world, with even the might of an entire realm struggling to contain it. Even if one could stave it off, it would come at a significant cost to one's vital energies, that a world suffering such a depletion of its essence would incur hefty penalties. As for the denizens within, well, they would simply have to endure. One must consider the ancestral tree. This encapsulates the substantial worth of a progenitor of a cosmic lineage. However, it is not as simple as birthing any race to attain the fortunes of a universe. First and foremost, one must possess the potential of a realm master. Individuals like Lin Ye, who attain this status upon maturity. Furthermore, one must genuinely achieve the breakthrough to realm master. Yet breakthroughs to this level are notoriously arduous. Few emerge from a world over countless years. Moreover, the realm masters here must achieve their breakthroughs independently. Those who forcefully ascend via the will of the world do not count. Thus, why did the will of Blue Star present Lin Ye with the conditions for immediate elevation to realm master upon his return? It was not merely to thwart his future, but rather to preemptively neutralize a potential threat. After all, the world is vast, teeming with myriad beings. What if one day, a cadre of extraordinary individuals were to eliminate Lin Ye? While it is exceedingly difficult to slay a realm master, it is not without precedent. Under certain circumstances involving unique artifacts, even a 10th-tier being could potentially slay a realm master, particularly those ancient races that have long possessed world guardians. It is well known that world guardians are those who have lost hope for breakthroughs and possess infinite lifespans. As they age, some may entertain nefarious thoughts, prompting them to research how to transcend their limitations. The most suitable experimental subjects? Those realm masters who have achieved breakthroughs themselves. Initially, guardians could deceive wild realm masters into their traps. Though the same tier, guardians are invincible within their realms, capable of overwhelming ordinary realm masters. Yet the latter are not foolish. After a few close calls, they have learned to conceal their identities or refrain from entering the world altogether. If one is formidable and cannot be defeated, they may choose to hide or avoid the world entirely. What can be done? Over time, specialized artifacts for hunting wild realm masters emerged. Regarding these conflicts, the will of the world remains largely indifferent, typically refraining from intervening in the disputes among ordinary beings, with exceptions made for external invasions. The birth and nurturing of beings consumed the world's essence, in worlds governed by harmonious rules. Nurturing beings incurs substantial costs, yet it proves advantageous to send them to seize resources from other worlds or to labor on their behalf. For instance, Blue Star, or the forces invading the ancient wood source realm. The death of beings within the realm is inconsequential. Their essence can be reclaimed. However, matters outside the realm differ significantly. Once slain, there is often nothing left to salvage. All is taken away that a few casualties may be manageable, but large-scale invasions are intolerable. That would be tantamount to giving away labor for free. Internal conflicts may be overlooked, yet if a foreign force were to conduct a large-scale massacre, even the will of the world would be incensed, necessitating the intervention of guardians. This encapsulates the purpose of guardianship. However, as the saying goes, in a vast forest, all manner of birds can be found. Almost every world harbors some extremist factions, which are uncontrollable. The will of the world does not intervene in internal strife, thus providing fertile ground for their growth. The will of Blue Star fears that one day, Lin Ye may be eliminated by some organization within its realm, which could have dire repercussions for the entire world. While it can protect him within Blue Star, should he be slain by artifacts outside, it would be powerless to intervene. Although Lin Ye is shielded by fortune, he is not invulnerable. It is evident that eliminating Lin Ye would also spell misfortune for the world. Nevertheless, one cannot deny the existence of extremists within the world. As some individuals simply delight in causing chaos out of course, there remains the option of preemptively eliminating Lin Ye before he achieves his breakthrough, thus averting future threats. Yet, the will of Blue Star will not engage in conflicts among its denizens, unless an army from another world invades. Otherwise, it will remain uninvolved. Moreover, Lin Ye is its own progeny, an exceptionally gifted one at that. How could it possibly condone his demise? Thus, it has presented Lin Ye with two choices: either return with it to become a guardian or receive some initial funding and remain outside, with the understanding that he should not return unless necessary. Should he wish to sow discord, let it be in other worlds that it is not that his mother wishes to abandon him. Rather, it is a concern that his siblings may fall victim to his actions. Upon absorbing this information, Lin Ye was left utterly astonished. Goodness gracious! What astonishing fortune! First and foremost, Lin Ye was astounded by his own luck. What an extraordinary stroke of fortune he possesses. Consider this, in the vast cosmos. How many worlds akin to Blue Star exist? Countless, numbering in the billions. Yet within Blue Star, what is Lin Ye? Merely an ordinary human among billions of life spheres across thousands of star regions contained within his own body. But now, he has directly evolved into a singularity within the universe. What does this signify? Suppose there are only 10 billion worlds in the universe, each housing 3,000 star regions, each star region containing 100 million life spheres, and each sphere harboring 10 billion lives. That if we assume that this entire series of events was predestined, with one life being randomly selected, then the probability of Lin Ye being chosen is 1 in 10 billion multiplied by 100 million multiplied by 3. 0 multiplied by 10 billion. That such a figure is unfathomable, surpassing all conceivable limits to articulate. It would require an eternity. Moreover, in reality, the universe likely contains far more than 10 billion worlds, with each world housing more than 3,000 star regions and more than 100 million life spheres. Blue Star is not particularly large, and the life forms upon it are not numerous. Furthermore, one must also consider the probabilities of simultaneous occurrences. Well, let's abandon that line of thought. It is simply unfeasible. Given such odds, it is only natural that he is afforded subsequent privileges. Such value is extraordinarily rare. What is fortune, if not this? A single step into the extraordinary. A single leap to the heavens. Frankly speaking, Lin Ye is immensely intrigued by the identity of the progenitor of the world tree that embodies cosmic-level fortune, not to mention the fundamental abilities of avoiding calamity and attracting good fortune. The immediate retribution function is particularly appealing to harming oneself leads to dire misfortune. Is this not a protective charm? However, it is somewhat unsatisfactory that this aspect requires a breakthrough to Realm Master for activation. Nevertheless, the information indicated that he would attain Realm Master upon maturity. So could he not simply bide his time and wait? It seems that sensing Lin Ye's doubts, the will of Blue Star transmitted further information. The growth of the world tree does not rely on time, but rather on the essence. Should one fail to absorb the essence, they shall remain in a juvenile state for eternity. Moreover, the required quantity is not merely in the hundreds or thousands. It is measured in lakefuls, approximately 10,000 cubic meters of water. Lin Ye's heart sank at this revelation. Goodness gracious, measured by lakes? Wouldn't that entail needing over 200 billion drops? The beings sent by the will of Blue Star are worth only a wisp. One drop equates to 10,000 wisps. Therefore, at the very least, one would require 10,000 multiplied by 200 billion such beings. A shiver coursed through him. Where on earth could he procure such an immense amount of essence? Furthermore, this is merely the current requirement. The subsequent cultivation after breaking through to Realm Master will necessitate even greater quantities, if not more. It seems that returning with the will of Blue Star is the only feasible way to gather such resources. As a world enthusiastic about assisting others, Blue Star is not impoverished. It possesses a modicum of assets among countless worlds. Without a doubt, it could support Lin Ye. Yet, the crux of the matter lies in the fact that although Blue Star is Lin Ye's nurturing mother, he has numerous siblings that a mother cannot solely raise her one child. Moreover, having ventured out independently, he must now fend for himself. One can take him back, provide resources, and assist him in becoming a guardian. However, one cannot directly grant him the essence necessary for his growth. Upon his return, Lin Ye would no longer receive the recognition of the cosmic will and would lose his identity as the progenitor of the world tree. Furthermore, he would face the constraints of being unable to leave the Blue Star world and unable to continue his development. To be honest, Lin Ye felt that he could accept these rules with gritted teeth. After all, there was no imminent danger. Although his existence was intertwined with that of the world, the probability of its annihilation was exceedingly low. Nevertheless, the restrictions placed on guardians extend beyond these stipulations. Once one becomes a guardian, there exists a final and most crucial ironclad rule that must be adhered to. This particular rule ultimately compelled Lin Ye to abandon this option. Upon becoming a guardian, one is strictly forbidden from slaughtering ordinary beings. While guardians are, in principle, immortal, they are not to engage in large-scale extermination of life within the world, even if it concerns ordinary beings that a guardian is meant to fulfill their protective duties. The bestowed power is not to be wielded against one's own kin. Should one commit mass slaughter, they will be subjected to punishment by the Blue Star will, potentially facing immediate obliteration. For instance, annihilating a life-bearing planet would result in instant erasure. Numerous guardians have been erased by the Blue Star, some succumbing to madness after prolonged existence and subsequently exterminating planets, while others were manipulated by enemies into acts of vengeance. The world will not concern itself with your motives. The act of slaughter is the only fact that matters, and acceptance of the consequences is required. Lin Ye was acutely aware of his temperament. He was not particularly adept at scheming, but he recognized his own limitations. By choosing this path, he would inevitably be driven to violence and ultimately meet his demise at the hands of the Blue Star will. Thus, for the sake of his life and freedom, Lin Ye could not opt for the route of return. Although his growth necessitated a substantial amount of essence, as long as he remained alive, hope persisted. After all, there was business to be pursued. By staying, he could reap all the rewards bestowed by the ancient wood source realm. However, a question arose. How should he choose his companions? Lin Ye found himself in a quandary. To speak candidly, this decision was quite pivotal for him. These companions were not merely mercenaries dispatched from the Blue Star world. They constituted the foundational cadre of Lin's independent venture. Naturally, he wished to select the finest among them. Yet, time was of the essence. The painstakingly constructed teleportation portal could not endure the arrival of the Blue Star will for long. Should it collapse, he would find himself in dire straits, needing to replenish energy anew. Thus, after careful deliberation, Lin Ye made his final decision that he chose a Blue Star inhabitant imbued with a thread of essence. The rationale was simple. He wanted to look after a fellow countryman. Well, to be honest, he feared that selecting an extraordinary egg might prove ineffectual. He had no time to play the caretaker. Even if all Blue Star inhabitants were utterly inept, they could still yield 100 drops of essence, sufficient for Lin Ye to escape and repay his debts. The Blue Star will exhibited no reaction to Lin Ye's choice. Lin Ye's selection was inconsequential. Even the so-called risk mitigation was merely a more favorable option derived from comprehensive considerations. However, it held no objections to Lin Ye's independent choices as the first world tree in the universe. He was granted the privilege of choice. Upon reaching a decision, Lin Ye found his consciousness withdrawing from the portal, returning to the sea of awareness. Subsequently, a wealth of knowledge regarding the world tree flooded into his mind. As the first world tree in the universe to attain self-awareness, Lin Ye had no predecessors. The knowledge he received was a compilation of information amassed by the Blue Star will over countless ages. Once this information was imparted, it could be deemed a thorough impartation of wisdom to this independent offspring. With guidance, Lin Ye, though he could not claim to possess comprehensive understanding of his new form, at least would no longer be as ignorant as before. Thus, the first order of business was to contact the world will of the ancient wood source realm. After all, he needed to facilitate the arrival of 100,000 Blue Star inhabitants, necessitating prior notification and permission. Moreover, he required assistance from the world will on this side. Lin Ye was currently too weak. It would be a feat merely to maintain the integrity of the portal. The processes of teleportation and reception required the support of the world will from both sides. Utilizing the communication method bestowed by the Blue Star will, Lin Ye employed the sole thread of essence within him to send a communication request to the world will of the ancient wood source realm. Indeed, the essence served as a sort of phone card. Lin Ye requested to add the ancient wood source realm's will as a friend, which consented and responded with a question mark. Well, that was the gist of it. Engaging with the world will require no formalities. Lin Ye directly articulated his needs through his consciousness. There were but 4 points. First, assistance in receiving the individuals. Second, upon receiving them, to find a secure location for their initial settlement, as the Blue Star inhabitants were fundamentally weak. Failing to secure a proper place would likely result in their immediate demise, becoming a buffet for the spirit beasts. Third, to send him information regarding the enemies. Fourth, to inform him of the commission fee. The wills were straightforward and did not engage in convoluted discourse, promptly providing a response that a series of affirmations echoed in Lin Ye's mind. Following this, he received a multitude of information. Firstly, regarding the location for settling the Blue Star inhabitants. For safety reasons, the world will of the ancient wood source realm identified a massive island in the Northern Ocean. It subsequently relocated all the spirit beasts residing there to the mainland. Thus, as long as the Blue Star inhabitants refrained from recklessly entering the sea, they should be safe in the short term. Next came the enemy information. The invading world was named the Inferno Realm. The very name hinted at the volatile temperament of its world will. Indeed, this was the case. This world, from its world will to the beings inhabiting it, was characterized by a fiery temperament, relishing combat. Whenever they encountered other worlds, they would engage in battle. If none were found, they would turn to internecine conflict. In essence, they were perpetually embroiled in warfare. This ecosystem birthed countless formidable warriors, with an average combat strength far surpassing that of other worlds. Since the commencement of hostilities against the ancient wood source realm, several millennia had elapsed. After years of conflict, they had suffered significant losses. Currently, the Inferno realm boasted approximately 30 world lords, over 1,000 10th-tier warriors, more than 10,000 9th-tier warriors, tens of thousands of 8th-tier warriors, and around 100,000 7th-tier warriors. As for those below the 7th tier, they were essentially expendable, numbering in the countless. Upon reading this, Lin Ye felt utterly despondent. Goodness, is warfare between worlds this ruthless? Over 30 world lords have emerged, more than 1 million high-tier warriors above the 7th tier, and this is after incurring significant losses. Do you overestimate our capabilities? Are the Blue Star inhabitants even capable of participating in such battles? If the world will of the ancient wood source realm had been privy to Lin Ye's inner turmoil, it would have surely scolded him. What do you know? Compared to your mother, we are but small fry. Lin Ye remained blissfully unaware of the wealth and power possessed by his mother. It was entirely reasonable for mercenaries engaged in such business to be affluent and formidable. Currently, the strongest warrior among the Blue Star mercenaries, Lin Ye, was merely at the mid-stage of the 5th tier, still unprepared for battle. Lin Ye felt as though he might soon be compelled to charge headlong into the fray. Upon further contemplation of the remaining forces in the ancient wood source realm, Lin Ye's mood darkened considerably. After years of struggle, the infernal prison world had suffered significant losses, and it was hardly surprising that the ancient wood source realm was faring no better. Despite the addition of world guardians, the realm continued to sustain heavy casualties, with 10 guardians and 5 realm lords on their side. Although they could potentially wear down the enemy, the realm lords proved exceedingly difficult to eliminate. Moreover, the adversaries were not ordinary realm lords. Over the years, they had managed to defeat only a few, leaving the situation nearly stalemated. The apex of their combat strength was supported by the world guardians. Yet the lower-tier warriors were not so fortunate. After years of relentless warfare, the ancient wood source realm had dwindled from a force multiple times greater than their opponents to one that was now inferior. In comparison to the infernal prison world, which had lost over half its forces, the situation for the ancient wood source realm was dire. At least 80% of their strength had been lost. At present, the battlefield housed merely over 400 Tier 10 warriors, more than 3,000 Tier 9, tens of thousands at Tier 8, and around 500,000 at Tier 7. Thankfully, the remaining troops were elite, matching the enemy's average combat capabilities. Otherwise, Lin Ye was at a loss as to how victory could be achieved given their numerical disadvantage. In truth, the ancient wood source realm was on the brink of collapse. which was why they had resorted to hiring mercenaries from the Blue Star world. The resurrection time for high-tier warriors was excessively lengthy, insufficient to meet the demands of a second wave. To secure a win, the ancient Wood Source realm required a minimum of 500,000 Tier 7 warriors, over 7,000 Tier 9, and more than 600 Tier 10 warriors for support. Lin Ye was uncertain how long it would take for his subordinates to reach such strength. Fortunately, the realm lords were still holding their ground. Otherwise, he wouldn't even know where to find that kind of power. His own breakthrough seemed a distant prospect. The one silver lining for Lin Ye was the commission from the ancient Wood Source realm. The calculation was straightforward. Any participant in the battle would receive 1,000 drops of origin energy as a guaranteed appearance fee. Irrespective of the outcome, rewards for breakthroughs to Tier 10 were also assured. 1,000 for a single affinity, with an additional 1,000 for each extra affinity. Those practicing all 6 affinities would receive 1 drop. Following that, there were bounties for defeating opponents, settled post-victory. Tier 7 yielded 1,000 drops per head, Tier 8 100, Tier 9 10, Tier 10 1 drop, and for a Realm Lord 1,000 drops per head. It must be said, these rewards were quite generous for Lin Ye. Though they paled in comparison to the 200 billion drops he required as an adult, they nonetheless represented a substantial income. Yet, one could not solely rely on this to meet his needs. If becoming a Realm Lord were truly so simple, they would be commonplace. Moreover, this was a new breed of breakthrough, despite the daunting tasks ahead. As the saying goes, one must act without regret. Now that he had come this far, he was determined to see it through. With resolute determination, Lin Ye implored the ancient Wood Source realm's world will for additional permissions. His own capabilities were woefully inadequate, severely constrained by the world's rules, rendering him powerless to soar to greater heights. He needed at the very least full access to the world as it stood. He had yet to reach the planned island with his own branches, lacking any vision of the surrounding area. Without the world eye, he was entirely ignorant of his location. The world will of the ancient Wood Source realm. Understanding Lin Ye's predicament, readily acquiesced. With a mere wave of its hand, it granted Lin Ye the utmost permissions over the very planet beneath him. The mere life-bearing planet was nothing to fret over. He could experiment with it at will. In an instant, Lin Ye felt a profound transformation in the world around him. The rules intertwined, the laws coalesced. As the world eye expanded, he perceived a vast net of rules and laws enveloping the entire planet. Intricately connected to the cosmos beyond, the once indifferent world laws now appeared benevolent. Lin Ye could now harness the powers of these laws to undertake various actions at will. Upon closer inspection, he discovered he had acquired full administrative authority. "Oh, dear brother, you are too courteous. However, since you are so generous, I shall not stand on ceremony." Lin Ye's grin nearly split his face. This was fortuitous, for he had been at a loss for where to establish a mercenary base. Given his brother's magnanimity, it would seem ungracious not to accept. With newfound audacity, Lin Ye swiftly consolidated the permissions, isolating the entire rule network of the planet. He then unceremoniously usurped the world will's dominion over the ancient Wood Source realm, relegating it to a mere temporary administrator role that I wager you wouldn't dare to turn against me. Even the seasoned world will of the ancient Wood Source realm found itself both amused and exasperated by Lin Ye's audacious maneuver. My friend, did you perhaps misinterpret my offer to let you play around as a temporary arrangement? What do you mean by taking over outright? It was a typical response from someone from the Blue Star world. They all seemed cut from the same cloth. Yet, despite its frustration, the world will held back from retaliating. After all, it was merely a lower-tier life-bearing planet, small and not particularly affluent. If Lin Ye was eager to take it, so be it. Perhaps it would serve as a bargaining chip for future negotiations. Although the ancient Wood Source realm was far from the might and wealth of the Blue Star world, it did command dozens of star domains. Losing a single life-bearing planet was a manageable loss. Furthermore, given the impressive reputation of the Blue Star world, it was wise to foster good relations. With the infernal prison world as an adversary, it was unlikely that peace would reign in the foreseeable future. Frequent conflicts were anticipated, and mercenaries would undoubtedly be needed again. Spending a little to smooth the way was hardly a loss out of course. On the level of world will, nothing was given freely. It was all about exchange. The planet was granted to Lin Ye, but at a price. The cost was set at 1,000 drops of origin energy, exactly the baseline fee for Blue Star mercenaries, a simple trade-off. Should he fail to pay, losing the planet would mean no further rewards. Conversely, if victorious, he would retain the planet without a guaranteed fee, though bounties would still apply. Although Lin Ye felt a pang of reluctance at this arrangement, he ultimately accepted it. In reality, exchanging 1,000 drops of origin energy for a life-bearing planet was a tremendous bargain. There were two primary sources for origin energy. First, the basic salary allocated to worlds by the cosmic will, which was uniformly distributed each year. But why then was there a disparity between the wealthy and the impoverished? The key lay in the second point, earning extra income. The extra income for worlds came from nurturing life-bearing planets. Although the initial investment required for cultivating such planets was immense, the returns were substantial. The higher the tier of the life-bearing planet, the greater the subsidies received. Each life-bearing planet received a certain amount of origin energy as an annual subsidy from the cosmic will. For a low-tier planet like this one, it might amount to a single drop per year. Over 10,000 years, it could yield about 1 drop. While this may appear minimal, it would take 1,000,000 years to break even. Yet it was akin to a hen that laid eggs, and the resource development on the planet itself also necessitated origin energy. The planet beneath Lin Ye's feet was formally named Ancient Wood Source Star 7800001538. The 1,538th life-bearing planet within the 78 star domain. It ranked among the foremost in the category of low-tier planets. Transitioning from a barren cosmic rock to a life-bearing planet required not only vast amounts of time, but also significant quantities of origin energy. This planet had consumed nearly 1,000,000 drops to reach its current state. Even if he were to recover and refine all of it right now, it could yield at least 10,000 drops of origin energy, representing a return of over tenfold. Were it not for the reputation of the Blue Star world, the will of the ancient Wood Source realm would not have suffered such a loss. Lin Ye was acutely aware of this fact. Unfortunately, he had already achieved independence. This fortuitous connection had likely gone awry out of course. Lin Ye was not foolish enough to voluntarily inform the will of the ancient Wood Source realm of his newfound autonomy. Although he was now independent, he could still leverage his mother's influence. After all, he had not deceived them. It was merely that they had not inquired. With the tacit approval of the will of the ancient Wood Source realm, Lin Ye commenced sweeping reforms of the rules. Since he had decided to establish this place as a mercenary base, the regulations needed to align with his own requirements. First and foremost, he abolished the Ascension system. The previous Tier 4 Ascension was primarily due to the inadequate energy supply for lower-tier life planets. Once they reached Tier 4, they struggled to provide the necessary resources for warriors to continue their advancement. Thus, Ascension was a means to transfer to another intermediate life planet for further training. The Tier 7 Ascension functioned similarly, merely transitioning from intermediate planets to higher tier ones. Now that this had transformed into Lin Ye's mercenary base, the Ascension rules were rendered obsolete. Otherwise, he would merely be nurturing warriors for others. He was no fool. Moreover, his current base of personnel was limited. What if they all perished upon Ascension? Lin Ye could not afford to waste precious resources resurrecting Blue Star inhabitants. Each loss diminished his combat strength. It was uncertain when he would have the surplus to facilitate any resurrections. Lin Ye aspired to win this war and claim his rewards. He could not afford to act recklessly. Secondly, he amended the names of the planets. Having acquired them, they could no longer retain their former titles. Lin Ye had already devised a plan. He would inherit his mother's legacy and engage in mercenary operations for profit. It was a necessity, as this venture promised quick returns. Otherwise, relying solely on the planet beneath him, it would take an eternity to amass enough resources for maturity. Consequently, the designation was of paramount importance. After careful contemplation, Lin Ye renamed the planet beneath him to World Star. He was the World Tree. It was only fitting for his planet to bear the name of World Star. It was a sound and reasonable choice. Thirdly, he revised the energy sources. Currently, World Star operated on a self-sustaining energy model. Most life planets under the jurisdiction of the world will operate similarly. After initial investments proved successful, they were allowed to develop freely, with half of the profits submitted as tax. The other half was utilized for self-improvement. Essentially, all advanced planets evolved over prolonged periods. However, such a model would not suffice under Lin Ye's administration. Henceforth, life on this planet would have no opportunities for ascension, that if it did not provide energy, Tier 3 would be their ultimate limit. What could be achieved then? Tier 3 warriors would be utterly inadequate in battle. Barely comparable to the power of high-tier warriors. Lin Ye relocated his main body to the planet's core, the very heart of World Star. The energy supply system was also situated there. By embedding his roots into the planetary core and connecting the energy intake port to it, Lin Ye became the new power station of World Star. Henceforth, he could directly supply energy to World Star through his roots. Fortuitously, he possessed an abundance of energy, enough to be inexhaustible, and as he established more anchors, his capacity would only increase. With his presence, energy on World Star would never be in short supply. Although currently limited by the planet's tier, hindering the spontaneous evolution of high-potential species, at the very least, cultivation would no longer be constrained. Even high-tier warriors and realm masters would find energy readily available. Almost immediately after Lin Ye completed the connection, the spirit beasts on World Star perceived a distinct increase in the concentration of spiritual energy around them. Fourthly, he modified the life imprint rules of World Star. The life imprints of newly birthed beings on World Star would now link to Lin Ye's sea of consciousness. Thus, whenever new life emerged, their life imprints would be directly collected by Lin Ye. From now on, whether through rebirth or reincarnation, it would all be at Lin Ye's discretion, in his own domain. It was only right to maintain total control. The previous beings had been claimed by the will of the ancient wood source realm, but all life born thereafter would rightfully belong to him. With the change of dynasties, one could no longer retain the household registration of the prior regime. Almost instantaneously after making these changes, a multitude of starlight illuminated Lin Ye's sea of consciousness. Each beam of starlight represented a newly born creature of World Star. The stronger the creature, the more radiant the starlight. However, the current essence of the world was lacking. The creatures being born were all relatively weak. Not a single beam of starlight could be deemed bright. Naturally, it was not only new births that contributed to this phenomenon. Almost every moment, numerous beams of starlight extinguished, representing the demise of creatures for various reasons. Upon death, their life imprints would guide their souls back, entering Lin Ye's sea of consciousness. Unless otherwise specified, these souls would be transformed into pure soul energy, merging into Lin Ye's consciousness and augmenting his soul strength. Although this energy was faint, it accumulated over time. Lin Ye's soul strength was visibly growing at an accelerated pace. Subsequently, Lin Ye pondered and included the 1 million soul imprints of Blue Star compatriots sent over by the Blue Star will into the mix. Of course, he annotated these imprints with special notes. Although he lacked the resources to facilitate their rebirth or reincarnation, he could at least ensure that they would not be disintegrated should they perish. Lin Ye did not wish to kill the goose that laid the golden eggs, that if they were to be disintegrated now, it would yield at most a mere fragment of the source. Hardly useful. It was far better for them to remain alive, as they could eventually earn back more. Compared to the life imprints of the creatures on World Star, those of the Blue Star inhabitants were exceedingly brilliant. While their combat prowess may be lacking, it must be noted that the soul strength of Blue Star inhabitants was commendable, nearly rivaling that of extraordinary spirit beasts. With these rules amended, the majority of the groundwork had been laid. Other aspects, such as energy attributes, would have to wait until Lin Ye ventured beyond this realm. As he had yet to encounter them, he would incorporate them later when more favorable conditions arose. Now, it was time to bestow the Blue Star compatriots with their own unique abilities. Rather than allowing the source to enhance their innate talents freely, Lin Ye preferred to craft for them a similar golden finger. Their inherent talents were unpredictable and varied. Given the living conditions of Blue Star inhabitants, it was highly likely that their talents would lean towards leisurely pursuits, artistic, commercial, agricultural, and the like. For instance, they might possess an extraordinary singing voice, a heightened sensitivity to treasures, or an increased yield from cultivated plants. While these talents might not appear overwhelmingly powerful, once enhanced to the level of rules, they could prove formidable. However, during the early stages, they were utterly useless. Even the seemingly most useful talents, such as those related to planting or treasure hunting, fell short in the context of ascending to Lin Ye's planetary level. After all, Lin Ye was the one creating treasures. He could easily arrange for them to grow right at their doorstep. What use was that? Buffing plants held some utility, but at present, it was minimal. The planet's status was too low to produce anything of significant value. Increasing fruit tree yields was inconsequential. There was no shortage of food. Lin Ye intended to engage in the mercenary business, which primarily required combat-related talents. At the very least, this batch needed to possess such abilities. Currently, he had no surplus of resources to squander, but he was still burdened with substantial debts. He could not afford to diversify his endeavors to ensure a smooth transition for his compatriots. Lin Ye decided to adopt the system settings of the Blue Star Will. Do not question why he had traversed worlds, why he needed to undertake tasks, or why he possessed special abilities. Simply put, it was due to the existence of a system. And where did the system come from? Why do you have such a large face? Why should I tell you? Don't ask. To inquire is to delve into the mysterious. In any case, as long as there are rewards to be obtained and strength to be gained. That suffices as for the truth, and the puppet masters behind it all. You may speculate at your leisure. Lin Ye has no intention of revealing himself. He merely issues tasks and takes a share. He creates an illusion of a system devoid of intelligence that he simply develops in the shadows. What? A heartless capitalist. A joke. As long as my existence remains unknown, what does it matter if I am a heartless capitalist? You cannot hang me from a lamppost. Moreover, the system share has nothing to do with me. If you have the audacity, go hang the system instead. Now, the question arises, what talent can engage in combat? Offer room for development and allow one to take the initiative? Ideally, one should also possess high-end combat power in advance. Before reaching the advanced stages, it is not too difficult. However, once one enters the advanced stages, rapid breakthroughs become impossible. Following the 7th tier, each level presents an insurmountable divide. The difficulty in breaking through becomes excruciating. Under normal cultivation conditions, with resources fully stocked, it may take several 100,000 years to attain the hope of breaking into the 10th tier. Yet Lin Ye does not wish to be ensnared in this predicament for hundreds of thousands of years. Accumulating a few 100,000 drops of essence over such a span is outrageous. Furthermore, given the current battlefield situation, it may not even last that long. It is likely that within a mere 10,000 years, the ancient wood source realm will face complete collapse. The number of warriors has already been surpassed. Lingering for a few more years may result in the loss of additional comrades. Yet even with 10,000 years, assuming energy is maximized and resources are abundant, the subordinates can barely achieve partial breakthroughs to the 7th tier. Achieving a full 7th tier is unrealistic, let alone breaking through to the 8th, 9th, or even 10th tiers. However, 7th tier combat power merely grants one the qualification to step onto the battlefield. 1,000,000 7th tier warriors are less useful than 1,000 8th tier warriors. They are merely cannon fodder. Currently, what the front line truly lacks are 8th, 9th, and 10th tier combat forces. Lin Ye himself will not venture into the battlefield recklessly. Therefore, he must devise a way for his subordinates to master high-tier combat power in advance. He pondered over the circumstances under which this desire could be realized, manifesting powers that do not inherently belong to his reality. Concepts such as explosive growth, let them be the 7th tier. Even if one defies the odds, they can at most threaten an 8th tier warrior, and that would be the weakest among them. Challenge 9th or even 10th tier warriors is sheer folly. Thus, relying solely on oneself is insufficient. One must enlist external aid. Based on experience, the so-called external aid comes in several forms: magical treasures, tools, and summoning allies. There are indeed magical treasures and tools available, but they are exorbitantly expensive. They are extraordinary wonders of the world, only found in specific places that Lin Ye cannot access. Not even a strand of essence possesses the ability to evolve for summoning allies. That is even less feasible. Lin Ye is merely here to assist. Where would he summon from? There are indeed people back home, but they have all become independent. What good would summoning do? Moreover, even if he could summon, the cost of transporting high-tier warriors is equivalent to tens of billions of low-tier warriors. The rewards from a mission would scarcely cover the expenses. He simply lacks the funds. Given that nothing seems feasible, what is one to do? Lin Ye feels that his mind is somewhat inadequate. He begins to diligently recall various works from his past life, attempting to seek inspiration. While Blue Star people may lack in certain areas, their imagination is second to none. Countless novels and animations abound with endless settings. A slight modification here, and there may yield something useful, but if external aid is to be sought, it will likely hinge upon summoning allies. Acquiring treasures is far too challenging and unrealistic. Summoning requires little beyond the presence of individuals. Suddenly, Lin Ye recalls a classic summoning trope. Summon, be it Ultraman or mechas, they all fall into this category, by way of possession or entering the body. One can temporarily wield combat power surpassing their own. However, the question remains, where do these individuals come from? Where are there such impressive mechas and warriors available for possession? Is there a direct line to M78 Nebula? Could someone connect me to Ultraman Tiga? Please. Hey, little Tiga, do you want to take on this business? If only it could be that simple. Unfortunately, Lin Ye does not know Tiga, nor does he have a phone to M78 Nebula. What about the deceased? Lin Ye thinks of the corpses on the battlefield. While they may have perished, their souls reclaimed by the will of the world, their bodies may still be intact. Others truly have no recourse. They can only recover and refine them for use as materials in weapon crafting or alchemy. However, Lin Ye is different. He possesses the talent of analysis and reconstruction, allowing him to recover bodies and obtain their structural information and energy. He can then grow them anew, can't he? Although Lin Ye lacks the ability to generate souls, aren't there Blue Star individuals? He could grow their bodies and subsequently allow the souls of Blue Star individuals to take control. While typically a low-tier soul may struggle to sustain a powerful body, isn't there a way to enhance the soul's strength? By channeling all talent points into the soul, one can achieve unparalleled soul strength. Exchanging a frail body for an immensely powerful soul in due course. He can equip both Blue Star individuals and corpses with spiritual eyes. Given their shared origin, the issue of acceptance becomes moot. They can be utilized as if they were one S-own body. Although they're not truly one S-body, there will certainly be time limitations on their use. Nevertheless, possessing a certain duration of high-end combat power is more than sufficient. Furthermore, this approach can address counter-strategy issues. For instance, if a certain type of warrior is inherently restrained by another type when engaging in combat, I can simply switch to a body that counters yours. Moreover, with a powerful soul, there is no fear of specialized soul attacks. Though I may not be a pentagonal warrior, I can simply exchange aside to combat you as long as there are enough bodies. No one need be feared. Additionally, this could yield a substantial return of essence. While there will undoubtedly be some loss during the transformation process, as long as the subordinates can benefit, it suffices. Trading 10 corpses for a single warrior body means not only avoiding losses, but also making a profit. The more Lin Ye considers this, the brighter his eyes shine. It seems there is potential. With this in mind, as long as his subordinates reach the 7th tier and step onto the advanced battlefield, if they can bide their time and successfully procure corpses, they can rapidly attain 8th, 9th, or even 10th tier combat power. To test the feasibility, Lin Ye immediately procures the corpse of a recently fallen 2nd tier spirit beast for experimentation. By recovering its energy and reconstructing it, the consumption is approximately 0.2%. This means as long as he successfully recovers the body and compensates for the 0.2% consumption, he can achieve a perfect replication. Therefore, if he adheres to a 10-to-1 exchange ratio, Lin Ye could potentially earn a whopping 98%. Lin Ye is elated. Now he has combat power and additional profit. What? A price reduction? Absolutely not. Under no circumstances. A gentleman's word is his bond. What was promised at a 10-to-1 ratio shall remain so. As long as he does not disclose it, his subordinates will never know the consumption ratio. If they remain unaware, they will harbor no objections. Moreover, it is entirely reasonable to charge a fee for exclusive technology. As for the integrity of the corpses, it can simply be represented by points. One strand of essence equals 10,000 points. Then, the proportional exchange can be executed seamlessly. Now, a massive body cannot simply be carried onto the battlefield. How can it be made convenient for transport? Lin Ye recalls two anime series. Point one is the Pokeball, and the other is the Clow card. Both can store bodies within small objects, to be utilized when needed. After contemplation, Lin Ye finds the Clow card to be more stylish. The Pokeball feels somewhat lacking, not sufficiently chic. Of course, while maybe termed a Clow card, Lin Ye does not intend to replicate a magical wand. That would be too embarrassing. It is merely a reference for the concept. In due course, he can modify it to utilize spiritual eyes for unsealing. As for the materials for card creation, greetings. By chance, Lin Ye is capable of self-production and self-marketing. Upon acquiring the information regarding the will of the Blue Star, Lin Ye realized that the entirety of the World Tree's trunks serves as excellent materials for crafting spatial artifacts. Prior to Lin Ye's unexpected intervention, the World Tree was primarily utilized for opening doors and teleportation, with its secondary function being a source of consumables for spatial artifacts. An inexhaustible supply. In fact, as long as there is energy, it can continue to grow indefinitely, making it impossible to be completely depleted. Just one tree could yield an endless supply. At that point, he could simply pluck a leaf and create a small space to store it within his body. As for the appearance of the cards, his own leaves could take on any form he desired. Furthermore, he could incorporate a soul verification program for the battle bodies and the leaves used to preserve them, thus minimizing occurrences of infighting. Although some conflicts are inevitable, most could be avoided. Naturally, for the sake of prestige, Lin Ye could not simply grow the clones directly. Clones would not be able to function as battle bodies. He intended to seal them and directly open a spatial passage for transportation, thus presenting a more impressive and stylish approach. After reviewing the plan twice to ensure there were no discrepancies, Lin Ye began preparations for the summoning. First, Lin Ye employed the Eye of the World skill to locate the small island designated by the will of the ancient wood source. He then utilized the power of the rules to deliver seeds to the island for sowing. Subsequently, he hastened their maturation and harvest. These clones were intended as beginner gift packs. Without them, newcomers might starve upon arrival. As for the spiritual eyes, Lin Ye planned to distribute them as a system's golden finger upon their arrival. In addition, he swiftly produced a batch of blank cards. The battle body card configurations were as follows: white below extraordinary, green 13th tier, blue 46th tier, purple 79th tier, golden 10th tier, red world master. The strength of battle power will be represented through varying star levels, with 1 star being the lowest and 10 stars the highest. These blank cards did not require points. They were meant for the inhabitants of the Blue Star to familiarize themselves with the golden finger. The mass production of ordinary creatures required no contemplation from Lin Ye. With a mere flick of spiritual energy, he could effortlessly generate a multitude. Thus, he was more than willing to distribute them as a form of welfare. However, while he had decided to give them away, the method of distribution was also of significance. After all, there were disparities between different cards. Could fierce beasts and insects be treated equivalently? For the sake of fairness, Lin Ye deliberated extensively and ultimately resolved to adopt a lottery system for randomly distributing these blank cards to each Blue Star contractor. Of course, it could not be entirely equitable. One could not allow the unfortunate souls to have no opportunity for redemption. Therefore, Lin Ye planned to allow them to draw once a day. This way, every day would present a chance for improvement, still offering a probability for turnaround. What if one consistently drew insects? Well, that would be unfortunate, but what could be done if one were that unlucky? Lin Ye had no solutions that he could only guarantee the survival of the majority. He was not a caretaker and could not cater to everyone. To prevent premature conflicts among humans, which could lead to substantial losses, Lin Ye shattered the originally designated island into 1 million roughly equal-sized islets. He then delineated a vast oceanic area, driving all spirit beasts away from within. Subsequently, he established a boundary of rules, prohibiting spirit beasts from invading and forbidding human interaction. The time frame was set for 1 year, that a year should suffice for humans to complete their initial transformations. A benevolent figure. Lin Ye prepared surprises for them. First, concerning their living arrangements. While constructing houses was out of the question due to its outrageous nature. After all, they were not brought there for a vacation. He could provide each small island with a unique clone. Why unique, you may ask? Because these clones were specifically modified by Lin Ye for the Blue Star inhabitants. Each of these clones would be bound to 1 million spiritual eyes. Thus, once the blue star inhabitants embedded the spiritual eyes, they would not only gain Lin Ye's golden finger, but also receive a clone uniquely their own. These clones have been altered by Lin Ye to reduce unnecessary attributes, focusing primarily on defense, energy conversion, and spatial modifications. The energy conversion feature would allow the mercenaries to sustain themselves with sustenance and cultivation even while out in the world, enabling them to decompose corpses for points anytime and anywhere. The defensive attributes would render the clones a secure refuge for the mercenaries. The spatial and modification features would prepare the Blue Star inhabitants for the storage of various items and the DIY construction of their residences, while also facilitating Lin Ye's resource positioning and long-distance transmission. Moreover, Lin Ye would not charge separately for all energy expenditures. Did you think Lin Ye had a sudden attack of conscience? Not at all. It was simply because the items were too varied and difficult to calculate. Thus, Lin Ye opted for a comprehensive annual rental fee for the clones, akin to renting a house where utilities were all-inclusive. But rent had to be paid. This was merely for convenience. Lin Ye was not being unscrupulous. He primarily wanted to ensure that people would still seek out opportunities to earn points rather than be compelled to engage in deadly confrontations. Not everyone is inclined towards dangerous pursuits. Naturally, with a fee came certain rights. Once distributed, these clones would be under the control of the Blue Star mercenaries. Future upgrades would be at their discretion. Higher-tier clones could provide greater energy and superior defense. However, the corresponding costs would also be higher. Based on an initial calculation of one strand of essence, equating to 10,000 points, each Blue Star mercenary would receive 10,000 points as their starting balance. Considering the savings and spending power of the Blue Star mercenaries, as well as future development prospects, Lin Ye established a relatively expensive pricing structure. First tier, 1 point per year second tier, 10 points per year third tier, 100 points per year fourth tier, 1,000 points per year fifth tier, 10,000 points per year thereafter. It would remain at 10,000 points annually, which was already substantial in terms of cost for the essence, that equated to one strand. Lin Ye's aim was to stimulate consumption, not to drive them to desperation. That a steady expenditure of 10,000 points was sufficient. Of course, with expenditures, there must also be income for the market to function normally. Although the disassembly and production of spirit beasts from the first to the sixth tier did not require essence, Lin Ye had no use for it. However, to establish a proper market order, he standardized a ratio for purchasing battle body cards and redeeming points at a rate of 10:1. Consequently, the purchasing prices for battle body cards aligned with the initial rental prices and upgrade multipliers. Starting from 1 point, the prices would increase tenfold. Correspondingly, the point redemption ratio would be 1/10 of this price, beginning at 0.1 points. For instance, a corpse of a first-tier spirit beast, upon recovery and classified by star level, would yield between 0.11 to 0.13 points. Yet, purchasing the battle body card derived from it would necessitate an expenditure of 1.1 to 1.3 points. This exemplifies the tenfold multiplier and serves as Lin Ye's source of profit. Moreover, there were additional strategies to stimulate consumption. Lin Ye also invested effort into the battle body cards that add an element of novelty. He specifically integrated his own talents to endow the battle body cards with the characteristic of same-tier fusion. What does same-tier fusion entail? As the name suggests, it allows for the fusion of battle body cards of the same tier, enabling mercenaries to combine their identical tier cards at the cost of certain points, resulting in gene merging and the creation of new cards. Now the question arises, what constitutes a same-tier card? In simpler terms, it is about cards of the same color. For instance, the whiteboard cards represent ordinary biological entities, while green cards signify life forms ranging from first to third tier. Whiteboard cards can be combined with other whiteboard cards, and green cards can be merged with other green cards, resulting in cards of the same color, albeit with varying probabilities of yielding better or worse outcomes. Naturally, there is also a chance of failure. Speaking of which, Lin Ye's star rating system has indeed considered the potential for genetic fusion among certain organisms. The 10th tier cards include positions reserved for fused beings. Fusion cards, in essence, involve the manipulation of genes from different species to create hybrids. This is indeed feasible. After all, his trap flower was a product of genetic fusion. Not to mention the liger, a hybrid of a lion and a tiger. Although such hybrids may exhibit diminished strength, the myriad forms of life present in the world raise the question: who can definitively say that a favorable result from fusion is impossible? Just look at how grafting fruits and plants often leads to superior varieties. The cultivation of rice and other crops is a testament to the successful amalgamation of diverse genetic traits. If the inhabitants of Blue Star can achieve this, then it stands to reason that the gifted Lin Ye is equally capable. According to Lin Ye's framework, the limit for ordinary organisms is a 9-star card. The so-called 10-star card, theoretically, possesses equivalent energy levels but also harbors unique abilities. These beings may not exhibit high combat prowess, yet they undoubtedly possess peculiar capabilities. After all, energy can be measured, but certain abilities can be extraordinarily formidable, posing threats even to higher-tier life forms. If their abilities are sufficiently powerful, they might even be able to engage in combat with high-tier cards. However, this remains merely a theoretical conjecture for now. Lin Ye himself has only a conceptual understanding of such beings. Their existence, location, and nature remain unknown to him. After all, life is incredibly diverse, and each individual varies. There may indeed be species within the vast universe that merit such star ratings. Additionally, through Lin Ye's genetic fusion, it is conceivable that entirely new and formidable species could emerge. Who can say for certain, right? Although none have been observed thus far, it is prudent to leave room for potential, which may also serve to inspire mercenaries to engage in card fusion. Much like the events in games, which primarily focus on monetary investment and the allure of rare rewards, gamblers are ubiquitous. And miracles often arise from bold endeavors. As a seasoned gamer, Lin Ye is well aware of this. Moreover, Lin Ye ought to express gratitude towards the game developers from Blue Star, as the inspiration for his endeavors originates from them. The concepts of fusion, card drawing, and the emergence of rare items are all derived from their innovations that if they can reap substantial profits, it stands to reason that Lin Ye can do the same. After all, who could resist the allure of golden cards? The arrangements for redeeming points have been nearly finalized, and naturally, methods for earning points must also be established. Lin Ye has contemplated that, in the later stages, points will undoubtedly be accrued from employers. However, in the initial phase, he must invest his own resources. After all, no matter how audacious he may be, it would be unwise to dispatch mercenaries into battle before they have adequately developed. That would be tantamount to sending them to their demise. Furthermore, the corpses of 1st to 6th tier beings cannot yield any source energy, nor are they subject to bounties. For Lin Ye, they hold no value whatsoever. True profitability can only be realized once the mercenaries achieve 7th tier combat capabilities. But where will the initial points come from? Lin Ye gazes across the sea towards the burgeoning Six Kings Alliance. Low-tier spirit beasts, perhaps? Although World Star is merely a low-level life planet, it is still capable of fostering life, as long as new life exists. Lin Ye will never lack for low-tier spirit beasts. With the spirit eye in place, spirit beasts will be plentiful. Previously, he opted for a 10-year interval to avoid drawing too much attention. But now that he has control over the planet, there is no longer any reason for fear. It is time to expand. As for the production of spirit eyes, let's not forget that Lin Ye is now the sovereign of World Star. In the past, the will of the ancient would source realm govern matters, and Lin Ye could only guide the rules through the source energy. But now, the situation has changed. Lin Ye has taken the reins. There is no longer a need for source energy, with authority in hand. The rules are at his disposal, provided Lin Ye desires it. Spirit eyes can flourish on all branches. With this thought, Lin Ye hastened the establishment of the branching network, striving for global coverage as soon as possible. He simultaneously granted autonomy to the branches, allowing them to develop into independent entities capable of absorbing energy for advancement and producing various fruits, including spirit eyes. This initiative is aimed at providing additional resources for the spirit beasts, accelerating their development in hopes of encountering high-tier spirit beasts sooner rather than later. After all, in a smaller context, this pertains to points that on a larger scale, once these spirit beasts evolve into high-tier entities. Who is to say they cannot become mercenaries themselves? Lin Ye envisions an ideal scenario where a separate point system exists among spirit beasts. Initially, humans would hunt spirit beasts to earn points and enhance their strength, while spirit beasts would likewise hunt humans to gain points and grow stronger. The two factions would stand in opposition, competing with one another before ultimately undertaking missions to generate source energy for Lin Ye. Mercenaries forged in the crucible of battle are the ones who emerge as formidable warriors. Otherwise, if their combat prowess is lacking, what good are they as mercenaries? After all, they would simply become targets for others to strike. Although Lin Ye hails from Blue Star, he harbors no inclination to favor his compatriots. Upon arriving in this realm, everyone is a creature of World Star, including the spirit beasts, as the master of World Star. Lin Ye shows no favoritism. Whoever can contribute to his endeavors and help him earn source energy is a valuable ally. His special treatment of the 1 million Blue Star individuals is solely due to their inherent source energy. Each one is a prodigy, and their loss would be regrettable. However, let's not forget that they too will propagate. 1 million humans, thriving in an environment rich in spiritual energy, will reproduce at an accelerated rate. As long as the million pioneers survive, their descendants will not share the same concerns, lacking source energy, unless they possess extraordinary talent. In Lin Ye's eyes, they're no different from ordinary spirit beasts. Humans possess intelligence, and so do spirit beasts. Who is to say one is nobler than the other? While this perspective may seem harsh from a human viewpoint, when viewed for planetary scale, it is indeed the reality. Lin Ye is no longer the mere cog in the machine he once was. He is now the sole sovereign of World Star, the unique world tree of the universe endowed with sentience. In other words, he embodies the heavenly Tao. The heavenly Tao does not show favoritism to any creatures beneath it unless they can demonstrate their worth. In Lin Ye's eyes, talent equates to value. In combat, strength signifies value. If one possesses neither, then one must obediently serve as a resource, a stepping stone for the prodigies ascending the divine ladder. Alternatively, one must prove oneself, carving a bloody path through the throngs to make one's presence known. Certainly, the envisioned prospects are indeed splendid, yet they remain challenging to realize in the short term. The primary limitation lies in the scarcity of foundational resources at hand. Within the human faction, there exists a plethora of 1 million prodigious individuals fortified by their innate essence. Conversely, the spirit beasts, due to the intrinsic characteristics of their planetary existence, are unable to manifest a comparable number of extraordinary talents that in the initial phases, perhaps the spirit beasts might prevail through sheer numbers. However, as time progresses, the intrinsic value of the 1 million talented ancestors from Blue Star will become increasingly pronounced. Gradually, the spirit beast faction will find itself utterly overwhelmed due to its inability to keep pace with top-tier combat prowess. At that juncture, it is likely that the spirit beast will be relegated to mere livestock, akin to the pigs, sheep, cattle, and horses of Blue Star, nurtured for sustenance before being slaughtered. Subsequently, a multitude of mediocre individuals will accrue substantial points under the aegis of these talented ancestors, thus evolving into yet another society reminiscent of Blue Star, characterized by entrenched social hierarchies and the suppression of genius by familial clans. Although humans may engage in internal strife absent external pressures, the intensity of such conflicts pales in comparison to interspecies warfare, which fails to elicit the latent combat potential inherent within a race. This is not the outcome Lin Ye wishes to witness. His mercenary group necessitates a substantial number of formidable warriors. The more, the better. The stronger, the better. After all, the essence of mercenary work is to assist others in undertaking perilous endeavors, the greater one's strength, the higher the likelihood of being hired. Therefore, Lin Ye must devise a method to procure resources to bestow enhancements upon the spirit beasts. Only under conditions of parity and mutual restraint can the mercenary group thrive. Regrettably, Lin Ye currently finds himself destitute, burdened by an overwhelming debt. The sole means of acquiring foundational resources lies in the myriad stars within the sea of consciousness. Indeed, Lin Ye possesses resources, albeit within the realm of Blue Star as humanity. Thus, to rectify the disparity between factions, the most prudent approach would be to extract from humans of Blue Star. However, the method of extraction must be meticulously contemplated. After a prolonged period of reflection, Lin Ye conceived a plan that, if that is the case, let the capable rise while the mediocre fall. given that the ultimate objective is to enhance the mercenary combat strength and prevent the ascension of the inept. The resources shall be taken from the deceased humans of Blue Star. Naturally, Lin Ye would not take direct action. After all, they were once fellow countrymen, and he would not resort to such brutal measures. What he can do is to extract the essence they brought with them upon their demise, transferring it to the spirit beasts, enabling them to possess the capabilities to contend against Blue Star's humanity. If they are to be eliminated despite receiving such assistance, it signifies a high probability of their mediocrity that it would be far more advantageous to allocate the resources to those in need. At most, in consideration of their shared origins, Lin Ye might preserve the life imprints of these individuals, granting them a second chance should he attain prosperity in the future. As for other humans or spirit beasts, they shall not enjoy such privileges. They will uniformly meet their demise, devoid of any chance of rebirth out of course. Those with inherent talents and those who perish during missions are exceptions. The gifted are deserving of an opportunity for rebirth. This is a privilege accorded to the talented. As for the others, if they fall in internal strife, it is merely a reflection of their inadequacy. However, those who perish on missions are victims of occupational hazards. Mercenaries possess rights. In a business fraught with peril, one must always prepare an escape route. After meticulously reviewing all preparations and confirming the absence of significant flaws, Lin Ye resolved to proceed with the release. Initially, he conferred with the Blue Star consciousness behind the door to ensure readiness before notifying Old Gumu to receive the individuals. Once all was set, he began to channel his spiritual energy, fervently directing it toward the pale blue portal within the sea of consciousness. The stage was prepared. It was time for the protagonists to make their entrance, as Lin Ye infused energy into the portal. The once closed gateway gradually reopened, and the pale blue aura within the passage wafted across half of the door. The radiant doorway shimmered with a flowing hue, emitting a flickering pale blue light that inspired an instinctive sense of mystery, grandeur, and gentleness. The consciousness of Blue Star has descended. Almost simultaneously, a magnificent aura imbued with the freshness of nature enveloped the skies above World Star. The verdant essence, climbing quietly along Lin Ye's sea of consciousness, ascended to the other half of the door, exuding a refreshing, relaxing, and comforting presence. The will of the ancient wood source realm has descended. Although the ownership of World Star has been claimed by Lin Ye, it remains a life-bearing planet birthed by its essence. Lin Ye has not revoked its status as administrator. Thus, it retains the freedom to traverse back and forth. The Blue Star consciousness behind the door seemed to sense the arrival of the ancient wood source realm's will. In an instant, its originally gentle aura transformed into an overwhelming dominance. It bore an air of readiness to engage in combat at the slightest provocation. Clearly, its gentleness is a privilege reserved solely for its progeny. In dealing with other consciousnesses, it exhibits nothing but tyranny. The ancient wood source realms will is equally cognizant of the nature of the Blue Star consciousness. Thus, it remains silent, awaiting the reception of individuals. Yes, you are indeed formidable, but I am here to assist, and moreover, I am the employer. Can you truly confront me? Lin Ye at this moment remained oblivious to the fact that his maternal figure was once again bullying the weak. Under the simultaneous arrivals of the two great wills, the pressure upon the diminutive transport passage surged exponentially, creating a sensation of imminent collapse. Consequently, he dared not linger and promptly initiated the transport. As the radiance of the portal swirled, a pale blue-black hole abruptly manifested beneath the feet of a supermarket cashier in the midst of processing a transaction on distant Blue Star. Without a moment's reaction, the cashier, engrossed in scanning items, was abruptly swallowed by the void. Not even a single scream escaped until the black hole sealed itself away. Strangely, the surrounding onlookers seemed oblivious to the occurrence, continuing their activities as if nothing had transpired. Those in line remained in place, while casual conversations continued unabated. There was no hint of disturbance. Everything appeared strikingly harmonious, as though the vanished cashier had never existed. Such scenes unfolded in succession across Blue Star, resulting in the silent disappearance of over 1 million individuals. Yet, the vanishing of so many souls stirred not a ripple. it was reminiscent of Lin Ye's own disappearance over a millennium ago. Unnoticed, unremembered, and without a trace of their existence left behind. While the blue star consciousness continued to cast away individuals, the will of the ancient would source realm receive them in turn. With each emergence of a greenish black hole, slumbering inhabitants of Blue Star began to descend upon the meticulously planned million aisles laid out by Lin Ye. The frail individuals could scarcely withstand the tumult of the spatial passage, succumbing to unconsciousness before even entering. Had it not been for the protective essence bestowed by the Blue Star consciousness, they would have been reduced to mere fragments. At this moment, they had neither the inclination nor the strength to lodge complaints against the violent dispatch of the ancient wood source realm's will. Bruised and battered, they lay in peaceful slumber. Both factions of great powers were at ease, while Lin Ye, caught in the middle, bore the brunt of the exertion. The arrival of the two grand beings had already placed immense pressure upon him. The subsequent spatial fluctuations during the transport compounded the strain, surging and receding like the process of excretion, causing the pressure upon the passage to multiply instantaneously. For Lin Ye, it was akin to adding insult to injury. As he endeavored to maintain the passage, Lin Ye felt the strain on his very soul. Like being trampled underfoot by massive feet, various frictions ensue. Only under the guardianship of primordial forces can the internal structure be tenuously maintained without succumbing to damage. Yet the overall shape is incessantly undergoing deformation. Death is elusive, but the torment is palpable. After a considerable duration, with the last human's descent, Lin Ye's taut spirit finally relaxed. Then, the spatial passage that had been painstakingly sustained collapsed instantaneously. The open portal swiftly sealed shut, taking with it the two wills that had been present, which were promptly rebuffed. Each returned to their respective homes. In truth, this was also the result of the cooperation between the two formidable wills. Otherwise, Lin Ye would never have been able to repel their consciousness. However, the necessary tasks had been completed, leaving no reason to linger further. After all, their continued presence would only deplete Lin Ye's strength. Without the previously established passage to share the burden, it was enough to reduce Lin Ye to a mere trunk in an instant. Did one not notice how he appeared as though he hadn't slept in 3 days? He had been utterly drained. Clearly, this endeavor was still overly demanding for him at present. According to the developmental stages of the world tree, he was still merely a child. How could he undertake such responsibilities? Such a prolonged strain had already begun to affect Lin Ye's foundation. At the very least, he would require 300 to 500 years of recuperation to fully recover. Fortunately, the will of the ancient wood source was ultimately a benevolent elder. Upon witnessing Lin Ye's exhaustion, perhaps feeling a sense of remorse, it waved its hand, summoning a torrent of pure spiritual and soul energy from the void. In an instant, it replenished Lin Ye. There was even a surplus. With the excess energy, Lin Ye soared upwards, breaking through the constraints of the 5th tier and ascending to the esteemed position of a 6th-tier powerhouse. Wow. Indeed, Ancient Wood Elder, bring it on, just a little more. And I might break through to the 7th tier. Lin Ye was evidently taken aback by the generosity of the Ancient Wood Elder. He had not anticipated such a gesture from the Elder. This simple wave had saved a millennia of arduous cultivation. As the saying goes, an opportunity not taken is a fool's fate, he exclaimed, hoping for just a bit more. Ideally, he could leap directly to the 7th tier, saving considerable effort. However, the will of the ancient would source this time paid him no mind. After casually restoring him, it quietly departed. The restoration was due to Lin Ye's assistance in its tasks. It was merely acting in good faith. Yet, one thing was clear. This did not grant Lin Ye the prerogative to climb higher on the ladder. Seeking more, dream on. You even dared to usurp my life sphere. You should be grateful I didn't expel you entirely. Sensing the refreshing aura departing, Lin Ye understood that the benevolent ancient wood elder had indeed taken its leave. He felt no disappointment. After all, it was worth a shot. If he obtained something, it would be a pleasant surprise, and if not, that would be the norm. Having already ascended to the pinnacle of the 6th tier, saving a millennium of toil. What more could he desire? One should know when to stop, lest one end up in a pitiful state. Thanks to the ancient wood elder's assistance, Lin Ye had sufficiently healed his injuries ahead of time. He could now take advantage of the time, while the Blue Star inhabitants were in a stupor, to stealthily install the spiritual eyes on them. This would prevent the need to concoct plausible excuses upon their awakening. After all, the installation process was not only terrifying but also lacked sophistication. Frankly, without any visible benefits, not everyone would have the courage to place such an object on their forehead. If it were Lin Ye, he certainly would not do so. Who knows what that eye-like fruit truly is? Utterly repulsive. Who would want to place it on their forehead? Go away, please. What? A command from a deity? Which deity? Where are they? Let me see. Absurd. How many gods are there? Acting like a celestial being, if you have the guts, just end me. Especially in Lin Ye's homeland of China, the likelihood of such obstinacy is highest. After all, the people there are flexible in their beliefs. When there are benefits to gain, it's long live the gods, I've believed since childhood, but when there are no benefits, all those gods can just roll away. You keep talking, and I might just blast you with an artillery shell. Then I'd have to think of ways to deceive them. Perhaps even have to eliminate a few for good measure. Who knows, it might expose him, leading to endless troubles. Even if he now harbored intentions to reclaim some primordial balance, it had yet to begin. Directly killing would be rather inappropriate. Besides, who said obstinacy was useless? What if they possessed exceptional combat talent? That would be a disastrous loss. Under Lin Ye's manipulation, 1,000,000 prepared spiritual eyes gracefully descended from the trees, landing perfectly on the foreheads of the Blue Star inhabitants. Then, they skillfully sprouted conduits and commenced implantation. Following a series of gruesome scenes, the installation of the spiritual eyes was complete. This moment, each Blue Star inhabitant bore a naturally formed light green vertical eye upon their foreheads. Frankly, they appeared quite striking, enhancing their previously ordinary features to a degree of handsomeness. With a charm increase of 10, all of Lin Ye's advanced technologies were realized based on the spiritual eyes. With the successful implantation of the spiritual eyes, it was time to proceed to the next modification. The first task at hand was to merge the primordial essence with the souls of the Blue Star inhabitants and the spiritual eyes. This was a crucial step, integral to all future plans. In the past, Lin Ye might have found this somewhat daunting, as this step typically required the assistance of a thunder tribulation. Lin Ye, however, did not wish to have the Blue Star inhabitants undergo tribulations too early. Otherwise, it would render the attainment of extraordinary abilities all too trivial. Thus, the spiritual eyes had been sealed, limiting most of their capabilities, effectively preventing the summoning of a thunder tribulation. Without the tribulation, the fusion of the spiritual eyes, primordial essence, and soul could not occur. Without fusion, the next step could not be initiated. It seemed as though he had entered a deadlock. Yet, this was not the case. As the saying goes, the past is the past. The present is the present point one must practice diligently. If you can't play, don't. Essentially, this means that just because Lin Ye was incapable before does not imply he is incapable now. Lin Ye had deeply analyzed the principles of the thunder tribulation. Why can one ascend to the extraordinary after undergoing tribulation? In the past, Lin Ye found this somewhat elusive. However, ever since he obtained the highest authority of the World Star, Lin Ye comprehended it. The role of the thunder tribulation is fundamentally divided into 3 parts. First is the shaping of spiritual patterns, which requires no further explanation. Lin Ye had understood this while researching the spiritual eyes. The key lies in the harmonizing and shaping effects of rules. The technology of the spiritual eyes had already addressed this issue, necessitating no further discussion. Secondly, there is destruction, there is devastation. Thunder, in the eyes of the masses, represents the utmost in strength and vitality that embodies celestial might, destruction, and annihilation. Phrases like a thunderous strike and the weight of thunder clearly reflect its formidable reputation in the hearts of people. Even in numerous literary works from Blue Star, thunder magic is one of the most powerful forms of sorcery. For example, in exorcising demons or vanquishing evil, the phrase thunder rolls, banishing evil, encapsulates this notion. If one truly undergoes a tribulation, one would discover that within the thunder tribulation lies a profound intent of destruction. And no matter how strong your body may be, if you cannot withstand this destructive essence, the result will ultimately be the shattering of your soul. Be it body, spiritual energy, or soul. None possess any resistance against the thunder tribulation, the moment of contact. One would be obliterated into countless fragments, or rather, disassembled into countless particles. Only after mastering the rules did Lin Ye uncover the intricacies involved. The destructive essence contained within the thunder tribulation would activate the latent disassembly rules hidden within the world, breaking down all living beings into innumerable fragments, awaiting the next procedure. Although Lin Ye could not currently summon the thunder tribulation, he was well acquainted with the disassembly rules. What was Lin Ye's innate talent? After all, the process of analysis and reconstruction is multifaceted. Among these facets lies the aspect of analysis. The so-called analytical talent essentially stems from the inherent characteristic of Lin Ye's soul, which embodies the essence of decomposition. This trait has been remarkably amplified by the influence of the primordial source, elevating it to the level where it can invoke the rules of decomposition, that if, in the end, the outcome is the invocation of decomposition rules. What difference does it make if the processes vary? Whether one travels by train or by plane, the destination remains unchanged. Both means of transport lead to the same endpoint, rendering the mode of communication and journey irrelevant, provided the end result is achieved. Thus, from this characteristic perspective, Lin Ye's talent can substitute for the thunder tribulation, fulfilling its role in the destructive decomposition process. When perceiving the essence through the ade of thunder, it becomes evident that Lin Ye's talent serves a function akin to that of the thunder tribulation. Both represent decomposition. They are fundamentally the same. Consequently, this second question finds resolution. Lastly, we arrive at the third function of the thunder tribulation, which is the most significant: fusion and reshaping. What does fusion and reshaping entail? In simpler terms, it involves taking the myriad fragments and particles resulting from the previous decomposition and amalgamating them into a new form. Although the external appearance may remain similar, the fundamental structural composition is vastly different. Two elements are involved in this process. The first is vitality. After all, the emergence of new life following destruction necessitates a rich supply of vitality as its energy source. The second element is fusion. Indeed, this is yet another rule. More precisely, two rules. The emergence of new life also signifies the activation of the restoration rule, albeit with a simpler triggering mechanism. For living beings, the activation of vitality suffices to instigate this process. What a coincidence it is, then, that Lin Ye's talent comprises two components. In addition to analysis, there is also the aspect of reconstruction. Reconstruction, in essence, is also fusion, operating on the same principles as decomposition. With the assistance of the primordial source, Lin Ye can equally invoke the rules of fusion. See, another piece of the puzzle falls into place. Thus, only the final missing element, vitality, remains. However, while it may not be ubiquitous, it is not particularly challenging to obtain. Plants, for instance, are replete with an inexhaustible supply of vitality, given Lin Ye's current status as a planetary sovereign. Extracting some vitality is hardly a daunting task. It is fortunate that Lin Ye's talent is compatible. Otherwise, he would have to assist them in overcoming tribulations in advance, adding numerous uncertainties to his plans. Lin Ye has never underestimated others. As the saying goes, heroes are as plentiful as the fish in the river. In this vast world and universe, exceptional individuals abound, who can ascertain that there are no capable individuals among the inhabitants of Blue Star who might discern his existence through various clues. Once exposed, it is inevitable that, on some future day, mercenaries will orchestrate events to lure him into the open. There is even the possibility of encountering rogue elements attempting to seize control over him. Thus, Lin Ye has always exercised caution, never exposing his existence. Although it may appear that every corner of this planet bears his mark, a meticulous investigation would reveal a complete lack of evidence substantiating Lin Ye's presence. Every occurrence seems to follow a traceable pattern. Even the enigmatic spiritual eyes appear as natural phenomena born from peculiar environments, or perhaps as creations of a mysterious system. Speaking of which, Lin Ye truly ought to erect a monument for the creators of Blue Star. It is they who implanted the initial concept of a system into the minds of Blue Star's inhabitants, allowing Lin Ye to reasonably persuade them into working for him. Lin Ye can assume the role of an unknown deity or become a clandestine antagonist. But he cannot afford to be merely a fortunate compatriot. Nobility and rank do not confer any inherent superiority. Lin Ye understands the psychology of his fellow countrymen. Were he in their shoes, he would be no different. Aware of this, he seeks to avoid it. Ultimately, everything is aimed at achieving a more effective domination over them. Why rationalizing everything through a system, the inhabitants of Blue Star, at least until his exposure, would harbor no treachery. Even if there were any, they would not dare to reveal it. All Lin Ye desires is their combat prowess, is loyalty, truly significant, to be blunt. He only requires their assistance in these initial stages. Once he has developed further, should any among them prove disobedient, they shall be dealt with. Rationalizing and universalizing the system within the consciousness of the world's denizens will, over generations, lead to the indigenous beings of Blue Star revering him as a so-called deity. When the cunning rabbit is caught, the faithful hound shall be cooked. Lin Ye shall do likewise, whether as a dictator or a cold-hearted individual. It is all in pursuit of greater strength. In the face of empowerment, the bonds of camaraderie hold little value. After finally seizing an opportunity to transcend into a broader world, how can one be content to remain stagnant? Merely theorizing is insufficient. Practical validation is also required. Lin Ye has become quite adept at comparison, and he directly captured a rabbit from the ground to conduct practical validation on the results of the Thunder Tribulation analysis. Of course, the outcome was a resounding success, achieving success on the first attempt. The altitude at which Lin Ye now stands affords him a broader perspective, enabling him to discern more intricate details. Should he master enough details, failure would be an anomaly. Casually decomposing the successfully transformed rabbit spirit beast, Lin Ye commenced the formal process of the first stage of modification for the inhabitants of Blue Star. For Lin Ye, the spiritual eye is fundamentally his seed. Thus, it is not inaccurate to refer to it as his cutting IT is precisely due to this aspect that Lin Ye can simultaneously control a million spiritual eyes from a distance. With practiced decomposition and reconstruction, he then channels the vitality of the world star into the mix. After half a day, all binding processes were completed. The souls of a million Blue Star inhabitants have now merged with the primordial essence, intertwining with the spiritual eye at their foreheads. Binding the spiritual eye is achieved. With this step completed, one could consider it a success halfway through. Once the soul enters the spiritual eye, the head ceases to be an absolute weakness. Even if the head is shattered to pieces, as long as the spiritual eye remains intact, there exists hope for restoration. In the realm of the extraordinary, the soul is paramount. The physical body, while not insignificant, certainly loses a considerable degree of importance. After all, most so-called fatal injuries can be remedied through various means. Reflecting on this, Lin Ye modified the structure of the spiritual eye, incorporating his new discoveries into the design, a minor update, if you will. Consequently, in the future, the beings of the world star, even if they have yet to transcend into the extraordinary, will find themselves less prone to death. Of course, although Lin Ye has manually completed the tasks of the Thunder Tribulation, he has no intention of altering the rules of transcending tribulations. Such trials remain essential, serving as a form of caution and motivation. Otherwise, the idol would live indefinitely, rendering him a caretaker of the unworthy. Without proper preparation, one could genuinely be struck down by the Thunder Tribulation, that if one is unafraid of death, they may as well squander their chances. Naturally, these sealing patches are exclusive to the first batch of Blue Star inhabitants. They are rather unique, having established their worldview, making them difficult to brainwash. To be frank, such individuals do not make for ideal subordinates. A disagreement could easily incite rebellion. However, for the time being, there is no alternative but to make do. As the primary subjects of modification, their principal value lies in reproduction, in serving as vessels for the primordial essence. Once their next generation is born, inheriting the modified talents and transforming the primordial endowment into a permanent racial trait, they will no longer be of use. Should any prove disobedient, Lin Ye would not hesitate to find a new host for the primordial essence. For now, all he can do is impose restrictions. Lin Ye does not intend to keep them sealed for long, perhaps a year or 6 months. Once they have adapted, he will lift the seals. Subsequently, the newly born inhabitants of the world star will no longer face genetic limitations. All shall become extraordinary. Lin Ye's spiritual eye technology is sufficiently advanced to liberate any race from the constraints of their genetics, allowing them to ascend to the extraordinary as for other aspects. Lin Ye pondered and concluded that the method of implanting the spiritual eye might indeed be a tad too mundane, lacking the grandeur of divine intervention, reminiscent of the absurdity of a face-hugging creature. Thus, after careful consideration, Lin Ye resolved to modify the rules governing the birth of new life on World Star. From now on, all new beings born on World Star would inherently possess the spiritual eye, eliminating the need for later implantation. The spiritual eye would naturally emerge alongside the development of life itself. The operational process is rather simple, merely requiring the integration of the spiritual eye's production system with the life rules of World Star, akin to receiving a complimentary side dish with a meal. While the products may not be uniformly excellent, they can certainly be served together. Once everything was settled, Lin Ye shifted his focus back to the second phase of transformation for the Blue Star humans. This so-called second phase involves the enhancement of their innate abilities. After all, these humans originated from Blue Star, and their foundational attributes were far from remarkable. Their talents were obscure, rendering them incapable of advancement. To put it plainly, had it not been for Lin Ye's development of the spiritual eye technology, these individuals would likely never have the opportunity to cultivate, being unable to perceive spiritual energy. How could they possibly train? This explains why the will of Blue Star considers its precious essence as a mere bonus. The quality of the product is simply too subpar that it is akin to sending someone to assault a mechanized army equipped with tanks, aircraft, and artillery, only to provide them with primitive companions armed with nothing more than sticks. Without some extraordinary technology, how could they possibly succeed? A tank battle against a troop of gibbons would be ludicrously unbalanced. Regarding their innate abilities, Lin Ye intended to execute his plans with strict adherence. Even if there were some exceptionally powerful talents hidden among them, he could not afford to be accommodating at this stage. In the early stages of establishing power, a standardized military force would undoubtedly possess greater combat effectiveness than a haphazard collection of disparate factions. Furthermore, for the time being, the primary focus for the Blue Star humans should be their reproductive capabilities. As for their innate talents, it would be best to wait until they grew stronger to awaken them independently. The talent would remain dormant, while the essence merely provide the shortcut to its activation. Once their inherent life essence is fortified, they will naturally rediscover their hidden talents. Given that the essence was bestowed by the will of Blue Star, and the Blue Star inhabitants have fully integrated the spiritual eye, Lin Ye found the process to be remarkably simpler than anticipated. There was almost no resistance as he successfully infiltrated their consciousness and completed the guidance transformation, based on the concept of the battle body card. Lin Ye's modifications were straightforward, in layman's terms. He utilized the essence to reallocate the innate ability points of the Blue Star inhabitants from other attributes and transfer them to their souls. It was akin to redistributing skill points, Why sacrificing other attributes, he sought to acquire an extreme specialization in soul talent, ensuring exponential growth in that area in the future. Having addressed their innate abilities, Lin Ye also incorporated decomposition and reconstruction identifiers into the battle body. With these identifiers in place, the battle body could seamlessly transition between energy and physical form. This flexibility would significantly enhance practical applications, allowing for the formation of individual units or the assembly of a group for tactical coordination. It could also enable the accumulation of energy from countless cards onto a single battle body, bestowing it with temporary extraordinary combat power, among other possibilities. Lin Ye only needed to establish a rough framework, leaving the exploration of further applications to future generations that, if any bugs were discovered along the way, he could simply patch them up discreetly. After finalizing the talent adjustments, it was time to create the system. This task was exceedingly simple. With the spiritual eye in place, designing an interface was a breeze. He effortlessly crafted an attribute panel and composed a brief background introduction. Thus, he named it the Ultimate Mercenary Growth System. Simple yet effective, the title clearly indicates its purpose, facilitating future operations that asks for whether it is truly the strongest. That is merely a promotional tactic, a marketing strategy, if you will. Once the framework was established, it was time to set the system modules. The first and foremost module to determine was the task module, as it would be vital for subsequent engagements in combat. Lin Ye established a task rule that was semi-voluntary yet semi-mandatory. Participation would be voluntary in principle, but for significant events, it would be compulsory. Regular KPI assessments would be conducted, with penalties for underperformance, ultimately leading to expulsion for those who lacked funds. Initially, a cultivation model would be implemented, and later, they would be directly deployed to the world battlefield for training. Next was the communication channel, which was essential. Establishing a platform for interaction would alleviate psychological fears and help them better accept their new identities. Socializing is crucial for humans, as they are inherently social creatures. Moreover, in future battlefield scenarios, such communication would be indispensable for coordinating group tactics. To this end, Lin Ye developed numerous expansions, including a public hall and various subchannels for tasks, families, and legions, among others to that point. Allowing them to purchase creation qualifications would likely attract eager participants at AS for the transaction platform. This, too, was a necessity. Even though they would eventually live together, it could serve as a marketplace akin to an online shopping platform. With a larger population, it would be impractical for everyone to congregate constantly. Additionally, in the realm of battle, trading would be essential for various needs, such as exchanging items or providing emergency assistance. The interdimensional e-commerce system, complete with spatial teleportation technology, would eliminate the need for couriers, allowing Lin Ye to simply teleport goods over long distances in due time. He could charge a nominal fee for this service. Lastly, the battle body car module was of paramount importance as it represented the source of combat power. Initially, Lin Ye had contemplated establishing a shop-like system, listing various cards as commodities for auction. However, upon reflection, he realized this approach was flawed, that if everything had a price, everyone would be vying to acquire the best cards, hoarding their savings for superior items, which would hinder market vitality. Moreover, if everyone possessed the same cards, how could any sense of superiority be maintained? How could the card enthusiasts derive joy from their pursuits? If they were unhappy, how could Lin Ye reward them with points? Why invest money in card draws? Beyond enhancing their battle prowess, it was the thrill of obtaining rare cards that provided a unique sense of fulfillment. Limited editions would be even more desirable. Even if they weren't particularly powerful, their rarity would render them coveted treasures. Hence, after careful deliberation, Lin Ye decided to transform the acquisition model of battle body cards entirely into a lottery system. No purchases would be allowed. It would solely rely on luck. Furthermore, to reduce the odds of winning, he would mix a substantial number of point cards into the prize pool. What are point cards? You ask? They're cards that, when drawn, return lottery points, with varying redemption rates from 1 to 10. Want a rare battle body card? Try your luck. Seeking a powerful battle body card? Give it a shot. Aspiring for wealth? Go ahead and draw. However, under this system, points would continuously flow into the card pool, as these cards were crucial for survival on the battlefield. Of course, this system also posed challenges. Even if the odds of winning were low, individuals would still accumulate a growing number of useless cards. What then should be done with these redundant cards? Lin Ye prepared 3 options. Point 1. Sell them to others, aside from those bound for personal long-term use. Lin Ye had no intention of restricting the trade of ordinary cards. He would simply earn a commission from the market. If they didn't want them, they could sell them. There would always be someone in need. 2. Sell them back to the system for recycling. The price for drawing cards would be fixed, but the buyback would be based on actual value. For instance, drawing a green card might cost 1 point. But in terms of buyback, a 1-star green card could be valued at 1 point, breaking even. However, a 10-star green card could yield a buyback of a full 10 points, while drawing a 10-star card might be improbable. 9-star cards were still within reach. Indeed, achieving a 9-fold return is already quite impressive. Naturally, no one would sell high-tier cards to the system. Whether through private transactions or personal use, it is far more cost-effective than recycling. The system's recycling always caters to low-value cards. With a stroke of luck, one might even amass wealth simply by drawing cards and attain the bliss of a laid-back lifestyle. At that point, an occasional high-stakes points lottery task card could emerge, allowing one to forego a summoning. What fear is there of not striking it rich? This could truly be a substantial source of income. While some may profit, Lin Ye will never incur a loss that a few individuals may gain, but not everyone will benefit. You might earn ninefold, yet I could recoup my investment with just 9 discounted cards. With the existence of points cards, losses are merely the norm for the majority. The losses of the many pave the way for the small gains of the few. How could there be any real losses? Of course, if one holds multiple cards, they would be reluctant to sell. There lies an alternative path. Fusion. What if one possesses useless cards but does not wish to recycle or sell them? They may gamble on fusion. There lies a probability of fusing high-star cards, all featuring brand new versions. Should one successfully fuse a high-star card from discarded ones, whether for personal collection or resale, profit is assured. Although most attempts may fail, what if one succeeds, right? Moreover, there exists a chance to synthesize the legendary 10-star cards. If one truly achieves that, wouldn't it signify great fortune? This is immensely enticing for those who enjoy gambling. Furthermore, this is merely the tip of the iceberg regarding the benefits of collecting points. In reality, the card fusion model holds additional significance for Lin Ye. It pertains to his path after attaining the title of Realm Master. From what Lin Ye understands, the Realm Master represents the pinnacle of life cultivation. There is no further realm beyond this. However, this does not imply that one can become complacent after reaching the Realm Master level. The inability to level up does not equate to a lack of attribute enhancement. Put it simply, the strength of a Realm Master in the later stages is determined not only by their own energy levels, but also by their adeptness in manipulating the rules. Energy can continuously accumulate. Yet, to be frank, everyone reaches the late stages with nearly endless energy. Relying solely on energy for confrontation could lead to an inconclusive battle lasting hundreds of thousands of years. Therefore, in the later stages, battles among realm masters primarily hinge on the mastery of rules. Rules are myriad, with each world possessing its own unique regulations. Different combinations yield diverse results. The abilities controlled by various beings are, in essence, specific manifestations of the rules of their respective worlds. Thus, card fusion fundamentally represents an attempt to amalgamate various rules. Should the fused card grow stronger, it suggests that the integration of these two rules results in a positive enhancement. If a 10-star card is produced, it would signify the discovery of deeply hidden rare rules, leading to substantial augmentation. Lin Ye possesses the eye of the world and commands the rules of decomposition and fusion. He can easily deduce the methods to trigger corresponding rules by analyzing the essence of fusion cards. As the saying goes, a small insight leads to a profound understanding. Reversing the innate is simply the way of things. At that point, it would be a matter of, I know what you do not, and how could he not outmaneuver them? It would be utterly unpredictable. As long as Lin Ye masters a sufficient number of rule variations, he could dominate local realm masters in their own territories. Well, the locals. I am far more familiar with your rules than you are. I am not a local, and the will of the world cannot directly strike me. At most, you could summon others to confront me. Do you think I fear you? Not only can I profit, but I can also conduct research to enhance myself. This is truly Lin Ye's ideal scenario. Finally, adding an activity module and an announcement module would complete the system. With everything meticulously organized, Lin Ye commenced coding to create the system. As various rules evolved, the structure of the spiritual eye on the forehead of the Blue Star inhabitants began to transform rapidly. The codes of the other world are not something just anyone can write. One must hold the identity of a planetary controller to access them. Rules constitute a data network. Without the identity of a controller, one cannot even open the door to the server room, let alone write code. However, the benefit lies in the fact that once the code is finalized and a functioning program is written, it can be utilized across various worlds. Each world is akin to a customer's mobile device. As long as it can be installed and granted network access, Lin Ye can remotely control backend changes in real time. In essence, Lin Ye's endeavor resembles an extraordinary version of a mercenary app. The only difference is that the scope of contracts has broadened and their scale has increased, with a clear plan in place. Lin Ye quickly developed a comprehensive multiverse mercenary app. Upon completing the code, he decided to run a test. He infused a fragment of his soul into a spiritual eye and initiated a trial run. Boom! Just as energy surged into the spiritual eye, a breathtaking scene forcibly loaded into Lin Ye's consciousness. The view was from a third-person perspective that on one side stood a three-headed, six-armed inferno sacred ape engulfed in blazing flames. On the other side was an ethereal blue ice spirit Qilin emanating a chilling aura that moment. They faced each other on a desolate star, with fierce winds sweeping up sand and stones, creating an atmosphere of palpable tension. In the midst of this, the impatient inferno sacred ape struck first. It suddenly threw its head back and let out a long howl. Then it began to pound its chest with its six fists. Accumulating rage, with each strike, the crimson glow on the giant ape's fists intensified, and the temperature around it soared. The thunderous sound reverberated, causing the surrounding sand to whirl and boulders to shatter. The extreme heat warped the very fabric of space itself. Each of its arms danced with columns of roaring flames, each carrying the potential for cataclysmic destruction. Once the rage had sufficiently built up, the inferno-enshrouded giant ape stomped down. It shattered the rocks beneath its feet and unleashed its six fists. Now wreathed in flames, 0.6 beams of crimson light shot forth almost simultaneously, converging rapidly toward the ice spirit Qilin. The searing crimson light seemed to possess a consciousness of its own, morphing through the air. At times it resembled a writhing dragon. At other moments, it appeared as a rolling sea of fire. Wherever it traveled, the void warped, and the light of the stars was consumed. It radiated an aura of annihilation. Meanwhile, the ice spirit Qilin remained undeterred. With its horns slightly raised and scales flared, it shimmered with blue light, executing a series of intricate steps. Then, it leapt into the air, creating a realm of ice beneath its hooves. Ethereal blue ice lotuses blossomed in the void, heralding the arrival of a frigid world. The winter had arrived, and the ice flowers scattered. Finally, as if reaching a pivotal moment, the ethereal blue aura emanating from the ice spirit Qilin began to coalesce upward. In the void, a massive Qilin manifestation materialized, obscuring the sky. Without hesitation, it raised its paw and struck toward the incoming crimson flame wave. Boom! The Qilin manifestation collided with the crimson flame pillar, resulting in a massive explosion. The ensuing shockwave unleashed a torrent of energy. The violent energy from the clash of ice and fire intertwined, forming a swirling sea of red and blue energy that surged outward. The ground trembled, and space distorted. Waves of energy howled, echoing the cries of the small planet beneath their feet. Under the immense energy fluctuations, space shattered like a broken mirror. Countless fissures in space gaped like monstrous maws, tearing apart everything and devouring all in their vicinity. The scene concluded here, followed by a purple-golden interface materializing before Lin Ye. Displayed upon it was the meticulously crafted system announcement Lin Ye had prepared for them. System announcement. Residents of Blue Star, welcome to a brand new world. As fortunate individuals, you have traversed into the mercenary world, a realm brimming with opportunities and challenges. From this moment forth, you shall embark on an exhilarating adventure. The system has automatically bound you with the identity of a mercenary in the mercenary world. You will undertake various tasks, explore mysterious ruins, escort precious resources, combat malevolent forces, and partake in world wars. Marvelous adventures and abundant rewards await you. In this world, every battle you engage in and every task you complete will earn you points, enhancing your strength. Points can be used to draw powerful exotic battle bodies and rare resources. Simultaneously, the system will provide real-time task guidance, map navigation, and various life assistance. However, remember that in the mercenary world, courage and wisdom are the fundamental pillars upon which you must stand. Wishing you all the best in becoming revered legendary mercenaries. At the very bottom, there exists an option marked as acknowledged. With a fleeting thought, Lin Ye activated it with his mind. Subsequently, the interface shimmered and the true visage of the system was finally unveiled. The main components of the interface included mercenary information, task list, market transactions, channel communication, card adjustments, events, and announcements. However, within these categories lay various intricate details. As per the customary procedure, Lin Ye mentally initiated the mercenary information interface. Following a familiar ripple transition, the text upon the interface transformed anew. The mercenary information interface displayed the following details: name, mercenary ID, rank, family, and legion. Since Lin Ye accessed the system using his own identity, and having set the system to the highest administrative privileges, this is the format that appeared, rendering identification nearly impossible. The layout of the mercenary information interface was remarkably straightforward, comprising only the aforementioned elements, effectively serving as the identification cards for mercenaries. During channel communications, others would also view this interface, and for the mercenaries, this information sufficed. Excessive details were unnecessary. Next came the task list, operated in a similar manner. The task list consisted of 3 primary phases: accepting tasks, receiving rewards, and material recovery, aptly named to reflect the sequential nature of tasks. When mercenaries wished to accept a task, they would do so from this section, including the ability to view task information, which would naturally display upon acceptance. The tasks were classified into 5 categories: exploration, escort, subjugation, protection, and warfare, allowing mercenaries to choose accordingly to AS for receiving rewards and material recovery. The names were self-explanatory. This was where rewards were settled post-task completion and a self-service point exchange could occur. The recovery of corpses, spirit plants, and all non-system items would be priced and collected here. All non-system items were processed through this module. Following that was the trading module. Market transactions encompass purchasing, selling, and auctions, concepts that were straightforward. Purchasing allowed for direct acquisition of items from the system store. That is, from Lin Ye himself. In due course, Lin Ye would develop and sell various items based on circumstances, including consumables that might not hold significant value but possessed utility. For instance, Lin Ye's assortment of fruits would also be procured from this marketplace. Selling involved reselling these items back to Lin Ye, akin to the previous material recovery function, with the distinction that material recovery was limited to non-system products, whereas selling pertained solely to system-produced items, such as previously purchased items or drawn cards. Auctions were even simpler, serving as a venue for items that mercenaries preferred not to sell to Lin Ye but wished to trade themselves, with Lin Ye charging a nominal fee for the service. Next came the intellectual sustenance, the channel communication module. The channel communication was divided into 5 main sections: mercenary hall, world partition, squad channel, family channel, legion channel, and personal channel. Following Lin Ye's prior design, this module was segmented accordingly. The mercenary hall allowed all mercenaries to communicate, while the squad channel could only be utilized during joint missions. The family channel became accessible upon forming a family, and the legion channel activated upon establishing a legion. Additionally, there was a personal DIY channel available for rental, requiring a fee for access. Naturally, there were numerous additional stipulations. For instance, while the mercenary hall facilitated communication among all mercenaries, the overwhelming volume of data could be cumbersome, despite Lin Ye's implementation of a limit of 10 messages per day per individual. With many participants, this could still result in a significant influx of information. Therefore, Lin Ye established subdivisions within a scale of 10,000, randomly assigning 1 million mercenaries to one of the 1,100 partitions, ensuring clearer communication. Users could freely switch as needed. Regarding the personal channel, Lin Ye adopted a rental model. By paying a yearly fee, one could rent a sub-channel to customize content. During the rental period, users had the freedom to set visibility options, including public, hidden, or password protection. Essentially, they were responsible for the concepts while Lin Ye handled the aesthetics. Should anyone wish to establish a streaming room, Lin Ye had no objections, though a share of the earnings would be retained. Following communication was the foundation of strength. The card module. The card adjustment section consisted solely of 2 functions: card drawing and card fusion. As the name suggests, daily card drawing and card fusion activities. Card recovery was integrated into the previous selling section AS for events and announcements. They were quite straightforward. Events were specifically reserved for Lin Ye to distribute benefits or incentives. Should he perceive that individuals possessed excess disposable income and were reluctant to spend, he would orchestrate events to stimulate consumption and invigorate economic circulation. Announcements were even simpler, serving to report significant occurrences, such as the issuance of World War missions or the annihilation of large legions or families convey a sense of warmth. Lin Ye chose a soft blue background for the system interface, complemented by a regal golden border and intricate patterns formed by intertwining rules. The overall impression exuded an air of mystery and sophistication, truly a testament to Lin Ye's dedication. In order to provide the mercenaries with a truly welcoming experience, Lin Ye has exerted every effort to create an interface inspired by various applications from Blue Star. This platform operates purely as an order-receiving app. The IT has been demonstrated that Lin Ye, utilizing the principles of the universe as his keyboard and rules as code, has crafted software that operates with remarkable fluidity. The system runs seamlessly, exhibiting no lag whatsoever. Indeed, it is now ready for deployment and has commenced public testing. However, as a sophisticated order-receiving software, merely having a mercenary terminal is insufficient, particularly since Lin Ye intends to remain in the shadows while accepting tasks from the world's will. Thus, he must also prepare a bespoke order submission terminal for the entities of will, alongside a comprehensive back-end management platform. Fortunately, this does not pose a significant challenge. With the mercenary terminal in place, the remaining components can be constructed based on its foundation. After considerable effort, Lin Ye has successfully replicated the order submission terminal for the world's will and the back-end management software for his own use. First and foremost is the order submission software, which features the following interface: Personal Hire, Legion Hire, and War Hire. 3 options in total. The Personal Hire option requires a small team and entails filling out task details. The number of participants needed, the initial quote, the task deposit, and specific requirements. The Legion Hire option caters to medium and large-scale tasks involving Legion participation, where one must specify task details, required scale, initial quote, task deposit, and requirements. The War Hire option is distinct. It necessitates only the input of opposing force details, one's own force information, and a prepaid deposit. For large-scale warfare tasks, pricing is determined by Lin Ye, who differs from the will of Blue Star. In his vision, substantial mercenary operations should encompass wars that involve mercenaries at all levels. After all, world invasions do not solely occur on elite battlefields. In fact, the devastation wrought by mid to low-tier warriors could be even more significant. They swarm into worlds like locusts, pillaging everything on various life planets, leaving no life or natural resources unscathed. Resources are taken, the capable are enslaved, and those deemed unworthy are disposed of. In places that have been ravaged, desolation is often the best outcome. If such marauders encounter violent resistance, they may obliterate the planet entirely, leaving nothing behind, a harsh fate for the invaded worlds. Countless years of investment can be reduced to mere ruins in an instant. Thus, deploying only a handful of elite forces, as Blue Star has done, is insufficient. True world warfare should be conducted by vast mercenary legions led by high-tier fighters, with countless lower-tier warriors following in their wake. This approach would provide a comprehensive defense, engaging in battles of colossal scale measured in millions. Spanning millennia, the resources exchanged in such conflicts cannot be easily quantified in a short time. Hence, a deposit must be made in advance, with the final payment calculated post-battle. Of course, Blue Stars will lack alternatives. It does not possess the ability for long-distance teleportation. While worlds in close proximity can be accessed by fleets of starships, distant realms present a challenge. Take, for instance, the ancient Wood Source realm. The distance between them is incalculable. Relying on short-range jumps via starships is impractical. The only solution is to utilize the seeds of the world tree, which can manipulate the rules of cosmic space, to open a transmission channel and send overpromising yet weaker individuals. This mode of operation is fundamentally a one-time transaction. Once sent, they either do not return or, upon death, are reclaimed under cosmic rules. Fortunately, agreements between worlds can facilitate settlements through cosmic contract rules. Otherwise, the issue of payment would be contentious. It may even necessitate treating lives as expendable resources, a troublesome and uncertain situation that would inevitably lead to many unnecessary expenses. Lin Ye is determined to avoid such a predicament in business. One must master 2 essential principles. One is to expand revenue, and the other is to economize. While developing new ventures is undeniably important, after all, without new business, there is no income. Cutting unnecessary expenses is equally vital. Those erratic expenditures can collectively inflate costs significantly. By eliminating these superfluous costs, profits could potentially multiply several times over. Therefore, expenses should be minimized wherever possible. It is imperative that mercenaries return in full, for he cannot afford the exorbitant costs of reviving those lost. Coincidentally, he possesses the ability to transport mercenaries. Lin Ye's teleportation capability stems from the innate gifts of the world tree itself. Leveraging cosmic-level spatial rules, as long as he is sufficiently powerful to bear the burden of teleportation, he can facilitate travel in any manner. Thus, these savings can be realized. With this talent, Lin Ye intends to ensure that all orders are accessible to mercenaries at every stage of their development. By doing so, the completion rate of tasks will be high, and the unit price will naturally increase. The true profit lies in the ranks of mid to low-tier mercenaries. Although their individual rates may be modest, their numbers are vast. How many high-tier warriors are there? After all, in comparison, they pale in quantity. Lin Ye is not like the will of the world, which offers salaries and subsidies if no changes are made. Enduring arduous battles for millennia to earn a meager return on investment is a futile endeavor. It would be better to return home and raise pigs. Lin Ye, as the embodiment of the world tree, has no choice but to succeed. After finalizing the order placement terminal, the last task was to establish Lin Ye's personal management platform. The modules of the management platform are largely similar, primarily focusing on pre-sale, in-sale, and post-sale processes. Lin Ye meticulously categorized the necessary functionalities into 5 primary modules: order list, commission collection, prospective clients, formal clients, and after-sale service. To begin with, the order list module is further divided into 5 subcategories: pending orders, accepted orders, pending allocation orders, allocated orders, and completed orders. Each of these represents a distinct stage in the order process. Once an employer places an order, it appears in the pending orders section. Subsequently, based on the order's attributes, it is classified into 5 types: exploration, escort, conquest, protection, and warfare. The terms and deposits are then determined according to these classifications. Once everything is confirmed, the order is accepted and transitions to the accepted orders section. Following this, the accepted orders are published on the mercenary terminal for mercenaries to claim. Appropriate mercenaries are then selected for allocation, and upon successful allocation, the orders shift to the allocated orders section. At this point, mercenaries can officially commence their tasks. Once the task concludes and the mercenaries return, the orders are finally moved to the completed orders section, categorized as either successful or failed based on the outcome. Determining the final ownership of the order, this entire process signifies the conclusion of an order. Next is the commission collection module, which consists of 3 sub-items: paid, unpaid, and salary distribution. The unpaid section further encompasses full payments and remaining balances. Once an order is allocated, it is uniformly assigned to the unpaid section, and decisions are made regarding whether to categorize it as a full payment or a remaining balance. If only a deposit has been paid and the remaining balance is still outstanding, it is placed in the remaining balance category. If both the deposit and the remaining balance have been paid, it falls under the paid category. Conversely, if neither the deposit nor the remaining balance has been paid, it is categorized as a full payment. The salary distribution item, as the name implies, pertains to the disbursement of wages to mercenaries. When mercenaries complete their tasks and return to the World Star, the orders synchronize here, ensuring that those who need to be revived are, and payments are calculated and distributed immediately. The distribution ratio is set at 50-50, as Lin Ye felt it inappropriate to take too large a cut from the life-risking earnings. Opting for an equitable split, the sections for prospective clients and formal clients are rather straightforward. They serve as Lin Ye's means of maintaining client resources. Those interested in hiring but not yet committed are categorized as prospective clients, while those who have been hired and wish to maintain a long-term relationship are placed under formal clients. At appropriate times, benefits such as discounts or holiday gifts may be offered, as Lin Ye believes it is time to introduce a touch of human connection into the world of intention. As for the after-sale service, its meaning is quite literal. Post-sale handling, in other words, it entails the maintenance and remediation of failed orders. It is inevitable that not every task will result in success. While successful outcomes bring joy, failed tasks require strategies for repair. whether through discounts or re-engagements to rectify the situation. This is a matter of reputation. A mercenary group, much like a security company, relies on its renown for sustenance. With the program architecture established, Lin Ye then extracted half of his soul to independently manage the data and rule calculations of the mercenary platform. In this manner, the complete mercenary platform was fully constructed. Finally, he created a new account for the soul fragment to comprehensively run through the established processes. Once he confirmed there were no issues, Lin Ye felt a sense of relief as he concluded this transformation. Phew, it's finally done. He had truly experienced the hardships of running a company. Indeed, Lin Ye had effectively been operating the mercenary group as a colossal enterprise. After all, he was a blue star individual from the 21st century. There was no reason to overlook the good things available. With everything in order, Lin Ye's first action was to send a modified seed to Gumu Lao Deng and the Blue Star Intention, which essentially contained the employer order terminal, akin to a software installation package. Unlike with the Blue Star individuals, he lacked the ability to directly imprint them. Yet the two esteemed figures did not refuse the small item Lin Ye sent. Moments later, the formal clients section witnessed the addition of two names, Blue Star Intention and Gumu Yuanjie Intention. Before Lin Ye could fully process this development, a torrent of order information flooded in. The sheer volume of data was so substantial that it momentarily left the AI segment of his soul fragment in a state of stupor. What was happening? Lin Ye was utterly befuddled. What had occurred? He had only just packaged and sent it. How could there be orders so quickly and in such abundance? Without delay, he hastily accessed the back-end interface for clarification. Blue Star World Personal Hiring Exploration, Task Content. Delve into the magical forest to locate the lost magical crystal. Required personnel, 1. Initial quotation, 10,000 points, task deposit. 1,000 points, task requirements. Level 5, any race, must complete the task within a month, successfully retrieve the magical crystal. Ensuring its integrity, and must not disclose task details to others during the process. The Gumu Yuanjie Personal Hiring Escort. Task content. Proceed to Dawntown and escort Governor Edward safely to the imperial capital. Required personnel, 10. Initial quotation, 1,000 points, task deposit. 100 points, task requirements. Level 3, human race, must arrive within half a month, ensure the employer's safety, and comply with the laws and regulations of the town. Blue Star World Legion Hiring Protection. Task content. Assist the Tree Kingdom's army in repelling foreign invasions, conducting defensive operations at designated strategic points, and safeguarding the kingdom's borders. Required scale, Elite Legion of 10. 000 personnel. Initial quotation, 100 million points, task deposit. 10 million points, task requirements. Level 5. Must strictly adhere to the unified commands of the kingdom's army during the war. Refrain from independent actions, and hold the line until the conflict concludes. An incessant stream of orders continued to load and refresh. Within moments, the back end had accumulated over 100 million orders. Upon realizing that the orders originated from his only two employers, Lin Ye quickly sent an inquiry. What is going on, Lao Deng? Why are there so many orders? Dear esteemed mother, why did so many orders suddenly appear? Almost instantaneously, Lin Ye received their reply. Although there was no prior discussion, they provided identical responses. Seeing your structure is quite intriguing. I casually created an order reception system within the world and integrated it with yours. Just arrange for people to handle them, and they will settle the payments upon completion. Ah, is it really that lavish? Lin Ye once again felt the chasm and disparity that a casually created world-class order reception system. He was exhausted from expressing his envy. Moreover, what was more pressing was that his mercenary group, at present, only had 1 million fresh recruits. Was it that he was unwilling to accept? Gazing at the flood of orders, Lin Ye felt a pang in his heart, especially for those legion orders. His mouth was practically watering. That was a staggering sum of points. Even if he had to split it 50-50 with the mercenaries, he would still net several million as a baseline. Mother is hungry. She longs to engage. Lin Ye feels his desires stirring within him. Struggling against the allure of the points system, Lin Ye extricates his consciousness from the temptation. Currently, it is merely a trial operation, not yet officially launched. He will reconnect once tasks become available. With tears in his eyes, Lin Ye sent messages to the two prominent figures. Then, in haste, he switched the recently opened order platform to maintenance mode. Woe is me. My points. Lin Ye wept in silence. There is nothing more excruciating in this world than having a fortune laid before you only to be unable to seize it due to unpreparedness. Damn it, still asleep. Sleep on, you lazy beast. Hurry up and get up to pick cotton. No, I mean to work. The more Lin Ye thought, the more aggrieved he felt, especially upon witnessing the Blue Star inhabitants still lounging on the island in slumber. In that moment, he transformed his anguish into fury, conjuring countless rule-laden whips that he lashed down upon them. Particularly towards certain dark-hued compatriots, he could not resist delivering a few extra lashes, following the crisp sound of the whips. Anguished cries echoed through the air. That scene could only be encapsulated in a single line of poetry. The cries of the apes on both shores cannot cease, observing the Blue Star inhabitants jolted awake in pain. Lin Ye felt a surge of satisfaction. Seizing the moment before they could voice their grievances, he swiftly fled the scene, temporarily halting information reception. As long as I cannot hear you, I shall pretend you have not cursed me. After about 10 minutes, reasoning that they must have finished their tirades, Lin Ye reopened the system interface. What to do? Naturally, he intended to infiltrate the World Channel as a water army, as a fledgling company. Masquerading as a novice to stir the pot was nothing out of the ordinary. Back in the day, even he disguised himself as a young girl to attract new users. Surely, the World Channel must be bustling with activity now. Lin Ye felt a twinge of excitement. After all, it was a validation of his experimental results. Utilizing his privileges, he created a plethora of accounts featuring fair-skinned, beautiful, long-legged women to infiltrate various divisions and began to eavesdrop. At that moment, the World Channel was inundated with a flurry of messages. Zhao Haiju, wait, where the hell am I? Is this still the homeland? Who the hell just hit my dad? Show yourself. Lu Isho, what the heck? Where is this place? What happened? Jiang Wenming. Ah, where am I? I was just about to kiss my girlfriend, and why the hell do I have a third eye on my forehead? Yeshuzalai Wanzi. Is anyone there who found my panties? Could you please return them? My butt is so cold. Boo-hoo. Park Jongsang. What the hell, where is this? I haven't finished my kimchi yet. Semaida. Kuwaitian Jinshang. Baka Yuru. Where is this? You all. Where the hell have you dragged me to work? Li Hao. Boo-hoo, Mom, I want to go home. Lin Danda. Wait, I was just taking a dump. Who the hell brought me here? I haven't even wiped my butt. Ode Biao. Where are my bicycle and bananas? Zhongli. Where is this? I just finished my shower. How did I end up here? Sister-in-law. Can you see me? The initial messages were largely devoid of substance, consisting mostly of complaints about the situation. It was evident that everyone was in a state of panic. Understandably so. After all, they had been enjoying hot pot and singing at home when suddenly a hole appeared beneath their feet, plunging them into this strange place. Any rational person would be alarmed. Lin Ye refrained from intervening at this moment. Everyone was venting their emotions. Speaking would be futile, merely a waste of opportunities. Stirring the pot is an art that requires a deft hand at the right moment. After observing for a while, once the messages on the World Channel began to dwindle and clarity returned, Lin Ye's lips curled into a sly smile, with a tone infused with 3 parts coolness, 3 parts mockery, and 4 parts nonchalance. He issued a command to the AI used for his Soul Division. Split Lin. Commence the promotional video. Suddenly, the Blue Star inhabitants, previously lamenting their plight, found themselves blinded. First, darkness enveloped their vision. Then, a brand new, unfamiliar scene forcibly loaded before them. Had it not been for the dynamic perspective, they might have thought they had traveled through time once more. It was a barren, desolate planet, 2 colossal beasts gazing at each other from afar. Moments later, the promotional video concluded, and their vision returned. Before they could gather their wits, Lin Ye seamlessly unleashed a pre-prepared system announcement, introducing a new player benefit event. 10 chances for a white card draw and 1 chance for a green card draw. He even thoughtfully provided them with an operational manual, smooth as silk. In an instant, the World Channel fell into an eerie silence. However, it lasted only a brief moment. Soon, those who regained their senses began to flood the screen with frenzied messages. Liu. A mercenary. Me. I can't even pass my physical exam. And you want me to be a mercenary? Jin Juanhao. No way. I just finished my military service and haven't even returned home. Sato miho. Yamai. Chenyu. Holy crap. What a handsome monkey. What a majestic horse. That must be the law of heaven and earth. Right? It must be. Wow, wow, wow. Amy. Oh crap. Why didn't I bring my damn Barrett? Park Minju. Boo-hoo. I'm so scared. Is there any Appa who can protect me? Ayana. It's a god. It heard my call. Chun Ching Ching. Card draw. I'm familiar with that. I've drawn a red woman before. The public screen scrolled rapidly, an array of messages continuously passing by. Some expressed fear, others joy, and some anxiety. Amidst the chaos, Lin Ye also maneuvered a multitude of accounts to blend in and engage. To facilitate his endeavors, all the characters he created were stunning beauties. He did nothing but focus on those who were particularly active in the discussions and seemed less than clever, with pitiful words paired with the alluring image Lin Ye crafted. And through constant engagement, he quickly garnered a group of admirers. After establishing rapport with a few compliments and a touch of vulnerability, he gradually steered the conversation towards the card draw event. Wow, brother, you're amazing. You drew the battle body cards so quickly. How impressive. Wow, it's a bunny. So adorable. Wow, it's an ant. You're so strong, brother. Strong. You're such a tease, brother. No worries, brother. Even the little ones are adorable, regardless of what was drawn. He showered them with praise. The aim was simply to create a lively atmosphere, allowing these naive souls to gradually develop the illusion that she liked them. After that, the familiar rhythm of enticing and then retreating ensued. Pulling them in, pushing them out, pulling them in again, only to push them away once more. After a few rounds, Lin Ye amassed a collection of eager admirers. According to the usual rhythm, it was time for Lin Ye to reel them in. For instance, he could ask them what cards they desired. In fact, some admirers had already volunteered to offer Lin Ye cards. However, Lin Ye was not there to indulge in the life of goddess. He had ulterior motives for gathering these admirers. For now, he needed to dig the pond even deeper. Humanity is, in fact, a remarkably adaptable species. Under the guidance of the manual Lin Ye provided, people quickly acclimatized to life in this alternate world. Beginning to explore the various functionalities of the system, the world channel transformed from a platform of mundane complaints into a space filled with card sharing and strategies from seasoned gamblers. As for these strategies, Lin Ye merely smiled in silence, that he was well aware of the intricacies of the card pool he had meticulously crafted. Generally speaking, when drawing cards in a game, due to algorithmic constraints, certain loopholes inevitably arise. Identifying these loopholes allows one to discern the approximate odds of winning. The backend also discreetly establishes triggering conditions that if the conditions are not met, no matter how many times one draws, victory is impossible. But Lin Ye's situation was different. That was half of Lin Ye's soul's computational power. The calculations were extraordinarily robust, fair, and just, guaranteeing the absence of any hidden tricks. It is not impossible to experience consecutive successes if fortune smiles upon you. However, should luck be lacking, there exists the potential for one's points to be entirely depleted without obtaining a desirable card, for there is no safety net in place in order to facilitate the Blue Star inhabitants' quicker acclimatization. Lin Ye has meticulously crafted a myriad of figurines and item cards within the marketplace. Priced affordably and available for a limited time, one can acquire a plethora of items for merely a single point. The figurine materials consist of various spirit beasts that currently inhabit the world of stars. Upon scanning, some basic data, such as skills, will be revealed, allowing for simulated battles. This serves to deepen their impressions and familiarize them with their abilities, ensuring they can swiftly adapt when faced with real encounters in the future. The item cards, on the other hand, are tailored to meet their needs, encompassing everything from furniture to canned food. After all, not everyone enjoys sleeping outdoors, nor can all endure a diet solely of fruits. There will always be those who occasionally yearn for the flavors of home. Lin Ye, utilizing his formidable computational power, discreetly monitors their chat records, producing whatever they desire. Consequently, it did not take long for him to comprehensively address the needs of the majority. Orders are placed, and production ensues. One must admit, wielding control over a planet's rules is indeed exhilarating. Lin Ye has attained a godlike status on this celestial body, capable of accomplishing the majority of tasks through the manipulation of regulations. As the quantity of goods increases, the populace is awestruck, exclaiming that the system is truly remarkable, offering everything imaginable in truth, it is not that everything is available. Rather, it is merely that he knows precisely what they desire. Spend freely, for once your points are exhausted, you shall be compelled to venture forth to hunt spirit beasts for currency. Otherwise, you shall find it difficult to pay rent, and without funds for car draws, you might as well await your demise. Indeed, Lin Ye deliberately encourages them to expend their points. The initial 10,000 points, if one remains idle and unambitious, can last for an extensive period. Lin Ye is not here to be their devoted caretaker. He must ensure their points diminish, prompting them to earn their keep. Only by understanding the arduous nature of earning will they learn to allocate their resources wisely. This is a necessary procedure for establishing the value of currency. Thus, Lin Ye has intentionally created a wish-fulfilling marketplace, where anything one desires can be procured. Surely, there are regrets on Blue Star, things that remain unattainable. Fear not, with the introduction of another realm, as long as you possess points. Whatever you wish for shall be granted. Should something be unavailable, his associates will create it on the spot. The points are sufficient for you to launch an internet company. Furthermore, to guide public sentiment. Lin Ye has employed a beautiful account, which he has nurtured for quite some time, to boast about coveted items on the global channel. Seizing the opportunity to promote the marketplace, he openly praises those sycophants, encouraging them to purchase even more fervently. This initiates a trend of ostentatious extravagance, causing individuals to squander their resources on frivolities, while the critical car draws are forgotten in the process. Only a select few perceptive individuals have sensed the underlying currents of manipulation orchestrated by Lin Ye. They have managed to restrain their desires, refraining from unnecessary expenditures. Nevertheless, this is of little concern, for Lin Ye's target is the masses. The astute are but a minority, while the majority remains blissfully ignorant. Additionally, this presents an opportunity to widen the gap between true talents and ordinary individuals, thus clearly delineating the frontrunners. Once the leaders are established, they will possess the genuine qualification to stake their claim in this world. Presently, the common folk have yet to awaken from their sense of security, subconsciously believing they remain in that previous peaceful existence, devoid of any crisis awareness. Lin Ye aims to simultaneously offer them hope, while exponentially raising their thresholds, only to then shatter their illusions. He intends to fundamentally refresh their worldviews. It is through experiencing pain that one learns to change. 1,000 admonitions pale in comparison to a single instance of hardship. After a tranquil year, Lin Ye has finally resolved to instigate some upheaval that a year has served as the adjustment period he has granted them. Over this duration, the vast majority have expended their initial 10,000 points on a myriad of inconsequential items, leaving only a few hundred for emergencies, such as paying rent. After all, the rent for a Tier 1 treehouse amounts to merely a single point per year, that a few hundred points would suffice for several centuries. They remain oblivious to the fact that they have already undergone a transformation. Presently, the populace has collectively invested in Lin Ye to restore the fragmented island, culminating in the creation of a new continent. The island no longer resembles its former self. Instead, it has evolved into a quaint human settlement, built upon a foundation of tree-shaped houses. Utilizing the various items exchanged from Lin Ye, they have developed an array of lifestyles, including parks and shops. Roads have even been constructed, bustling with bicycles and other modes of transportation. The scene is diverse, resembling a uniquely styled ordinary town of Blue Star. The inhabitants seem to have forgotten the initial promotional imagery, as well as the purpose of their arrival. Here, danger is non-existent, and daily offerings of fruit enhance their physical well-being. They can acquire anything they desire from the past on Blue Star for a mere fraction of their points. Of course, this excludes firearms and items requiring energy expenditure. Different locales come with different rules that a single action can trigger a chain reaction. The energy source in this world is spirit energy, and technology powered by spirit energy is termed spirit technology. Their meager points are inadequate for redeeming spirit technology. However, even so, the people are content. Life may have regressed somewhat, yet comfort prevails. There is no need for employment or labor. They need not even cook, as free fruit is provided daily. Consuming it enhances their vitality and improves their skin, Should they desire something, they can simply use points to purchase it from the marketplace. Their days are spent socializing over tea, playing cards, and discussing the latest Spirit Beast figurines. Oh, and by the way, as their lives have become more affluent, Lin Ye's Spirit Beast figurines have surged in popularity. After all, they have encountered everything else. Only these items remain unique. They are rare treasures. Moreover, the diverse and peculiar spirit beasts can be simulated and controlled for battles, adding to the allure. If they're somewhat pricier, so be it. They could be treated as luxury items. What? Card draws. What a worthless endeavor. After drawing endlessly, not a single valuable item emerges. Only points cards, a sheer waste of points. Indulging in free draws merely to experience a transformation is a mere folly. Is this a mercenary life? Is this not a utopia of dreams? Only a handful of individuals sense the undercurrents swirling beneath the calm surface. The existence of a system, the mercenary world, the titanic battles depicted in promotional materials. The spirit eyes on their foreheads, and the battle physique cards. They do not believe these elements will converge to create a utopian dream world. Thus, while the masses indulge in their pleasures, these discerning few strive to cultivate their abilities. In an extraordinary realm, how can one enjoy life without extraordinary powers? They adhere to a singular principle. Truth lies beneath the edge of the strong sword, especially for those fortunate enough to draw battle physique cards through complementary opportunities. Although they currently lack the means to utilize Spirit Beast-level battle physique cards, they can still sense the immense power contained within. Where do the Spirit Beasts within the cards originate? Are they present in reality? As of now, they have yet to witness such Spirit Beasts. But what of the future? What if one day they suddenly appear? What then? Would they not be reduced to mere buffet patrons, at the very least? They must first activate the cards they possess. Yet, given the prevailing circumstances, the awareness of this minority serves little purpose. They will likely face rejection. Thus, they operate in secrecy, either individually or forming small groups, quietly seeking the path to strength. Their efforts are not in vain. Some individuals have made notable progress through relentless experimentation that a year later, 10 individuals have successfully broken through Lin Ye's seal, ascending to become official mercenaries and gaining full access to the spirit eyes. The seal has been shattered, and the thunderous tribulation has emerged. Under the daily nourishment of Lin Ye's fruits, the trifling thunder tribulations posed no challenge. After the tribulations, the Blue Star inhabitants ushered in a new epoch, witnessing the emergence of the first official mercenaries. Following the breakthroughs, the world transformed drastically. The intricate web of the world became distinctly visible, and all permissions of the treehouse were fully unlocked, while their physical forms experienced some enhancement. The changes remained modest, still within the realm of normal humanity. The most profound transformation, however, lay within their souls. Through Lin Ye's modifications, this million-strong Blue Star populace had evolved into an entirely new race, a new group marked by exceptional soul talents, yet severely specialized. Previously sealed by Lin Ye, once the seal was broken, they soared to unimaginable heights. Their gazes grew profoundly deep, as if, within a mere moment of eye contact, one could be drawn into a soul-sucking abyss. As a reward, mercenaries would receive a chance for a draw at their current stage after each breakthrough. For instance, those breaking through from the first to the second tier, and from the second to the third, would each receive a green card draw opportunity. However, these few individuals were different. Lin Ye now felt the Blue Stars were reciprocating his sentiments and asked the first 10 individuals to break through. Lin Ye regarded them as his true kin. The rest, frankly speaking, were no different from ants, aside from special rewards. Lin Ye also issued a congratulatory announcement specifically for them. System announcement. Congratulations to Yin Lai for being the first to break the seal and become the first official mercenary. Rewards. 1. Legendary, red, item card. 10-star fusion card 1, grants temporary access to green card pool for free draws, with drawn cards only usable for fusion until a 10-star battle body card is successfully created. 2. Epic, golden, item card. Legion Establishment Certificate 1, essential tool for establishing a legion. Point 3. Epic, golden, item card. Family Establishment Certificate 1, essential tool for establishing a family. Point 4. Free upgrade of treehouse space to Tier 3. With exemption from annual fees, rent-free. Point 5. Ownership of personal channel number 1. Perpetual, individual ownership, but renovation costs must be borne. Congratulations to Mu Zhe for successfully breaking the seal and becoming the second official mercenary. Rewards: 1. Legendary, red, item card. 10-star fusion card 1-2. Epic, golden, item card. Legion Establishment Certificate 1-3. Epic, golden, item card. Family Establishment Certificate 1-4. Free upgrade of treehouse space to Tier 2. With exemption from annual fees. Congratulations to Yulan for successfully breaking the seal and becoming the third official mercenary. Rewards: 1. Legendary, red, item card. 10-star fusion card 1-2. Epic, golden, item card. Legion Establishment Certificate 1-3. Exemption from annual fees. Congratulations to Eric for successfully breaking the seal and becoming the fourth official mercenary. Rewards: 1. Legendary, red, item card. 10-star fusion card 1-2. Exemption from annual fees. Congratulations to Vera for successfully breaking the seal and becoming the fifth official mercenary. Rewards: 1. Legendary, red, item card. 10-star fusion card 1-2. Exemption from annual fees. Congratulations to Jackson for successfully breaking the seal and becoming the sixth official mercenary. Rewards: 1. Legendary, red, item card. 10-star fusion card 1-2. Exemption from annual fees. Congratulations to Alicia for successfully breaking the seal and becoming the seventh official mercenary. Rewards: 1. Legendary, red, item card. 10-star fusion card 1-2. Exemption from annual fees. Congratulations to Raphael for successfully breaking the seal and becoming the eighth official mercenary. Rewards: 1. Legendary, red, item card. 10-star fusion card 1-2. Exemption from annual fees. Congratulations to Taylor for successfully breaking the seal and becoming the ninth official mercenary. Rewards: 1. Legendary, red, item card. 10-star fusion card 1-2. Exemption from annual fees. Congratulations to Lin for successfully breaking the seal and becoming the 10th official mercenary. Rewards: 1. Legendary, red, item card. 10-star fusion card 1-2. Exemption from annual fees. Upon the announcement's release, the world channel erupted in a frenzied avalanche of messages flooded the screen, reminiscent of the tense atmosphere when they first arrived. Zhang Ergu. What the heck? What is this seal? How do I break it? I want rewards too. Li Mingming. Wow, wow, wow. You guys are amazing. Need someone to warm your beds? I'm beautiful, sweet-voiced, and know how to be charming. Par Zhang sang. Everyone, don't believe that Li Mingming. She is a fraud. Last time she invited me out, a big guy showed up wanting to steal my points. When I refused, I was left crying. The worst part was he transformed midway using a card. Zhongli. 666 Choi Zhonghyun. Oh man. Brother, you're so unfortunate, but can you tell me how it feels? Zhangyu. You guys are formidable. With such strength and luck, we'll rely on you to protect us little folks. Please let us cling to your legs. Liu. Great one. Please accept my knee. Yamamoto, Katada. What strength? Just a bit of luck. What is so impressive about that? I suggest you all obediently hand over your rewards, or you'll see what I'm capable of. Zhang Yu. Hey, who let the pants off the guy upstairs? Why is your face so big? Look closely. Those are breakthrough rewards. What makes you think you can compete with them? Yamamoto, Kotada. Baka. I'm the best karate master in my family. I want a one-on-one duel with you. Zhang Yu. Oh, I thought you were something special. Coincidentally, I learned a few dogfighting moves as a child. I'm well matched that I've been fed up with you all shouting about the bull demon every day. Let's South meet in the square tonight. Don't back down, you coward. Zhao Chong. What a stroke of bad luck. Why do they get so many rewards? I broke through too. Why don't I have anything? The system must be biased. Zhan Hauren. A few brothers. You received so many good things. Can't you share a bit with everyone? Li Fong. Exactly. We're all Blue Star inhabitants, now that you've prospered. Don't forget your roots. How about lending us that legendary 10-star fusion card? No matter where one is, displaying wealth inevitably attracts such scenes. Admiration, envy, worship, jealousy, and moral coercion abound among this million-strong Blue Star populace. The first 10 to break through may not be the most intelligent, but they certainly possess the most unwavering willpower. For Lin Ye's seal-breaking requirements were fundamentally based on willpower, a basic prerequisite for becoming a strong individual. Thus, in response to these messages, none of the 10 spoke up. They were absorbed in their own pursuits, having previously been inactive and lacking friends. Therefore, even if people in the World Channel wanted to target them, they would find it impossible to seize an opportunity that a scene without its leading characters cannot continue to unfold. Within a couple of days, discussions dwindled. After all, while the rewards appeared enticing, the lack of concrete effects rendered them less impactful. Life continued for everyone. Only Lin Ye, lurking in the shadows, was secretly preparing a grand surprise. Humph! Foolish mortals, enjoy your fleeting happiness while it lasts. Lin Ye had commenced preparations for the first wave of beast invasions. Naturally, he had forgotten to painstakingly assist the 10 treasures in fusing to create 10-star battle body cards. Once the battle body card for these 10 treasures were ready, he would unleash the beasts. With sufficient combat power, casualties would be minimal. Moreover, in the days that followed, influenced by the announcement, some individuals gradually began to shed superficiality and focus on diligent cultivation. Slowly, a few began to break through. However, those who broke through afterward were not the elite talents, but rather individuals of average capabilities who relied on collective survival. Consequently, the breakthrough techniques soon spread from their lips. Naturally, those who broke through later received no additional rewards, inciting envy and reigniting discussions. However, both the top 10 who broke through first and Lin Ye remained indifferent to them. Their attention was solely focused on the continually shifting fusion pool. Each of the 10 top individuals had one each before them, while Lin Ye had 10 before him. With infinite opportunities for drawing cards, the top 10 were utterly devoid of any respite. Day and night, they incessantly cast their cards into the fray. Lin Ye stood behind, tirelessly fusing, and fusing again. Initially, he was mindful of the spirit beasts he had cast into the mix. However, as their numbers swelled exponentially and failures mounted, he grew weary of keeping track. Ultimately, whatever emerged from the fusion could be analyzed and reverse-engineered later. Thus, he paid little heed and allocated a portion of his soul to this endeavor. His primary consciousness, meanwhile, was engaged in peering into the world of the Blue Star inhabitants. Ever since Lin Ye had devised a method for utilizing fragments of his soul, his life had markedly improved. Whenever there was a task at hand, he would dispatch a fragment to handle it, allowing him to idle in the meantime. His primary consciousness was free to indulge in entertainment. Entirely unaffected, his soul, now immensely potent, could be divided without end. Finally, after a month's passage, the foremost fusion pool began to exhibit signs of change. Upon receiving a notification from the idle fragment, Lin Ye promptly retracted his gaze from the cinematic world, redirecting it to assess the situation. Upon inspection, he was indeed astounded. The fusion pool, belonging to Yen Lai, was now imbued with a distinctly crimson aura, swirling with an air of insatiable dominance. What a marvel! I must see how this was achieved. Lin Ye began to peruse the operational logs left by the idle fragment. Upon reading, he discerned an anomaly. The fragment had somehow drawn down a wisp of Yen Lai's life imprint. Utilizing this imprint's essence, it had lured countless shards from the fusion pool to adhere to it, subsequently employing its innate talents to coalesce them. Lin Ye slapped his forehead in realization. Could it be done this way? What a revelation! Who claimed that machines lack creativity compared to humans? This was a perfect counterexample. If it had been left to Lin Ye alone, he would never have conceived of using a life imprint as bait. Nevertheless, success is success, regardless of the method. Lin Ye readily embraced this outcome, swallowing the essence that had been fused, and began to analyze it with his talents. Flame Dragon of Radiance. What manner of being is this? How does it bear traces of both fire and light attributes? And it is dragon-related. What exactly has been created here? Lin Ye had an inkling he had fused something extraordinary. Regardless, whether it was dragon or insect, only experimentation would reveal the truth. Using this essence as a template, Lin Ye incessantly evolved various structures, assembling them one after another. Gradually, the similar essence began to multiply. Once they reached a critical mass, they began to coalesce and split of their own accord. After a considerable time, Lin Ye found himself lost in thought as he gazed upon the figure before him. Its entire form, akin to a serpent of blazing red, bore a human face with two enormous vertical eyes that shone like twin suns. Holy moly, could this be? No way! This surely cannot be the Candle Dragon. Staring at the magnificent entity he had crafted, Lin Ye was rendered speechless. A body of fiery red, a human-faced serpent with sun-like eyes. Was this not the Candle Dragon? Simultaneously, in an unknown star domain, a colossal dragon, resembling Lin Ye's creation on an exaggerated scale, loomed across the cosmos. Boundless energy surged within it, while countless stars flickered into oblivion upon its presence. Suddenly, the dragon seemed disturbed by an unseen force. Abruptly opening its eyes, it was as if stars were exploding. In an instant, the entire star domain illuminated as bright as day, and hundreds of nearby stars were reduced to ashes. Who dares to probe the essence of my bloodline? Following the source of its bloodline. The Candle Dragon traversed through boundless time and space, glimpsing the ancient wood source realm, the world star, and of course, Lin Ye. So this audacious little fellow is the culprit. The true essence is indeed the world tree. But isn't the world tree incapable of birthing consciousness? It appears to have emerged from the blue star world. No wonder it could draw upon my bloodline. Very well, considering our shared origins, I shall not trouble you further. This body I bestow upon you. With that, the Candle Dragon relinquished its control over the body. Withdrawing its will as it departed, it graciously bestowed Lin Ye with a blessing upon the arrival of the Candle Dragon's consciousness. Lin Ye felt a profound awareness, and own need to inquire. It was simply a matter of rules being upheld, ensuring no one could trespass into his domain uninvited, of course. Knowing this was one thing. Acting upon it was another matter entirely. In the face of the Candle Dragon's presence, Lin Ye experienced a sensation reminiscent of his previous encounters with the will of the blue star and the ancient wood source realm. An insurmountable, magnificent force. The difference lay in the fact that the wills of the two worlds were inherently sacred, stemming from an essence of greatness. In contrast, the Candle Dragon's greatness was underpinned by unparalleled strength. This being had comprehended the laws of light and flame to the utmost degree. As it descended, Lin Ye could feel the fire and light rules of the world star rejoicing, as if welcoming a true deity. Lin Ye felt a peculiar sense of insignificance, akin to an ant gazing at the heavens. The disparity was unfathomable. He hardly dared to speak, fearing that any utterance might provoke the wrath of this formidable entity, resulting in his immediate demise. Fortunately, during the Candle Dragon's descent, a softly glowing blue portal within his consciousness provided Lin Ye with a modicum of reassurance that he understood that his backing had arrived. After all, who could truly bear to witness their child perish? Although the will of the blue star had sought to foster independence, it would certainly intervene in the face of genuine peril. In truth, Lin Ye had misjudged the situation. Had it been any other formidable entity, they would have remained indifferent. For the weaker ones, their demise would simply be a consequence of insufficient strength for those of comparable might. If they could not contend, they ought to reflect on their own efforts as for the truly powerful, outside their own realm. If one did not afford them respect, they would be equally powerless. Moreover, independence was genuine independence. It truly could not be managed. Every so often, a child with potential destined to become a realm master would emerge to forge their own path. If assistance were rendered to all, one would be burdened with debts of gratitude across the universe. Naturally, should an exceptionally promising individual arise, intervention would be forthcoming. Lin Ye was evidently deserving of such consideration. However, the reason for the Candle Dragon's appearance this time was fundamentally different. It, too, was one of the children that had ventured forth from the Blue Star world. Yet it had emerged eons before Lin Ye. Now, it had matured to a level comparable to its ancient progenitor. Even more astonishing was the fact that many such beings of this caliber existed within the Blue Star will. This highlighted the true worth of the benevolent mother figure. Hence, the reason why the will of the Blue Star could thrive as mercenaries in the cosmos, why the will of the ancient would source realm, despite being a great existence, had to show deference. Was it due to wealth? No, it was due to an abundance of connections. Should one encounter a disrespectful individual, while they might not be able to shield themselves, they certainly could not prevent their wayward children from seeking retribution, though conflicts may arise among them. The words of the benevolent mother held significant sway. Just like Lin Ye, should the will of the Blue Star ever have need of him, he would certainly lend his aid. What? How to seek retribution? Although the Lord of the Realm may be immensely powerful, they cannot inflict harm upon the will of the world. Yet, even a being of such caliber finds itself at the mercy of the world's will. Their own vassals are not capable of contending with it. Even if they were to pay a significant price to wield the authority of the world, they would find it a temporary solution. The adversary could simply depart after causing chaos. While they cannot be wounded, they can certainly vex you to the point of despair. Without fail, they would come to exploit your resources, leaving behind a scene of devastation, resulting in the obliteration of tens of millions of life planets. As the numbers escalate, the destruction becomes even more catastrophic. The entire cosmos of life planets would face annihilation. Would any progress be possible then? Of course, if one has no intention of cultivating life planets. Then invincibility is indeed achievable, that a world with no aspirations possesses no weaknesses whatsoever. The question arises, why is it that such a promising endeavor is undertaken solely by the will of the Blue Star? Although the wills of the world are inherently sacred, their natures are also innate and immutable. The essence of a world will is a unique product woven from various rules. They are the special manifestations at the intersections of these rules. If they are naturally irritable, they shall remain so eternally. If they are inherently benevolent, they will forever embody that kindness. Thus, the will of the Blue Star is exceptional, that it is innately compassionate, dominated by the element of water. And, under its gentle demeanor, it treats its subjects as a true mother would her children. Ordinary beings do not count. They are too insignificant to warrant attention. Furthermore, given that the Blue Star is an ancient world, it has earned an unassailable reputation as the most formidable entity in the universe. In terms of strength within its realm, it may not be the mightiest. Regarding its origins, it may not be the wealthiest. Yet, when it comes to being the least troublesome, it undoubtedly holds that title. Countless formidable beings have emerged from it, each more extraordinary than the last. After countless years, who knows how many there may be? Perhaps a powerful entity resides right next door. As long as you do not provoke it, all is well. But should trouble arise, a mere beckoning could lead to your demise. Lin Ye was unaware of his mother's formidable reputation. Yet he once again experienced the advantages of having a powerful backing. Look at this. What is a backing? It is incredibly advantageous. Mother, Lin Ye silently gave a thumbs up to his mother, then began to inspect his body. It seemed that when Zhulong departed, it had left behind something. Could it be a tracking mark? Were they planning to send someone after him? Before long, Lin Ye perceived a fiery red mark in his consciousness. Upon contact, information flowed forth. Zhulong's blessing, a special enhancement mark that grants affinity with the rules of fire and light, increases the likelihood of the birth of sacred fire and light artifacts within the realm, and enhances the proportion of living beings' fire and light talents, bestowing a fragment of Zhulong's fortune. Well, what a surprise! Lin Ye had not anticipated such a beneficial outcome. Given Zhulong's imposing presence, he had thought it might come to hold him accountable. He had prepared himself to call for his parent, but who could have imagined that the great Zhulong would be so benevolent? Not only did it not chastise him for researching its physical structure without permission, but it even came to bestow a blessing. Tears welled up in Lin Ye's eyes. Are all top-tier entities this friendly? To be honest, Lin Ye did indeed begin to harbor such an illusion. Among the 3 top-tier entities he had encountered thus far, each possessed an exceptionally amiable disposition. The will of the Blue Star speaks for itself. It is his mother, utterly impeccable. As for the ancient tree spirit, although it was not particularly loquacious, it was also a broad-minded and kind-hearted individual. Just look at how it did not retaliate against Lin Ye despite having a massive life planet seized from it. In fact, it even offered assistance in healing when Lin Ye was injured. What a wonderful being! Now, even the newly encountered Zhulong is so friendly. Could it be that all top-tier entities are good-hearted? Of course, such a notion was fleeting. In truth, he was merely riding on the coattails of his mother. Otherwise, a person of his caliber would not even qualify to appear in the presence of someone like Zhulong. Oh, but perhaps not. A world tree that has birthed a will is still quite rare. It could easily take him as a servant or simply erase Lin Ye's consciousness to conduct research. Have you seen how the ancient wood source realm is currently under siege? They have invaded right into the heart of it, and several realm lords have already perished. Countless others beneath the realm lord have also met their demise. War and plunder are the main themes of cosmic development. Nevertheless, regarding Zhulong's favor, Lin Ye, though unaware of the reasons behind it, was undeterred as he sought to capitalize on this opportunity. Without hesitation, he initiated a contact request through the connection of the blessing mark. It was a rare chance to encounter a friendly top-tier entity. He had to hold on tight. This was a prime opportunity for a significant client. On the other side, as Zhulong withdrew its will and prepared to return to slumber, it suddenly sensed that the blessing mark it had left behind was activated. Instantly, it felt a tinge of displeasure. This kid, getting a bit too bold. I bestowed upon you a token of goodwill out of respect for your mother, and now you dare to chase after me. Are you a tad ungrateful, young fellow? Very well, I shall observe what you intend to do. If you cannot produce something worthwhile today, you shall surely learn a lesson about respecting the strong and honoring your elders. With that, it descended once more upon the artificial form of Zhulong, ready to see what tricks Lin Ye was up to. This action diminished its goodwill towards him as a junior. Lin Ye naturally understood that such actions carried the risk of offending a great entity. Yet, the opportunity to meet such a being was rare and worth the risk. Moreover, he was merely there to present a terminal, to be precise. He was there to offer a benefit, that he was not seeking trouble. Surely he would not face punishment for this. Although he currently belonged to a small faction, surely even great entities have tasks they would prefer not to undertake themselves? What if they had a need? Once he felt the presence of the will descending again, Lin Ye knew the great entity had arrived. He dared not waste words, fearing to upset the great entity, and promptly presented the terminal while sincerely expressing his intentions. Alongside, he granted permanent access to a 10 discount. Lin Ye was still splitting profits with the mercenaries 50-50. When divided, that meant Zhulong's order, he would only receive 45, which was already a significant loss. What? Shouldn't one show gratitude without taking a cut from the mercenaries? What nonsense! Lin Ye was fortunate not to have deducted everything from the mercenaries. What morality could one discuss with capitalists, seeing Lin Ye offer something? Zhulong relaxed considerably. Very well. As long as he does not ask for favors, it is acceptable. After all, they came from the same lineage. Zhulong did not wish to encounter a Na'vi youth. Being constantly troubled would only lead to dissatisfaction. At this level of existence, progress and strength had become exceedingly slow. Zhulong's greatest pleasure now was sleeping. Should Lin Ye lack understanding of social nuances, it might consider retracting the blessing. However, while it relaxed, it did not heed Lin Ye's intentions. Lin Ye was still too weak, lacking the qualification to engage in conversation. After listening, Zhulong departed, taking with it the terminal seed Lin Ye had offered. Once Zhulong had left, Lin Ye finally exhaled in relief. Engaging in dialogue with a great entity was indeed a daunting task. Fortunately, Zhulong had taken the seed, which indicated that the arrangement was successful. As expected, when Lin Ye later accessed the management backend, he found that a new entry had appeared under formal clients, Zhulong. Moreover, it was marked with a 10 discount, which stood out prominently at that moment. Lin Ye recalled that he, the unfilial son, had not extended any discounts to his mother, that he hurriedly added a substantial discount for the will of the Blue Star, a generous 30. This shall be the utmost discount proffered by Lin Ye. It is unlikely that such a generous offer will arise again in the future, for the ancient tree elder. After some contemplation, Lin Ye decided to extend a discount to it as well. One even surpassing that granted to the Candle Dragon, at a rate of 85. That after all, the elder is exceedingly benevolent, and Lin Ye could not show favoritism. Accompanying Lin Ye's modifications, the task interface automatically synchronized, ensuring that any future orders received would be calculated at the discounted price. Upon returning, the Candle Dragon, intrigued, toyed with the various tree species. Truth be told, it found the endeavor quite engaging. Regrettably, the system had yet to be officially launched. For now, it could only authenticate but not place orders. Thus, after a brief period of amusement, it lost interest and carelessly discarded the matter into a corner before retiring for the night, having settled matters with the esteemed Candle Dragon. Lin Ye turned his attention to the newly crafted body of the Candle Dragon. With a mere thought, he imported the data into the mercenary system, initiating the automatic generation of the battle body card. As the Soul Division system operated at high speed, the closed-eyed form of the Candle Dragon swiftly vanished from sight, replaced by a novel card adorned with a green background interspersed with vibrant hues. Flame Emperor Candle Dragon exclusive to Lin Ye. Blue Star China. Fire Attribute. Green 10 stars. Great. First tier Flame Radiance. The Flame Emperor Candle Dragon inhales deeply, compressing the flames and light energy within its being. Then unleashes a colossal beam of potent energy from its mouth. Flame Shield. A golden flame shield ignites around the Candle Dragon, defending against enemy assaults while converting a portion of the damage sustained into its own energy. During the shield's existence, the Flame Emperor Candle Dragon's attack and defense are significantly enhanced. Recursion. When the Flame Emperor Candle Dragon employs its skills, it temporarily distorts time within a certain radius, allowing it to revert damage and negative states according to a specific ratio. Judgment. The Flame Emperor Candle Dragon sweeps its tail, carving golden flame trails through the air. These trails manifest into countless burning light blades that swiftly dart towards foes, inflicting substantial damage while inducing burning and purifying effects, causing enemies to bleed continuously and stripping them of beneficial states. Solar Descent. The Flame Emperor Candle Dragon roars to the heavens, summoning a colossal sun engulfed in golden flames, which gradually descends upon a battlefield. The sun's radiance and intense heat envelop the area, relentlessly inflicting massive fire and light damage upon adversaries, while blinding them and slowing their movements until its disappearance. This card embodies the essence of a legendary beast chronicled in ancient lore. With its gaze ushering in day and its slumber heralding night, its breath brings winter, while its exhale summons summer, possessing dominion over the cycles of day and night as well as the seasons. This is a card blessed by an ancient being, endowed with the capacity for growth. My word, it appears quite formidable. Although merely a first-tier card, its potential for growth is nothing short of remarkable. A future brimming with possibilities. The claim it possesses the potential of a realm lord would not be an exaggeration. Much like Lin Ye himself, provided there is sufficient energy, breaking through to realm lord status is a foregone conclusion. Lin Ye now comprehended the gravity of his previous underestimations. Indeed, the creation of a battle body with realm lord potential was no trivial matter. The birth of a race of such caliber would warrant recognition from the cosmic consciousness itself, akin to Lin Ye's own journey. Who among them has not achieved greatness through their own efforts? Lin Ye, merely fortunate enough to have commandeered the world tree's essence, now stood at this juncture. The Flame Emperor Candle Dragon, drawn by the imprint of fiery life, coalesced from the lingering essence of the Candle Dragon. This singular creation was beyond Lin Ye's ability to replicate. Attempting to lure forth another using the life imprint of the next individual would pose a dilemma. Such actions would surely be sensed by the influential figures involved. If they found it offensive, might they not come forth to exact retribution upon Lin Ye? The thought instilled a modicum of trepidation within him. Who could say if the next eminent figure would be as amiable as the Candle Dragon? Yet, Lin Ye felt a pang of reluctance. After all, this was a 10-star card with the potential for growth. Moreover, 9 others awaited their turn. After deliberating, Lin Ye resolved to seek the counsel of the Blue Star Consciousness. Should she offer her support, he would proceed. If necessary, he could always retreat and assume the role of a guardian. With this in mind, he compiled the information regarding the Candle Dragon and sent it to the Blue Star Consciousness. Lin Ye was aware of her recent visit, yet presence and communication are two distinct matters. It is imperative to approach such requests with decorum. Before long, Lin Ye received a reply. Upon reading it, a wave of elation washed over him. It turns out to be an elder brother who departed many years ago. As I suspected, there is no such thing as unprovoked affection. Once again, Lin Ye marveled at the magnificence of the Blue Star realm. Being born in this world was undoubtedly the greatest boon of his existence. Given this revelation, he resolved to proceed. The Blue Star Consciousness had also affirmed that creatures summoned using the life imprints of Blue Star inhabitants would originate from the Blue Star realm. While not all may possess amiable dispositions, the presence of the Blue Star Consciousness would at least ensure he would not be harmed. If any individual proved unwilling, He could simply dismantle the reconstructed battle body. With a flick of his wrist, Lin Ye distributed the newly crafted Flame Emperor Candle Dragon battle body card, and once again activated the fusion furnace for the remaining 9 individuals, though not all would succeed. As the first 10 to break through in the Blue Star realm, they should all qualify for recognition by the essence of a divine beast. Regardless, it was worth a try, though he wondered how long it would take. Lin Ye could not afford to wait indefinitely. It was time to prepare for the impending beast tide. With a mere thought, numerous spatial passages manifested around the island where the mercenaries gathered. One after another, azure ferocious wolves emerged from the rifts. Their eyes gleamed with a bloodthirsty glint, some even dripping with blood and flesh. Upon landing, they remained poised, awaiting the arrival of their king. However, Lin Ye had no intention of allowing the Wolf King to enter the fray just yet. The wolf packs of this world were unlike those of Blue Star. Only those with exceptional prowess could thrive in the realm of spirit beasts. They are all descendants of the wind spirit wolf, inherently aligned with the wind element and possessing remarkable speed. These creatures were deliberately preserved by Lin Ye as an early experience package to prevent the annihilation of humanity. Lin Ye even sealed their spiritual eyes. Nevertheless, they still vastly surpass ordinary beasts in combat prowess. After such a prolonged period of free benefits, the mercenaries almost universally possess a fierce beast card, with many having even drawn the spirit beast form. Should they transform, ordinary beasts would struggle to pose a significant threat to them. However, should true spirit beasts arrive, they would be excessively formidable. This delicate group, nurtured in a greenhouse, would likely be unable to withstand such power. Lin Ye certainly does not wish to witness substantial losses. Furthermore, this is merely the prelude. The main event has yet to commence. When 20 wind wolves emerge from each passage, Lin Ye temporarily shuts the portals. In this first phase, a squad of 20 ordinary-level wind wolves suffices. Upon seeing the spatial passage close, the wind wolves realize that their wolf king will not be coming. However, this does not pose a problem, as they can select a new king and form a new pack based on their wolf squads. The wolf clan has always operated in this manner. As long as there are members present, a king will never be absent. After a brief moment of chaos, several wind wolves stand forth from each squad. These wind wolves appear significantly more robust than the others, clearly displaying their formidable strength. Indeed, these wolves were originally the captains of their respective squads, the strongest among the ordinary wolves. With both strength and prestige, they are the undisputed choices for the Wolf Kings in the absence of their clan. Soon enough, each newly appointed Wolf King ascends, leading their packs of wind wolves to formally explore this unfamiliar continent. Their unified direction is unmistakably towards the various outer gathering places of humanity. This is Lin Ye's design that he has subtly implanted suggestions within the wolf pack that, if they're to seek trouble, they must indeed target the right individuals. Humans, hailing from all corners of Blue Star, could not possibly remain together. Initially, there was a degree of tolerance. However, as the population grew, the absence of law became glaringly evident. Clashing ideologies and rampant malevolent incidents soon led to a fragmentation into a unique structure of numerous small gathering places surrounding a central city. And thus, the beast tide begins from these outer gathering spots. The night, thick as ink, envelopes all in silence. Xiaochang village lies shrouded in tranquility, save for the occasional crackle of embers from the bonfire at the square's center. At the gate, the assigned Xiao Hua is dozing off, his head bobbing drowsily in the comfort of the guardhouse. Suddenly, a chill wind sweeps into the booth, causing Xiao Hua to shiver violently, jolting him awake. "Bira, it's cold," he exclaims. What was Brother Chong thinking, insisting on a guard post? It's been a year, and what danger could there possibly be? Why must I freeze out here at night? He grumbles, tightening his cotton jacket and gazing idly out towards the village's edge. Just then, a faint rustling sound drifts from the distance. Initially, he assumes it is merely the wind stirring the leaves, paying it no mind. Yet the sound grows closer and more intense, as if a large group is charging towards the village. Xiao Hua's heart tightens, the drowsiness vanishing as he widens his eyes, fixating on the depths of the darkness in the dim moonlight. He is horrified to see pairs of eerie green eyes flickering in the night. Rapidly approaching the village, wolves, a pack of wolves. Xiao Hua screams in panic, frantically activating the alarm. The urgent ringing shatters the village's tranquility, rousing the villagers from their slumber, who hastily grab weapons and rush outside. Brother Chong is the first to reach the square, shouting, "Everyone, stay calm. Grab your weapons and prepare for defense before stepping out." The wolves surge towards them like a tide of azure, numbering over 20. They are lithe and agile, exuding an aura of wildness. The leading wolf howls towards the sky, its voice echoing through the night, signaling the pack to charge even more frantically towards the village. Brother Chong brandishes his pitchfork, bravely confronting an oncoming wolf. Yet the wind wolf is no ordinary creature. With a mere twist of its body, it evades Brother Chong's pitchfork, swiftly delivering a powerful paw strike to his chest. In an instant, blood splatters as Brother Chong is sent flying, deep claw marks etched across his torso. Hiss! The villagers, armed with their spears and clubs, are left aghast at the sight. It is known that Brother Chong is a veteran soldier. Having undergone enhancements since arriving in this world, his physical abilities far surpassing those of an average human. Yet even he is sent sprawling with a single blow, and there are many more ferocious wolves behind him. A formidable wolf king is also among them. How can they possibly fight? Fear grips the villagers, leaving them frozen in place, eyes wide with terror, unsure of what to do to that moment from a distance. Brother Chong finally regains his composure. Struggling to his feet, he sees the villagers paralyzed by fear and urgently shouts, "What are you all doing standing there? Get back now. These are not ordinary wolves." Only then do the villagers remember to flee, scrambling towards the tree houses. However, the wind wolves would not let such easy prey escape. Instinct tells them that these humans are of great value. They dart forward, pursuing their quarry. The lead wolf swiftly closes in on a woman from behind, leaping high and opening its gaping maw, aiming for a head point one bite, which surely result in a gruesome fate. Just then, an iron pitchfork flies out of nowhere, piercing through the azure wolf's body and pinning it to the ground. The pack of wolves halts in shock, turning to the source of the pitchfork. To their astonishment, it is Brother Chong's location. Yet there is no longer any sign of him. In his place stands a towering, 2-meter-tall, earthy yellow stone ape. The azure wolves, bewildered by the sudden turn of events, recognize that this creature is clearly an enemy. Quickly, more than 10 wind wolves split off, encircling the stone ape under the Wolf King's command. The stone ape, no, perhaps it should be called Brother Chong, is filled with relief. He is grateful he remembered the existence of the beast form card just in time. Otherwise, that woman's head would have surely been bitten off. However, this is not the time to relax. There are still over 10 wolves in pursuit. Thus, he shouts, "Everyone, stay calm. Quickly use your beast form card to transform." He then breaks off a nearby streetlight, wielding it as a weapon to engage the encroaching wind wolves. Brother Chong swings the streetlight, creating a gust of wind with each strike, sending clouds of dust soaring into the air. Several of the foremost wind wolves are knocked back by the sheer force, howling in pain. The Wolf King, witnessing this, roars in fury, launching itself high into the air, its sharp claws aimed at Brother Chong's throat. Unfazed, Brother Chong positions the streetlight horizontally, blocking the lethal strike. Metal clashes against claws, sparks flying in the night. "Everyone hurry! There's no time." Brother Chong's voice reverberates through the night. Xiao Hua is the first to react, trembling hands pulling out his beast form card from his spiritual eye, chanting, "Come forth, Digga, no wind leopard." In an instant, a radiant light envelopes him, and when it dissipates, Xiao Hua has transformed into a striking wind leopard, adorned with pale blue patterns, his speed surpassing even that of the azure wolves. He darts into the pack, disrupting their encirclement. Seeing this, the others finally snap out of their stupor, consecutively using their beast form cards to transform. Sister Lin morphs into a spiky porcupine, charging at the pursuing azure wolves, which recoil in fear from her formidable quills, unsure of how to approach her as they circle around, searching for an opportunity to attack. Old Li transforms into an immensely powerful brown bear, his paws flying with ferocity. Although his movements were sluggish and ineffective in inflicting harm, he nonetheless forced the swift winds of wolves to retreat repeatedly. With heavy steps, he charged towards the pack besieging Chong. sweeping several wolves aside with a powerful wave of his hands. Seizing the moment, Achong thrust a streetlight forcefully into the ground. Harnessing this momentum, he leapt high into the air, executing a swift turn before delivering a kick to the Wolf King. Caught off guard, the Wolf King was struck in the side, tumbling several times on the ground before regaining its footing. The stone ape was a martial artist. None could withstand his prowess at that moment. The assault of the wolf pack noticeably diminished, their ranks beginning to show signs of panic, that Achong seized the opportunity to shout, "Everyone, charge together and drive them away." Upon hearing this, the morale of the group surged. Each individual leveraging their combat prowess to engage in the final struggle against the wolves in an instant. The road was transformed into a chaotic battleground, with various beasts clashing amidst the azure-hued wolf pack. After a fierce battle, the wolves could no longer withstand the onslaught and, under the leadership of their king, fled in disarray. Achong and his companions subsequently dispelled their battle forms, collapsing onto the ground. Gasping for breath, the village fell into a profound silence, broken only by the occasional groans of the wounded. It was thanks to Achong this time. Otherwise, we would have perished in the jaws of the wolf pack. Indeed, one wonders where these azure wolves originated, exhibiting such ferocity. Reminiscing about the recent peril, Xiao Hua still felt a chill run down her spine. Sister Lin busied herself tending to the injured Chong, bandaging his wounds while lamenting. Regardless of the circumstances, we endured, though Achong has sustained severe injuries. In the aftermath of the battle, Achong bore the brunt of the injuries. The wounds inflicted during his battle form mirrored those from reality, compounded by injuries sustained prior to transformation, rendering his condition nearly indescribable. His arm was on the verge of being torn apart. At this point, he had succumbed to unconsciousness. Oldly silently picked up the long spear from the ground, his gaze flickering as if lost in contemplation. That a few younger girls could no longer contain their emotions, retreating to a corner to stifle their sobs. At that moment, the most boisterous member of the group, Xiao Hua, suddenly exclaimed, "Everyone, look at the World Channel. Other places are also under attack by azure wolves." The group was taken aback, hastily opening the World Channel to investigate. As expected, the previously mundane World Channel was now inundated with frantic messages discussing the azure wolf invasion. Living in an era of peace, none had witnessed such chaos. Each individual was thoroughly frightened, flooding the channel with their outcries. Xiao lamented, "Oh, where did these azure wolves come from? They are so formidable. My poor husband was devoured the moment he stepped outside." Zhongli interjected, "Stop crying. Who will save us? Our village is still fighting. The village chief is already dead. We need help." Yin Lai urged, "Everyone, do not panic. Azure wolves are not to be underestimated. We must employ our battle forms to combat them. Those needing assistance, swiftly join Channel 1 and share your locations. I will assemble a team to rescue you." Amidst the chaos and despair of the World Channel, messages cascaded like snowflakes. Zhao Dainyu exclaimed, "Wonderful. It's the first one to break through, Yin Lai. Big boss, please save me. Here are my coordinates." His voice, laden with desperation, resonated through the cacophony, each word infused with a yearning for life. Zhongli quickly responded, "Brother upstairs, pay attention to the rules. For help, you need to go to Yin Lai's dedicated Channel 1. I will send my coordinates now." With that, he shifted his consciousness, swiftly switching channels to send his coordinates. Zhen Haoran shouted, "Yin Lai, you big fool. Why did you attack me? I merely asked for a card. If you refuse, that's fine, but why send someone to ambush me? Are you even human?" Zhang Yu added, "Everyone, do not listen to this fool. He is from my village. We were saved by Yin Lai before, yet he has the audacity to demand a card. To be honest, I was the one who ambushed him. A traitor like him deserves to be bitten by wolves." The World Channel erupted with a cacophony of accusations, curses, and pleas for help, descending into utter disarray. In contrast, Channel 1 maintained an air of order. The screen was filled with a multitude of coordinate messages, quietly scrolling by. This was not due to the self-discipline of the participants, but rather Yin Lai's foresight. He had invested significant points to establish speaking permissions for the channel. Only coordinates were permitted, effectively preventing irrelevant information from disrupting the rescue efforts. That moment, Yin Lai was diligently traversing the rescue route with his meticulously assembled reserve mercenary group. Following his successful breakthrough and reward, he had tirelessly set about forming a mercenary corps. During the card fusion period, he scoured various villages, seeking to recruit those with the potential to break through or who had already succeeded. Utilizing his charisma and the vision for his future mercenary group, he successfully gathered a cohort of individuals. Now, the reserve team had expanded to over 100 members. Little did anyone anticipate that before the mercenary group could officially establish itself, a calamity in the form of an Azure Wolf attack would strike. Yet, Yin Lai understood that this was both a crisis and an opportunity. The reputation garnered in peaceful times could not compare to the valor of saving lives in peril. Although preparations were not yet complete, he acted decisively, plunging headfirst into the fray against the Azure Wolves with his 112 reserve members. He was determined to use this real battle to lay a solid foundation for his Crimson Flame mercenary corps. Hope Village, Central Square. Once vibrant, the square had now devolved into a veritable hell on earth. The central square was a chaotic tapestry of ruins and bloodstains, with hundreds of Azure Wolves encircling a dozen formidable beasts of various forms. Among these beasts were the majestic brown bear, the agile tiger, and even a rather peculiar kangaroo. They huddled together without any semblance of strategy, forming a circle with their backs to each other. Fur bristling, eyes fixed intently on the advancing Azure Wolves, they remained poised, ready to meet the next wave of attack. Transforming into a fire tiger, Zhongli gazed at this dire situation with a heart full of bitterness. Hope Village had once been the largest settlement in the region, bustling with over 200 inhabitants during its heyday. Yet now, a single Azure Wolf raid had reduced the population to fewer than 100. Logically, greater numbers should translate to greater strength. Even Xiaochong Village had managed to hold its ground. Why was it that this village could not? In truth, while larger numbers do confer strength, they also present a larger target. Azure Wolves are not ordinary beasts. Faced with such a vast crowd, they were adept at covertly gathering and coordinating their assault. When their numbers swelled to around 1,000, they launched a surprise attack, catching the villagers completely off guard. The villagers of Hope Village, having grown accustomed to peaceful days, were entirely oblivious to the encroaching danger. When the Azure Wolves struck, the villagers scrambled to respond, lacking any effective strategy. In the initial wave of attack, dozens fell amidst the bloodshed. The seemingly sturdy, yet ultimately flimsy, walls crumbled like paper under the relentless assault of the Azure Wolves. They surged into the village like a tide, slaughtering indiscriminately, and the entire village was swiftly engulfed in fear and despair. Amidst the chaos, only a handful of villagers who had not ventured far escaped into tree houses, managing to salvage their lives. The majority of the villagers barely had time to grasp their weapons before the Azure Wolf's sharp claws and fangs claimed their lives. Were it not for Zhang Li's quick reflexes, transforming at the first opportunity and rallying his combat-capable friends to intervene, the death toll would have been even higher. Yet now, although they had temporarily saved some villagers, they found themselves trapped in a dire predicament. The Azure Wolves had them tightly encircled in the central square. As time passed, the Azure Wolves continued to multiply, constricting their encirclement. "Brothers, hold on. I've already sent the coordinates to Big Boss Yin Lai. As long as he arrives with his team, we will be saved." Zhongli forced himself to remain upbeat, shouting to instill a glimmer of hope in his companions. Yet as the words left his mouth, even he felt the tremor of uncertainty, with so many calling for help. Could Big Boss Yin Lai truly arrive in time? Moreover, even if a breakthrough powerhouse were to come, could they really turn the tide against this dense throng of Azure Wolves? The crowd fell into a profound silence, each individual silently striving to regain their strength, their eyes revealing an unwavering determination, as if they were prepared to face death head-on. They all understood that at this moment, words would serve no purpose. They could only fight with every ounce of their being. "That I apologize for dragging you all out to rescue others. It is solely my fault." Zhang Li's voice trembled slightly. Suffused with remorse, he recognized that they could have sought refuge in the treehouse. It was his impassioned rallying cry that had compelled everyone to charge forth. Yet now, while the lives they sought to save were secured, they had sacrificed themselves in the process. The very individuals they rescued were now safely ensconced within the protective confines of the treehouse. Too fearful to utter a single cry, such indifference and inaction were enough to chill the heart. But now, regret was futile. They could only grit their teeth, quietly recuperating their strength, awaiting the impending assault from the blue wolves. Or perhaps, a miracle. Just as Zhang Li and his companions were engulfed in despair, preparing for their final stand, a piercing cry erupted from the heavens. Suddenly, a blinding azure light emerged on the horizon, as if a tempest was hurtling towards them at breakneck speed. Following this, a sharp bird call resonated throughout the land, causing all the blue wolves present to instinctively recoil. The crowd was equally startled by this avian sound. Hastily looking up, they beheld a colossal azure eagle soaring through the sky, and as it passed overhead, a man clad in a long robe of black adorned with red patterns leaped from the eagle's back. In midair, he swiftly transformed, morphing into a blazing sun engulfed in fiery crimson flames, plummeting down with tremendous force. With a resounding crash, the blazing sun struck the horde of blue wolves, the red flames rapidly spreading across the ground, consuming dozens of wolves that could not escape, reducing them to ashes. The azure eagle circled above, its wings stirring up fierce winds, while the surrounding flames scorched the air, creating intricate ripples as he touched the ground. 3-foot-high flames of crimson gold erupted from the cracked earth, voraciously engulfing over 30 nearby blue wolves below. Resonant dragon's roar reverberated from within the depths of the flames, as the humanoid silhouette rose higher amidst the swirling heat. When the 7-meter-tall body of the blazing dragon was fully revealed, its golden-patterned claws were firmly gripping the throat of the wolf pack's leader. The melted wolf's head dripped onto the scorched earth. Sizzling audibly, it was the fiery overlord. The blood-soaked fire tiger suddenly reared up, its front paws smashing the blue wolves attempting to ambush, its beastly eyes radiating a euphoric thrill of survival. I knew the overlord would come. The candle dragon, perched at the center of the plaza, slightly tilted its head, its dark golden vertical pupils sweeping over Zhang Li, now transformed into a fire tiger. In that instant, enveloped by the dragon's might. Zhang Li felt his blood boiling. The deep wounds he bore visibly began to heal at an astonishing rate. 5 o'clock direction. Breach. A deep voice resonated directly in everyone's minds. The golden blades of light emitted from the candle dragon's tail split in midair into hundreds of streaks, precisely piercing into the densest cluster of blue wolves. Amidst the cacophony of anguish howls, the pierced wolf corpses exploded into fireballs, forcibly creating a 3-meter-wide gap in the encirclement. More than 20 fierce beasts seized the opportunity to break through, only to be met with a sharp, piercing shriek from behind the wolf pack. 3 wind wolf kings, each as large as elephants, emerged from the shadows, accompanied by numerous first-tier wind wolves. The whirlwind emanating from their spiritual eyes carved deep furrows into the ground. The surrounding blue wolves were now filled with fervent excitement that the wind wolf kings. The warning from the kangaroo warrior quivered with trepidation. Then before he could finish, the candle dragon suddenly raised its massive form. Crimson and gold flames surged upward. The blazing sun had arrived. Confronted with the sudden emergence of the 3 wind wolf kings, the fiery overlord wasted no time. He unleashed his most powerful attack immediately. Lin Ye, who had been covertly observing, was taken aback by the boy's decisiveness. Wait, are you seriously going all out right from the start? Typically, the narrative would have the fiery overlord battling the 3 wolf kings fiercely, only to unleash his true power when on the brink of defeat. This plot seems off. Indeed, these 3 wolf kings were Lin Ye's handiwork. Initially, he had only intended to summon some ordinary first-tier wind wolves to serve as a prelude to the beast tide. However, he anticipated that the fiery overlord would be so resolute in his desire to establish a foundation for the mercenary group. As such, the previously set ordinary difficulty was insufficient. Realizing his intentions, Lin Ye had deliberately provided him with an advantage, dispatching 3 second-tier wind wolf kings to join the fray. Yes, second-tier, and 3 of them, although the current form of the blazing candle dragon was still first-tier. Its extraordinary essence had already determined its unparalleled combat prowess as a challenge. Mere first-tier opponents were insufficient in fact. Lin Ye even feared that second-tier foes would not suffice. Thus he added two more, forming a trio of Wolf Kings. Fiery Overlord, you wish to lay the foundation for the premier mercenary group. Don't say I'm not giving you a chance, if you can eliminate them. How about I initiate the regiment trial ahead of schedule? Lin Ye felt a surge of excitement. It seemed he had discovered a promising talent. As the blazing sun descended, the temperature in the plaza skyrocketed to an alarming degree. The blue wolves attempting to rush through the breach screamed in agony, their fur igniting in thick smoke that quickly transformed into raging flames. When the blazing sun, spanning over 20 meters in diameter, fully manifested, the fiery overlord's voice, accompanied by the dragon's roar, thundered through the heavens. Belonging to the crimson flames, I shall reap the battlefield. Hundreds of figures surged forth from all directions, plunging into the inferno. Cheetahs wielding wind blades leaped down from burning rooftops, while massive bears, covered in crystalline armor, smashed through crumbling walls, and spirit deer, manipulating the very essence of the earth, dragged fleeing blue wolves back into the fiery purgatory. The once crumbling defense line, through precise coordination, unexpectedly encircled the wolf pack. Zhang Li stood transfixed, watching the candle dragon navigate effortlessly amidst the assault of the wolf kings. Each time the whirlwind swept over the dragon's scales, the surrounding golden flame shield shimmered, transforming the tempest into a mist that enveloped the dragon's form. When wolf claws tore at its flesh, an eerie temporal ripple would reverse the flow of blood. Even reassembling shattered scales stopped dawdling. A sudden surge of dragon might send a shiver down Zhang Li's spine. As the candle dragon flung the last wolf king away with its tail, its dark golden vertical pupils reflected his disheveled figure. If you can stand, follow me, that I want to see if you're worth saving a second time. Zhang Li staggered to keep up. He found the candle dragon pressing its claw against the forehead of the silver-backed wolf king. The sickening sound of cracking bones echoed, and three glimmering spiritual eyes were forcibly extracted, subsequently refined into three luminous green cards enveloped in dragon fire. This was the unique ability of growth-type cards, capable of directly refining corpses into exclusive energy cards for upgrading 1's 10-star cards. You know why other villages can hold their ground. As the fiery overlord returned to human form and landed, his black robe adorned with red patterns remained pristine, that he casually retrieved a green glowing card from the spiritual eyes and tossed it to Zhang Li, because they have always stationed people outside the village to patrol. While you all, his slender fingers traced over the ravaged plaza, didn't even bother to step outside to take a look. Clutching the suddenly materialized card in his palm, Zhang Li found his throat constricted, unable to utter a word. The pulsating green light on the card resonated with the lingering might of the dragon, causing the long stagnant bottleneck within him to tremble. Take your people to the eastern hillside. The fiery overlord commanded as he turned, the burning, blazing sun slowly dissipating behind him. There are 17 terrified villagers who will attest that you are worthy of the Crimson Flame's insignia. Watching the figure retreating towards the setting sun, Zhang Li suddenly knelt on one knee. The card in his palm and the seething flames within him produced a wondrous resonance. When he lifted his gaze again, the fire within his eyes inexplicably coalesced into the form of the candle dragon. Zhang Li of the Crimson Flames, at your command. The setting sun bled crimson, illuminating the scorched earth that began to mend. In a corner unnoticed by anyone, the fiery overlord caressed the slightly warm candle dragon card nestled in his bosom. Originally, only 3 of the 10 stars on the card glimmered. Subsequently, he retrieved 3 energy cards just refined from the spiritual eyes and affixed them onto the card. Absorb! As a flash of fire erupted, the 3 energy cards vanished, and on the candle dragon card, it was merely a subtle glimmer of starlight on the 4th celestial body. Alas, even a single star could not be illuminated, leaving Yin Lai somewhat melancholic. The candle dragon card was indeed formidable, but the spirit beasts required for its advancement were utterly lacking. The energies derived from 3 second-tier spirit beasts were insufficient to light even 1 star. It should be noted that he needed to illuminate all 10 stars on the card to break through to the 2nd tier. Furthermore, the energy required increased with each subsequent star. Why this reckoning? It seemed he would need to slay dozens, if not hundreds, of second-tier spirit beasts to have any hope of making a breakthrough. Where could he possibly procure such a vast number of spirit beasts? After successfully subduing 3 second-tier Gale Wolf Kings, he encountered no further difficulties in the following rescue operations. What challenges remained? Lin Ye could not possibly keep causing disturbances. Once was acceptable, but repeated incidents would surely lead to exposure. However, the results of this test were quite difficult to assess, even though he had endeavored to overestimate the combat strength of the Candle Dragon's battle form. Its performance still exceeded expectations. Who among them had ever seen a first-tier spirit beast overpower and annihilate a second-tier one? Truly extraordinary. This was the Candle Dragon, undeniably powerful. Lin Ye once again experienced the dominance of a great race in the universe. He felt that, even in its current state, Yen Lai could contend against third-tier spirit beasts. Albeit only the more commonplace ones. If one were to compare with equally extraordinary races, there would be little to say. Regardless, the fact remained that Yen Lai had indeed defeated 3 Gale Wolf Kings. Given this, it was time to initiate the Legion trials ahead of schedule. Constrained by Yen Lai's might, Lin Ye resolved to officially open the Legion module while preparing for the second wave of the True Beast Tide. After some contemplation, Lin Ye issued an announcement. System announcement. Esteemed mercenaries, congratulations on successfully resolving the Blue Wolf invasion incident. However, do not grow complacent. This was merely an appetizer. Next, you will face even graver challenges. Soon, you will encounter a tide of spirit beasts numbering in the tens of thousands. This will be your trial before becoming official mercenaries. Furthermore, the Legion module has been opened. Any mercenaries who meet the criteria may check the requirements for establishing a Legion. Best of luck to you all. What the heck? The Legion module. Brothers, did you see the announcement? To establish a Legion, we first need to secure that credential. This news instantly ignited the channel. Just finished being battered by the Gale Wolf Kings. And now we have to face a tide of 10,000 beasts? System planners, are you devils? Wake up upstairs. This system has no planner. Sarcastic. Is the great Yen Lai recruiting? The kind who can shout 666? How much? A third-tier faction. Is this a task we can challenge now? Suddenly, a golden announcement flashed across. System. Congratulations to Yen Lai for creating the first mercenary Legion Crimson Flame. Please meet the required number of Legion members within 1 month. After 1 month, the Legion trial task will commence. The channel erupted after a 3-second silence. What? It was just established. So quickly. That's a third-tier boss. Is the great Yen Lai really that fierce? So what if it's third tier? That trio of second-tier Gale Wolf Kings was wiped out by the great Yen Lai all by himself. At that moment, in a bar in Qiang Town, Yen Lai quietly observed the frantically jumping recruitment application interface before him. The emblem of the Crimson Flame Legion pulsed on his chest, depicting a burning dragon insignia. The filtering criteria had been set. His vice captain, Baiyu, adjusted his flat glasses. Official mercenaries of first tier and above. Possessing at least 1 green battle form card, with fire-resistant individuals prioritized. Yen Lai said nothing, merely nodded, then silently lifted the bottle of strong liquor on the table for a sip. Baiyu, fully aware of his captain's temperament, did not mind his rudeness. He seized the bottle to pour himself a small cup. However, after taking only a shallow sip, he put it down again. This liquor brewed from treehouse fruits, Baiyu's refined features were marked with conflict. The scorching liquor felt like molten lava as it slid down his throat. It surged from his mouth to his stomach, causing steam to rise uncomfortably. He could not fathom why the captain enjoyed this concoction so much. What was so delicious about it? After taking another shallow sip and finding it still intolerable, he ceased his internal struggle and turned to Yen Lai, his expression somewhat hesitant. Captain, do you think we can clear it? Without raising his head, Yen Lai downed another gulp of liquor. After feeling the stirrings in his body, he finally glanced sideways at the young man beside him. What? Do you not believe in me? It's not that I don't believe you, it's just that's a third-tier spirit beast. Moreover, it was in such a location. Reflecting on the contents of a Legion task, Baiyu's brows knitted with worry. At that moment, Yen Lai finished the last sip from the bottle and casually set it down. He stood up and patted the anxious young man on the shoulder. Relax, just focus on recruiting. Trust me. With that, he turned to leave. Watching Yen Lai's departing figure, Bai found himself at a loss to discern whether it was genuine confidence or mere words of comfort. Forget it. No need to dwell on it. If the sky falls, there will be someone tall to hold it up. With the captain ahead, if he is not anxious, why should I worry so much? A month later, as everyone awaited with bated breath, the system announcement arrived as expected. The familiar screen trembled, and the Legion interface displayed a crimson alert. Trial task commencement. Ancient Wood Source Realm Burning Forest. Micro-world battlefield level. 3rd tier. In the central square of Qiyang Town. Rows of mercenaries clad in black robes with red patterns stood in neat formation, numbering in the thousands, far exceeding the required 1,000 T this moment. All their gazes were focused on the tall figure on the podium, awaiting his pre-battle mobilization. Yet in the face of the eager anticipation of his comrades, Lin Ye showed no signs of the excitement one would expect. His resolute face resembled an immovable mountain, and he simply raised his right hand, clenched into a fist in the air. Let us set off. With that, he led the way into the teleportation portal behind him. Bai Yu, following closely behind, was momentarily stunned. Big brother, is this really okay? He hurriedly leaped out to rectify the situation. Warriors, heed the call, prepare to embark. This battle, for victory, Yura. He then jogged to catch up. The crowd, all hailing for Blue Star, had undoubtedly heard the Emperor's famous quotes. Laughter erupted, and they raised their right hands, shouting in unison, "Victory! Yura!" Under the guidance of the squad leader, they entered the space portal in succession as the 3,000 elite members of the Crimson Flame Legion crossed the threshold. A wave of scorching heat assaulted them, causing everyone's pupils to constrict. The once verdant ancient woods had all turned into charred torches, with magma flowing through the roots. The sky was split by blood clouds, the left side shimmering with emerald starlight, while the right blazed with the fiery glow of the infernal realm. The air was thick with the acrid smell of smoke and sulfur. Watch the skies, before they could fully acclimate to the bizarre environment. Lin Ye's sudden roar pierced through the air. Countless crimson orbs surged forth from behind the lava waterfall, a colossal black cloud composed of 100,000 infernal bats descending upon them. Each bat had a wingspan exceeding 2 meters, with the leading bat king bearing 3 eyes and a tail adorned with scorpion-like venomous stingers. Form up. Bai Yu waved the command flag. The Earth-based battle forms, serving as shield bearers, transformed and advanced, forming a stone armor formation in front of the group. Meanwhile, the fire and wind battle forms swiftly followed suit, reciting a combined incantation. In an instant, dozens of fire-wind whirlwinds shot skyward. Fire ignited by the wind fanned the flames. The crimson flames surged with the gust, swiftly coalescing into fierce fire tornadoes that swept toward the bat horde. In response to the oncoming fiery vortex, a massive 3-eyed bat suddenly emerged from the swarm of bats.